Welcome to episode 1 of Insert Brain Here, a Simpsons podcast. I am your host, Connor. With me, as always, is my co-host, David.
It's me.
We're going to cover The Simpsons Season 1, Episode 1, The Simpsons A Christmas Special, Simpsons Roasting on an Open Fire.
Yeah. Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
So, the general premise of this episode, like an overview of what happens, is Homer's Christmas bonus is...
No point.
Yeah, not happening. It got cancelled. Well, not just his, but everyone's got cancelled. And Bart ended up getting a tattoo, so...
A lovely tattoo
That says moth, yeah. So, yeah, that had to get laser removed, and that took up the rest of the savings that Marge had from Homer. He managed to save a goddamn thing.
A real emphasis on the economic stance of the family.
Yeah.
They're just constantly struggling for money, which is something that they've like totally ditched as the years have gone on, but it feels like a real...
like a real penny pinching...
A real priority to the story writers in the early years, at least. I don't really want to go into the Tracy Ullman shorts too much, but I think there's an emphasis on that in those as well.
Right, yeah. I think...
Or at the very least, some of the shorts touch on it, this idea of...
I've only seen some of them, so yeah, I think so.
At some point we'll go back and cover them. I've also only seen some of them.
Yeah. A
chore to track down.
They are indeed. I think that for most people it's the pilot. It's the first one that everyone thinks about when you think of number 1 of The Simpsons. So quite a good introduction to the family dynamic and things. Like obviously you get a nice introduction to Marge's sisters.
Yeah.
And the fact that Homer and them clearly don't get along at all.
It's interesting you should mention that. This was actually intended to be the 8th episode of season 1.
Oh right, was it?
That's its production code. What ended up happening was animation issues with what was meant to be the first episode, which became the final episode.
Right.
So the show was meant to air in the August, and 8th episode would have came out just before Christmas, so it would have been a Christmas special.
Right.
And they had to totally reshuffle everything and pull this episode forward to be the show premiere.
Right. That's something I did not know.
Yeah, it actually became, until I think there was a show that came out in like 2016. Between 1989 when it aired and 2016, it was the only TV show to ever make its debut with a Christmas special.
All right, well,
yeah,
that's awesome. I knew that. I didn't know most of that fact, but I'd heard something along those lines about that prior, about the fact that Simpsons was rare, about the fact that it had come out and premiered with a Christmas special.
Yeah.
Which is kind of an achievement, because most people, you got to be invested in the family before you actually start, or invested in the show before you start bothering about any sort of specials.
Well, Christmas specials were a big deal in the kind of 70s, 80s, I think maybe even in the 90s, but you rarely see a Christmas special now, and if you do, it's seldom Christmas involved.
Yeah.
There's a Star Wars holiday special, obviously, 1978. There was an Alf holiday Christmas special. Those are the only two that are coming to mind besides the Simpsons one. There's a Smurfs one which gets a shout out in this. There's the Peanuts, a Charlie Brown Christmas, whatever the hell.
Yes, it was.
That also gets a shout out in this.
Forgot about those. Most of those, to be honest. But
Christmas specials were a big ratings thing at the time.
Yeah.
So it made sense to have one for The Simpsons, even though it was in its first season. I have a little segment I thought we could dive into.
Okay. Yeah.
First appearance. Obviously, the first appearance segment of this episode is going to be a little longer than other episodes. Yeah. Because it's the first episode.
It's the first episode. It's
the
first appearance of everyone.
When we get down to season 29, there's not going to be many
We're
first
appearances. We're going to be combing through it, frame by frame, looking for a first appearance.
First appearance of Just Stamp the Ticket Man.
That's the one.
So we have the first appearance of Homer.
Yep.
First appearance of Marge.
Yeah.
First appearance of Maggie.
That's the one.
No yep for that one. Fuck Maggie. First appearance of Springfield Elementary School as a location.
Yeah.
First appearance of Principal Skinner, who's basically exactly as he is in later episodes.
Yeah.
Kind of the first appearance of Ralph Wiggum.
Yeah.
it's a different voice entirely.
Yeah.
And he's basically got a different personality.
But he's still got this sort of the same sort of look about him.
He still has that weird stringy hair.
Yeah, aye.
I don't even... Chief Wiggum isn't in this episode, so he's not established as his son yet. First appearance of Dewey Largo. Do you want to hazard a guess who Dewey Largo is?
God.
It's a bit of a Simpsons deep cut there.
Dewey Largo.
Yeah. Have you heard the name before?
Barely. It's like...
I'll give you a clue. He's in every single episode of the show.
Christ. Not got a clue.
He's the music teacher.
Oh right. He's at the start.
He's in every episode of the show because he's in the opening credits.
Right,
he introduces
right.
Lisa's fire twirling act.
Right. So he does.
Dewey Largo, that's his name. He's canonically gay now as well.
Is he?
They brought him out of the closet, yeah.
Well, I suppose.
Why not?
Yeah.
Not at this point, not in 1989, obviously.
No, he's heavily in the closet, I'm sure.
And then Lisa, obviously. First introduction of Lisa.
Yes.
What did you think of her fire twirling act?
That's a very thin, veiled grass skirt.
So I thought so as well. There's a real... It looks as though there's just full frontal nudity of an 8-year-old on display in the first episode of The Simpsons.
Yes, it does look like it.
It wasn't until I listened to the commentary track. She's actually wearing, or meant to be wearing, a bodysuit. Like a flesh-toned bodysuit.
I think that sounds like
something
nonsense.
Someone made up a few years later to try. Yeah. You can kind of see there's kind of creases at like her armpit, and I think that's meant to be fabric creases, but the animation's kind of crude.
Yeah, it's hard to tell at this stage, to be fair, because it's like the roughest, well, one of the roughest stages, obviously, being season 1, lowest budget and all that. I
will say there's no distinct line at the wrist or ankle.
No.
Showing where a bodysuit would end.
Well, okay, not neck, but she's wearing the mask. But you'd have thought you'd have seen something.
Yeah. I'm going to take that with a pinch of salt.
Yeah, I think that's one of those, maybe they realised the error.
Aye.
It could have been that there was perhaps like a slight coloration difference, and maybe she was supposed to be wearing leggings or something,
or an animation error or something
maybe
like that. I tell you this, it would not get past Disney now.
No, it would not. I'm surprised it was on there.
I don't think Lisa would even do this kind of act now. I think she'd think of it as a cultural appropriation
or something. Yeah, I would imagine so. Yeah.
This is more of a Bart thing to do now, actually.
Probably, yeah. I reckon that would have been the case. Yeah, it would have been Bart doing a fire dance or something. Let's face it, it's a chance for him to play with fire. So.
First appearance of Wendell.
Oh, Christ. Okay.
Do you remember who Wendell is? He's he's one of Bart or Lisa's classmates. He's a little pale boy.
Oh, is he the one who's got the colours of his hair is the same as his head?
Yeah, he's like a light grey.
Yeah.
He's always...
Yeah.
They kind of used him early on. He was the kid who was always about to vomit. And that's why he's that colour. And then
right. There was
they don't do that.
Like is he the same colour in later episodes? Actually.
Yeah, he is. He's just like a background character. I can't think of a time that he said a word.
For any time.
Any time at all. Nice. Iconic Simpsons character Wendell.
Perfect.
Lewis is there. First appearance of Lewis. Lewis ringing the bell? No. Lewis is just another one of the Simpsons elementary school kids.
Right.
He's a black kid with grey hair.
All right, fair enough.
He actually speaks. He talks to Milhouse and Bart when they're looking at Homer with the little kid on his lap. Right, he says, "Can you believe anyone's actually buying this stuff?" or something like that.
Yeah.
Some nothing line. One of his only lines, I think.
Right. Aye.
First appearance of Bart.
Yeah.
Probably the most consistent with how he is.
Right the way through the show, really, isn't it?
Yeah, the voice is basically perfect.
Yeah, spot on, pretty much all the way through.
Yeah.
And it doesn't really change too much in character.
He's a bit more kind on Homer here.
Yeah, obviously, because it's like a almost mushy like Christmas special moment that they kind of have.
Yeah.
It's definitely a bit softer on Homer than he is in later episodes, for sure.
Yeah. You feel the distance of age between the adult characters and the child characters.
Yeah.
I think it's something that later episodes will obviously get to kind of lose, where the child characters aren't written with the innocence or the perspective that a child would have.
Yeah.
Because they're child characters that have existed for 35 years.
So they're not really children anymore.
No, not really. They're like 10-year-olds with the experience of a 40-year-old.
Yeah, exactly.
The first appearance of Snowball 2.
Oh, yeah, yes, of course, because he's the replacement cat that they've just gotten.
Yeah, Snowball 1 gets a brief mention as having been run over.
Yes, yeah. And then Snowball 2 is called, obviously, Snowball 2 because they couldn't be bothered renaming it, and it is not even white.
No, it's not even white. I'm certain...
Is Snowball 1 even white?
Yes, we see Snowball 1 at some point, but not for years.
Right.
There's a flashback episode where you actually get to meet Snowball 1 at some point. Or maybe I'm making that up. maybe
that was a dream.
That's my Mandela effect. I'm certain that Snowball 1 is in the show at some point. I'm Mandela affecting Snowball 1 into the world. First appearance of Grandpa Simpson.
Right, yes, yeah. He's pretty much mostly on point. He gets a bit more interesting and flesh out, obviously, later episodes and stuff. But
I think his jumper's the wrong colour. I think it's light blue in this.
Right.
It's cream.
Yes.
Creamy.
Yeah, creamy white sort of thing.
In later episodes.
Right.
But here it's a very light blue.
Right.
His voice is a little bit weaker and fainter. I don't know if it's Dan Castellaneta doing the voice.
That's fair.
He does the voice in later
episodes,
obviously. But I think it is, but he only gets like 2 lines and they're kind of half mumbled whispers.
Yeah. One of them's him fawning over Homer's comment.
Yeah, at the end credits.
In the end credits.
Homer messes up his only part in the song, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. First appearance of Patty and Selma.
Yeah.
Who are basically the same.
Yeah. They don't smoke.
Yeah, I don't know if that was
I haven't seen them smoke in this one.
I don't know. I know that there was a lot of contention about what the show could and couldn't say or show at this point. There was
they have a nude Lisa.
They were like 8-year-old nude, fine.
Perfect.
Adults smoking?
No.
What are you talking about?
Can't have any of that.
Can't have any of that.
We can only put into the world what's in it. Right, aye.
There was a bit of pushback over, when Bart's getting his tattoo lasered off and the guy says you don't want this laser going near your eyes or your groin.
Groin, yeah.
There was pushback from the studio. They were like, you can't say groin on TV.
What?
And they're like, but it's just groin. It's not like he says you can't get this laser near your eyes or that big throbbing cock. He says you can't get this laser near your groin. That's perfectly acceptable. I don't know what. In 1989 was a different time, obviously.
Yeah, clearly there must have been some. Maybe it was to do with, could have been construed as advertising for it or something for some stupid reason. Because there's a whole bunch of like laws and stuff about advertising cigarettes and smoking and alcohol. Yeah, they're a lot more stringent then than they are now, I think.
Yeah, I think.
Although I think it's some countries have gotten it more stringent now.
Yeah, I think America was pretty lax with that at the time, because the 90s was when Joe the Camel. It's like a smoking camel for a camel.
Yeah.
Tobacco.
Yeah.
Basically, exclusively aimed at children.
Yeah.
Joe the Camel.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, I'm.
So it kind of almost makes no sense why they've not got them smoking.
Yeah.
And they basically just forevermore have got a cigarette in their mouth.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye for the rest of season 1, see if anybody's smoking.
Yeah.
Was anyone smoking in this episode?
I don't think anyone was. I don't think I even saw anyone smoking in Moe's anything.
Moe's is a weird design.
Yeah.
The outside looks basically the same. I think the sign might be different, but then you cut to the inside and it's like they're not directly behind the door, because Barney comes in
and
he walks
wanders
through
over
saloon doors through from another room.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, if this is the bar at Moe's Tavern, what's the other room?
Yeah.
Is that like a hallway? Bizarre, and it's totally empty.
Yeah, there was no one else in there.
It's I'll come back to Moe's Tavern because I have a lot to say about that weird.
Yeah, And Mo and his changes that happened as well.
Mo and his many changes. First appearance of Ned Flanders and his only son Todd Flanders. The older son Rod isn't in this episode at all.
Right.
He's outside of his house, and then we see him later on walking with all of his presents, and both times he just has little Todd Flanders with him.
So he does. I don't know why, but I was watching the episode and I obviously just similarly Mandela effect another kid into it.
You're just because
I just automatically saw the two.
You see Ned Flanders with Todd, and your brain's like, "Well, Rod must be there somewhere," because there's such a no Maud Flanders either, who is still alive at this point, hasn't been cannoned off the edge of a football stadium. Smithers' voice makes its first appearance. Yep. Nothing to say about that. Did you notice anything about Mr. Burns in his first appearance?
I didn't actually. I was looking around the office more than at Mr. Burns. Isn't he? Just remembering from like a previous time watching it, isn't he a sort of an off colour as well? He's a weird colour or something, or is that someone else I'm thinking about?
I think he's slightly pale sometimes, but no, it's a different voice actor.
Oh right, I didn't even notice that. It's been a long time since I've actually watched most of The Simpsons, to be fair.
Yeah, it's an actor named Christopher Collins.
All right,
who is Starscream in Transformers, in the original Transformers.
I can see the link between the two.
And he was Cobra Commander in G.I. Joe. He got fired for apparently being too difficult to work with.
Wow.
Yeah. He got fired. Imagine being hired to be Mr. Burns in The Simpsons, and you get fired after the first season.
He was only in season 1.
He's only in season 1, and then he was gone. He gets replaced by Harry Shearer.
Right.
Who does Smithers as well.
Yeah. Well, obviously it wasn't that important.
No, he died in 1994, so it's alright. It's not like he's not sitting mourning 33 seasons worth of residuals or anything.
No, but his family maybe.
First appearance of Mo.
Yeah.
Black-haired, pink apron and tied Mo.
You know what? I'm sure it must be canon by now that Bart's consistent phone calls to the tavern swap made him grey.
Just drained all joy from it. He's kind of a cheery character in this first episode. He looks like he's having a real ball in that empty tavern with his silent doors and his weird hallway. Yeah, I don't know if it's... I know that the animation in the first season is really dodgy, partially because the first company they sent it out to animate it totally dropped the ball, and that's why the episode that was going to air first got shunted to the end because it had to be reanimated from the ground up.
Right. I had heard something about that before.
Throw out all these episodes that had already been animated and just start with a new company. When we get to that episode, I'll pull up some of the animation from the first company and show it to you, just show you how atrociously bad it is. It's like unwatchable. First appearance of Milhouse. Yeah. It looks the same. Yeah. I think there's one shot where his eyebrows are black instead of being blue.
Right, yeah. That's probably just a colour mistake.
Blue, whatever. But Milhouse is the dud, so who cares?
Yeah, exactly.
The first appearance of the Happy Little Elves.
Oh yeah.
The first and almost last appearance of the Happy Little Elves. They were meant to be like an answer to Care Bears, kind of Smurfs type of thing. Yeah. But they were ditched and they just focused on Itchy and Scratchy. Yeah. Because why wouldn't you?
Yeah, exactly.
What can you really do with the Happy Little Elves?
You would have to make a whole show exclusively just about that, taking the piss out of the Care Bears and the Smurfs. You couldn't really do that effectively in very short snippets.
Not the same way that you can make fun of like Tom and Jerry, or the Wile E. Coyote or Sylvester the Cat, Tweety Bird cartoons with Tom and Jerry. With Itchy and Scratchy. No,
you've got a very short window. You can't exactly focus too much of the episode on anything other than the actual Simpsons. So very short clips, 10, 12 seconds maximum, really, clips of Itchy and Scratchy and stuff are way more effective. way better. Like just way overdone violence.
Yeah, and you can kind of use Itchy and Scratchy whenever you want to make any kind of commentary about animation.
Yeah.
Or about TV shows. You can already have that built into the show.
Yeah.
You don't need like a secondary animated show that Lisa can watch. No. They ditched this after like the first season.
Right.
However, have you seen any of Disenchantment?
Yeah, I hadn't seen all that much of it. I can't remember why, but I got distracted off of it. Something else that I was really looking forward to watching had come out at the time, so I was watching that instead. I can't remember.
They kind of recycle the Happy Little Elves design for the elves in that.
Oh right, do they?
Elfo he's close enough.
Right, fair enough.
So there's some DNA that crosses over into Disenchant, whatever it's called, Disenchanted, Disenchantment, Disenfranchised.
Basically.
Last one, first appearance of Santa's Little Helper.
Right, yes. The dog.
The entire plot leads up to him joining the family and jumping into Homer's arms. And because of the change syndication run, that's why he's not in any of the other episodes for this season. Alright,
fair enough.
And that segment needs to be shorter
in
future episodes.
Yeah, it will be.
Thank
it will
God.
be. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's episode 1, so it's everyone's new.
Did you notice that Principal Skinner mispronounces a word?
Yeah, he mispronounces one of the words and then he corrects himself and then he ends up mispronouncing like the next word after it as well.
Yeah, they were
and doesn't autocorrect.
They were going to do a running joke that his character's thing is that he mispronounces words.
Right.
Which isn't funny.
No.
So no. He does it in this episode and then never again.
Right. So if he's mispronouncing in this, is Principal Skinner in any of the other episodes in this season?
Yeah, he's in at least a few. I know he shows up. So
is he then mispronouncing words in other ones?
I can't remember him having mispronounced any words in the other ones. But I also didn't remember him mispronouncing words in this one until I rewatched it.
That's fair. I didn't remember he had that sort of quirk. I guess.
What a surprise we'll get when we watch those episodes and find out. Hang on Principal Skinner's every word to see if he stumbles over a phrase or mispronounces something.
Yeah.
That incredibly funny running joke. The laser guy, his surname is Zitovsky.
Right.
As in Zits being lasered off.
Yeah.
The sign gags in these earlier episodes, because the animation's a lot more pared down.
Yeah.
They're a lot more obvious. It's not mixed in with their background details. It's like a blank pink room with a sign that says Zitovsky.
Yeah, it's one of the few bits that's actually got detail on it in the background. So it's much more obvious.
Speaking of signs, the Christmas tree joke where he's Homer's driving to try and get a Christmas tree. He drives past. It's like $75 Christmas trees, $60 Christmas trees,
and then the
slightly unusual Christmas trees,
and it's
which are meant to look like the trees from Dr. Seuss books.
Right.
And they don't. That was kind of the intention behind that, was to do a homage to Dr. Seuss in the slightly unusual way that he draws trees.
Yeah, but they
just look like trees that are
missing branches.
Falling to bits.
Which is a ridiculous price, $45 for some of those falling apart
horrible,
trees.
Ugly trees.
Also, I noticed the £75 or $75, for the first set, and then $60 and up for the second set. $60 and up. It's not getting any cheaper, son. It's really not.
A character that I actually want to see return, who I don't think ever has, is the tattoo guy.
Right, yeah.
I love that. Maybe the best joke of the entire episode. Where the tattoo guy's like, "How old are you?" And little 10-year-old Bart goes, "I'm 21, sir," and he's like, "Get in the chair."
Yeah.
There was a lot of debate around what line they should use to have that be excused, that this grown guy would be willing to put a tattoo on a 10-year-old. And you're just like, no, it's just funnier if he goes, whatever.
Yeah.
He's kind of a comic book guy-esque character.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's just like, yeah, whatever, get in the chair.
Getting paid either way.
Eating into that jar of Christmas money, I'm sure.
Of course. Well, that may be known Bart's allowance, actually, because they're getting an allowance. Homer mentioned.
Yeah, that's what, because Homer says to him earlier in the episode, it's set up and payoff.
Yeah.
You'll have to use your allowance to get this tattoo.
Yeah, just after that, when he says that, you've got the phone call with, well, I don't know if it's Selma or one of Margie's sisters. Obviously, that's when you get the sort of lovely introduction to them being really annoying.
Yeah.
You can see it in his face, obviously, when he's hands over the phone, but
yeah,
you basically just want to punch him already.
The shiver that runs through Homer's body at the thought of even going and saying hello to them.
Yeah, on the way up the stairs when he's back in. Yeah.
Oh, here's a fun fact for you, a little bit of trivia.
Okay.
One of the animators of this episode was Eric Stefani.
All right.
From the band No Doubt.
Really?
Brother of Gwen Stefani. Yeah. One of the executive consultants as well is Brad Bird.
All right.
Who obviously went on to direct The Iron Giant.
Yeah.
The Incredibles. And Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol, the fourth
Right,
one.
yeah. I thought.
The one with Jeremy Renner. And
yes.
is that the one that has... That's not the one with Philip Seymour Hoffman. He's in the third one.
Yeah. I think he's in the... Yeah, he is in the third one, I think.
Mm-hmm.
We should probably have checked any of that
Welcome
information.
Welcome back to Insert Brain here, a Mission Impossible podcast.
Yeah, we're just figuring out which cast
We're going to recount the Mission Impossible franchise. We're not watching any of the movies.
Yeah.
We're just going to...
Wing it.
We're not going to watch the TV show either. We've never seen it. We're going to make it up.
Yeah. Yeah.
We'll get the Scientology guys knocking our door down, putting us in a Ludovico machine from Clockwork Orange.
Yeah.
Oh, did you notice the background? All the backgrounds in the show are animated with the same kind of paint that the main characters are animated with.
Alright, I didn't notice. I didn't
so obviously
clock that.
When you watch stuff like Scooby-Doo or the Flintstones,
mm-hmm.
the backgrounds were always animated darker. With like watercolours.
Yeah.
To make the characters stand out, and you end up with that thing where like, if you have a row of lockers and Shaggy's going to open one of the lockers, it's painted differently.
Yeah,
and it stands out massively. This is one of the first animated shows where they chose not to do that and to instead use much thicker cells of animation that would have the same kind of paint used for the characters and for the backgrounds and for every aspect of the environment, which is...
Yeah, that's good. You can see that it's like a much... Obviously, you've still got the fact that the background, there's like buildings in the background. You can... Only if it's an important building has it got windows even, practically. But, that's more of a budget thing. You can't spend time on that, especially considering the mess up.
Yeah, and Fox were already unsure about the success of The Simpsons going forward.
Right.
They were really hesitant to make it like a 25-minute, half-hour episode.
Right.
They thought that there was no way that an animated sitcom could keep people's attentions for that long.
Right.
They were like, you should really cut it down and make it 3 7-minute shorts per episode.
Wow. That would definitely put a much different sort of...
Yeah, what you could do with that is much more limited than what the show is. I think it probably would have not been a success.
No,
I can't imagine wanting to sit down
and
watch that show where it's like these 3 7-minute segments per episode.
Yeah. Especially if they're like standalone shorts. Like, what can you actually say in 7 minutes? I mean, you can...
I don't think the show would have had the longevity that it's had.
No. Well, you would have to go through stories like there's no tomorrow anyway.
Yeah, you'd be burning through stories 3 times faster than you normally would.
But also, those stories you wouldn't be able to go into any sort of real detail. No. Unless you did like 3 parts.
But then you're just doing a 3-act story.
Yeah, exactly. just in a 27-minute episode or 21-minute episode or whatever it is, but in 3 segments.
Yeah.
I think if they'd actually started with that, then they probably would have moved on onto longer segments anyway, naturally.
Yeah.
As the time sort of progressed. But it's for the best that they didn't even bother with that. They
Yeah.
managed to sort of tell them that that's what they wanted to do.
I'm glad they managed to slap Fox away and
yeah.
not have to conform to that.
Yeah, that
stupid idea.
Nonsense.
The song playing Mr. Burns' Tavern. Mr. Burns' Tavern?
Mr. Burns,
I've had a stroke.
Yeah.
Moe's Tavern. Moe's Power Plant in Mr. Burns' Tavern.
That's the one. Perfect.
The song playing is...
He really does change.
He does indeed. I'm sure
playing.
that'll be an actual episode where they meet up and swap jobs at some point in the future.
Probably. Yeah.
The song playing in Moe's Tavern is Santa Baby.
Alright.
It's performed by Tracy Ullman.
Alright.
Obviously the Simpsons shorts originated on the Tracy Ullman show.
Yeah. No, I didn't notice that. That's awesome.
That is the end of my section of trivia for this episode. I have officially...
It's quite a lot of trivia. It's like a 23-minute, 24-minute show?
24-minute, yeah.
24-minute for this
No
one.
opening credits, no couch gag, and no chalkboard gag.
Does that come in...
I think it's in episode 2, yeah.
Yeah, I think it did, yeah.
If I remember right, this isn't an official trivia fact, I'm remembering this fresh from the top of my noggin right now. If I remember right, it was a
not
way
being fact checked.
Not being fact checked. Don't get that fact check company on my ass. The reason that they put that massive long intro section in was to cut down on costs.
That makes sense.
Less stuff to animate each episode.
Right. Huh. That's pretty. That's actually a good idea, really. Isn't
you just had to animate it once and then reinsert it.
Yeah.
In every episode.
Yeah, because it doesn't change as often as I remembered it did.
Yeah,
like
it's
I
pretty...
could have sworn that it had changed like drastically every single episode. Yeah. And then I'm just remembering like 7 episodes apart from my youth.
I think the one that they used for the rest of season 1 gets ditched pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Because it was longer and
it gets a lot shorter. I think. Yeah. I'm sure there's like whole segments of it that get cut out. Yeah,
and then the version they used from season 2 onwards until they rebooted it and made it HD. That's the same intro.
Yeah.
So there's a point where you're watching like 1991 intro animations, and then it cuts to the actual episode, and it's a HD Simpsons episode.
that'd be interesting.
A lovely little Simpsons.
Sort of.
What's the word I'm looking for? Christmas.
Yeah, Simpsons Christmas.
A lovely little Christmas special to kick off the season.
Yeah. Yeah, obviously, like you said, not really in the order they were intending it. But yeah, it worked. So.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes you have to roll with the Christmas punches.
Yeah.
It's a lot more realistic and down to earth compared to later seasons. Even like season 2. This almost feels like it could have been a non-animated sitcom. Like this
like
plot.
the story and the plot definitely fits like a live action cast kind of thing. Like one of those ones with the canned laughter and all that nonsense.
Yeah, you're kind of married with kids.
Yeah. That plot would really sort of fit in there. You've got pretty much everything you would need in that episode right there for that. Because there's nothing really like exclusively cartoony.
No, the pacing's quite slow as well, especially compared to like
much later ones or any later ones really. It's then again it's also longer. Episode 2, 23 minutes, but it's got the intro.
Exactly.
So it is a longer episode for the actual story.
Yeah.
So not by all that much, but it's still changed the pace a little bit.
Yeah.
So if you got that same story in the shorter time, it would quicken the pace.
It would tighten things up a little bit and make it a bit faster.
Force them at least to quicken it up a bit.
Trim some of the fat.
Yeah, exactly. But still, overall, it's a good episode. And you can see why they got the dog at the end. Wee tongue out of the mouth.
Be like a Homer says, a bit of a French kiss there.
Yeah. Adorable little dog. So yeah,
No, it's like Greyhound Santa's Little Helper. I think it's a Greyhound.
It'll be a Greyhound or a Whippet.
I think it's a Greyhound. I think it's too big to be a Whippet, is it not? It's like as tall as Bart sometimes.
It varies, doesn't
Yeah.
it? So yeah, it's
as
probably
tall
meant
as
to
it
be a
needs to
Greyhound
be.
because it's as tall as it needs to be. That's right. It's probably meant to be a Greyhound because usually, stereotypically, it's Greyhounds or Greyhound crosses that are doing racing for things like that. But to be fair, he's useless at racing.
Yeah.
So he might not be a Greyhound after all.
It's just a shaved German Shepherd.
Exactly.
The episode was actually Fox and the people who wrote The Simpsons at the time received bags of letters from people thanking them for bringing attention to this epidemic of racing dogs that would get too old to race and then would be kicked to the side. And they had no idea that was like an epidemic or a thing that was happening frequently. They just wrote it in the episode because it was an easy way
to get them in,
to like write themselves out of the corner they wrote them in for how Homer was going to save Christmas.
Right. Yeah. I can see how that would be kind of construed that way. Yeah. But considering that dog lives for quite some time. I mean, to be fair,
Time
Lisa
is
and
stagnant in the Simpsons
Bart
universe,
and everything, and Maggie, never really grew up, so I can see why the dog's still alive.
I don't think Santa's Little Helper is like 50 years old in later episodes.
Probably not. But yeah, I think unless you got any other points, I don't think
we can just about wrap it there.
So.
Well, let's quickly talk about the animation, I guess, just in general.
Right. Okay, yeah.
The visuals of the episode are very unusual compared to modern Simpsons. There's a lot of like weird angles and characters that you don't usually get. A lot of people are drawn off model.
Yeah.
There's a lot of front-facing Simpsons.
Yeah,
which
that's
I don't like that, man.
That is weird. Like there's a Marge in
Marge
that
is
episode,
front-facing for like minutes at a time,
and it's a really odd look.
Yeah.
She has got an incredibly weird shaped face, apparently, from the front.
They're not character designs that are meant to be looked at face on. Really.
No, they're not. You've also got there was like the sort of zoomed out shot in Moe's Tavern, like the booths.
Yeah.
Are so small.
Yeah,
they're drawn
there's
so
lots
tiny.
of shots
Like you've
like
got the
that
bar stools and then the booths that are supposed to seat like 6 people.
Yeah.
There's like 7 of them crammed in there. Or I can't remember the exact number, but there's a lot of them crammed in on the right hand side of the screen. They're so small that they're practically the same size as a single bar stool.
Yeah.
And taking up almost the same space as Homer on the screen.
Those booths at one point in the show, they seat all of Aerosmith.
Well, there you go. So those booths are definitely not that small.
And Mrs. Krabappel in the middle, I think.
Yeah. So I think there's a lot of perspective issues going on.
A lot of really weird, massive wide shots. Like the dog trainer when he kicks out Santa's Little Helper. This massive wide perspective shot, and he's so small in the frame that you can't see any of the detailing on him.
Yeah. Why?
Yeah. Why would you do this?
It just seems like a little bit odd, but I guess it's teething problems, isn't it? Really?
Yeah. Growing pains.
Yeah. You kind of get used to what works and what doesn't, I guess. Making shows like this. So.
All right, I'm happy to wrap it there if you are.
I am as well.
You have any more points you want to bring up about Simpsons roasting on an open fire?
I don't think so.
All right, great. Well, we can call it there.
Sad.
We'll be back next week to talk about Bart the Genius, Season 1, Episode 2 of The Simpsons. And we'll be here every single week until our balls drop to our ankles and we die. Because they're never going to stop making The Simpsons.
No, they're not. God damn.
Hope you have trying to think of a Simpsons quote.
I've got nothing.
Hi diddly ho and neighbourino. Don't have a cow, man.
There we go. Yeah.
Cowabunga.
Yeah.
I think that's the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I don't think Bart actually says Cowabunga though.
I don't think he does.
I think it's on a lot of t-shirts, but it's not something he really actually says. Maybe he says it in Simpsons Skateboarding.
I feel like he said it in a game that I've played then.
Yeah, I think it might be Simpsons Skateboarding.
Yeah.
There we go. We'll get to that in a couple
Eventually.
of years. Eventually we'll get to Simpsons skateboarding and wrestling and road rage and pinball and
hit and run. Yeah.
Well, that's all from us.
Yep. So
good night.
Yeah, good night. Welcome to Insert Brain here, a Simpsons podcast, Season 1, Episode 2, Bart the Genius, with David and, as always, Connor.
Hello.
Hello.
Today we're talking about Season 1, Episode 2, Bart the Genius.
Yes, the first episode, the full lot that's actually got an intro.
Technically the first episode of the season. Simpsons Roasting on an Open Fire was actually a Christmas special. So when this episode aired at the time, Fox promoted it as a season premiere.
Right, fair enough.
And not just the first episode with the main title theme by Danny Elfman, but actually the first episode with any kind of opening credits at all.
Yes, that's a good point, yeah.
I mean, it's not the iconic opening sequence, it's a wee bit different to what we would eventually end up getting.
Yeah, I think it's definitely different from what everyone seems to remember.
Yeah, there's that weird bit with the bus stop.
Yeah, I didn't remember that was a thing.
From what I can remember, that bus stop scene's in Season 1, and then that's it. I'm pretty sure from Season 2 onwards, they swap it out for the intro that everyone remembers.
Right.
He goes past Moe's Tavern, and Barney's there, and Chief Wiggum, and...
Yeah, I remember that stuff, but... Yeah. I didn't remember that bus stop thing, and I don't know about you, but I didn't recognize any of those characters. One of them looked like a suspiciously close to Bart. Yeah,
he looks like middle-aged Bart.
Yeah.
There's a really great YouTube video. I'll insert the name of it here. The Simpsons No-No Sheets by Kid Leaves Stoop, which goes into the sequence with these characters that only appear in the opening credits and only ever in Season 1.
Right.
So they're only in like 12 episodes and only in the opening credits. The video goes into their design and why their design breaks certain rules of The Simpsons, character design, but also how certain aspects have been sampled and moved into other characters.
Right. Sounds pretty interesting.
Aye, but now obviously Bart swings around the lamppost and he goes past Moe and Chief Wiggum and there's the TVs with Krusty on them that are still there.
Yeah.
And now in even more modern Simpsons in the HD opening credits, it's just characters stuffed in every which way they can be.
I haven't seen some of the modern ones for a long time.
Yeah, we're going to get into it eventually.
We will.
It'll be a culture shock.
Yeah. Oh, man.
But now, what did you think the episode was about?
So the episode... like the theme, the general plot, Bart obviously is thinking he's an idiot at this point because everyone keeps telling him he's an idiot and he's useless and he's a clown and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And then he obviously switches with Martin.
Yeah, Martin Prince, aye.
Martin Prince switches their test results, their assessment results. And now he's a genius with an IQ of like 216, I think it was.
Yeah, it was 216, yeah.
And then ends up going to this, the genius school for gifted children and all that kind of stuff. And obviously doesn't fit in because he's not a genius.
No, he isn't. I would even say he's portrayed as being particularly stupid in this episode, like he is in some future episodes.
I wouldn't say so. I would... He's obviously not someone that's academically minded, but I wouldn't say he's portrayed as an idiot. But everyone in the episode does keep basically reminding him, essentially, not word for word at any point, really, I think, but essentially just keeps reminding him he's an idiot.
Mrs. Krabappel, especially.
Yeah. Falls over after falling asleep in class because he's sitting at the window where the sun is. Like, I'm in a hot classroom before, and the struggle to stay awake. It's not like surprising that someone would fall asleep at the window, especially if you're right at the fucking window looking out.
And it looks like it's a sunny day, so...
Yeah. So...
I mean, it always is, unless it's raining.
Yeah.
In the animated world of early season Simpsons, it's always a summer day unless it isn't.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. But yeah, I think, obviously, when he's seen as like the special kid... Homer's really nice to him. He's like the father that you would want.
Yeah, Homer's really great as a father in this episode. He actually acts like a fairly normal dad.
Yeah. Like the American dream sort of father. let's go play catch and, all that kind of stuff.
But I mean, he is still Homer. He's not like a different person,
Yeah.
When they go to the opera, he's still goofing around with Bart, making fart noises with his hand and talking about the fat lady singing on stage as a cue to leave.
He's still an idiot. Yeah. But yeah, he's still he's obviously like an ideal dad at this point, which I think has got a lot to do with why it took Bart so long to actually say anything about it.
Yeah.
About why he's not fitting in. He's not a genius. He did cheat by just switching the names.
I like that all the kids at Smart School are also arseholes and are also bullies.
Mm.
Like, they haven't been introduced yet, but like Nelson or Jimbo, Dolph and Kearney.
Yeah.
It's just a different type of bullying.
Aye. Yeah, they're bullying him because he's not as smart as they are. So they're using scientific lingo and all that kind of stuff to get around, or like measurements that you wouldn't know unless you were doing advanced like quantum mechanics or some shit. You wouldn't know that kind of like these measurements for the milk.
Yeah, he's saying stuff like, what is it? The weight of a bowling ball on Jupiter's third moon is the weight of a grape or something like
exactly. That. Yeah, things like that. They're using their brains to bully him instead of brawn. But yeah, they're still assholes.
Aye, they're still kids, They still bully Bart for his lunch. They just don't beat him up for it.
Yeah. So yeah, he's in no better a position.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, he's in an even worse position because he can't even be that class clown type of character that he usually is in Mrs. Krabappel's class.
Yeah, because there's still a moderate level of popularity that would come with that sort of role in a standard school.
Aye.
Whereas in the gifted school, come on, he would have been. There's no way that the Simpsons could afford to put him through that school.
I was surprised that didn't come up. I mean, the cost of a gifted school never comes up.
It's got to have been like a bursary system. He's got to have had it given to him essentially.
Yeah.
So yeah, his performance would have eventually meant he would never have been able to stay at that school because they wouldn't be able to pay for that.
I think there's actually a later episode where they talk about how Lisa should have gone to a school like that and the family couldn't afford to send her to it.
Yeah.
Which is why she's at Springfield Elementary with Bart.
Which would allude to the fact that she must have an IQ of lower than 216.
Well, I think she's meant to be smarter than Martin. I feel like that's established later on.
I feel like it is, yeah.
Even though she's younger than Martin, she's smarter than him.
Yeah. I feel like that is actually supposed to be the case. If that's the case, then and Martin tested with an IQ of 216 in this episode, and he got a bursary system.
Also, I like how Bart gets this bursary system and sent to a school for kids who are insanely smart. But when they revert the score back and find out it was actually Martin's score, Martin's in that same class with Bart for the next 35 years. At no point does Martin get the bursary. He gets sent off to some super smart school where he probably would have excelled.
He would have, yeah.
And he was the smartest person in the class of super smart kids as well.
Yes, yeah. It was
so smart to the point where the guy's the principal, or not the principal, the Dr. Pryor has in his office 2 photos: Albert Einstein and Bart Simpson.
Yes, exactly. So yeah, if he was that smart, then obviously Martin would be like, yeah, he'd be off into that school as well. And also, if Lisa's smarter than him, why didn't she get some sort of bursary system later on?
Oh, it's the patriarchy, that's why.
Probably.
They didn't want women in STEM in 1989 when this episode was written.
Probably not, no. And obviously they didn't want Martin in that STEM cell either.
Oh, Martin's... No, he's kind of not quite a boy.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough.
I think they established that he's queer, or at the very least some form of gay eventually. I feel like there's some sort of episode where they jump to the future and they establish that he's got a boyfriend or 2. And this is actually his first appearance, by the way.
Yeah, I didn't... Well,
this is episode 2.
Yeah, it's episode 2.
He's not had many chances to make a first appearance, but he isn't in the first episode, no.
Yeah.
It's also the first appearance of his parents, Martha and Martin Prince Sr.
Right. The opera. Yeah, because it's them. It's his father that's like asking about who the hell these idiots are when it's the Simpsons mucking about.
Yeah, they're down in the normal floor seats as well, whereas the Simpsons are up in the.
Yeah, how the hell did
How did they afford that?
Get the money for that?
Like the previous episode was the one where Homer's scrounging around on the floor of a car park outside of a dog racing track.
Yeah.
And now they're just like, yeah, let's go to the opera.
In what is it, box seats? Are they box seats? Whatever the hell they are.
Box seats is like
stands.
Stands are the.
That's in the main area. I don't even remember.
Up in the alcoves, anyway.
Guys, up where the royalty normally sit. Yeah, up there. It's
also the first appearance of Mrs. Krabappel.
Right. Yeah.
Voiced by Marcia Wallace.
Yep.
She also voices the other teacher, Bart's smart class teacher.
Right.
And that's the... here's a fun fact for you. That is the only character she has ever voiced outside of Mrs. Krabappel.
Alright, she's only ever been Mrs. Krabappel then.
And that other teacher, his name escapes me right now.
Yeah.
She never shows up again anyway.
Fair enough. Well, if she would, then Martin wouldn't have been at fucking Springfield then, would he? Can that science explosion that Bart caused was so bad.
That it killed her?
No, I didn't. I wouldn't say. Well, maybe actually, because he said we're not mad necessarily.
Yeah, he's like, well, 2 birds, 1 stone. You know, you're back to your old school, and we got rid of whatever her name was.
Aye, Mrs. Krabappel sounded like.
Yeah, Mrs. Krabappel's smarter sister.
Yeah, that's it. But do you reckon it was so bad an explosion that school closed down?
I think it shows up in a different episode. I think it's the same exterior that's used when Lisa goes to the smart school, but they can't afford to put her there. But I could be wrong.
Right.
But that teacher isn't there, and Dr. Pryor doesn't show up, I don't think, in that episode. But I'm fairly sure it's the same exterior. I want to say it's the Springfield School for the Gifted.
Right.
Well, this is also the first appearance of Dr. Pryor, as we've mentioned, Dr. Lauren J. Pryor.
Yeah.
Kind of the school psychiatrist. He does appear briefly in a few future episodes, but he sort of gets replaced by Superintendent Chalmers.
Oh, yeah.
As Skinner's sort of character to bounce off of.
Yeah.
In the school, you don't really need the psychiatrist, Dr. Pryor, when you've got Gary Chalmers to come in and, you know...
yeah, exactly.
Super Nintendo all over the place. First appearance of Richard.
You said that and I'm like, nothing, blank in the face.
Blank, aye. Richard is a little boy with grey hair. I think he calls Bart Poindexter. He's playing marbles with Milhouse and Lewis.
He's grey hair. Aye.
Yeah, and like a blue jacket.
Yeah.
Yep. First appearance of Richard, and he's actually still in the show now.
Is he? Huh.
Well, those 2 friends that Bart has, Lewis and Richard, they kind of get relegated to background roles.
Yeah.
Pretty quickly.
It seems so, because I remembered neither of them.
Lewis was in the previous episode.
Oh, I know. I just didn't remember him even from that episode.
Oh, that was only a week ago.
Yeah, I know. It's not that memorable. No. Which is probably why he gets a background role.
I shunted off to the background with Wendell.
Yeah, aye.
Also, sort of, the first appearance of Radioactive Man.
Right. Because he's in that comic, isn't he?
Yeah, it's not the same design.
No.
As Radioactive Man as he appears going on, where he's kind of like a Flash type costume, red and yellow. There's no Radioactive Man stuff over here, by the way, in the background.
Just checking.
He's got a red suit on and sometimes has a cape.
Right, yeah.
So it's a different design, but the comic is still called Radioactive Man.
All right, nice.
Kind of the first appearance of Krusty the Clown as well, because Bart is eating Krusty Flakes.
Yes.
And he has a photo of Krusty in his room.
Yep. And obviously this is also the first intro where we've got Krusty TVs. He's already skated past as well.
yeah, he skates past Krusty TVs.
Yep.
Well, that's it for first appearances for this episode. Not many, considering it's the second episode.
Yeah, exactly. But we did run through quite a few in the last episode.
First episode really pounds them out, you know?
Yeah.
Pounds them out with those crusty TVs.
Yep.
Maggie's crusty TVs.
Fucking jeez.
This is also the first time that Bart says his iconic catchphrase. He says, "Eat my shorts" to Martin.
He does, yes.
And Martin, who kind of takes on a villainous role in this episode.
Yeah.
Which isn't really indicative of the roles he would take on in the future. He tends to be portrayed as being more meek.
Yeah, he's definitely not as antagonizing.
He's not really trying to, rub Bart up the wrong way.
Yeah, which he's definitely doing a lot of in this episode.
Yeah.
Like, he's not, I wouldn't say he's in it a lot as such, but,
He comes and goes, Martin.
Yeah.
He still gets spotlight episodes and full speaking parts now.
Yeah, but yeah, he really was quite antagonistic in this one.
He's sitting outside under that tree making faces at Bart.
Pulling faces, yeah.
Bart makes that classic Tracy Ullman show face where he has the long mouth.
Yeah.
No, they don't make those crazy faces anymore.
They barely even put them face on anymore.
Oh, this episode is like 90% face on Simpsons.
So much face on Simpsons, it's so weird.
It feels like you're on a Zoom call with Principal Skinner.
Yeah.
He's so face on in almost every single scene that he has.
Yeah, it's a lot. Every time they zoom in, it's just straight on.
It's not an angle they were designed to be seen from.
No.
Oh, this entire season was made before they'd seen any other episodes, obviously. And produced kind of, not all at the exact same time, but around about the same kind of time frame. They split off the team of writers that they had and were like, you go and write and storyboard these episodes and these ones and these ones. So they couldn't really bounce off each other to get a reading on what styles of writing or character depictions really worked. It was really just sort of experimenting and figuring stuff out.
That explains quite a lot, I would imagine, between the sort of vast differences between... This is just 2 episodes as well.
Yeah. Massive differences in the pacing and the art style.
Yeah.
That weird thing where whenever you're in the Simpsons house, all the walls behind them have like a gradient.
Yeah. You've got this like orange, really strong orange in the bottom left or in the right or whatever. Yeah. And then it's like washed out white. On the other side of it, with that sort of like sunset gradient going across it. It's really strange.
Yeah, I'm so glad they ditched that.
Yeah, it's really odd. It's completely different from the last episode.
Yeah, everything's very solid colour-wise in the last episode, as far as I can remember anyway.
Yeah. I don't remember any of that colour gradient kind of stuff, or certainly not to that extent anyway. It was almost like it was behind a filter behind the Simpsons. It was really strange.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, it was either like they turned it up to 9, or like right up. So if there is a colour gradient in the other episode, then...
flew past me. There was a lot to notice in the last episode.
That's true, yeah. But I reckon that maybe it would have made more sense if they could afford things like this in this episode, if the previous episode wasn't episode 1, like it wasn't supposed to be.
Yeah, that whole juggling of episodes.
It might have made a bit more sense, but it like really doesn't make any sense now. Also, we don't see a dog. Or I don't think we even see the cat. Do we even see the cat?
I don't think we see the cat. Maybe we do at some point. Maybe Snowball 2 was in the background at some point.
Maybe, but...
Santa's Little Helper hasn't canonically been found yet. I don't think he shows up until for at least another 6 or 7 episodes. He's non-existent at this point.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Speaking of things that are coloured weird, I don't know if you noticed, but Milhouse has black hair in this.
So he does.
And black eyebrows, but he's a famously blue-haired character. Him and his mum and his dad.
Yeah.
But in this episode, he has a black hairstyle.
Was Milhouse in episode 1?
Yes.
Yeah.
But he has blue hair for most of that, and then there's 1 or 2 frames.
Right.
Where he has black hair. I think they hadn't decided the direction they were going to go in.
Clearly.
And blue hair is the way to go. I mean, black hair, he looks like the... what's the name of that kid who gets bullied in Dennis the Menace? Walter or something?
Oh.
Not Walter Matthau, not Walter White. Walter something. Walter Windmill, something like that.
Yeah. I can't remember the name, but yeah, blue hair was definitely the way to go for that one. It also, would make more sense with the dad. I don't think the dad would have looked anywhere near as normal.
Yeah.
Saying that when he looks normal, he's yellow with blue hair. He wouldn't have looked right.
He wouldn't have fit the world of The Simpsons.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But
I think Skinner is coloured wrong as well. I think his suit is the wrong colour.
Yeah.
And so is Lewis and Richard. Their clothes aren't the same colours as they are in later episodes.
Yeah.
Still lots of teething issues.
I think it probably is exacerbated by the fact that they split up the writers and the...
Some of the animation's being sent to one company, some of it was being sent to South Korea, I think.
Yeah.
Some of it, actually, that long sequence where Bart is writing the outline for his plan and then his confession, was animated by one person.
Well, was it?
Yeah, one of the lead animators in America.
Alright, well, fair enough.
I have a new segment of the show that I'm going to slot right in here.
Okay, yep.
It's called Meme Spot.
Meme Spot.
Did you spot the meme in this episode?
I did not.
The shot where Principal Skinner walks up to Bart and his friends and he sees the graffiti on the wall. It's like a low-angle shot where he's looking off to the side. That's the pathetic meme. It's that shot but with the word pathetic on it.
Oh, right, yeah, so it is. Yeah.
This is the first of many.
Simpsons memes. Nice.
Yeah. So that has been Meme Spot for this episode.
Right. I like the starting of this one, the him writing on the chalkboard, I will not waste chalk.
Yeah.
That's fucking stupid.
Those chalkboard gags in this season aren't jokes.
Yeah.
It's just something he's writing on the chalkboard, like, I will not waste chalk.
Yeah, and the fact that he's writing out in chalk, wasting chalk.
Yeah, he's wasting chalk.
Yeah, but
they're really trying to set Bart up as this little kind of rapscallion, a rule breaker kind of figure.
Yeah.
I think we're still at the point where he's kind of the main character.
Pretty much, yeah. Because I think you were saying earlier on that there's in this season there's 2 episodes in 12 or 13.
Yeah, 2 of the episodes have really similar names.
Yeah.
This one is Bart the Genius. And I want to say episode 5 or 6 is Bart the General.
Yeah. So, 2 of the episodes are clearly centered around Bart.
He's kind of one of the focuses of the first episode. I'd say it's split between him and Homer.
Yeah. Yep, I would say that as well.
And the next episode, which we'll talk about next week, is Homer's Odyssey.
Yeah.
The book Homer's Odyssey is actually in Bart's genius classroom.
It is, yeah, when they pan over it.
I think they have the Iliad and Odyssey right next to each other.
Yes, they do. And not far away is Moby Dick. Yep. I remember seeing that one in there as well. It's right next to them.
And a book of Shakespeare.
Oh, well, it might not be right next to them, just in case anyone wants to look up that particular
Fact
shot.
check.
Tell me
Just
I'm wrong.
slap you down.
Yeah.
I'll have you know it's 3 books apart.
It's on the same frickin' row, right? And the panoramic scene, it's there. Look for it. It's one of the biggest writing books.
Yeah.
It's got massive writing on the side.
It's hard to spot all the sign jokes in these earlier episodes. I mean, we watched this on Disney Plus.
Yeah.
I watched the DVD when I did the research for the episode, but when we watch the episodes before we record, sometimes it's easier to just
fire on Disney Plus.
Fire it up on Disney Plus and stream it.
Yeah.
And there's so many shots where things were kind of fuzzy, almost out of focus.
Yeah.
It can become really hard to read those little signs in the background.
It took me ages to actually to notice after about 3 different shots of the school, the secondary school that he gets sent to. Well, whatever, the special school that he gets sent to. It took me ages to actually see that bloody sign properly because it was so blurry that it was difficult to actually read it.
Yeah.
So, and that's quite big writing.
It is indeed.
But it's that blurry.
Speaking of special schools, there was a deleted, I don't think it was ever even animated, but it was written where there was going to be this scene in the episode where Principal Skinner and Dr. Pryor talk to Martin and his parents and say that they are going to send Martin to a school for, and I quote, retarded children.
Oh, wow.
So obviously Bart just randomizes. Bart just randomizes the answers in the test.
he could have literally got everything wrong.
Yeah, so I'm glad he didn't do that.
It's probably for the best. That would have definitely
aged the episode incredibly poorly.
It would have, yeah, but it would also have really set up like Bart and Martin to come to a loggerheads, like a real loggerheads with each other.
Yeah,
which surprisingly enough, I don't think happens, considering the fact that Bart ruined his chances at going to.
You know, I'd love to see the sequel to this episode now in season 34 or 35 or whatever, where they're like, Martin discovers that he could have gone to the school for gifted children in Springfield had Bart not stolen a paper in season 1, episode 2.
Yeah, we give them another story. Why not?
Yeah, that's why Martin's parents appear later on in the opera. They'd already designed their characters and decided they were going to appear in the episode in that scene.
But then they just decided not to go with that scene, which is for the best. For the best. Yeah. Oh, you can just imagine if they decided to go with that and then decided to run a scene from that school.
I have this creepy feeling in the back of my neck that there's a scene in a school like that in one of these early episodes.
Fair enough. I don't remember the early episodes
I just seem to remember Bart getting sent to a school for
special needs individuals.
We'll get to it when we get to it.
Yeah.
We'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Yeah.
On a lighter note,
yes,
Homer's banana.
It's like black or brown.
It's really dark brown with an almost white inside.
Yeah.
It turns out in South Korea at the time, in 1989, they didn't have bananas. They had never seen a banana before. When they sent the stills off to be coloured there, they were like, what's a banana?
And what colour is it?
And what colour is it? What does it look like? They had no idea.
Fair enough.
Quijibo, the word that Bart invents to describe the type of ape that Homer is in the Scrabble scene.
Yeah.
That inspired the Melissa virus hacker. That's who that virus was accredited to. Someone called Quijibo.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
After the fictional ape that Bart invented.
I like the fact that
it was also the name of a zine.
The name of a
zine, you know, like a little magazine. It's self-published.
Right. Yeah. All right, cool.
Quijibo.
Huh. Nice. I like the fact that Marge jumps in with another description for this Quijibo, even though she's never heard the word in her life.
Yeah, aye.
He's like, and I can't even remember exactly what she jumps in with, but she jumps in with going, and such as
yeah, she jumps in with short-tempered.
Like, short-tempered. It's like she actually cottoned on to what he was getting at.
Yeah. The explosion that Bart causes, the massive green goop explosion.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to read this verbatim because I copied it off the internet.
Okay.
I am not a scientist. When an acid and a base are placed together, they react to neutralize the acid and base properties, producing a salt. The H+ cation of the acid combines with the OH- anion of the base to form water. The compound formed by the cation of the base and the anion of the acid is called a salt. It wouldn't have caused an explosion, it would just have made salt.
Yeah. Aye, it'd have made a salt as opposed to a big green goop.
Aye, that dyed Bart's skin.
Yeah, aye. Did I remember Homer saying that he was going to use acetone?
Turpentine.
Why did I think acetone?
Acetone to develop him into a photograph.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's why I was so confused. Obviously, I just fucking made that up. Obviously, just fucking made that shit up.
The design for Dr. Pryor was originally a design for Skinner.
All right, was it?
Yeah, one of the alternate designs that they just
scrapped.
They did that a lot in the early years, where you'd have a lot of potential designs. I think one of the designs that was meant for Martin, but didn't become his final design, obviously, is one of the background kids at the school. He has kind of a short ginger hair and a middle parting.
Right. Yeah. Fair enough.
I'll say we're well in trivia now.
Okay.
The opera that the Simpsons go to see is George Bizet's Carmen.
See, I thought that this was actually an opera.
This is a real opera.
Yeah, I figured it was. I just couldn't remember which opera, because I don't know my opera.
I don't know my opera either. It's not really making a thing.
No.
That's why I do a Simpsons podcast.
I'm not an opera podcast.
That's actually my second podcast that I record.
That's the one.
It was originally written with a libretto. And I know all of this because of my other podcast. We already covered Carmen on that podcast, which is why I know all of this. Which means the lyrics were in French.
Right.
However, the recording used in this episode, I don't know if you caught it, was in the Russian.
It's in Russian.
There's a sign outside that says...
It says now only in Russian.
That's because Fox already had the rights to a Russian recording of the opera.
Right.
And they were not willing to shell out for another recording in French. This has been our weekly segment, Opera Watch. Excited to see what kind of opera facts I can slip into
to the rest.
Homer's Odyssey.
Yep.
Oh, I have one more opera fact.
Ah.
The conductor of the opera is identified as Boris Zipovsky.
Okay.
Which is a play on the name of producer and supervising animator director Gabor Supel.
Right.
I never finished the opera corner or whatever I called it.
The opera segment or something.
Opera orgasms or whatever.
That's what it's going to be called from now on, though.
Ornamental opera origami orgasms.
Sorted. That's
the name of the new podcast.
Yeah. The new podcast. That one's been running for ages.
Years. I'm rebranding because I've ran out of operas to talk about.
That's fair.
Bart's line, "You're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't," can be heard multiple times during the song Deep Deep Trouble on the album The Simpsons Sing the Blues.
I did not know that.
You didn't know there was a blues album by The Simpsons?
Not at all.
Oh, well, we're going to dedicate an entire episode to it whenever we get to that point.
Whenever we get to the relevant point in time.
I think it was between seasons 1 and 2, maybe, or 2 and 3.
Right.
We'll have to sit and listen to The Simpsons sing the blues and cover it.
Oh, man. It could be either really good or really terrible.
I think it's going to be really good. Maybe I'll do another podcast where I talk about the blues.
Maybe. We'll start another one.
Yeah, I'm just using this as a launching pad.
That's it, yeah.
The design of Bart's visualization of the math problem was partially inspired by the art of Saul Steinberg. The increasing appearance of numbers derives from David Silverman's use of a similar tactic when he had to develop a set design for a play called The Adding Machine. Each successive scene in the sequence was shorter than the one before it by exactly 1 frame.
Huh.
Which is why it gets that kind of...
Yeah, that sort of rushed math
effect, like it's speeding up the longer it goes on.
Yeah.
Like a train.
Yeah. Till it gets maximum speed and then it's not speeding up anymore.
Then it hits another train.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Yeah. Aye.
That's how every train ride goes. It's amazing we can even get to anywhere.
And this is I don't know if this is true or not. I'm going to throw it in trivia anyway, but take it with the fattest pinch of salt you can muster, alright? If you listen closely, the squeaking noises off camera of Bart's classmates pushing in their chairs upon arrival for the IQ test after the bell rang are in rhythm to the tune of the nursery rhyme 3 Blind Mice.
Wait, what?
The sound of the students pushing their chairs in.
Yeah.
As they arrive, or pulling them out or whatever, as they arrive for the IQ test, is to the theme of 3 Blind Mice.
I kind of want that to be true.
I'm not going to bring up the episodes and double check.
Yeah, I know.
I'm going to go on blind faith that that's true.
I want it to be true, so it's true.
How does 3 Blind Mice even go?
3 blind mice, 3 blind mice, see how they run.
Oh, we'll discover more about that in our new podcast, 3 Blind Mice.
You know what? I was a child the last time I heard that, so yeah.
You're going to be hearing it a lot when we do our podcast dedicated to it. And we'll cover the Shrek movies, because they're in those.
They're in there, yes.
Yeah.
A lot less Three Blind Micey, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They're still Three Blind Mice.
My last bit of trivia.
Okay.
Dr. Jane Goodall,
right,
famous chimp doctor, obviously gets a shout out in this episode.
Yep.
She said she was honoured to have been mentioned in an episode of the show and even sent an autographed copy of her book to the writers.
All right, awesome.
Jane Goodall is a fan of The Simpsons.
Nice. Yeah. Awesome. That is good.
That's the end of trivia.
Yeah.
We don't need a name for that segment.
It can't just be trivia. We need something.
Android's Dungeon, baseball card, something to do with Comic Book Guy. I feel like he's a very trivia-based character.
He is. You thought of that, and I thought Three Blind Mice. I'll
do. Every episode from this point on, I'm going to say it's time for Three Blind Mice trivia. And then we'll jump into the trivia for the episode, which may or may not mention Three Blind Mice.
Probably not from now on. I
sincerely doubt
it. And it may or may not have anything to do with the show either. It might not actually be a true fact.
It might have something to do with the opera, though. There's at least one piece of trivia every episode moving forward where I won't know if it's true or not.
Yeah.
And maybe if I can't find one, who knows, maybe I'll slip in a fake one.
Aye, why not?
Why not?
Why not?
Keep people on their toes.
Yeah.
Don't believe everything you hear on Simpsons-based podcasts.
Don't believe everything you hear on any podcast.
Especially not ones about Three Blind Mice.
Or the opera. Or the Simpsons.
Or the Simpsons.
Any of them by us.
Is there anything else we need to cover?
We talked about the animation at the end of the last one, and I reckon the last podcast.
The last episode,
Yeah. I reckon in this one, the biggest difference was there was a lot more front-on shots.
Yeah, I think there's a lot more. The pacing of this episode feels a lot closer to not modern, but later episodes.
Yeah.
The first episode feels like
slow, very slow.
Yeah, all the scenes in this are very short. Besides that confession writing scene.
Yeah. But the pacing definitely was like way faster in this one, much more in keeping with, like you said, like later episodes, not like modern, but later episodes, and definitely in a way better a pace than episode 1.
Yeah, the animation I would say better than episode 1, but it's still not quite.
I think it is better than episode 1.
Yeah, I have a feeling this was later on in the production schedule originally.
Right.
I don't think this was meant to be episode 2.
Right. It's all so strange the way the series 1 is constructed. It's almost a wonder has ever actually got...
And by this point, it had taken off as a hit already.
Yeah.
Like it was out of the gates a smash hit. Which is incredible, looking back at the episodes now.
The way it was cobbled together in season 1. Yeah.
I have to start somewhere.
Well, yeah, don't get me wrong, it's obviously not their fault. It wasn't like they were intending on this shoddy sort of get up for season 1. It was obviously well planned out initially.
Mm-hmm.
But, things happen, so it's what it is. But obviously it worked for them, so. But it's shoddily put together as our podcast, so. Especially the one about.
Which one? Which of our podcasts? The opera one? I think the opera one is the best one.
No, it's the best name, hands down.
What was it called? What did I say?
Don't know.
That's when you know you're onto something.
Opera orgasm or something.
Orchestrated, operated origami orgasms.
That's the one.
The 4 O's.
Yeah.
Ooh. That's what it's called in the opera circuits, man. All right, I think we can go there. It's not going to get any better than that.
No, definitely
I'm fucking
not.
crying here, man.
Oh, fucking Jesus.
Thanks for joining us for another episode of Insert.
Oh, fucking Jesus. Oh, man. Oh, Jesus.
Okay. Well, thanks for joining us for another episode of Insert Brain here, a Simpsons podcast. I've been Connor.
I've been David.
And we'll catch you through the week for another episode of We'll see you next week when we come back to cover The Simpsons, Season 1, Episode 3, Homer's Odyssey.
Yeah, I had to think for a minute there for what that was called. Yep.
Even though we mentioned it in this episode.
Yes, we did.
Well, I mentioned a lot of things in this episode. Some of them might not be real.
Yes, yeah. Keep your eyes open for all the fake facts.
The Three Blind Men's podcast.
Did you say Three Blind Men?
I might have done. That's the other podcast that I do on my own.
That one's a food podcast, obviously.
Oh no, it's Three Blind Minsk.
Ah, right, Minsk. Right.
I might do a Three Blind Mince podcast though.
Yeah, Minsk.
Not Mince.
Not Minsk.
Or Minsk.
Or Musk. Or Minsk, the place.
Yes. Alright, that's enough of this. Goodbye. Welcome to Insert Brain here, a Simpsons podcast. This is episode 3. I'm your host, Connor, and with me as always is my co-host, David.
What's up? How's it going?
Today we're talking about The Simpsons, Season 1, Episode 3, Homer's Odyssey. Original air date, January the 21st, 1990.
Yes, that's the one.
What did you think this episode was about?
So basically, from what I could gather, having watched it like 3 times now,
Aye.
Nothing, I'm drawing a blank, man.
Well, Homer loses his job. Not his normal job that he has for the rest of the season as a safety technician at the Springfield nuclear power plant.
He's
something that he says
a technical supervisor.
Right, he's a technical supervisor.
No. He's not technical.
He's a supervising technician.
Yeah, because that's the job advert.
Yeah, he's a supervising technician.
Yeah.
He crashes his little car thing that he's using to get around the plant into a tube, which has some steam inside of it.
Which pops open easier than a fucking paper cup. Falls over, man. That thing.
Mr. Burns cutting costs.
I guess so, yeah. That shit's probably paper mache, mate.
But he gets outed for having popped it open.
Yeah.
And Sherry and Terry's
father?
Somehow Black Dad fires him.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that Sherry and Terry are like
whiter than white.
Very pale white, potentially Asian. So they usually draw Asian characters not as being yellow like the Simpsons are, but as being a very pale white.
Yeah, that's true.
So
maybe Asian or
a race unknown twins. Aye, something like that. Not black.
Well, it doesn't look like it.
No. What's their mailman looking like?
I was going to say the mailman or the milkman.
The milkman, the newspaper boy.
Something.
The old boy. Get them all tested.
Yep.
Yeah, and he gets fired and becomes suicidal.
Yeah.
Almost writes a suicide note on a bit of paper entitled "Dumb Things I Gotta Do Today."
Yeah.
Then goes to throw himself off a bridge
with a rock tied to his waist.
With a rock tied around his waist.
After carrying it all the way there.
And discovering another rock that looks just like it. And then Marge and the kids almost get hit by a car because there's no stop sign at this dangerous intersection. He discovers he has a new lease on life. A new lease on life to instill safety in the town of Springfield.
Yes.
Which he does for about 5 days.
Signs absolutely everywhere.
Signs everywhere. Signs for everything, like a bump in the road or a dip in the pavement.
Or a sign oncoming.
Oncoming signs.
Yeah.
Aye. and then decides he's going to take on his old boss, Springfield Nuclear Power Plant, because it's very dangerous.
Obviously, yep.
At which point Mr. Burns offers him his job that he would have for the rest of the series, and he takes that job.
Yes.
That is the gist. Yeah, that is the gist of the episode.
Yeah. Sellout, really, isn't it?
He's a massive... That's classic Homer, though. He's a bit of a sellout in general.
Yeah.
It's a very Tracy Ullman-esque episode.
Right, yeah.
It feels like those shorts feel, but on a bigger budget and a bigger scale.
Right.
Backgrounds are more detailed and there's more characters than there ever were in those shorts, but the characters really feel like they're straight out of early days Frosted Chocolate Milkshake type Simpsons.
Yeah. But, with the backgrounds there, they've still got this weird colour gradient thing going on. Everything's like bright pink at the edges and then white in the middle.
Yeah, everything's
of the screen.
Tapering
It's really
off.
strange.
It's really odd looking.
Yeah.
And there's some good... The visuals in this episode are really mixed. There's some really good stuff, like that POV shot from Homer.
Yeah.
When he's on the couch and Maggie pokes his eye.
Yeah.
There's that weird...
sort of camera shake almost.
Double image thing.
Yeah.
That's great. And then it's like... Then there's these shots of like these crowds. And they're just the most horrendous.
Jesus Christ.
Awful looking characters. They've gotten to the point now, even from season 2, I want to say, where not only did they take out all these ugly freak looking characters, because you can't have like a background extra who looks more strange and interesting than the main family.
Yeah.
But they've also taken out characters where they have Homer's beard or Bart's hair.
Yeah, I like alternate versions of them.
Yeah.
And must be like storyboard versions of them.
Probably, yeah.
Because why would you have them in otherwise?
Mm-hmm.
Why would you have that character otherwise? If you want your sort of character to be distinct.
Mm-hmm.
You want the people that are the main characters to be distinct. Which is probably why the bus stop thing gets nicked as well.
There's no one else in Hey Arnold who has a head like Hey Arnold.
No one.
There's no one in Courage. There's no other dogs in Courage the Cowardly Dog who look like a bean.
Aye, some roadkill bean.
We can jump into first appearance if you want. Our famous segment, Untitled First Appearance segment.
That's the one.
First appearance of Sherry and Terry.
Yeah.
Aforementioned racially ambiguous set of twins who terrorize Bart.
First appearance in the actual episode, because they're in the starting, aren't
they? Not at this point, no.
Are they not?
Bear in mind
the saxophone and stuff.
Oh shit!
They're in the.
You're right. So they are. I think they're in the saxophone.
Because when
Lisa,
but they look really big there. They look like 7 times larger than they are.
Yeah, there's really weird proportion stuff in that opening credits.
Yeah.
But yeah, first real appearance in an actual episode.
Yeah.
They're not in Bart the Genius or Simpsons Roasting on an Open Fire.
That's the one.
They don't make appearances in either of those episodes. This is their first.
Yeah. In episode proper appearance.
One of those character sets, I suppose, because there's 2 of them.
Yeah.
Who've kind of on and off been shoved under the carpet.
Yeah, I think they do fairly regularly get just shoved to the sidelines and
they're always there in the background,
back up.
But they're very popular in the comic books.
All right, yeah.
Which maybe one day we'll stop and take a look at those.
One day.
When we run out of episodes.
Oh.
In 15 years.
At least.
Jerry and Terry, usually Lisa-centric bullies.
Yeah,
because Bart has Nelson,
and
eventually also has Jimbo and Dolph and Kearney.
Aye,
doesn't also need Sherry and Terry.
Yeah, but in this one, they don't really interact with Lisa at all.
Lisa's barely in this episode.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah,
it's really Lisa's.
This school trip didn't actually have Lisa in it.
Well, Lisa's in a different grade from Bart.
Yeah,
Bart's 10 and Lisa's 8. Lisa's in Miss Hoover's class. And obviously Bart's in Mrs. Krabappel's class. Who makes her second appearance in the show after being in the last episode. Right. I love Mrs. Krabappel. First appearance of Otto the bus driver.
Yes.
His full name is Otto Mann.
Yes.
He was apparently designed after...
a footstool?
A footstool with Slash's hair
Yeah,
and Guns
so
N' Roses. He was designed after Simpsons writer Wallace Wolodarski.
All right. Did not know that.
But yeah, he appears obviously in the opening scene where he shows Bart his new tattoo.
Yeah.
Which, had the episodes aired in their original air order, would have set up Bart wanting a tattoo in Simpsons Roasting on Open Fire.
Yep. But obviously...
Obviously not.
None of that.
None of that.
None of that.
And then he appears later on, he's ordering a burger from Marge, her sexy...
Mr. Burger's, whatever
Mr.
it is.
Burger's Roller Inc. Burgerama, or whatever the hell that is meant to be.
That is short pinafore.
I would bury my face in buns there every day.
Those
Cut
burgers would not need any extra sauce.
Let me cut all that out.
Yeah. Cream buns, so I don't know, fuck it.
Fucking hell.
Jesus Christ.
I'd claim that here any day. First appearance of Jasper.
Yeah.
The old man with the big beard. In a non-verbal role.
Yeah.
He's a retired background man here.
Yeah, because he's in the town hall sort of gathering, isn't he?
Yeah. He's sitting behind Homer, staring forward and not blinking at all.
That's the one.
Because he's not animated.
Perfect.
First appearance of Blinky the fish.
All right, yeah, the three-eyed fish.
The three-eyed fish appears very briefly, floats up to the surface of the water.
Yeah, showing where the nuclear wastewater is rejoining the nature's water.
Yeah, having a lovely effect.
Yeah, clearly. All right.
Chief Wiggum, first appearance of Chief Wiggum.
Yeah, yep.
Different voice, I want to say.
I feel like
I don't know if it's a different voice actor or if it's just a different
way of speaking for him.
Yeah.
Maybe just hadn't quite settled on the character's voice yet.
He's kind of a little bit dumb.
Yeah.
And he has different coloured hair, but he's not what that character will become. He's not like a pig-esque moron. He has the pig nose, but he's not like...
Yeah.
He's not the epitome, the worst possible police officer in fiction you could ever be compared to.
Yeah, he's not there yet. Not there yet.
Not quite. First appearance and last appearance of Springfield's previous mayor.
Right, yeah, of course.
That guy that introduces Chief Wiggum and gets Homer at stop sign. That's the mayor before Mayor Quimby.
Yeah.
Diamond Joe Quimby.
Yeah.
Is only in this episode and he never shows up again.
Damn. Never actually thought about that.
No, me neither. I didn't notice that he was meant to be the mayor until I looked up the trivia for this episode. I was doing some research before we recorded. And yeah, that guy is meant to be the mayor. So you can tell that Quimby's the mayor because in every scene he wears a sash that says mayor.
Yeah.
I think first appearance of Larry and Sam.
Right. You're looking at me like I'm supposed to know who that is.
You know the two guys that sit at Moe's bar all the time? Not Lenny and Carl.
Yeah, Larry, sorry. Larry's got the black hair and that.
No, Larry's balding and Sam has a baseball cap.
Oh, right, okay. Never mind then.
If I showed you their designs, you would go, those two characters who sit in Moe's and are never...
I feel like I remember them from Hit and Run.
Yeah, I think we kicked them over in Hit and Run or something.
Yeah. I'm sure there's like a couple of missions that involve them. Don't you have to like pick up chicken crates or something like that?
That's for Cletus.
Oh, it's Cletus. Oh, yeah, so it is. Cletus and he's
there is something to do with Larry and Sam, I think. They're in the game, definitely.
Yeah.
Or they're not. And I'll cut this out, because I can't be wrong.
Perfect.
Good. First appearance of Smiling Joe Fission.
Yes. Yeah, the nuclear explainer dude.
Yeah. Good.
I figured as much with a name like Joe Fission.
He does appear in subsequent episodes, but only really as an image. He's the logo for the Springfield Isotopes, the baseball team.
Yeah.
So he appears in that capacity.
He's usually just a still, like a picture or a patch
plushie
or something.
Or a patch or a t-shirt or a hat.
Yeah.
He doesn't really have any more speaking roles.
Yeah.
And last, but definitely not least, first appearance of Smithers.
Oh, yeah. Black Smithers.
That
was a bit of a Michael Jackson going on there. The fuck?
So I've heard two conflicting stories on what happened here.
Right.
One is that some of the animators thought the show needed more black characters. So they were like, well, make Smithers black.
Yeah.
And then they realised that having a character who's very subservient to a character like Mr. Burns, who's a white landowner.
Ah, man, yeah.
That doesn't look very good, so they swapped him out and made him white.
Yeah.
And the other story is that it's an animation error.
I'm more inclined to believe the first one.
So am I.
Much more inclined to believe the first one. I feel like the second one's a press release as to why that is.
Slight animation error, but on the commentary track, they mentioned that they wanted a more black representation in the show.
Right.
And
they just
Smithers wasn't it.
Aye.
Yeah. Smithers was a poor choice.
It's a terrible or arguably a really good choice from the prospect of the fact that it's Mr. Burns.
Yeah.
He would.
I don't think Mr. Burns is a racist. I don't think he's never positioned openly racist views in the show, has he?
I don't think so. But I would
I'll
guess.
Keep an eye on him.
I would guess that if he doesn't, it's not because Mr. Burns, the personality, isn't. I would postulate that because he is not racist in the show because that would get The Simpsons cancelled off of the air.
I think he's not racist because he doesn't care about anything except money.
Yeah. Okay. I suppose. And at this point in time, what is it, like 1990 you said this was aired?
January 1990.
So at this point, it's one of those things, it would probably be, at this point, Mexicans would be the cheapest labor. So it would be, if anything, you would be arguably wanting to hire more Mexicans than anyone else. They would be cheaper.
Exactly, yeah.
At this time, they would be cheaper to pay because any especially illegal Mexicans would be cheaper.
Yeah. And then eventually outsourcing into countries like China.
Hands down, with a shadow of a doubt, this guy would not have a factory in America today.
This is a very serious territory for a show called Insert Brain Here.
Yes, it is.
Which talks about The Simpsons to get into.
And that is as far as we're going to get.
I'm going to cut it off right there.
Right there. Probably out. More likely. 4-minute long podcast.
I'm leaving it all in. Content is content is content. It's all being kept in.
Perfect.
First, Bart prank call.
Yes, Bart and Lisa prank call. Bart's talking, but they're both pissing themselves laughing.
Yeah, Lisa used to really enjoy the prank calls.
Yeah.
I miss when Lisa was more of a happy-go-lucky character.
Yeah.
Who enjoyed.
And like in Bart the Genius, when they were at the opera.
Yeah, and Lisa was
cracking up with Homer's antics.
Yeah, Lisa was also laughing at Homer's. Marge was the only one who wasn't.
Yeah.
But then also in Bart the Genius, Marge joined in when Bart is calling Homer a Kojibo.
Yes, aye. Yeah. They've all got their lighter sort of moments. But yeah, I definitely miss when Lisa didn't have quite so much of a stick up her ass.
Marge too. I feel like Marge wouldn't join in that kind of thing anymore. I had a stroke there.
All right. Perfect. Keep recording.
Keep going. It's all content.
Content's content, right?
The first time that Mr. Burns says excellent.
Yes.
I don't think he quite does.
I don't think he quite does it. I don't think he does like the
finger tensing.
Yeah, nothing like that. I don't think. I didn't see it. Well, I don't remember seeing that. I've seen it like 3 times in the last couple of weeks. Yeah.
It was the first use of the J in Homer J. Simpson.
All right. I didn't even notice that part.
I think it's when he says his name.
Right.
He's declaring that he's going to go out and look for a job, and he says, if I'm not Homer J. Simpson.
Yeah.
And he goes out to look for a job and he gets turned down by that weird looking half person. I don't know if you caught that when they're shutting all the doors in his face.
Oh, the one that was at the...
It's the second last one.
Drive-through or something? Like a burger place or something?
I think so.
Must be like a pretend yellow arches.
Little half man with like a pointed beak for and only one eye.
Yeah.
I'll put a photo of him in if we have some sort of a video podcast by this point.
Yeah.
Here's a photo of him, and here's a drawing by an artist.
Yeah.
Just awful designs in this episode all around.
Yeah. They were really pulling some of this out of the woodwork.
It was somewhere out of a bin.
Oh, Christ. It must have been. Some of these are really strange characters, like the crowd when he's talking at the power plant.
Mm-hmm.
That's insane.
Some of the worst looking characters in the show. This might be the worst
as well
animated episode of The Simpsons.
Well, character-wise, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aye.
I've seen worse backgrounds.
Yeah, the backgrounds they're not great.
They're not great, but I've seen worse. I think in Bartley Genius, the backgrounds were...
Was Bartley Genius worse than this, or was it better? One of the 3 episodes was better than this. One of the 2 episodes we watched before this was
one
better.
of the 2 episodes prior to this.
I feel like Bartley Genius was better than this.
You know what? Yeah. I think it was Bartley Genius that was better than Roasting Over an Open Fire.
Yeah, Simpsons Roasting on an Open Fire.
That's it, on an open fire, aye. Not over it, which they would actually be roasting, but sure.
This was technically the first appearance of Duff.
Right, yeah, the advert on the Unemployed network.
Yeah. But there's a can of Duff when Homer is sifting through the rubbish in episode 1.
Right.
There's a Duff there.
Yeah. But that was supposed to be afterwards.
Would have been set up in this and then.
Yeah, because he's...
but also...
This is kind of like the introduction to Duff with that advert.
Yeah. Same with this was meant to be the introduction of Mr. Burns.
Yeah.
Because that's why there's a big pull-out and in the music sting when he's revealed.
Mm.
I feel like this episode will make sense more coming after Simpsons Roasting on an Open Fire.
Mm.
Because Homer gets a better job in this with a raise.
Yes.
So it makes sense he would have more money here than he did in his previous...
Yes, it does. Without a doubt, it definitely makes sense in that aspect. But with the tattoo, with the Duff beer, and with other things, it would have made more sense before it.
Yeah. It was meant to come before it, but I just think...
I reckon it must have been in consideration about how they were going to rejig the episodes once they decided, or once they realised they were going to have to rejig them.
Aye.
I think that's probably why it ended up at much further down the line.
Mm.
Because the main part of the aspect of that show, of this episode, definitely makes more sense after Roasting on Open Fire.
Aye, yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah. We got any more first appearances, or we
That's our famous segment, Untitled First Appearance segment, finished.
That was much longer because I kept rambling.
I like that segment. That's my favourite of our many segments.
Yes, yeah.
In this
podcast. That's another podcast.
That's the other one. I'm not going to say what all those N's stand for, though.
No.
Nothing good.
No.
That's the podcast we have on the Joe Rogan channel. Called a whole bunch of N's.
Jesus.
If I sit forward in my chair, it doesn't make as much of a noise, but it's not as comfortable.
Yeah.
That part can actually get cut out.
Yes, it can. My ass is numb. This chair is very uncomfortable.
Well, that's getting kept in. Your ass is numb?
Yeah. I definitely need a better padded chair at some point.
There's cushions here. I'll use one of these.
It's all right. It's all right. I'll slip off the chair.
Right. This is good content.
I'm not sure if that's ironic or not.
Oh, it's ironic, all right.
I'm sure you'll end up rejigging it and having my ass numb somewhere where it really shouldn't be.
Here's a new segment for us.
Right.
It's called Boy, I Sure Hope Someone Got Fired for That Blunder.
Okay.
That's a Simpsons reference.
Yeah.
When the two twins are walking through the power plant explaining the meaning of the word incompetent to Bart, one of them's missing their body. They're just a floating head.
Yeah.
What's up with that?
Don't know, because they've got the background behind them, so it's not like it's just blank.
Yeah, you can see her hair through her body.
Yeah.
And the other one has a body. And I assume they would be drawn in the same style of animation.
You'd have thought they would just kind of copy and paste, essentially.
Well, maybe not copying. I think they have different movesets. But you think if you're drawing that style of animation and you draw one twin, maybe they didn't know they were twins, very hastily thrown together season and episode.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, that's the end of the segment. Boy, I hope.
Boy, I hope.
That's the end of the segment. That's the end of the segment. Boy, I sure hope someone got fired for that blunder.
Yes.
A brand new segment that I thought up and named on the spot.
Clearly.
And I think that's a pretty good name for the segment.
That is a good name for the segment.
I almost called it, what the fuck is this? I was like,
that would be easier to say.
I should probably try and work in a Simpsons reference.
Probably.
At least once an episode.
Yeah. It's not all, ooh.
It's time for 3 Blind Mice trivia.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Which is the name of our trivia segment, I've decided. It's called 3 Blind Mice trivia.
Yeah. Did we decide that in the last podcast?
We did, but I don't know if it was clear or not. So I'm restating it here. 3 Blind Mice trivia.
Good.
Homer J. Simpson, the J in Homer J. Simpson's name, is taken from Bullwinkle J. Moose. You know, from Rocky and Bullwinkle?
Yeah.
Rocky and Bullwinkle. Bullwinkle's full name is Bullwinkle J. Moose.
I did not know that.
So they took the J from Bullwinkle.
Yep.
They took the J from Bullwinkle J. Moose and attributed it to Homer.
Oh, nice.
There we go. There's a bit of trivia for you.
Awesome.
The cartoon at the power plant, you notice how it had those kind of scratches to make it look like it was an old-time cartoon? Do you want to take a gander as to how they got that effect?
Did they record it? Oh, well, make it and then just play it back on an old VHS tape or something?
No, they had the animation cells dragged across a cement floor.
Really?
Yeah. They just dragged them across a cement floor.
Nice. Fair enough. Well, that did it. Did the trick. It looked bloody good, that.
It looks very authentic.
Yeah. It was definitely, with the whole nuclear thing going on, the voice, the old-timey voice filter, the nuclear family. Jesus Christ.
Don't talk about the daughter from the nuclear family. Oh, she has no confirmed age.
That's true. But it's an episode from 1990. She's old enough now.
She's a gilf now. It's an episode from 1990, and it's meant to be an animation from the 50s. Are you tapping Professor McGonagall from Harry Potter?
I would.
3 Blind Mice trivia has gone off the rails.
You asked me a question. I figured a trivia question.
This was the first completed Simpsons. I'm getting it back on the rails. I'm fixing this train.
But what I was actually getting at,
right,
cut out the rest of this shit.
No, I'm keeping it in.
All right, fine.
Carry on.
What I would like to point out, what I was getting at with the nuclear, the filter on the voice, the effect that they made by dragging the cells across the concrete floor.
Yeah.
It's all really well done, to the point where it was making me think of Fallout.
I was just about to say that. Yeah, it's got a real Fallout feel to it.
It does.
I think Fallout might have taken some inspiration from The Simpsons. I have no source on that.
No.
Total fabrication.
But to be fair, Mr. Burns' nuclear plant could have been what caused it.
That's what we need the next Simpsons game to be. From Bethesda.
Oh, yes.
Fallout.
Wait, no, don't distract them.
All right, sorry.
Don't distract them. I want the next Elder Scrolls.
It's not happening.
It's gonna. Before I kick it, this shit's gonna happen. I have to make the damn game myself. Learn how to make a game so I can make it myself.
This was the first completed Simpsons script.
Yep.
When the script was written, Marge was called Juliet,
What?
I have it written in my trivia that she didn't have a name at the time.
Right.
I'm pretty sure she was called Marge in the Tracy Ullman shorts.
I think she was, yeah.
I think maybe the writers just didn't know her name.
Right. Juliet, though?
Because they thought like Homer was meant to be like Romeo.
Right. Okay, fair enough.
Romeo and Juliet.
Oh my God. Well, I'm glad they didn't go down that route.
The elderly couple that makes fun of Homer when he walks past him with the boulder. First appearance, by the way. I forgot
I was going to ask about them.
First appearance. They were supposed to be regular recurring characters who would offer off-kilter comments to what they would see, like the two old men from the Muppets.
Right. Aye. Yeah.
Waldorf and Zolotarsky, I think, are their names.
Yeah.
Statler and Waldorf. That's it. Statler and Waldorf.
Yeah.
Like Statler and Waldorf, basically.
Right.
Yeah, there's only so much you can really do with that kind of character.
Pretty much, yeah. Let's face it, probably have gotten old fast.
Yes, aye.
So, especially with it essentially just ripping off the Muppets.
That is the end of Three Blind Mice trivia. General thoughts on this episode?
Well, I'd hate to go to that park after Homer's been there because it's
you don't want
keep
a
off the
sign
grass
warning you that there was a bird's nest somewhere.
Oh, I didn't
sign
even see
warning
that
you
one.
that there's a bench ahead.
And the little dip in the road that Marge was talking about as well, the little whoo in the road.
I have one last bit of Three Blind Mice trivia, which I didn't write down, but I've forgotten. According to legend,
oh, okay,
in the crowd of freaks and geeks who are watching Homer, a little boy with a bandana bandit thing on his eyes, those absolute sideshow attractions. There is a skeleton and a happy little elf.
What?
I went through this. It's an official bit of trivia.
Really?
I went through this frame by frame and found fuck all.
I was going to say, I didn't see anything. I was scouring that thing.
I posted on the Simpsons Reddit page and was like, has anyone seen this?
Uh-huh.
Multiple people responded that they were aware of the trivia, but when they saw my post, they went on Disney Plus, went to view the episode, and couldn't see them. So I think
it's not just Disney Plus. We watched this episode on DVD.
We did. We switched to the DVD for this one.
Yeah, so this was in either.
It's not been censored out by Mickey Mouse.
Yeah, for some reason. But yeah, that's weird.
So yeah, there's a bit of fake trivia potentially. Maybe they're in there and just no one has met. But I couldn't see them.
Surely someone would have found them. Let's face it, frame by frame. People on the internet's got way too much time on their hands.
Simpsons fans are notoriously good at spotting this kind of stuff as well.
Well, they're going to be watching it at like 0.1 of a speed.
Yeah, frame by frame.
By individual frame, watching this through just to make sure. So there's no way that would be missed, surely. Surely.
Maybe I'll try and get in touch with someone from the show via email who worked on this episode and ask and be like, what's this?
What's up with this trivia nonsense?
I couldn't see them. I think they don't exist. I think
that's a bit of an original frame with this.
In the mail.
In the mail. Yeah. Yeah, just for evidence.
Recreational purposes.
Fucking recreational purposes.
I'll frame it and put it up in the recording studio.
Yes. That'd be awesome. That would be
awesome. To watch over us as we record.
Yeah, watch over the cutout of the episode trivia that we're talking. Because this shit will be cutting room floor if that's the case.
Yeah.
Right.
So there you go. That is really now officially the end of Three Blind Mice trivia.
For the third time.
For the third time, that is the end of Three Blind Mice trivia.
Till we think of something else.
That's definitely everything now.
All right. Good.
My notes have been closed. That is definitely everything. So yeah, I didn't like this episode.
I have watched it too many times to enjoy it now.
I mean, I don't dislike it. Maybe I should rephrase that. I didn't dislike it, but of the three we've watched so far, this is my least favorite one.
Yeah, without a doubt. Yeah.
I don't like the pacing. I don't like the Tracy Ullmanisms of the characters.
Right.
The pacing in the dialogue sections as well. When Homer's lying on the couch, it's like Bart says a line and then there's a pause of silence.
And then
Lisa says her line,
replies to the line.
and then there's a pause of silence.
Yeah. It seems like it's almost like they weren't even in the same studio.
Which is weird, because I think they were.
They will have been.
Yeah.
They would have been at this point, without a doubt. Surely.
God knows if they are now.
Probably not, no.
But I think they were at this point.
They would have been at this point.
Or at least for some of the recordings, but it just feels very stilted.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a classic as well.
Maybe with all the issues that they were having with the first season, maybe it was just one of those things that it was just like a rush to get some of the episodes finished.
Yeah.
So I would imagine they'd be way over budget by now, with having that company, screw up a whole bunch of episodes worth of stuff.
Episodes completely reanimated.
Exactly. So they'd be way stretched over budget, so everyone would be stressed and just letting things fall through, like the
Sherry or Terry not having a body.
Aye, exactly.
Or those crowd shots looking like...
Oh my God. Yeah, they really
like
just...
Korn.
Just...
Not the band.
No.
Like creamed Korn.
Yeah. It was...
Very rough.
Really strange. And it's like from front on with that crowd, you can see that, the same way like Bart's hair is his head. Yeah. Right? So it's like half the crowd is that. And then you see the back of their heads.
And no one has
everyone's got hair.
Yeah.
I think there's one person in that entire crowd that doesn't. Maybe two. Because I think they pan across it a little bit. But
yeah, they pan across when they go to Marge and the kids.
Yeah, but still, like, there's so many to start with. There's so many of them that they've got the head as their hair, but it's just really strange. Yeah. They look really weird. They look a lot more normal from the back.
Yeah.
So some of their heads are really not the same shape. It's just weird.
Just a real freak of an episode overall.
It seems like it was like a proper botch, maybe.
Yeah,
just everything coming together in the wrong ways. Yeah.
I think we're maybe shitting on it too much.
Probably are, yeah. We're looking back on an old episode, over budget, overworked. It's most likely.
It's not bad.
So, it's probably a hell of a lot better than I can do right now. I know. It seems like a bit of a shitfest on them there, but
you did what you could.
Aye, yeah.
And your best wasn't good enough.
Exactly. No, it
doesn't impress me with my 2023 sensibilities. I've seen 600 plus episodes of The Simpsons, Sonny. Maybe even 800 plus. I can't remember.
Christ.
How many episodes are in the first 33 seasons?
I really don't know. I hate to think.
So do I.
Because we've done 3 of these.
We'll get there when we get there.
I know.
We'll get there when we get there.
Yeah. They'll finish season 50.
Years by my calculations, by the way.
At least. Oh, fucking hell.
I did the 1 week per episode for how many episodes there were. 14 years. You're looking around for an exit there. There isn't an exit.
There's a window.
We're locked in now.
There's a window in 2 fucking 3 stories fall.
That's about enough on Homer's Odyssey. I think we're getting too cruel on this poor old geriatric half-baked episode.
Yeah.
I like the concept.
Yes, and some of the backgrounds were done pretty well, I have to say, with this one. Some of the backgrounds were nice. I loved that
panning shot with Blinky the Fish.
Yeah, that was really nice.
That looks like
looked
as
really,
good
really
as a season 3 or 4.
Yeah, that looked really nice. That was done well.
Trivia!
There we go. I told you the trivia wasn't done.
Fuck, 3 Blind Mice trivia.
Yep.
I'm not editing any of this together.
I know. It can stay where it is.
The writers and the animators actually went out to look at real nuclear power plants.
Really?
For inspiration
on how to lay out things and stuff.
Lay out and write and design. And like the car that Homer drives in, that's from a real power plant. The overhead walkway that Bart's on, that's real.
Yep.
Everything is pretty accurate except...
the pipe.
No, the pipe is accurate. Big pipes like that.
No, I mean the pipe just popping open.
Oh, just crumbling like it's nothing.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about what's not accurate is people walking around in hazmat suits.
Yeah.
They're in E.T.
No one will be walking around in hazmat suits. Especially when you're in an area with a tour going on, despite it saying extreme radiation on the doors on the way in.
Very hazardous. Enjoy your visit.
Yes, enjoy your visit. Yes, but other than that, you've got people walking around. There's several people, including is it Sherry and
Terry?
Sherry and Terry's father. He's not got anything other than a hard hat, I think, on. He's got a hard hat, maybe.
Yeah, I think so.
But he's not wearing a hazmat
Sherry and
suit.
Terry's questionable dad.
Yeah. And then, obviously, Homer's just driving around on a cart with nothing. I mean, to be fair, if anyone's going to forget the hazmat suit, it's going to be Homer.
Homer has in episodes walked through actual rooms with open nuclear radiation with nothing on but his shirt.
Yeah. Well, he's like, he walks around in the opening credit with a sticky uranium stuck to his back.
Fishes it out when he's driving and just chucks it out the window.
Exactly, yeah.
That inanimate carbon rod.
Aye, perfect.
Aye. Right, I'm going to call it there.
Yeah.
This has been Insert Brain Here, a Simpsons podcast, episode 3, talking about Homer's Odyssey.
Yeah.
I've been Connor.
And I've been David.
This is a T for 22 Productions.
Yes.
Have a good night.
Have a good night. Welcome to Insert Brain Here, a Simpsons podcast, episode 4.
Yeah.
I'm David, and with me, as always, is Connor.
Oh.
I expected you to say your name, but okay.
No. It's staying in. Today we're talking about Season 1, Episode 4, There's No Disgrace Like Home. Original air date, January the 28th, 1990.
Nice.
What did you think this episode was about?
Well, the general sort of plot is they go to Mr. Burns' family work picnic thing.
It might have been his birthday, but I don't think it was. Some sort of a work outing anyway.
Yeah, aye. They go to a work outing as a family.
At Mr. Burns' mansion.
At his mansion. And then there, he sort of essentially gets disgraced by his family in pretty much every way.
Yeah.
And then it's on the sort of the ride home with the other family, the co-worker family.
Yeah.
That he's like, oh, they're the
Gamble family.
There you go. the sort of angelic, perfect family, and these little shits are from hell. Yeah. His entire family. Maggie's from hell as well, apparently. To be fair, she was trying to kill him in another episode.
Maggie doesn't really do anything that bad.
No, nothing really at the party. Nothing at all.
She gets abandoned, I guess. That's about it. By alcoholic Marge.
That's the one.
And then obviously they go to the
family therapy that he sees on TV.
That's the kind of third act of the episode.
Yeah, and pawning their TV in the process to get there.
Aye.
And then they double their money because they didn't get cured.
So that they could buy the new TV. So they could
buy the new TV.
The TV they use going forward.
Yeah. So what it's about? Just Homer realising that he's not got a functional family, really, isn't it?
What I found weird about this episode...
Or like the perfect family.
Is that it feels like Homer feels very out of character here.
Yeah.
I can't imagine established Homer caring about his reputation.
No.
Or wanting to pawn the TV.
Not even slightly.
Worrying about what his family are making him look like in public.
Yeah.
If this was made now, surely it'd be Marge. Marge getting drunk at the party or the gathering or whatever. That would be Homer, surely.
Yeah. She's definitely not an alcoholic later on.
Yeah. She does mention in this episode that she doesn't usually drink.
That's true. She does. And the alcohol in the punch.
The alcohol, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of alcohol in the punch.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously she's in this, at least it's alluded to, that she's not used to having punch that has any alcohol in it.
Yeah.
So maybe when she was gearing up for the punch, she didn't really think that it was actually going to be alcoholic punch.
I think that must have been the case.
Yeah. So maybe not alcoholic Marge, but more along the lines of just drunkard. Accidentally pissed. Not that you're not going to taste the martini and whatever the hell else they've spike to punch with.
Well, I guess if you have an especially fruity cocktail, sometimes
It's true. I mean, they can be pretty drinkable.
The alcohol.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't really taste the alcohol content.
She must be one hell of a lightweight, I guess.
She had 2 or 3 cups.
Yeah. Why is she drinking a mug of it as well?
I think it's meant to be a paper cup.
It's got a fucking handle.
Does it?
It's got a handle. She's holding it by the handle afterwards and scooping it in.
Oh, right.
After she ladles the first one that we see her drinking in.
Yeah.
She's already hammered at this point. Well, tipsy at least.
Punch isn't really something we have here in the UK, like big bowls of punch.
No, it's not something that's commonly done.
So if you put that out here, someone would piss in it. 5 seconds into the gathering, it would be 90% piss, 10%, 5% punch,
5% spit, and
5% alcohol,
90% fucking piss.
And a certain percentage Buckfast as well.
Oh, several buckies that have been put in there, like
local reference.
Yes, yeah, Buckfast, the wine,
quote unquote wine.
Aye. Yeah, fucking swill.
Smithers is white in this episode.
Oh yes, yeah,
get
Smithers
right to the elephant in the room.
Yeah.
Smithers is back to his
white.
Correct colour based on all the other episodes that he appears in.
Yes, aye. He is white. He's bleached.
Yeah, he's not even yellow. He's paler than he normally is.
Yeah. He's like Mr. Burns' sort of colour.
Yeah, I wonder if they kind of...
Mr. Burns at several points is not actually white. He's yellow.
Yeah.
And he's usually an off-white.
I can't remember. I remember him always being yellow. I don't remember him being off-white.
He's off... In the other episodes that we've seen him in so far this season, he's off-white.
He's yellow. In those episodes,
he's a very pale
he
yellow.
He might appear
off
yellow. White. I think that's just animation errors.
Right.
I'm sure
it could be a colouring error.
The little figurine of Mr. Burns I have right there is yellow.
Yeah.
Standard Simpsons yellow.
No, I see that there. I'm meaning like in the ones we've seen so far, he is barely what you would consider yellow.
Right.
Lemon at best.
Yeah.
Right. And this guy ends up practically sunset orange. In one of the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like he's gotten tan out in the fucking sun.
I forgot to mention in the last episode, this is the 3rd episode where Mr. Burns appears without his original voice actor.
Oh yes, of course.
I mentioned it in episode 1 or 2.
I think it was one. I think it was one.
I mentioned it in the pilot episode of the show that Mr. Burns has a different voice actor in season 1. It's the guy who did Starscream.
Yeah.
And the original Transformers.
Yeah.
And Cobra Commander and G.I. Joe.
Right, yeah.
That guy.
Yeah. Awesome. So we're going to jump into first appearances.
Our famous segment, Untitled First Appearance segment.
That's the one, yes.
First appearance of Itchy and Scratchy.
Yes. Awesome.
I love those characters.
Yeah.
I really...
Wait. Is it first appearance?
It's first appearance.
Doesn't Marge go off in a whole thing about cancelling it? Or have I watched The Simpsons?
That is like
way later
seasons ahead.
Never mind me.
Are you doing a second Simpsons podcast?
I am not. I have watched a few episodes of The Simpsons though, much further on. Seasons ahead.
That's apparently. Way seasons ahead. We're seasons ahead.
Never mind that. You can cut that right the fuck out.
I'm keeping it on.
Oh shit.
First appearance of Itchy and Scratchy, who appearance. I adore. I would, if they made an Itchy and Scratchy real show and put it on Disney Plus, I would watch every episode.
Yeah, I'd watch it.
I don't have anything to say. Pretty standard appearance, except there's no title card.
Yeah. There's no Itchy and Scratchy show.
Or even just like the name of the episode. They usually put that in. It's not like a specific parody either. It's kind of a generic Tom and Jerry, but violence somewhat cranked up.
Yeah.
Not even cranked up that much, because
more
Scratchy just turns into a skeleton. Yeah.
Like, in this he just turns into a skeleton, but in some of them he
future ones definitely
profusely and other things like that.
In this one, it feels very tame.
It does, yeah, it does. But I can see that it's just basically a slightly over-exaggerated. They obviously wanted it to be a bit more violent version of Tom and Jerry, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Because yeah, okay, most of him turns into a skeleton, but he does roll his head out through the skeleton afterwards. So, yeah, I mean, you've got a little bit more.
He was probably going to do something more violent, but Homer turns the TV off.
Yeah, definitely.
That's fair. That's all right.
Yeah, that's
First
awesome.
appearance of Dr. Marvin Monroe.
Yeah.
A character who has since been phased out and doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's the one. I can't even remember when that happened.
It's soon. It's a few seasons in. He doesn't last very long.
No.
He doesn't make it past season 5 at the very least.
Right.
I've never been a fan of Dr. Marvin Monroe.
He seems like I think he's supposed to be a really sketchy character, but he seems like a very unlikable character.
Mm-hmm. I mean, also, if you've got Dr. Hibbert later on, he hasn't appeared so far, but he gets established, and so does Dr. Nick. We've already established. We've already established Dr. Pryor in the Bart the Genius episodes as the school psychiatrist.
Yeah.
You really need
another
fourth doctor character in the show.
Yeah. And let's face it, Dr. Nick could easily be a TV doctor.
Yeah, I think he is at some point.
Yeah, I think he is. I'm sure I've seen an episode where he's like got an advert on TV.
Yeah, I think
I'm certain.
Maybe in his first or second appearance. I have a weird... This is totally off track.
Yeah.
I feel like in his first appearance, Dr. Nick is a vet.
I get a funny feeling that's right.
Maybe it's
might
wrong.
need to... that could just be... That could be completely made up. But yeah, I get a funny feeling that might be right, though.
First appearance of Officer Lou and Officer Eddie.
Yeah, and Lou is...
Lou, yes.
White.
Not usually, and I don't think he's intended to be.
I don't think so.
This is an animation error, I assume.
Yeah.
I'll cover that in my other segment that I've spoken about.
Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there.
And last, first appearance of the Gamble family.
Yes.
They're the angelic family that Homer
They end up going to the family therapy because they're standing there.
One spot behind them. One spot behind them in the line.
Yeah.
You'd think that Homer would acknowledge that he's walked past the happy family
not even
inspired
close.
this entire tirade.
Yeah. No
reaction at all.
None. Didn't even spot them, clearly.
No.
Too busy staring longingly at that 250 smackaroonies that he's about to slap down on the desk.
That is the end of Untitled First Appearance segment, or whatever it's called.
When you think of something.
Nah.
Fuck it. Fuck it, they're here. I don't know.
Something I noticed is that fuck it, they're here as a name for it. Something I noticed about Mr. Burns' mansion is it has a really different design to what it usually has. It's got a kind of a Roman design. Yeah,
I noticed that. It's like Greek or Roman.
Yeah, kind of
the way it's with the pillars and stuff going about.
Romantic, is that the name of that design structure? They have like statues of Cupid everywhere, and something like the Romantic period. I don't have a podcast where I talk about architecture.
No, or anything factual based. To be fair. Just
Cupid's stone arrow, an archery podcast. It's the best
Perfect.
I got.
Yeah,
I've had better than that.
No, nothing. I have nothing at all. I'm only in this one.
Your microphone's always set up for the other ones. It's just me talking to myself. And what do you think about that bit of architecture? Yeah, me too. Yeah, it has a very different design to what it would later have.
Yeah, it does. It's very like almost gothic later on, I think.
Yeah, later on it's got a kind of, it looks like Bruce Wayne's manor.
Yeah.
Wayne Manor.
Yeah.
Later on.
Yep. But very very Roman sort of
Colosseum, Roman type pillars,
Greek, something or other.
That sort of design.
That sort of time period, at least.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it looks like, which is ridiculous because it would have to be Well, I actually, you know what? It's maybe not that ridiculous now that I think about it. I was about to voice something that would actually...
That wouldn't fly in an architecture podcast. Definitely, yeah.
But yeah, anyway, so the fact that, you know, it's in America and America's not got really any Roman buildings in it, but it does actually.
Yeah.
Because they were...
Vegas.
Yeah. No, I mean in like actual genuine Roman buildings. And it does because they were pretty much all... brick by brick, transplanted by the new wealth of the very rich people that were getting very rich in America. Because it was like fast wealth, and they wanted big, ostentatious buildings. And they wanted really old buildings, so they just basically thought this building from this part of the world in Europe was really nice. But they wanted it in America, but bigger. So they just like take things from there and just take it apart brick by brick and rebuild it in America.
Right. So it's not just It's not just Britain that steals.
No, it's not.
From other countries. Wow, good to know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, America was started by the British, kind of. So
what a trait to pass on.
Yeah, I know. All the traits to pass on. Yeah. And not the way we say herb.
Herb? Herbifully loaded?
No. The fucking herb. Herb, not herb.
Herb.
Yeah, I don't know.
Herb, yeah, herb.
Basil, all that.
Oh, that shit.
Oregano.
All right. Oh, that drives me nuts.
The worst one for me.
Yeah.
Aluminum.
Aluminium.
It's aluminium, mate. It's got a fucking eye in it.
That's put me on edge.
Yeah.
Let's move on to...
let's get that for the American audience.
No, let's keep it. Fuck them. Let's move on to our famous segment, 3 Blind Mice Trivia.
Yay. There we go.
Fox Accounting.
Yes.
We're really hitting it with the exciting stuff now.
Oh, yes.
Fox Accounting assigned all their shows a number.
Right.
The Simpsons was assigned 7G, which is a sector of the power plant where Homer works. That's where they got the name from.
All right,
nice. He works in Sector 7G, which is from the Fox Accounting number for the show.
All right, cool.
You might notice that they couldn't call the gelatin dessert dish Jello.
Yeah.
Because Jello is a copyrighted name.
Yeah, it is. Jello's a brand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's funny is at one point Jello wanted Bart to be their spokesperson.
Really?
Back in the Tracy Ullman days, yeah.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that. I've never heard that one
Matt
before.
Groening went to meet with them and he pitched some...
sketchy stuff, probably.
Yeah, some weird idea about calling it like Hello or something like that.
Oh, God.
And they were like, can't do that. Have Bart be like, Jello sucks and it's disgusting. Is there their spokesperson? And they're like, no, you can't do that.
That's fair. I can see why it never happened.
The idea that Mr. Burns would greet his employees using index cards was inspired by the way Ronald Reagan would greet people when he was president.
Oh, man.
He actually did that.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you got a lot of shit to remember.
When it's specifically Ronald Reagan, though, it doesn't say that all the presidents do that.
No, I mean, the modern presidents aside, he was one of the older ones. To be fair,
I was going to say Joe Biden.
That's what I'm saying.
You gave him a cue card, he would wipe his ass with it. He would. I thought that was where I was meant to put my adult diaper.
Oh, fuck.
This reminds me of 19 Decade I used to sit with the little boys. My shed.
Oh, anyway. God forbid you pass any little girl with pigtails in your room and all. Fucking hell.
Oh.
Jesus Christ.
Biden would be off with her, mate.
God, you really just need to if you don't know this about this man, you need to just look at some of the interviews where there happens to be some youngish
and he's just running
child nearby, and he's like
his Crypt Keeper hands down her dress and just
or like going in for a weird kiss. That's fucking strange.
Joe Biden.
It's
Mr. Burns
weird.
Is less weird than Joe Biden.
Yes.
Let's move on from this.
Yeah. Let's just keep that to the other podcast.
Bouncing Biden?
Yeah. Bouncing Biden.
This episode has the first mention of Mr. Burns' hounds. Back to the Simpsons trivia. First mention of the hounds. They're not seen, but they are mentioned.
Yeah. It's on the gate, something. We can't actually read the full sign when
Mr.
first
Burns
approach.
says it. He says, you have 10 minutes
I know,
before
but I mean, on the gate as well, there's actually a sign about the hounds or the dogs. I think they're actually referred to on the sign.
Yeah.
But you can't actually read the whole sign. And it also says, trespassers will be shot on the sign.
It says poachers will be shot.
Poachers will be shot. That's it. Yeah. Not trespassers.
Do you notice the piggy bank they get the money out of for the college fund?
Is that Bart's? It looks like it, doesn't it?
No, it originally had white eyes with black pupils, like everything does in The Simpsons world.
Oh, right.
They coloured them in black because it looked too creepy.
Oh.
To take like a piggy bank that had normal eyes and looked like they were drawing of a live pig and then smash it open.
Fair enough.
The happy family coming out of Dr. Marvin Monroe's office.
Mm.
The dad mentions that he's taking everyone for frosted chocolate milkshakes.
Mm.
It's a line that Homer used to say in the Tracy Ullman Show.
All right. I have seen bits of the Tracy Ullman Show sketches.
We'll cover them at some point.
We'll get there one day, but we
maybe we'll spread it out.
I have not seen most of it, to be fair.
Yeah.
So all of that information is new to me, or new enough.
The designs when they're getting shocked in Dr. Marvin Monroe's office. Mm. Those are actually close to their designs in the Tracy Ullman Show.
All right.
Like the smaller pupils, the wider gaps between the teeth, the wider gaps between the teeth.
Yeah.
This episode appears in the movie Die Hard 2.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
Well, it was a Fox movie. Die Hard is a Fox property.
So it is.
So they just slipped an episode of The Simpsons into Die Hard 2.
Where?
I think someone's watching it on the TV. It's either John McClane or it's the bad guy.
Right.
Whoever the villain is in that movie. I think I've seen Die Hard 2 twice in my entire life.
Probably. I've seen it definitely more than that, but
I've never seen the third one.
Have you not?
Never.
Right.
I've seen 1, 2, 4, and 5.
All right, fair enough. I've seen all of them at some point. You had a box set of like the first 4.
Yeah, I had that box set as well, and I never watched the third one.
Fair enough. But yeah, no, I've definitely seen Die Hard 2 more than a couple of times, but I just obviously blanked that part of it.
Yeah, aye.
But yeah.
There you go. Fun fact for you. First use of "don't have a cow, man." Bart says "don't have a cow, man" to his dad. It's the first time he's ever said it.
Yeah.
It's another thing that's going to be phased out.
Yeah. Also, in that particular scene, they're all having TV dinners at the table at this point. At the dining table.
They're having TV dinners in front of the TV, and then he takes them through to the dinner table.
He takes them he tells them they're going to have it in front of the table. Or at the table, not in front of the TV, that's what I meant. And for some reason, Lisa's the only one, I think. Lisa's the one sitting, the position sitting is you've got Homer on the left, and then Bart, and then Lisa. Yes. Right, I just remember the table, the trays, which one had potatoes. They've all got potato in their trays.
Right.
But Lisa's the only one with actual potatoes. Everyone else has got mash.
Really?
For some reason.
I never noticed that.
Yeah, she's got like physical, like round potatoes.
Baked potatoes.
Yeah.
Boiled potatoes,
baked
maybe.
or boiled potatoes or steamed potatoes, probably, because it'll be a microwave tin. It'll be have that film shit over it.
Aye.
You just pop some holes in it and then you shove it in the microwave.
Oh, I'm familiar.
Yeah, I've had a couple of those. You can feel your brain cells going. No bloody wonder the Simpsons are the way they are. That's what they eat all day, every day.
Yeah. Aye.
But yeah, she's the only one that hasn't either mashed her potatoes or had mash.
And she's not a vegetarian at this point either, so she has the same meal as everyone else.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I spotted that and I was like, all right, that's weird.
Man.
But yeah.
This episode was shown in theatres.
Really?
Before the presentation of the movie Short Time.
All right, so it was like a freaking long short.
Yeah.
You know, it was,
like before
the
Pixar
normally,
movies where they
used
to do it
4 to 8 minute shorts or something.
Yeah, they used to do it more back in the day. Like Looney Tunes shorts were often shown in the theatre before feature films.
There's like Home on the Range has got a short in front of it as well.
Yeah.
That's that sort of Jackrabbit.
Yes, I know the one you mean, yeah.
Yeah. Can't remember the name of the short right now, but yeah. Well,
the main character in Short Time, the movie, was called Bert Simpson.
Really?
Yeah. Just a coincidence that the main character was named Bert.
Not even related.
Simpson. No.
Not like physically related. I mean, like not even related to the fact that they saw that was Bert Simpson.
And they were like, slap the Simpsons.
A fucking Simpsons episode in front of it.
If I was the guy who made the movie Short Time, which is a film I have not seen or heard of, outside of this, I don't think.
I don't think I recognise it, to be fair, either.
I would have been really annoyed if I wrote a film. Where the main character was named Bert Simpson, and then someone was like, slap a Bart Simpson cartoon in front of that. So every time a character in the movie calls the main character by his name, you think of Bart. Simpson from The Simpsons.
Yeah, that would probably annoy me as well.
Aye.
And also, like, was it the whole episode of The Simpsons?
That's what it says.
Shit.
I'm going to look up Short Time and see what this movie is.
Yeah. Let's have a look at
Comedy action.
All right.
Directed by Greg Champion. That name sounds familiar.
All right.
As a result of a misdiagnosis, Detective Bert Simpson, played by Dabney Coleman, is told he has just weeks to live. He gains a new respect for his life and loved ones, but learns that in order for his wife, Caroline, played by Terry Garr, and son, Doogie, played by Kaj Erik Eriksson, to collect any insurance money, he must be killed in the line of duty. He then becomes the most reckless man in the police force, volunteering for dangerous assignments over the objections of his by-the-book partner, Ernie Dills, played by Matt Frewer.
Right. I definitely don't know the plot of this.
What the hell is this?
But other than the whole...
It's a Fox movie. So.
Yeah. Other than the whole police and things like that, the general plot though, that's The Simpsons have got an episode like that as well.
Did they?
I'm sure Homer gets a misdiagnosis about the fact that he's dying, and then gets like a new lease on life and appreciation for his family.
That does sound. I don't know if it's Homer. It might be Moe or someone like that. I feel like it might be a secondary character,
but
in a spotlight episode. That does sound familiar though. Wow.
Huh. That would really piss me off if that was my movie then.
Well, it has a 29% on Rotten Tomatoes.
You know what? Let it get brushed under the rug.
But not when we do our Short Time podcast.
Of course.
Called
what is this going to be, the Fox podcast or something?
Misdiagnosis Malpractice.
Oh,
a Short Time podcast. We're going to cover all the movies that have the word short in the title. Short Circuit 1, Short Circuit 2, Short Time, Get Shorty.
How many more have we got? This is going to be a mini series, right?
Movies with short in the title.
We're really going off on this one.
This bit's really falling apart.
Yeah. Well, aren't we? Aren't we on the trivia segment right now?
I have one bit of trivia left.
There we go.
3 Blind Mice trivia.
Yes.
This is the first episode to air in the UK.
Really?
Yep, it aired in 1996 on BBC One.
Wait, 96? Like 6 years after?
6 years after it aired.
Oh.
Slow in the pickup.
Yeah, we really got that one late.
We got the entire series late.
Yeah, we got everything late.
Wait a
minute. If this is the first episode that aired...
Yeah. In 1996.
This is episode 4 of season 1.
Uh-huh.
Why?
No idea, mate. Ask the BBC.
Was it maybe just the highest rated one of
Too
season?
busy covering up for Jimmy Savile to pay attention. It was screened with 5 million viewers. Slightly less than Dad's Army, which previously held the time slot. The episode also faced competition from ITV's screening of Sabrina the Teenage Witch.
Was that Sabrina the Teenage Witch?
The live action show.
The live action?
Yeah.
Not the animated?
No.
Because I think the animated is later, isn't it?
Animated is late 90s, early 2000s. This is a live action one.
Right. What year is that?
1996.
So that's actually...
That was actually airing at the time.
At the time.
Yeah.
Right.
It was also...
I have to say, I remember watching Sabrina the Teenage Witch.
So when this was on at the time, sat down
No. I was not, because I was not old enough for that.
Right. Okay.
I would have... At the time, when The Simpsons was airing, I do remember watching it while it was airing.
Me too, right? Okay, that's fine.
So it wasn't like I was sitting watching that instead.
I'll kick you off this podcast. You can go do your Sabrina the Teenage Witch podcast.
Yeah. Whatever the fuck that would be called.
Black Sassy Pussy.
Black Sassy Pussy, a Sabrina the Teenage Witch podcast.
Yeah, because of the cat.
Yeah. What's his name again?
Salem. He's my favourite character.
Yes. Yeah, he looks like he's a fucking stuffed...
It's a puppet, I think.
It's a puppet, probably.
I hope so.
Or a
cat that's been out of work for 30 years. This was also the first episode to air in Australia in 1991.
Right. They got it before we did.
5 years before we did.
Holy shit.
That is the end of 3 Blind Mice trivia.
It must be because episode 4 raked in more money or much more views or something. It's gotta be, because there's no real reason for it.
This wasn't even meant to be first in the original schedule before everything got changed around for Simpsons Roast and Open Fire to come first. Because it's the last episode that we're going to watch was meant to be the first episode.
Right. Yeah. It's got to be the viewing numbers, surely.
Yeah.
Surely it's got to be the viewing numbers. Maybe it was like the high for the series. Or maybe it was the first of the series that got really high numbers.
I think this episode is one of Matt Groening's favourites.
Okay, maybe it was that. I don't know.
Maybe that's why. Or maybe some Fox executive.
Or it was the lowest numbers, and therefore it was the cheapest episode to get.
Well, they didn't just get the one episode near that. They got the whole season.
Yeah, but why would you show the fucking 4th first?
I don't know. Not by any standards would you show this first.
Makes no sense at all.
Weird, strange, unusual.
And 2 countries doing it, at least.
Did you notice that Homer wears a striped polo shirt in one scene?
He does, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, when he's going to, because that's what he's wearing to go to the garden party thing.
Yes. I'm glad we're back on the episode now.
Yeah. Not fucking...
No. Let's just stick to the episode. We can't go back to any of that.
No. So yeah, he's wearing a striped polo. Is this a long episode?
35 minutes in.
Oh shit, we've done what, 2 segments?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's
So he's
get
wearing
on
a
with
striped polo shirt.
Striped polo shirt.
Kind of matching Marge. They're wearing almost couples outfits.
She's wearing like a plain pink polo.
I thought she had a stripe as well.
Does she have a stripe?
I think she does.
Maybe she does. But yeah, she's wearing a polo as well.
Yeah.
And some miniskirt or shorts.
I think something like that.
I think it's some short shorts. Real short shorts.
You're looking sweaty over there, mate.
It's fucking hot in here.
Right.
I'm next to a closed window.
Time for my segment.
Yes.
Boy, I sure hope someone got fired for that blunder.
And there's a few.
Why is Lou white?
Oh, fucking Jesus. I don't know.
Why is Lou white?
They were clearly wanting more black characters in this.
Right.
And they made Smithers black.
For some reason.
And then reverted it for this episode.
Whoever animated this episode wanted less black characters in the show because there are none.
I really do hope someone got fired for this. That's a good point.
There's zero.
Really?
Wait, there might be
a background.
There's a black
somewhere.
child in the room that Maggie goes into to watch the Happy Little Elves. Second appearance by the Happy Little Elves.
Yes.
I think it might be the same animation episodes from the first one as well.
Possibly. I would have to rewatch.
Yeah. Why is Lou white?
I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah.
It's really
Why
weird.
does Eddie, who's a cop, have a pink tie?
Yeah.
Because surely they would have... Lou's got
a blue tie. Or a greyish blue tie.
Grey tie, yeah.
Yeah. So why
would Eddie, in his police officer uniform,
bright pink tie,
have a salmon pink tie?
Aye. Yeah, it's fucking light and pink.
Aye.
The hell?
That's my phone.
No. I mean, what the hell about the tie?
Yeah, what the hell about the tie? There's a scene when they're eating dinner where Marge's necklace is only coloured red. Every second or third frames, there's one frame where it's white, so it flashes red.
Yeah.
Ah, man. Some of those character designs, they're not anywhere near as bad as in the last episode.
No.
But the people...
There's certainly little background characters anyway. There's a funky little weirdo kid in the nursery area.
Yeah, there's a few funky kids. The parents who are drinking punch, one of them looks like...
really fucking strange.
One of them looks like a Popeye character.
Yeah.
Like the noodle arms and legs and
like tits at her fucking abdomen or something. Not drawn at her abdomen, not hanging.
No.
Like drawn way down, really low on her body.
Chest. It's
really strange.
Bizarre.
Yeah.
What's that when they do that panning shot where they show all the people in the crowd as well? When they first arrive at the garden party.
Yeah.
The crowd movement, quote unquote.
Yeah. The two kids playing or something.
They're holding hands and just kind of rocking back and forwards.
Yeah. You might as well just be like them on a stick. They're like cut out on a stick is what it looks like.
That's
just
what it looks
wobbled.
Like as well when they're in the car with the Jello.
Yes.
Only Marge has her seatbelt on.
Yes, only Marge has a seatbelt on.
And there's no loose seatbelts for the other members of the family.
And we have just watched the opening credits
where Maggie is sitting in her car seat.
In a car seat. In a different car. But admittedly, in a car seat.
Mm-hmm.
And she is sitting on the back seat bench or back bench seat.
Yeah.
Holding Jello with no seatbelt.
Yeah. And the characters are meant to be bumping up and down because of the road.
Yeah.
But it's like
they're
their character models are just kind of moving up and down.
Yeah.
Totally static.
Yeah, the whole car, theoretically, should be doing some bumping. And yeah, I get it. They might be doing a few bunny hops here and there because they don't have a fucking seatbelt on. but still.
I know there was a point originally where they were going to do the joke that every character in the show wears a seatbelt besides Homer.
Right.
Because he's too stupid.
Yeah.
But they're not doing that here because everyone has one besides Marge.
Yeah, Marge is the only one. But if she was safety conscious, she would make sure the kids had one on.
Maggie's not.
She's just sitting there going, fuck it.
Why
fuck
not?
Them.
Aye.
Screw the kids and Homer. I'm the only one that's surviving this shit. I can start over. What the hell? But someone somewhere drew that took that that slide.
Yeah.
Or these series of slides.
Yeah.
Probably about a handful of them, probably, because they're just vibrating up and down, really.
Yeah.
But a handful of those slides, or cells, and drew that and drew her with a 3-point seatbelt.
Yeah.
Like a full seatbelt.
Intricate seatbelt.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And no one else.
No.
But they just started with the seatbelt and then got told, nah, we don't have time for the rest of it. Just fuck them.
They didn't even
they didn't even bother with the lap belts.
No, or
Nothing.
like not having the seatbelts behind the characters.
Yeah. Like,
it's as if the car was built with one.
With one, yeah. Just for Marge.
I think that's the end of the segment. I can't think of any other.
I can't think of anything
Boy,
else.
I sure hope someone got fired for that blunder.
Yeah. Goddamn, Lou was really a drop ball there.
Yeah.
That was...
Not an improvement from the previous episode, but still.
Yeah, a lot of blunders.
Aye.
It's really still shining through that it was like last minute, put everything back together again.
Homer's voice is very close to what it was in the original shorts as well.
Yeah.
It was meant to sound like someone. His original voice sounded like someone else. I think it was a presidential candidate or something.
Right. We've got that information somewhere. We've got it somewhere. Just having a quick look.
I'm not typing it into Google.
Not at all. Wikipedia, here we go.
Walter Matthau. Walter Matthau.
Get Wikipedia up and get it to play the name into the mic.
Walter Matthau. Oh, he's an American actor, comedian, and film director.
All right.
Called. There's no option to.
Shit.
I Google Walter Matthau. If I Google pronunciation.
Jesus Christ.
Walter Matthau.
There we go.
Walter Matthau.
It's a 3-person podcast now. You, me, and Google's pronunciation AI.
Aye. We should get Samsung's one up on there in this podcast.
Let's call it there. I don't have anything else to say about this episode.
I don't think so.
I thought it was alright.
Yeah. A bit of a weird
characterization
thing going on as well with Marge starting a whole fucking dance troupe.
Oh yeah, we didn't talk about that.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Yeah, next time. Or not.
Next time we're talking
next
about...
time we're on episode 5.
Bart the General.
Bart the General, yes.
Yeah, I've got it already.
Perfect.
See you next week for Bart the General.
Yep. I do. I don't know.
This has been Insert Brain here, a Simpsons podcast. I've been Connor.
I've been David.
Brought to you by T for 22 Productions.
That's the one.
Have a good night.
Yeah, have a good one.
Welcome back to Insert Brain here, a Simpsons podcast. I'm your host Connor, and with me as always is my co-host David.
That's me.
That's the one. Today we're talking about The Simpsons, Season 1, Episode 5, Bart the General. Original broadcast date February the 4th, 1990.
Very good.
I really love this episode.
Oh yeah, I like this episode too. So far it's my favourite.
Me too,
season, definitely.
Yeah. I love that dream sequence.
Yeah.
I want to talk about the dream sequence right off the bat.
Okay.
Maybe the highlight of the episode, or one of the best parts of the episode.
So,
before we actually jump into anything, what do you think the episode was about?
Okay.
What's the plot?
The general plot is Bart. Lisa's got cupcakes for her teacher in her class.
Yeah.
She's making those, and Bart wants one. So they're heading out to school, arguing about it. Otto gets one. Bart still wants one. Promises everything under the sun. Eventually gets one scooped up off the floor.
Butters Lisa up enough to get one scooped up off the floor.
Yeah, exactly. And then one of... we just heard his name.
Nelson?
Aye, thank you very much. It just went right out of my head. Nelson's... sort of goons, I guess.
His wee lackeys.
Yeah, one of his wee lackeys next to the box of cupcakes and starts munching a couple and then stomps on the rest of them after Bart threatens him to get them back. At which point Nelson rocks up, threatens Bart, Skinner does sweet Fanny all about it.
A very realistic depiction of a teacher.
Oh, very.
Seeing one student threaten another.
Yeah.
Aye.
Or at least for the time, anyway. Probably not now. I'm sure that
other
kid might have had the police called on him these days.
It was still that way when I was in school.
Yeah. You're not that much younger. Don't make it sound like I'm 95 here.
When I was in school,
yeah,
we were sitting playing Nintendogs.
Shit.
If you castrated someone else's Nintendog without their permission, you wouldn't do a damn thing about it.
It's true. I never had Nintendogs at school. Nintendo.
I never
the
had.
Company
I've actually.
Didn't exist. No,
it was a Japanese trading card company at the time. They made dominoes.
No, Nintendo DSs didn't. I think maybe the original DS might have just come out, but
I never had Nintendogs at all.
Oh, right. I had Nintendogs because it came with the DS.
Right. I got the one that came with Super Mario Bros.
I had the one with Lassie. You know, the Lassie dog in it?
Yeah, the German Shepherd. Not the German Shepherd. What was it called? A sheepdog?
Yeah, the Old English sheepdog.
That's it.
Yeah.
I'm glad, by the way, that this episode we've went off track in the first 90 seconds.
Perfect. So, anyway, the rest of the plot is Bart seeking advice from pretty much everyone he knows, every male family member.
And Marge.
And Marge.
Yeah.
Accidentally. Didn't really actually ask for it. She just offered it.
He got it.
But yeah, you got the help. But yeah, so just generally seeking help to fight Nelson.
Yeah.
And to deal with Nelson, actually, because he wasn't really specifically looking to fight him at the start.
Beaten to a pulp.
Yes, exactly. And consistently rolled home in a trash can. So yeah, he gets assistance kind of from Marge, from Homer, from his grandpa, and from Herman.
Yeah, aye.
And then Herman, with his help, Grandpa's help, and Bart, they all train up like a small army of kids to fight Nelson, resulting eventually in Nelson's capture and over at the Simpson household, where they basically stop playing soldier and have some chill fun time with some new cupcakes.
And that's the end of the episode.
And that is it. The end of the episode is Bart and Nelson cheersing to cupcakes.
I like that the end of the episode brings it round to the cupcakes from the instigating incident.
Exactly the same icing, just chocolate icing on chocolate cupcakes.
Yeah.
But yeah. I thought it was a good episode. Like I said at the start, it was definitely hands down so far
funny.
Favorite. Yeah.
Very creative.
Yeah.
It reminded me a lot of the early Simpsons games are based on Bart having dreams or nightmares.
Yes.
Or having a kind of overactive imagination.
Yeah. This was good because it was a lot. There was a good couple of times that he was like just imagining something happening or like picturing Homer, like the advice Homer gave him.
Homer watching him get beaten up. His advice fails.
Yeah, miserably.
Aye.
Just does enough to piss Nelson off. That's about it. More.
What did you think of Nelson? This is his first appearance.
Oh yeah, so it is.
This is now officially the beginning of our famous segment, untitled untitled first appearance segment. Aye.
So Nelson
Muntz.
All right. Mm-hmm. I kind of like Nelson because, not as a person particularly, but
I like him as a person in his later appearances.
Oh yeah, well, you definitely. But obviously he's just a bully at the moment. But honestly, by the end of the episode, you're not really sure what to think of him at the end because he's actually like just the last few seconds is like nice.
Yeah, he's. But definitely the last few seconds.
Yeah,
after
it's
that
the last few seconds.
Signed,
but
they sign a treaty to make sure he's going to be nice.
Yeah, exactly. But he didn't actually sign the treaty.
Not that we see. He agrees to signing the treaty.
Yes, he does.
I don't think it ever
immediately after that, after Bart suggests signing the treaties, that's when Marge comes out and saying, "Are you done playing soldiers?"
That's a fair point. I guess he doesn't He doesn't actually sign the treaty.
No. Which might explain some of the later bullying, I guess.
I don't think he really bullies Bart as much in the future.
No, not to any degree like this.
No, it's
But yeah, so it could be just the fact that, you know, like child bullies or that kind of thing where obviously like they wouldn't openly bully you in front of your parents. So maybe it was just being nice because Marge and Homer were there. More importantly, Marge, probably. But
yeah, I think there's future episodes where Nelson bullies Homer.
Yes, I think there are. But yeah, so it could just be that. But I like him as a character, and I think it's definitely a good thing he was introduced because Bart needed a sort of
antagonist.
Yeah,
he kind of gets replaced by Jimbo, Dolph, and Kearney.
Yeah,
who haven't made an appearance yet.
No.
However, this is the first appearance of the two Weasel brothers. That's Nelson's little lackeys. They're called the two Weasel brothers.
Sounds about right for the description, to be fair.
I don't know that they're brothers.
I wouldn't say they're... I mean, they might be.
They could be. There's nothing saying they're not.
But
they're
one of them's yellow and one of them's black.
Yes.
So...
Well, they look identical outside.
Yeah, they do. I mean, their faces, the way they're drawn and everything.
Their parents could be an interracial couple, and one of them's light-skinned and one of them's
entirely feasible. Yeah, but
they're not in the show.
Fair enough.
They're not in the show enough to really.
Not really warrant any depth look, I guess.
And they're brothers and not twins.
That's a good point.
Looking like they're the same age,
and they look almost identical in every other way.
Yeah.
I guess you kind of need an identifying feature between them. Otherwise, it'd be really strange. You would never know they're brothers unless there's two of them on there.
Yeah.
Or you would never know there's two of them unless there was two of them on there.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a good description for them, if nothing else, the weasel. Because stereotypically, when you call someone a weasel, they're usually like, they'll pick on you, but only if they've got backup.
Yeah,
And at that point, if they lose the backup, then they're just going to weasel their way out of the situation.
Aye.
Which they do as soon as Nelson's getting beat. They're like, "Oh, we were just doing
on the back foot." They abandon him.
Yep.
First appearance of Janie Powell.
All right. I cannot remember who that is.
She's a black schoolgirl who's kind of friends with Lisa. Her original intention as a character was that she was going to be kind of Lisa's Milhouse.
All right, okay.
She kind of gets sidelined. Yeah, she's not
left in the background, clearly, because
if I showed you a photo, you would recognise her.
Right. Okay.
She wears a pink dress.
Okay, vaguely.
I'll
drum up a picture on our third co-host.
Google search Janie Powell, a purple dress. Sorry, my mistake.
Oh, her.
Janie.
Yeah. Okay, I know that. Yeah.
Janie. Her most famous quote is, "Are you going to marry a carrot, Lisa?"
My God. Yeah, she was definitely left in the background.
Aye. I think Janie needs a resurgence.
Yeah.
First appearance of Herman.
Yeah,
Herman's military antiques, where you can buy Hitler's teeth for $25.
Fucking Jesus! When I saw that, man. I just want to know where he got the teeth from. It's not Hitler's teeth. No. Let's face it. Whose teeth are they?
I'm pretty sure Hitler's teeth were blown into the back of his head.
Yeah, they probably were. Yeah,
on the bunker floor.
But he doesn't have very many teeth, so maybe they're his.
That's a possibility. I'm a big fan of Herman.
Oh, I like Herman. He's a psycho, but I like him.
He's part of the darker underbelly of Springfield that you don't get much of now or in later seasons.
Yeah.
This is back when Snake was a dangerous character.
Aye.
Like Snake and Herman.
Yeah.
And kind of Moe fit into this sort of
weird sort of, well, not weird, but
seedy
yeah
background.
Yeah.
Aye. Lastly, first appearance technically of Old Jewish Man.
What?
First appearance of Old Jewish Man.
Okay. The old man with the long beard?
No, that's Jasper.
Yeah, I was going to say, I should have had a name.
Old Jewish Man. That's this character's name.
Oh, really?
That's his official name.
Wow.
He's the old man with the tracksuit on and the grey hair at the back of his head.
Yeah.
The only reason I know that his name is Old Jewish Man is because I used to play The Simpsons Tapped Out, the mobile game.
Oh,
and I unlocked him, and his name is Old Jewish Man.
Wow. Yeah, that's when you know you're not even a side character.
You're a background extra at most. When Jasper has a name and you're Old Jewish Man. First speaking role of Jasper.
Yeah. It is.
He was in Homer's Odyssey.
Bullying Grandpa.
They become very close friends in later episodes.
Yeah.
Where Jasper is like Abe's closest friend in the nursing home.
Yeah.
But yeah, in this one he just bullies him for his newspaper because he wants to steal his crossword.
Surely there's another newspaper in there.
Yeah, but he wants his.
Yeah, I know. He doesn't want to do the crossword. He wants to deprive Abe of his crossword.
He's probably already done the crossword in his newspaper and then forgot it with his dementia and now he's going to fill it out again.
There we go.
Get a different set of answers.
Sitting there
each
going,
time.
who the fuck filled out my crossword? What asshole got to this paper before I got to it? Well, I mean, Abe.
Yeah.
I'll go nick his one.
First appearance in name only of Miss Hoover.
Yes.
Who in this episode is Mrs. Hoover.
Oh.
According to Lisa. Must have been some sort of a divorce.
Single.
I've seen Miss Hoover in other episodes and I would divorce her too.
Oh, okay.
Very prickly woman. You're laughing at my use of the word prickly?
Yeah, just your
That's the
description.
best way to describe it. She's a prickly woman.
Yeah, she is.
Cunt.
That's the other way of describing her.
There's a specific episode. Let's not get into it.
Yeah.
That's the
we'll
end
get
of
to
my...
it when we get to it.
Yeah. That's the end of the segment.
First appearances.
Unnamed first appearance segment.
Aye.
That dream sequence.
Yeah.
One of the things that did occur to me that I don't think they could do now in the dream sequence is when Nelson is chasing Bart through the school as he's bullying Bart's the bullied child. And Bart picks up
a machine gun and like a Tommy gun
and fires it at Nelson.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh.
Also a collection of throwing daggers.
I think the throwing daggers would fly now. It's cartoony enough, but picking up a machine gun in a school and firing it at your bully.
Which he found in a gym locker floor.
Well, that's fine. That's America.
Yeah, but still. Yeah. You're not going to find any on a gym locker floor now, surely.
Come on.
Not a Tommy gun, mate.
I'm not a Tommy gun.
Maybe a fucking pistol. Maybe a 22 or something.
Maybe a 12 gauge shotgun. This is America, mate. Maybe if you looked in a bird's nest, you would find an RPG.
And a tank gun or something.
What's that in the back of the ice cream van? That's just my grenade launcher. Just in case.
Oh, fucking hell.
You're a mailman's strapped in America, mate. What's that you got there?
Certain parts.
Is that a package for me? That's a 44 Magnum, the most powerful handgun in the world. I know what you're thinking. Did I deliver 6 letters or did I deliver 7? Well, you feel lucky, punk. That's what America's like.
That's our fucking Fido Goes West podcast.
Fido Goes Postal. Clint Eastwood presents Fido Goes Postal.
Fucking jeez. Oh, man.
But yeah, I like the dream sequence. I feel like keep coming back to this dream sequence. Really creative visuals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's good.
And then coming out of the dream sequence with Nelson saying lunchtime because Milhouse is saying it's lunchtime.
Yeah.
Great stuff all around.
Yeah, it's very good. Definitely best animation. Also, just a nice wee point to make was the backgrounds as well on this are actually not that really stupid color gradient thing that's going on. They are actually just almost not quite one solid block color.
Mm-hmm.
But like the gradient is very, very subtle and not something that like really jars at you.
The animation on this episode was so good, in fact, that my recurring segment, I sure hope someone got fired for that blunder.
Yeah,
it's not happening this week because there's no blunders.
There's one I discovered or noticed. I didn't discover it. I wasn't the first person to fucking notice this shit. But I noticed, and I wouldn't say it's necessarily a blunder, but it's definitely a continuity issue.
Mm-hmm.
And that is Grandpa throwing water balloons at Homer from Bart's treehouse, which is in the back garden while Homer is standing outside the front door.
Yeah, that treehouse moves around.
That treehouse is in the back garden.
It's firmly planted in the back garden in future episodes, but it's kind of floaty
everywhere. In this one, when they kind of zoom into it at most places, most other angles, and most other segments, it's in the back garden as well.
There's a scene where they show it in this episode and there's a fitted light in the ceiling. Which it was so strange that when we saw it when we were watching it just now, you mistook it
for like a general, like an old general's hat.
Because that made more sense that Herman would wear a general's hat than that you would have a fitted light bulb with a shade inside a treehouse.
Yeah, Bart's treehouse.
I don't think that's there in future episodes.
I don't think so. You'd be lucky if you got a light bulb. I don't think he even has that because it's just a knocked together piece of wood.
It's Homer built it, so it's not a good treehouse.
You wouldn't want electricity run to that, surely. I mean, to be fair, Homer might run electricity to it. Then Bart would probably be fried.
I think Homer's too lazy to do that kind of thing.
But also at that same point, there is like an entire almost scale mock-up of a segment of Springfield on a very nice mahogany table.
I would assume that came from maybe Herman's Military Antiques.
He pulled out a map and didn't turn it around and go, I have a segment of this street we can just talk about. He pulled out a map to start with and shoved
a map
a
of an
dagger in
island,
it.
which is not Springfield.
Yes, yeah. And said that the Carthaginians knew the Romans knew the Carthaginians knew that the key to
Springfield was
Elm Street.
I love Herman. He's such a nutbag.
He is a fucking nut.
How rare is it? So name another character in an animated show who just has one arm. Not like he's a weird alien because he's an amputee.
Yeah.
Name another character in any TV show.
He is the kid that was alluded in the previous episode.
Yes.
Where
Mrs. Krabappel.
Mrs. Krabappel said about don't put your hands out the window.
Once a little boy put his hand out the window and lost his arm.
And then Bart makes a joke about being him.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's Herman.
Yeah. I have a bit of information about that in my trivia segment.
All right. Well, we can just jump straight onto the trivia if you want.
Yeah, sure. This is 3 Blind Mice trivia.
Perfect.
Great stuff.
I feel like I'm more excited than the last episode for that.
Yeah.
So I was like, woo!
I have good trivia.
All right. Woo!
I have 14 points of good trivia.
All right, do it again. Introduce it again.
I have 13 points of good trivia, sorry.
Okay. You have 1 point of trivia.
One of my points of trivia is first appearance, which is a different segment on this show. All right. Okay. It's time for 3 Blind Mice trivia.
Woo!
There we go. Fuck yes. Herman's story of how he lost the arm is a callback joke to Mrs. Krabappel telling the kids not to stick their arms out the window. However, this was going to be the start of a running gag where every time Herman appears, he has a different story for how he lost his arm.
All right, nice.
They only did one.
No.
Actually, I think there is a second example of this. Weirdly enough, it's in like season 28.
Huh.
It's way in the future. There's a different story of how Herman lost his arm. I think it's an episode where Herman also has his last name revealed.
All right.
So that's exciting.
Yes.
Excited to see that.
Yep. In 25 years' time.
In the punching bag scene, on the shelf, you clocked this when we were watching it. There's a happy little elf.
Yep.
And next to it, there's a Life is Hell bunny.
Yes,
From Matt Groening's original comic book.
Yes, yeah.
Here's a good bit of trivia for you.
Okay. I'm sitting down.
Edge of your seat.
Actually.
This episode had problems with the censors, who did not want the characters to say Family Jewels. Homer says it twice when he's talking about...
Really?
Yeah.
So is that why they put Grandpa?
The producers ignored the notes, and Family Jewels remained in the episode. The act of attempted censorship was reflected in the part where Grandpa Simpson writes an angry letter complaining of how sexualized television has become, and gives a list of words he never wants to hear on TV again, one of which is Family Jewels.
Yes. Yeah.
I think the other two are bra and crotch or something like that.
Bra.
Yes, crotch, because in a different episode of the show, episode 1, Simpsons roasting on an open fire, remember he says, don't get the laser anywhere near your crotch or your eyes, and they tried to fight it.
Right, yeah.
There we go, look at that. That was a bit of trivia off my noggin.
Alright, 14. You were right.
I was right. I've got it. I'm always right. This is the first episode.
Don't fact check any of this.
Especially not that stuff about 3 blind mice.
Ah, shit.
This is the first episode that John Swartzwelder wrote.
Okay.
He has written more episodes than anyone else in the history of The Simpsons.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice. Awesome. I didn't know that.
I've got big trivia in this. This is big trivia.
I am riveted.
This is 3 blind rats trivia. That's how big it is.
City rats as well. City rats.
3 blind alligators in the
fucking
sewer.
Alsatian.
Bart confronts a soldier who says he's lost his nerves, to which Bart responds by slapping him and saying, I won't have cowards in my army.
Yep.
Grandpa then slaps Bart and says, you can push them out of a plane, you can march them off a cliff, you can send them off to die on some godforsaken rock. For some reason you can't slap them, they'll apologise to that boy right now. This is a reference to real-life General George S. Patton slapping a soldier who was in the infirmary dealing with PTSD during World War II. Patton was subsequently required to publicly apologise and was removed from the front lines as a result.
Fucking hell.
Yeah. The same historical events that are dramatised in the movie Patton from 1970.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
There you go.
Very good. Very good. No, I didn't clock the exact reference, but I clocked that it was a reference.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that before.
Yeah.
The Patton thing.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's fucking mad, that.
Big trivia.
Like you said, still on the edge of my seat.
When a boy kisses Lisa and the kiss is photographed, obviously that's a reference to the famous picture of a kiss in Times Square on VJ Day.
Yeah.
However, the woman in the real photo, Greta Zimmer Friedman, stated in 2005 that the kiss was non-consensual.
Yeah.
She was grabbed very hard and kissed by a perfect stranger without agreeing to it, which means the scene in this episode is prophetic of the revelation with Lisa getting angry and slapping the boy who kissed her.
Yeah.
The Simpsons predicted it.
Yeah, they did. We need a new segment for this shit, because there's a lot of this shit.
We'll get to it.
We'll get there.
We'll get there.
But we need a segment for that, because it's going to be a whole thing.
Oh yeah.
Also, we're going to have to edit old podcasts when new stuff gets done. Turns out it's prophetic as well. But yeah, I did actually. I remember that story actually like happening. Yeah, I remember reading about that.
Me too.
When it was.
I don't think I read about it. I think I heard about it.
I probably heard about it and then read about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I remember that. That happening. Yeah, there you go.
The boot camp sequence has multiple references to Stanley Kubrick's Full Metal Jacket.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, the sunglasses reflection.
Sunglasses
I love
and chewing on. That's incredible. That's straight out of Full Metal Jacket.
Brilliant. That's possibly the second best piece of animation on there as well.
Yeah, in this episode.
Yeah. Obviously, just this episode. Obviously, dream sequence number 1.
Yes, aye.
Yeah.
Herman's appearance, minus the amputated arm, is inspired by John Swartzwelder.
Is it?
Yeah, the guy I just mentioned who wrote the most episodes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Based on his appearance. Minus the missing arm, but including
Hopefully
the cigarette.
not as crazy. But either way, good mind.
He's written the most episodes of The Simpsons. I think he's a little bit nuts.
Yeah.
This is the first Star Wars reference on the show.
Yeah.
In fact,
that's at the end, isn't it?
Yeah. Bart says the Star Wars trilogy.
Yeah.
Which goes to show how old this episode is, because there's been 11 movies.
Oh, shit. I always forget how many of the
4 or 5 live action TV shows and countless animated shows.
God. I always forget about how many there are. I'm still of the mind that I'm not that old that it's still a trilogy in my mind when I think of Star Wars. But when I think of Star Wars, there's 6 movies. There's only 2
Star Warses. There's the Star Wars 1977 and there's the Star Wars Christmas special. I stopped watching after 1978.
Oh man.
The shot of the helmet lying on the ground. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
That's taken from The Longest Day.
Yeah.
Aye.
Yeah. That's good.
This episode, along with Seinfeld, the tape, were used in a Dartmouth College experiment to study brain activity in relation to humorous moments in television shows. The results were published in a 2004 issue of the academic journal Neuroimage, whatever. The researchers noted...
No one's going to know.
The researchers noted, during moments of humour detection, significant brain activity was noted in the left posterior middle temporal gyrus and left inferior frontal gyrus.
Fair enough.
Very nice.
Yeah. Brain terminology. I don't know it.
Bits of the brain. Things went boom boom clap. Things lit up. In the old noggin. The scene in which Bart is being chased by Nelson in his dream, our favourite scene, as well as Homer's fight with the punching bag, were taken out of syndication due to violence.
What? Oh, with the gun.
I could understand them cutting out the gun.
But the whole scene, though? The whole sequence?
You could probably cut out even the bit with the knives and just have the bit where Nelson's chasing him. And Homer fighting the punching bag.
He just bit it.
Yeah.
And ripped a bit of the punch bag off. It's not like the punching bag was a punching bag with eyes and a mouth.
Yeah.
It wasn't a punching bag that resembled and was stuffed to resemble Nelson and then ripped apart.
Yeah.
It was just a punching bag shaped punching bag. What the hell's wrong with that?
Who knows?
Well, they won't cut Itchy and Scratchy.
No.
They rolled a Scratchy
head through his corpse in the last episode.
Through his skeleton in the last episode. That was alright.
And
that's mild stuff for Itchy and Scratchy.
Herman's voice is based on George Bush Sr.
Right.
No.
Bush.
George Bush Jr.
Aye.
The original the George Bush who was maybe president at the time of this airing, I think. Because it was Bush, then Clinton, then Bush again.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
There we go.
One thing you can say about Bill Clinton, he's always deep in the bush.
Yeah, it's probably why there was some issues.
You know the scene at the end where they're throwing all those water balloons on Nelson? That's set to the theme from the movie Patton.
All right, nice.
It was originally going to be set to the song War, What Is It Good For?
All right. Any reason why it changed? Or do you know of any
just
reason?
felt that it wasn't fitting. It wasn't like a licensing issue. They had the rights to the song and they were like, this just doesn't fit, right? Yeah. Or maybe if it was that they didn't get the rights to the song, but they animated it originally with Patton. And then they were just like, oh, this actually fits way better.
Right.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Look it up on your own.
The fuck are you listening to this for?
Fuck off.
Our one fucking listener.
It's like, alright, I guess I'll...
I
guess.
Alright.
That is the end of 3 Blind Mice trivia.
Perfect. Very good.
Lovely
very,
segment.
very good.
A beautiful segment of 3 Blind Mice
I'm
trivia
so
today.
close to the edge of my seat, I'm on my back.
Oh, you can sit back now because it's finished.
Alright, so what do you think about this?
I love this episode. I know we said that at the beginning, but I think it's easily the best episode so far, and I think it's also the best representation of what the show would become in the next couple of seasons.
Right.
Not quite what it would become at its
Height,
modern
I
era
guess.
or height.
Yeah.
But season 2, 3, and 4
Mm-hmm.
definitely feel more in tune with this than they do with the previous episode.
At the moment, yeah.
What's the previous episode called?
Shit. Wait. God damn it,
I can
man.
sit this on the arm of my chair.
This whole time. Well, at least we're only on episode 5 when you discover you can rest the mic on the arm of your chair.
Family. The Simpsons.
Something. Something at home. It's like a disappointment at home or some shit. Something like that. What's that?
There's no disgrace like home.
That's it.
Let me get it without the chair creaking. There's no
I'll say it. This way it's on a different track. There's no disgrace like home.
There's
Oh, fucking hell.
Here's a fun fact for you, not quite a bit of trivia. Even though Miss Hoover gets mentioned in this episode, she doesn't appear in this season.
Really?
Yeah,
Not at all. Huh.
Oy.
Well, what a cunt anyway.
Fucking hell.
Where? Oh, man.
Oh, okay.
Oh, shit. We're getting there.
We're getting there. We're closing in. All right.
Yes.
So, something I noticed was that the tears when Bart's crying in the bathtub.
Mm-hmm.
I find it really funny when Homer dries his tears with the
hairdryer.
The hairdryer and blows his entire face back. It looks like that animation reminds me of in Weird Al Yankovic's Drive-Thru.
Yeah. When you turn the radio on. Yeah. Stuck in the drive-thru.
That's the one, stuck in the drive-thru. But what I was getting at originally is the janky animation when Bart is crying looks very un-Simpsons.
It does.
In fact,
it's really strange.
If anything, it looks more like The Land Before Time.
Yes.
When you saw like a it's got that kind of very childish or aimed at children animation from the 80s, late 80s, early 90s that you would see in something like A Land Before Time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I kind of noticed that when it like, because you get a close-up of his face.
Yeah,
and that's when it's like really noticeable. It's really strange.
Yeah.
Also, that like we get X-rays in episodes in The Simpsons of Bart.
Yeah.
So we know where his skull is.
Mm-hmm.
When Nelson's hitting him, his skull is bending.
It's
into
becoming
all
like,
sorts of different
like
shapes.
A sack of potatoes where it just becomes, or a sack of grain where it becomes deformed wherever Nelson is hitting.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
I love the anticlimax of that fight as well.
Yeah.
But Bart rocks up. He's like, put your hands up. And Bart puts his hands up and then he punches him in the face like 10 times.
Yeah.
And then they chuck him in the bin.
And he's just like, all right, well.
Guess we can.
A crisp handshake.
Toss you in the bin and we'll see you tomorrow for the same treatment.
Yeah. Does 3:15 work for you? one of the Weasel brothers.
I think the Weasel brothers moved to Shelbyville.
Did they?
They disappear from the show, and then I think in like a much later season, in the 20s ish, they show up again in like a one-off appearance, and Nelson's like, I haven't seen you in a long time or something, and they're like, yeah, we moved to Shelbyville. A different school or something like that.
Fair enough. Huh.
Aye.
I guess they've got to dredge up a few characters here and there.
You have to do something when you're on season 29.
Aye. But yeah, no, it's good. I think have we not covered something?
Homer says that Grandpa has grey hair. Something I've noticed. Something that just occurred to me. Homer sees Grandpa throw water balloons at him, and then he calls
him the kid with the grey hair. The
tall grey-haired kid. Or tall geriatric grey-haired kid or something like that.
Something like that. We may have added the geriatric part.
Does Grandpa have grey hair?
He's got spikes like Bart.
Yeah.
At the top of his head.
Yeah.
He doesn't have any hair. Not that I noticed.
Or is that his head? I've never really figured it out with Grandpa. That could just be the wrinkly part at the top of his head.
No, it's like right at, you've got the wrinkly part and then right at the top he's got some spikes.
But there's an episode, right, where Grandpa is asleep and Bart puts the Hoover on his face and it sucks all his wrinkles down to make him look like Homer.
Right.
And it sucks that stuff on his head down and gives him a flat head like Homer has. So that's just a big clump of wrinkles at the top of his skull, man. I think.
So is Bart just really wrinkly?
No, that's Bart's hair, because there's episodes where Bart gets a haircut.
Yeah.
He gets a bad haircut in the episode where Santa's little helper needs an operation.
Right.
And they shave some of his spikes off, and you can see like the round part of his head.
Right.
And I think there's an episode where he gets enrolled in a military school, and they shave his head there.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Huh. Oh, yeah, and Simpsons, the season 1, episode 1.
Simpsons roasting on an open fire.
That's the one. Marge smooths out his hair for church.
Yeah, that happens. It's like a temporary design in that episode because he messes it up again.
Yeah.
But that's like Bart's de facto church look going on.
Yeah. Obviously being bullied into it by Marge.
Yeah.
Before they go. So yeah, it definitely is his hair. So, but not with Grandpa for some reason.
Who knows?
Whatever.
I'm happy to call it a day, the reviewer.
Yeah, I think so.
I think we've fully covered The Simpsons season 1, episode 4.
5.
I think we've fully covered The Simpsons season 1, episode 5. Bart the General.
Yep, that's the one. Thank you for sticking around.
We'll be back next week to talk about
episode 6.
Morning Lisa.
Yeah. Aye.
I've been Connor.
I've been David. And this has been a T for 22 production.
This is Insert Brain here signing off.
Awesome.
Have a good night.
Have a good night. Welcome to Insert Brain here, a Simpsons podcast. I'm David, and with me as always is Connor.
Hello.
We're going to be doing Series 1, Episode 6, Moan and Lisa. The original air date is February 11th, 1990.
That's the one, aye.
All right. What do you think of the episode, Connor?
I thought it was really good. I have to say, I think it's really refreshing to get a Lisa-centric episode.
Yeah.
The past 5 episodes, I think, have all been Homer-centric or Bart-centric.
Yeah.
We had Bart the General and Bart the Genius.
Yeah.
Homer's Odyssey.
Yeah. And
Simpsons roasting on an open fire.
That's kind of both of them, really. But
yeah, it's mostly Homer.
Mostly Homer, yeah.
It's very refreshing to get a story that focuses on Lisa and makes her just a central character. The B plot about Homer. Should probably say what the episode's about before we jump right in.
We probably should, yeah.
Lisa is sad, just generally depressed.
Yep.
She doesn't know why. None of the people at her teachers at her school are interested.
Yep.
As they wouldn't be.
Basically, her parents aren't really interested either.
Homer's concerned, but he's
Homer's more concerned about his video game playing.
He's well-meaning. He tries to cheer her up, but he doesn't really get it.
Yeah.
Marge has her own things with her mum and her upbringing that she is making it difficult for her to help Lisa with the issue. Yeah.
She's been taught the wrong thing, really.
Yeah.
For her life. And
then Lisa meets Bleeding Gums Murphy.
Yep, that's him.
And gets really into jazz music. He was already into it before.
Yeah, but like
meets like a real life jazz musician.
Yeah.
And Marge learns to
accept her kind of thing.
Her upbringing and become a better mother and help Lisa with the help of jazz music to get out of this depression.
Yeah, exactly.
And then the B plot is Homer wants to be good at an Atari boxing game so he can kill Bart.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. After about, 50-something losses.
48, I think.
48 at the time, before
humiliating
several
losses.
humiliating
he
losses.
Gets at least one in the episode, so that's 49.
There's two, because it's 48 and then the start of that fight, and then there's another fight.
There's one where he gets his head punched off.
Yes, that's the second fight after that one.
Is there one before that?
Yeah, well, so you've got the 48 losses, humiliating losses that Bart says and introduces, and then he loses that fight. So that's 49. And then he gets his head punched off like the next day.
Oh, right, yeah, that's...
and
my brain just
so there's like 50-something. Or it'll be 50, I think. Probably almost exactly 50. 50 or 51.
If he says 50 at the end.
I think he does say 50, actually.
A 50...
Win
he
streak,
says he has a 50 win streak, undefeated. He's going to retire.
Yeah, because just before he lost, Marge pulled the plug. I would have divorced her.
Oh, man. That's a divorceable...
If we were playing Battlefront 2
Star Wars
and
Battlefront
fucking
2.
power got cut off.
If I was playing the Simpsons wrestling on PS1.
Yes, aye. Any of them, mate. Any of them.
I'm certain a lot of the shots of Bart and Homer on the couch with the joysticks. I'm sure that those animatics have been used to promote a Simpsons game. I think one of the earlier ones from the 90s, it's one of the side-scrolling arcade type games.
Right.
I'm sure that was used as like footage of Homer trying to play the game in it. Or something like
Fair
that.
enough. I don't recollect that myself, but yeah.
Yeah.
I can imagine that they'd have cut something together for that, surely. But yeah.
I must have done.
All right, so you were saying about...
Right, yeah, I really loved that this was a Lisa-centric episode, because so far season 1 has just been Bart and Homer.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
So to focus entirely on Lisa for an episode, the B-plot that Homer... It's barely even a B-plot. It's really, 3 scenes?
Pretty much, yeah.
The second of which is during a Lisa scene.
Yeah.
It's really just 2 scenes. No, sorry, it would be 4 scenes, because he loses the fight. He loses the fight again when Lisa's there. He trains. At the arcade. What's the arcade called?
Oh, yeah. Bloody well read it in the
Bleeding
thing.
Gums Arcade.
What's
it called? Hold on. The arcade appears in multiple episodes. It's not just in this one.
You recognised it as soon as I said it before. This is the first time it's there.
Of such and such arcade. I'll figure out what it is afterwards.
Fire up the episode, mate.
I'll insert the audio right here of me reading it.
Aye.
Days from now when I'm editing this episode.
Yeah, it's the one.
It's the Noiseland Video Arcade. That's the one. There we go. I've just said it.
Yeah, perfect. Not badly edited. And
now I'm not going to say it again for the rest of the episodes.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, he goes to the...
Anytime we reference it, it'll just be...
the same audio that I've just...
Arcade.
He goes to the arcade.
Yeah.
And he sees a young lad.
Aye, some
young
little shit with his glasses.
The weird pin dot eyes with no white around them.
Like Snoopy, you know.
Looks like he's walked out of the Peanuts.
Yeah.
Playing Sluggerfest, whatever the game's called. Slugfest, right. All these kids are gathered around because he's still in his first quarter,
and it's like
he's undefeated. He's beat hundreds of people,
hundreds of fights or something.
Insane.
Yeah.
And Homer barks like a little doggy.
Aye.
So the kid will teach him how to play the game well. And then he almost beats Bart before Marge pulls the plug out. And I recognise a lot of those sounds that Homer made.
Yeah.
They're all too familiar to play in sweaty matches of Battlefront 2. Star Wars Battlefront 2.
Oh, Red Faction 2, mate.
Never speak to me about Red Faction 2 again.
Oh, shit.
A distant memory.
Compartmentalised right out into a whole different segment, mate.
At some point, we'll need to play the Simpsons arcade game.
Yes.
For this channel.
Yeah. That'd be awesome.
Oh, at some point.
Aye, one day.
Whenever we get to the point in Simpsons history where it was released.
Yeah.
Which is not that far off, actually.
So shit, we need to start actually finding that.
There's a version you can buy now.
You could probably get it.
The arcade machine, and I would if I had space for an arcade machine.
I don't have space for an arcade machine. I've got a whole house
to
deal with that. So yeah,
there's no space for not right now.
No. At some point,
once we have a separate warehouse where we record all of our episodes.
Yeah. Then we can fire a Simpsons arcade machine right there.
Aye.
Whether or not it works is
before
another
we
matter.
declare bankruptcy.
Perfect.
Nice one.
Yep. All right. First appearances. Are we on there?
Exciting news.
Oh,
okay. Untitled first appearance segment of the show now has
the title.
A title.
Yes.
Ion Springfield.
Perfect.
That's the theme.
I want you to cut that and use that exact clip of you doing that for every fucking episode now. Introduce that.
The best part is, I think I got it wrong. I think I got the end wrong. I don't think it goes. I think that's like Countdown or Wheel of Fortune or something. I'll cut that out and I'll put it in every single episode. First appearance, of course, of Bleeding Gums Murphy.
Yes,
I love Bleeding Gums Murphy.
He's awesome.
I think we're two of the only fans of Bleeding Gums Murphy in the world.
Probably. I like him. He's not creepy in the slightest. No, which is strange.
He could have easily been a very creepy character.
Very easily.
He's playing the jazz saxophone on Homer's Suicide Bridge.
Yeah.
Late at night, and then this little 8-year-old girl comes over to him.
Fucking Jesus.
Very easily could have been an odd situation, but I think his demeanour and his personality,
like, just
you don't even think about the fact that it could be creepy while you're watching it.
Exactly, and even though Marge like rocks up and yanks Lisa into the car and apologizes for fearing the unknown, I think
she says, "Get away from that jazz man. No offense, we just fear the unknown."
Yeah, but yeah, you don't even really think about that, and even then, it's barely actually that much of a thought. It's like it's just a sort of a funny sort of quip at that moment, but I never really thought of him as a creepy sort of person or anything like that. So it seems to be all perfectly innocent there. There's any. It's not even brought into question, really. Yeah. And that's nice, because it's definitely probably not the case if you just an 8-year-old rocked up onto a bridge in the middle of the night
playing jazz with an overweight black man.
Pretty much, yeah.
Bleeding Gums Murphy, of course, voiced by the legendary Ron Taylor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
A theatre actor who created and starred in the musical It Ain't Nothing But the Blues.
Right, yeah.
Struggling to wrap my mouth around getting that out there. He also appeared in shows such as Star Trek, Deep Space Nine. I think he was a Klingon.
Right.
And Twin Peaks.
Oh, of course.
He was in Twin Peaks. He's the wrestling coach in about 2 or 3 episodes.
Right.
Mostly in season 2, I want to say.
Right.
So Nadine has a...
Oh, we're now onto the Twin Peaks podcast. What's this one called?
Black Coffee and Cherry Pie.
There we go.
Or no, it's called Black as Midnight on a Moonless Night.
There we go.
A Twin Peaks podcast. He's the wrestling instructor. Nadine loses her memory and becomes super strong and believes that she's a high school girl. And because of her super strength, Ron Taylor's character, who's the wrestling coach and gym teacher, gets her into the wrestling team.
All right.
That's the role that he plays in Twin Peaks.
Fair enough.
Yeah, sadly passed away in 2002 from a heart attack.
All right.
Very sad.
Yeah.
Very sad. Big fan of Ron Taylor and his role, especially in Twin Peaks.
Well, obviously, yeah.
You have to be pretty memorable to be in 3 episodes of Twin Peaks not in a weird character capacity at all, who's an outer Black Lodge or an FBI agent who has a hearing aid that makes him scream everything he says. Just a normal person in the town.
Yeah.
And to still be memorable.
Yeah, exactly.
First appearance of Jacqueline Bouvier.
Right, okay. You're going to have to explain.
Who do you think that is? Take a guess. Hazard a guess.
Jacqueline
Take a stab
Bouvier.
In the dark. That name sound familiar to you at all? Where were you on the night of September the 11th, 2001? I like the night, not the day when it fucking
happened.
Right in the morning.
Where was I after it happened?
Yeah.
I'm fucking home. We got the day off, mate.
I remember being in school for that. I was in primary school and we did not get the day off.
I was at school and we got the day off.
Because I went to a Christian primary school. We had an assembly about it.
You had an assembly about it, but you didn't get
on the day of 9/11, and they were talking to us about what 9/11 was and how it just happened that day.
All right.
Let's not talk about 9/11 anymore in our Simpsons podcast.
Let's
not.
We'll
get to 9/11.
We will. Yeah.
There's some 9/11 stuff in this show, and we will get to it when
we will get there. Yeah. We
not
will.
Right now.
No.
Who do you think Jacqueline Bouvier is?
Jacqueline Bouvier. All right. Think fucking episode.
Important character in Simpsons history. I'll tell you that much.
I made it no clearer.
That's Marge's mother.
Oh, right. Fucking hell.
She doesn't appear like she normally appears because she's normally an old lady.
Right, yeah.
She appears in the flashback with
looking kind of like Marge, basically.
With Marge's normal voice.
Yeah.
Marge's child self, by the way, who is normal Marge now shrunk down.
Yeah.
Same dress, same red pearls, same haircut, same shoes.
Yeah.
She looks like that as a child and as an adult. And then during high school, when she meets Homer, she looks totally different. She has different hair and a different dress style.
Yeah. Yeah. I think they put a little bit more effort into young Marge or teenage Marge, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's like an entire episode.
Yeah, aye. Focused around
it. It's not like a 5-second flashback.
Yeah, exactly.
You just need to quickly get across to the audience, this is Marge as a child.
Yeah, aye.
And that's it.
This happened to Marge, and this is why she's the way she is.
Mm-hmm. So, first appearance of Jacqueline Bouvier.
Fair enough. Yeah, I didn't. I couldn't have told you Marge's mother's name clearly.
Patty and Selma are. I thought Bouvier would get it across because it's Patty and Selma Bouvier. Because they never married.
I couldn't have told you. Couldn't have told you. Patty and Selma, that's about as good as it gets for me.
First appearance of Janie Powell.
All right.
Who's Janie Powell, David?
You know, this is a whole new segment. This is a whole new segment of question David about who the fuck people are.
It's my favourite part of this show is where I name a character.
And I look at who they are. Absolute zero recognition in my face.
Tell me who that is, David.
And I'm just like, I don't know.
Janie Powell is a character who appears briefly in this episode. She's sitting next to Lisa in the cafeteria.
Oh,
black girl.
Yeah, with a like purplish. Is it purplish hair?
She has black hair, but she has a purple dress on.
Fair enough. That's something.
No,
Wait a minute.
It doesn't do much here, but she's Lisa's friend. She was meant to be basically what Milhouse is to Bart for Lisa.
Aye.
And then they went in a more direction where Lisa doesn't really have any friends, and so Janie kind of gets shunted to the side.
Right, aye.
Becomes a background
She's
character.
one of the suggestions, she's picking up like mashed potato, suggesting Lisa to join in the food fight.
Yeah. That's Janie Powell.
Right. Fair enough.
First appearance of Ms. Barr.
Oh, right, yeah. Of course.
You fucking liar.
I have no idea. I'm
going to start making up Simpsons characters.
Please
Ms. Barr is a character that I didn't know their name. I had to research for about an hour to try and find anyone who knew this character's name. Ms. Barr is the gym teacher.
Right.
Who gets replaced after season 1. I think this is her only appearance.
Really?
She gets replaced by Mrs. Pommelhorst.
Oh,
it's a very funny name.
Yeah.
For a gym teacher.
Yeah.
Ms. Barr. Her appearance reminded me of the gym teacher from Carrie.
Right.
Carrie, 1976, Brian De Palma film.
Yeah.
The kind of shorts and the top tucked in and the brown hair tied back in the ponytail.
Yeah.
And the shouting. Very much a Harry gym teacher. I wish I could remember that character's name.
Don't even look at me.
There you go. First appearance of Ms. Barr.
Fair enough.
Last but not least, first appearance of Howard.
You're looking at me like I'm supposed to. Is that the kid that was chatting up Lisa?
No.
Okay.
Howard is the little boy that plays the video game in the arcade.
Oh, right. Oh, the little shit with the glasses.
Yes. His name is Howard.
Right, okay. Oh, yeah, because his mother comes in and...
I think she says Howard too.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to include Howard, but apparently he does appear in at least one other episode.
All right.
His mother never shows up again.
Fair enough.
Out of the show.
Probably for the best. She does think Homer's a bit of a creep.
Yeah.
It's
to be fair,
understandable.
This was an era where if you were a grown man who went into the arcade, which is populated just with children, grown men didn't really go to arcades and play video games.
No.
Nowadays, if you see a child
it's those kids growing up, isn't it? They're still going to the arcades.
Yeah, if you see a child in an arcade now, if you can find an arcade and see a child in it, you will be shocked.
Yeah. Doing anything more than screaming and crying because they get dragged away from the TV over there.
From their tablet, iPhone,
fucking
iPad,
something.
Whatever.
AI fucking robot tickling their balls. I don't know.
The Will Smith movie?
Yeah, pretty much.
That is the end of our segment. Eye on Springfield. That is not the end of that song.
No, it's not. I don't think you've done 3 different endings and none of them are right, I think.
I think it ends with someone going, "Eye on Springfield," but I'm not doing that. I want the song to end after I say
Eye on Springfield. Yeah.
I'll fix it. I'll figure it out.
Yeah, fuck it.
So yeah, let's get back to the episode.
Right.
I have a criticism.
Okay.
It's not so
Bart's
much
wandering eyes.
I don't know. Oh, I'll touch on that in a different segment.
Okay.
I have a criticism of the show from a story perspective, and it's not just an issue I have with The Simpsons. It's kind of something that I've noticed in a few different movies and shows from this era. It happens in Adventures in Babysitting as well.
Okay.
Which is where a well-to-do, or at least middle-class, white woman or girl ends up in a blues club filled with black jazz and blues musicians. It sings a blues song about her middle to upper class white girl problems in America.
Yeah.
And all the black jazz and blues musicians are like, hell yeah.
Yeah.
I do not think that if Bleeding Gums Murphy were a real person, he would dig what Lisa Simpson puts down.
Probably not.
I think he would say, Lisa Simpson, these are not real problems that you have.
Yeah.
Your mother gave away your cupcake.
Yeah.
And your dad is a little bit stupid.
Yeah.
And your brother can be annoying sometimes. Lisa Simpson, these are not real issues that blues is about.
No.
Adventures in Babysitting, the same thing happens.
Yeah.
And I love that movie, but
yeah, aye.
It's something that you couldn't do. You couldn't do it now.
Yeah,
for good reason.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that in like the fucking SGWs have taken away our white girls singing blues. I'm saying this is
no. It's like
what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah, you really wouldn't be doing an episode about that now. And yeah, you're right. It's for the best.
Mm-hmm.
It's not really a.
Yeah. What does Bleeding Gums Murphy sing his blues song about in this episode? I can't remember.
Was it about his wife leaving him or something?
I think so.
That may have been made up by me, but I honestly couldn't. He sings like 2 lines of it, and then they change it, and then Lisa takes over with her
song about being a
saddest grade 2 kid.
Lisa Simpson, know your privilege.
Exactly. This guy's on the suicide bridge playing a saxophone.
Was Bleeding Gums Murphy going to kill himself, do you think? He's standing on the edge of the bridge.
He's sitting on it.
So
he's sitting over the edge of the bridge.
Playing the saxophone.
An old rusty saxophone that he says himself.
Maybe he was planning.
That's the only thing he's got left. That's what he says.
He says that in his song.
He says that in one of his lines.
It's to me now.
It's the only thing he's got left is this old rusty saxophone. Or this old rusty horn, I think he calls it, or something like that, to make it rhyme, whatever it is.
Yeah.
But, he might have been
ready to throw himself off the bridge.
Yeah. I mean, he could have just been without a home at the time, or just in the mood to play the blues and went out for a walk. It seems like a really odd place to go, considering Homer found a boulder there, ready to fucking yeet himself off of the bridge after dragging one over there. So,
and where's the stop sign?
Yeah, I pointed that out. I pointed that out when we were watching
the stop sign?
Where the hell is that stop sign?
Fair, you don't see the stop sign in the episode in Homer's Odyssey.
No, you don't.
They never show you the stop sign on that bridge.
Is the first picture of Homer with a magazine? That's the only time.
Newspaper.
Yeah, I imagine.
Same thing, whatever.
Newspaper, the newspaper article, the first one. I think it was in that. It was a picture of Homer with a stop sign at the bridge.
Maybe.
And I think that was the only time you actually saw it.
In the video version of the podcast, I will confirm or deny that claim.
Yeah. There's a lot of that going to be happening in our podcast.
It's interesting as well that Marge, Bleeding Gums Murphy, as you just pointed out, sings about being without a home. And the Simpsons family do not even consider taking him in.
Nothing.
Every other episode where a minor acquaintance, like Gil, has been, or Otto has been without a home, they've been housed in the Simpsons house.
Yeah.
And I get that this isn't like a Bleeding Gums Murphy episode.
Yeah, but
it's
still
not his spotlight episode, but
yeah. Obviously not that charitable at this point.
All I'm saying is, would the Simpsons give Lenny a space in their home and not Carl?
Well, at this point, maybe, because he's not black yet.
No, Carl.
Yeah, well, he is now.
Carl is black at this point. He hasn't appeared in this season.
Oh,
You're thinking of Eddie and
that's
Lou.
It, yeah, Eddie and Lou. Yeah.
Those are the
wrong ones.
The other white and black duo in The Simpsons.
Wrong ones. I forgot.
Yeah, aye.
But yeah.
Try not to think about that part too hard.
Yeah. I don't think it was really meant like that.
I definitely don't think it was intentional, but I think it. And at the time, there wasn't this precedent that
they would have done that.
There wasn't this precedent.
That's one, yeah. Aye.
That they would have taken someone into their home if they were without a home, because those episodes hadn't happened yet.
Exactly. Yeah.
But in retrospect, with the entire 600 plus episodes, that does seem a little bit
odd. Yeah. But there's also 0 point in that where Marge is looking at this guy standing on Suicide Bridge, as we're going to call it now.
Yeah, that's the official name of it in the show, I think.
Fair enough. Well, there you go. It's standing on Suicide Bridge, and Marge would now know it as Suicide Bridge as well. It's where she went and talked Homer off the edge, essentially.
Aye.
Rocked up, grabbed Lisa, and went,
Sayonara.
Carry on, pal. As you were. So, I reckon he might have been ready to go. I reckon he was just playing like one last song before he went.
And then Lisa inspired him with her song about how hard it is to be a white girl in second grade. And he went, you know what?
My problems aren't bad after all.
I'm going to live. I'm going to live.
My problems are nothing compared to this little girl.
My teeth are falling out, my gums are bleeding, my wife's left me, I have no home.
He did say that he's not been to a dentist. He's got enough pain in his life as it is.
That was an exact quote.
Yeah. I feel bad for this man. I feel like
we don't really get a Bleeding Gums Murphy spotlight episode that I can remember at this point.
No.
He died. Spoiler alert, I guess. He dies a few seasons in.
Yeah.
Killed off because he was Let's not talk about it right now.
Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there.
It's time for it's time for a new segment.
Yeah.
It's time for the segment. Boy, I sure hope someone got fired for that blunder.
Exactly.
Let's talk about Bart's eyes.
Oh, fucking hell. That was creepy as shit. You had to remind, I didn't even spot it the first time. I was looking at the background.
A shiver ran down my spine.
Oh.
Homer's looking for his keys, and Bart says, check the den.
Yeah.
But I think
Which turns out the living room by the looks of things. Or a second living room.
Because it's the couch from the living room, but there's a fireplace in the background.
Yeah.
Which is in, or it could be there's a living room with the couch and the TV.
Mm-hmm.
And then just to the right of that, there's another room with another couch and the piano and the fireplace.
Right. Okay. So these guys are like not well off. Really not well off. Yeah.
Yeah.
But they've got 2 living rooms?
That's America. Houses in America are
to be fair, if the house is the same age as the cars, or thereabouts when they bought it, then they bought it in the 70s.
There's a lot of places in America where the houses are large and they have a lot of like a front garden, a back garden, little side gardens.
They're also quite run down and not very well looked after.
Low rent areas as well.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. I can see that. You just we're in the UK. That just doesn't happen.
It doesn't make any fucking.
If you got 2 living rooms, you got money.
I've been in houses with 2 living rooms before, and I was like, "Holy shit! I'm in the house of a James Bond villain."
Yeah. Well, my gran used to have a house with 2 living rooms. It was in the centre of Edinburgh.
That's insane.
Aye. Yeah. Well, it sold at the time, and this was before the housing market went up. A lot, and it sold for like a lot of fucking money. It didn't even get on the market. It got bought outright privately. Yeah, that's how bloody popular it was. And that had 2 living rooms.
Man.
Yeah. It wasn't even that big a house.
Back to Bart's eyes.
Back to
Bart sends Homer to look for his keys in the den.
Yeah.
And then there's a solid shot of Bart, and his eyes glide down in a smooth
his pupils.
Just his pupils.
His eyes don't seem to move. Just his pupils, like someone took them, selected just 2 of his pupils, and then just dragged them down.
Yeah.
To a lower part of his eyeball.
It's
weird.
It's like in Scooby-Doo when a painting has its eyes move.
Yes. Yeah.
Or like in a horror movie where a doll's eyes move.
Yeah, it's weird. It's really weird.
That's not meant to happen.
No.
It's such a creepy shot for no reason.
Yeah.
I think
if they didn't need to move.
There's one shot in this where Marge's necklace is white instead of red.
Yeah, aye.
That's all the animation issues.
I think so, yeah.
This is a really good episode overall in terms of animation.
Yeah, aye. Drawing of E.T. in the band.
Yeah, I'll throw him under the bridge here.
Off the bridge under the bus. That's the one. There we go.
It's an overpass.
Sure. We'll go with that.
Yeah.
Why does he need to fucking rock if it's an overpass? I mean, it's Homer, but
the one in the episode is a real bridge with a river under it. I'm throwing him off a different bridge, which is an overpass. So you'll go over the bridge and under the bus.
There we go.
This guy is in the jazz band. He's the musician furthest right in Bleeding Gums Murphy's band.
Yeah, right at the end of the episode when they're panning across from right to left.
In the jazz hall.
Yes, in the jazz hall.
And he looks like not.
I think he's a bassist or a guitarist.
Yeah,
he's holding a guitar.
Bassist.
I think he's a bassist.
He looks like not real E.T., the E.T. from the bad E.T. porno. I think I have an image of the E.T. makeup from that I've sent you before, I'm sure.
Yes, yeah, you have. Yeah.
That's what he looks like.
Yeah, he does.
And there's no other way to describe it.
No.
And I can't explain why I have that. Someone else sent it to me. I did not seek out to watch the E.T. porno, that's what I'm saying.
I have never, will never. Well, no. No, I will never.
On that note,
yep.
Let's just do 3 blind mice trivia.
For the best.
This episode aired the same day that Nelson Mandela was released from prison.
Damn.
How's that for 3 blind mice trivia?
Fair enough, aye. Is that all of it?
That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. Howard the Slugfest Kid. His design was inspired, reportedly, according to the Simpsons writers, by Corey Feldman.
All right.
Which is so bizarre.
I would never have fucking noticed that.
He looks more like Edward Furlong in Terminator 2.
Yeah.
But this is 1989 and that movie comes out in like 4 years.
Aye, good point. So I guess maybe
Lost.
He was based off of that guy, off of Howard.
Sean Connor is based on Howard the Slugfest Kid. The Simpsons predicted
I'd like that.
it.
I would like that to be. I'd
John
like that
Connor.
to be true. So therefore, in a way, they predicted Skynet.
Yes, in a way.
So I attribute everything you can.
I think it must be based on his design, either in The Goonies or in The Lost Boys, which would have been a fairly new movie at the time because that was 1987.
I reckon that could probably be the case. It seems like it would add up.
Yeah, it looks kind of similar to his design in those movies, so maybe.
Yeah. I mean, if it's inspired by it, I guess. They weren't trying to draw that character, so...
Yeah.
It was just sort of like, that's who they were basing it off of.
In the arcade,
yes,
I have a list of some of the games that can be seen in the background.
Okay.
Time Waster,
yeah,
which we spotted.
Yeah.
Freeway.
Fair enough.
Hack Rat 2.
Yeah, I saw that one.
Eat My Shorts.
I didn't see that. Awesome.
Yeah. Nuclear Disaster.
Right.
Itchy versus Scratchy.
I never saw that one either. I wish I'd saw that.
Escape from Grandma's House. And Robert Goulet Destroyer.
What the fuck?
Robert Goulet Destroyer. That's one of the...
That's one of the arcade games. Awesome.
Robert Goulet, the famous actor and musician,
right,
appeared in movies like Scrooged, Beetlejuice, and The Naked Gun 2.5.
All right, nice.
I think he shows up in an episode later on.
Right.
He tries to get into Bart's treehouse to perform a music gig because he was meant to go somewhere else and they cancelled him or something.
Right.
Keep your eyes open for Robert Goulet in the next 10 seasons or so.
Yeah.
Bleeding Gums Murphy got his name from Blind Lemon Jefferson, who was an old blues player.
All right. Cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Good stuff. The show's composer, in order to get the elementary school kids playing My Country 'Tis of Thee, they got real elementary school children to play their instruments.
All right.
And recorded it and then just put that in the episode. So that's awesome. Why it sounds like real kids
playing,
trying to play that song.
Yeah, aye.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
The video game referee, his design is based on a character from Matt Groening's Life in Hell comics.
All right.
And obviously Bart's character that he plays as, the head is designed to look like Bart.
Yeah.
And Homer's character is designed to look like Homer in the head.
Yeah. Aye, only in the head. That Homer's character's got way too much muscle.
Aye. It also helps to translate the game better than the nightmare sequence that Homer has.
Yeah.
Is there a dream or a nightmare sequence in every one of these season 1 episodes? There was one in Bart the General. There's one in this. Is there one in Homer's? There's one in Homer's Odyssey.
There's one in Homer's Odyssey.
There's one in Bart the Genius.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think there is.
Is there one in Simpsons Roasting on an Open Fire?
Well, that was written after.
Maybe there is. Who could say?
Probably us. Should have been us.
Mr. Largo obviously gets his name from the musical term Largo. But he was inspired by a teacher that Matt Groening had in the 60s who hated the Beatles.
Wow.
Yeah.
There was a few people that hated the Beatles. I mean, there's a lot of love for the Beatles. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of love for the Beatles.
Sean Connery
but
famously hated the Beatles and inserted a line into a James Bond movie where he says about the Beatles sounding terrible.
Yeah. Yep.
Wild.
Yeah.
The song Lisa sings in this episode later appeared in extended form on the album The Simpsons Sing the Blues.
Oh, of course.
Which we will one day cover. That's our Thanos that we're building up every episode. I'm dropping a little hint towards The Simpsons Sing the Blues.
Yeah. That'll be awesome.
This is big trivia now.
Okay.
James L. Brooks wanted to do an episode where Lisa was sad, but she didn't know why, which inspired him to write this story. The writers in general also felt that they had done several funny episodes for the show and wanted to try to do something new that was really emotional and sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Brooks had actually had the idea for the episode back in the 70s when he was working on the show Taxi about the character Alex. But it never really materialised.
Ah, awesome. I knew none of that.
That is the end of 3 Blind Mice trivia.
Very good. Very good. Insert applause here.
Insert.
Fucking coffee in my asshole.
Insert fucking paracetamol into my fucking nose.
Oh, Jesus. So you're snorting paracetamol and I'm getting a fucking espresso shot in my ass.
Mo's hair is grey in this episode.
Yes,
we're doing wrap up basically.
Yeah,
wrap up segment where we touch on all the things that we forgot to actually talk about in the episode.
Yeah.
Mo's hair is finally the right colour.
Yeah.
Everything else in Mo's is still the wrong colour.
Yeah.
Barney's hair, Mo's apron.
Yeah.
Larry and Sam, everything.
It's also like it's not as bad, but it's still a weird perspective of the bar and stuff.
The saloon doors that go to nowhere.
Yeah. It's a whole weird situation. Then you got not the first because as I've checked, it's roasting on open fire, but Marge is actually driving her car.
Yeah,
she's in her car, it's a Chevy Chevelle.
Right, like a station wagon.
Yeah, station wagon. Chevy
Whereas
Chevelle
the normal
station
Simpsons
wagon.
car is
It is a Plymouth Valiant,
which is a
family sedan
or
the pink sedan.
That's it, sedan. That's the word I was looking for. I wanted to call it a Rolodex there.
Fucking Rolodex.
It's been a long one.
It's late. All right.
Is there anything else we need to touch on?
I don't think so. The only other interesting thing about those two cars is they were both 1973 models.
There we go.
But that's about it. That's cut that and slap it into the Three Blind Mice trivia.
3 Blind Mice trivia.
Why not? It was my own trivia.
There we go. You forgot. That's
my one and only trivia.
That's what I need to do from every episode from now on. What? I'll get you to bring one bit of trivia.
For the best.
Aye.
That way I'm not sitting there going, really?
The amount of times I'm cutting through the episodes and I'm looking at it and it's like I say a long bit of trivia and you go, right.
Awesome.
Uh-huh.
Very good.
Aye. Next piece of trivia.
Just fucking nifty. Isn't that goddamn dandy?
Hi diddly ho neighborino.
I'm going to run out of things to say. I need to say a different one every fucking episode. I got like 700 bloody episodes in front of me.
And more on the way.
Oh, Jesus, don't remind me.
So that's Moaning Lisa.
Yeah, Moaning Lisa.
A really good episode. Basically, Lisa's establishing episode.
Pretty much, yeah.
This is the one that really establishes Lisa as who she is going forward.
Yeah, exactly. Aye. But overall, very good episode. There was really, other than Bart's creepy eyes and E.T.'s fucking porno appearance.
And Marge's necklace is the wrong colour in
Marge's
one scene.
Her necklace being the wrong colour.
I sure hope someone got fired for that blunder.
Yeah, other than those, to be fair, it was a pretty good episode. The background was like spot on. There was no real issues that I spotted anyway.
It's an episode that is so well written and animated and has the characterization down of Lisa that I always forget that it's a season 1 episode.
Yeah.
I always place it in like season 2 or 3.
Yeah. It definitely seems much more polished than some of the other ones.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
This must be one of the ones that was like not fucked up and rewritten, surely, or reanimated.
The one that was messed up the most that we'll get to is Some Enchanted Evening.
Right, okay.
And I have
so much shit
so
about
much
that.
stuff that I'm
so
gonna
many
show
blunders, so many things.
I have some of the original animation.
Really?
I'll show it to you then, and we'll get a reaction.
Oh, goddamn!
This is the big one.
Can't wait. What episode is that?
Some Enchanted Evening.
No, number
13.
All right, okay.
Season finale.
God,
it was going to be the first episode, and it became the finale.
I probably needed that much time to actually patch it up.
Yes, it did.
Goddamn.
Right, this has been.
Yeah. Hold on. Yep. that noise is not getting cut out. You're not cutting that shit. I'll edit this episode if I have to. Is that a Be My Guest coming up?
Be my guest, mate. Learn how to use Reaper and start editing these episodes.
Oh, fuck me.
I'm carrying the weight of the podcast on my goddamn back here. I'm doing all the research.
I know.
I'm recording them here and I'm editing every episode.
I'm aware.
I'm living in the recording space.
I'm aware. I live in a lorry, pal.
Simpsons up to my goddamn balls is what I'm talking about here.
If you want to climb in the back of the lorry, in with the wood chip and grab a mic with it, we can start recording in the lorry. But
sounds like
we
a
are
plan.
too close together in my lorry cab to be able to actually record
I could edit
simultaneously.
it in the lorry, if nothing else.
You could edit in the lorry, yeah.
If there's a power source for this.
We would be spooning every night. I have one bed, and it is a narrow bed. You're
So
coming
you're
in the
saying
lorry.
there's a chance.
Yeah, what I'm saying is get in the lorry.
Right, let's wrap it up.
Yeah, let's just wrap it up. So this has been
Morning Lisa.
Lisa. Also, we never actually touched on the fact that she says, I'll just practice on my fingering. I need to get that out there.
I was hoping that it wouldn't come up.
Well, too late. Anyway, that was all of that. Yeah, carry on.
This has been...
Morning Lisa.
This
Episode.
has been Insert Brain here, a Simpsons podcast.
Fucking talking over you this whole time.
This has been
Just cutting my audio.
Fucking hell. This has been Insert Brain here, a Simpsons podcast. That's season 1, episode 6, Morning Lisa.
Very good.
Great stuff. We'll be back next week with season 1, episode 7.
What's that one?
Don't know. Like it's a slapdash podcast, and that's just the way I like it.
Perfect.
We'll see you next week. Have a good night.
Aye. We are also gonna have a good night.
Goodbye. No. Welcome back to Insert Brain here, a Simpsons podcast. I'm your host, Connor. With me, as always, is my co-host, David.
What's up?
Today we're talking about Season 1, Episode 7, The Call of the Simpsons. Original air date, February the 18th, 1990.
1990. Nice. Awesome.
What do you think of this weird, out there in the wilderness episode of The Simpsons?
I thought it was really strange.
Well, first let's
recap let's
everyone.
do the
What was this all about?
Yes.
What was the plot of the episode in your eyes?
From what I saw, the general premise of the episode was that whilst over at their house, the Flanders had, well, the better lawnmower and the better RV rock up. And in the process of Homer telling Bart not to, envy
the Flanders. Appreciate what you have.
Appreciate what you do have. He then started envying the Flanders
for having this
massive RV.
I can't remember what it was called. It was the street roller, or the.
It was something like that.
It was the one that like Homer can't afford. The mega best RV in the entire place.
Yeah, like the mega behemoth or something.
Yeah.
It's something like that.
It's the bigger one. It's the one up from what Flanders had.
Yeah.
Which is a massive bus.
It's a double-decker bus.
Yeah, but this time, instead of driving from the lower deck, you're driving from the upper deck as well.
Yeah.
So you've got like 7 feet of front bumper and bonnet instead.
Yeah.
So he goes to, he gets jealous and he goes over to an RV place because, he's asked Flanders how he can afford it.
Yeah, yeah.
Because he knows from mail that Flanders only gets like £27 a week more than Homer does.
Dollars.
Oh, yeah, dollars. Yeah, so he gets like only slightly more money than the Simpsons.
From his unnamed job.
Yeah, from his unnamed job, he always seems available.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he rocks up to this used car sale place. He got told it was on credit with this cowboy-looking used car salesman guy.
Walton Goggins-looking motherfucker.
Yeah.
And it looks and sounds just like him, despite the fact that Walton Goggins wasn't an actor in 1990.
Yeah. So this guy is like every single trope from every single used car salesman that's out there.
Bob is his name.
Yeah, Bob. That's who it is. His name's on the sign, but he doesn't even own the lot. Yeah. So he convinces Homer that he wants the really, really big, expensive RV.
Mm.
So they go check the credit, and it basically just comes back with a big siren saying, "Don't lend this man any money." But Homer's determined to come away with something. So he ends up getting taken over by Bob to go and see the pile of crap that he can afford.
Yeah.
Ricketiest, oldest, tiny little RV with a fucking tree growing out the grill.
Has a broken window.
And it's all taped up everywhere.
There's a tire that's got some tape over a hole.
Yeah, it's just a wreck.
Mm.
There's oil dripping.
Yeah,
all over it. Shite. Aye, and that's when Bob says, "This is all you can afford."
Mm.
And he'll sell it to him for this amazing price of £350 per month,
which is not a good price at the time, even for a standard RV.
No, it's not a good price for that. Hell, it's not even that great a price then for that behemoth.
No, let alone...
but that's like the poor credit thing where you just get charged more for the same shit just because you got bad credit.
That's true.
So, yeah, Homer decides that he's going to go for that. And they decide to go, well, Homer drags them out to go on a road trip to use their new RV.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when they get lost in the middle of nowhere. Somehow manage to get down a tiny little road that's like an offshoot from the interstate, despite the fact that he thinks it's the fucking interstate.
Yeah.
And Marge is sitting there with a map in front of her nose and not realizing that they're not on the interstate while they're flying over fucking rocks and passing trees and in the grass. Probably like an old service road or something.
Can only assume. Maybe that's one of those roads where the police hide when they want to catch people speeding at night.
Yeah, maybe.
Mm.
So yeah, they go through there, get lost in the woods, and while they're trying to figure out where the hell they are, they end up going basically half over a cliff before the RV stops. And they all kind of get out, and RV falls over the cliff. All their stuff's gone.
Yeah.
Homer builds a dreadful shelter. It's just basically just a hollow log with a couple of sticks leaning against it. And then him and Bart, while the ladies stay there, decide to go and find help.
Yeah.
Don't know why they're splitting up, but it's Homer, so, you know. And Maggie follows along somehow for whatever reason. Marge is just not concerned.
Marge is like, Maggie will be safe with Homer and Bart.
Yeah, Maggie's in good hands.
In the woods.
Yeah.
Even though they don't know that she's with them.
Exactly. So they are going along. Bart gets a little freaked out by the idea of just, being in a forest. And then hearing Maggie. thing. Exactly, that noise, and thinking there's a rattlesnake and fleeing from Maggie, despite turning around and seeing Maggie.
Aye.
Yeah.
Homer's giving Bart a big speech about how you can't have fear because animals can sense fear.
Exactly.
Homer's like, that was a rattler, and Bart's like, well, I'm trying not to be afraid. And Homer's like,
Aye, run, you moron.
run, you moron. Yeah.
So Maggie is now alone, Bart and Homer are now alone, and Lisa and Marge are making a home out of that woods.
Totally fine where they were.
Yeah, happily all right, somehow. Just sweeping up the forest floor. Homer and Bart, they get more and more lost and get into a bit of trouble. And eventually Homer gets mistaken for Bigfoot. Also at this point, Maggie has been adopted by some bears, being looked after and cared for by them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they all eventually get found. Homer gets captured as Bigfoot. He gets studied, and then they come to the conclusion that he may or may not be human.
Yeah, he might be a below average person or...
Yeah, a smart beast, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's pretty much it. That's all, I think.
The end.
Yeah, the end. Marge turns the lights out.
Weird plotting in this episode where each of the three acts feels like an entirely different story.
Yeah, it's really strange.
Like the first act is just Homer being jealous of Flanders and going to get the RV. The second act is just them going into the woods and then getting lost. And then the third act is Homer as Bigfoot. And then it just ends.
Yeah, it's a strange episode.
Mm-hmm.
I think you summed up quite well earlier on when we were watching it, when you said the fact that Maggie befriends
Four bears, yeah.
4 bears, that is the best part of that episode.
That's what everyone remembers. It's also the best animated part of the episode.
Yeah, I think it is, yeah.
If you showed me that animation that's on a lot of it, the shots of the bears with Maggie, I would assume came from like a season 2 or 3 episode.
Yeah.
And then everything else is like very distinctly season 1.
When I remember it on DVD, wait a minute, was it DVD or is it Blu-ray?
DVD. It's not out on Blu-ray.
Right.
None of the show is out on Blu-ray, or I would have it.
Oh, fuck, yeah.
I'm waiting for the day when they're going to release the big box set that's £7,000 because it's got 34 seasons of The Simpsons, plus the movie and all the shorts, in HD, remastered. That's what I want.
We'll have to redo all these episodes when they do.
I watched all the behind the scenes on the DVD as research.
No, well, at least one of us is putting some effort in.
I make sure that we're right most of the time.
Aye, or until I make some shit up.
Sometimes you get a 3 blind mice sneaking in there, which is a reference to episode 2 of the podcast. Sometimes it's all correct. Can't think of a time that's happened.
No chance.
But I think a lot of what comes down to the weird, if the previous episode, not the last episode, but one of the previous ones we were talking about, where Marge is a drunkard and Lisa's like a bratty kid, and
yeah,
Homer sells the TV. If that episode suffered from mischaracterization because of the fact that it was season 1, this episode suffers structure-wise because it was season 1 and they didn't know quite how to plot out a full 20-30 minute episode of The Simpsons.
Yeah. I think that's definitely right, because it really does seem like it's 3 completely different things.
We talked
kinda
about
like
that in
slapped
episode
together
1,
and-
that's what Fox pushed for a while for The Simpsons to be as a show.
Yeah.
That every episode would be like 3
sort of acts, I guess, or
3 short
almost
stories.
Yeah, aye.
Rather, because they didn't think that an animation could carry a full
That long.
25-ish minute episode.
Yeah, that might be a bit of Fox influence then. That sort of writing for that episode. Maybe they decided to try something along those lines, but link the stories
Yeah.
to try and make it more of an episode.
Mm-hmm.
Because they seem really oddly far apart.
I can't think of a single other Simpsons episode which has that much clear distinction between each of the 3 acts, you know?
Yeah. It's weird.
Yeah.
It's really sort of, I don't know. But like when we're coming up to the select it, like you've got the picture for the episode, you know, the
Homer
picture
with
that
all the
Homer with all the animals on
on
it,
the DVD.
like a snake, a squirrel, and a rabbit and a chipmunk.
That is a raccoon.
Yeah, or a raccoon. It'll be a chipmunk and a raccoon because it's America.
They're all very strangely coloured.
And coloured, yes. It's odd. I think it's a rabbit, a raccoon, a chipmunk, and a snake. There's definitely
a squirrel.
Is there a squirrel?
Because the squirrel is the same design of the squirrel that Marge picks up.
Oh, right.
When she's tidying up their
okay. It'll be a squirrel in
forest. There's two squirrels on the log,
really
and she picks up a third
pattern
one
for a squirrel.
Yeah. It's meant
like
to be a squirrel.
Chipmunk pattern, but a squirrel tail.
Yeah.
I don't know if someone tell me that might actually exist. Leave it in a comment or whatever we've got available somewhere. Email
Make a
us.
Reddit
I don't
post.
know. We'll do something.
Email us at. Yeah, I'll put the email address in editing. Okay?
Yeah.
I've edited in an email address there.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Get in touch with us to correct us at gofuckyourself@hotmail.co.uk. It's probably a real email address.
Probably.
So don't
and who've got nothing to do with us.
No.
But get in touch.
Yeah, you were saying about the photo on the DVD.
But yeah, when I see that, I recognise some of the episode. Excuse me, that was the chair slipping. Well, I'm going to go back with that one.
Aye.
So when I see that picture, I recognise the episode. I remembered basically what happened in the episode, but I don't remember it as it being like a bad episode.
Yeah,
I remember it being a pretty decent episode.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, I don't know, it's weird. It's a weird episode when I watch it, but
I think
reminiscing about it or remembering about it afterwards, it's a pretty decent episode.
I think maybe it suffers a lot from the concept of the Simpsons being lost in the woods or fighting nature. Basically, it's something that has been done multiple points since the show, or since this episode in the run of the show, and every other episode outclasses this one.
Oh yeah.
So it's one of those things where this was great for season 1. When you compare it to Camp Krusty.
Right, yeah.
In season 6.
Yeah.
Or even, there was an episode in season 33 that I just watched, which has a similar story, or Pixelated and Afraid. That's what it's called.
Right.
Homer and Marge get stranded in the woods.
Yeah.
And a really great episode.
Yeah.
If you're one of those people who doesn't watch The Simpsons past season 9 or 11 or 12, look up that episode on Disney Plus, the only place you can stream it in. Give it a watch because it's probably one of the best episodes that they've had in 10 years.
All right, wow.
And I'm saying that as someone who doesn't dislike the HD era of The Simpsons. But when you compare episodes like that, or like I said, Camp Krusty, or multiple other episodes they've probably done where the characters fight nature, and then compare it to this one,
it's
just
a pretty poor
classes them.
in poor
or they
comparison.
outclass it, I should say.
Yeah. So, are we going to go on to...
It's time for our famous segment, Eye on Springfield.
There we go. Oh, fucking hell.
This is the segment where we go through the first appearance, characters who have had their first appearance in the episode that we're talking about, which is not a sentence I think I've said in any of the previous episodes.
We've just fucking said.
I think I've just been like, this is Ion Springfield. First appearance.
Yeah, aye.
First appearance of Rod Flanders.
Oh, yeah, the
older, taller Flanders.
Yeah.
His son. He's riding the lawnmower.
Yes.
I think he says...
With a freaking beach umbrella.
Does he have a beach umbrella?
Yeah, he's got an umbrella over him to shade him.
Because he says, he asks Bart if he's
hot enough for you.
Hot enough for you, Simpson?
Yeah.
The Flanders have none of the religious overtones that they would get in later seasons. They're not religious at all.
Yeah.
They're just meant to be the wealthier, better off neighbour to the Simpsons.
Yeah.
Kind of like...
A bit more sensible financially.
The Griswolds have those neighbours in Christmas Vacation.
Right, yes.
Where like Clark Griswold puts up his lights.
Yeah.
And they don't work at all. Or they barely work, like 3 light up, and then they put up their lights and it blinds them because they're so late. They put sunglasses on to look at them. And this is kind of a vacation-inspired episode as well.
Yes.
The whole buying the crap car from the dealer.
Yeah.
Loading the family to go on a vacation to get back to nature.
Yeah.
That all feels
Whilst
very...
also having albeit a terrible RV, but an RV in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Literally full to the brim of stuff from the house.
All
Get back to nature, eh?
Yeah, it's very inspired by National Lampoon's Vacation.
Yeah.
Starring Chevy Chase and Beverly D'Angelo.
But that's also more on that.
Moreover, on our Wacky Wally World podcast, where we talk about the Vacation franchise. All 6 movies.
Let's go with that.
And the upcoming television series.
Is there?
Yes.
And you seem not very convinced.
And also, I think they did like an advert where Clark Griswold I think Chevy Chase reprised his role for like an insurance advert or something.
Right.
Whatever.
Yeah, this is The Simpsons.
Right now we're here on Insert Brain here, a Simpsons podcast.
Yes.
And I can tell you that this is also the first appearance of Cowboy Bob.
Of course. Yes, Cowboy Bob.
Mm-hmm.
Do we ever actually find out how he lost that place? Because it's Bob on the sign, but Bob doesn't own it.
I don't know if Cowboy Bob ever has another big role. I think he appears again at some point. He's voiced by Albert Brooks.
All right.
Famous Simpsons recurring voice actor, Albert Brooks.
Mm-hmm.
Who voices Hank Scorpio.
Right.
And voices the villain in the movie.
Yeah.
This is actually the first appearance. This is the first time that Al Brooks voiced anyone in The Simpsons.
Oh, nice. Yeah. That's awesome.
And I think he was credited as A. Brooks.
All right, okay.
He didn't want his full name credited on the show. So he wasn't sure if the show was going to be good or not.
Right, well, that's fair. I mean, this episode especially. Well, I imagine with all the, let's face it, if you get into doing anything for any company or a show or whatever, you would learn a little bit about the show and the problems they've been having.
He was a well-established actor at the time.
So he definitely would have known about the problems if he was getting into, if he was around the Simpsons setting area or whatever.
It was also something that no one had done before. Like an animated show like this.
Well, for that long anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
As well, hence why Fox were wanting it in 3 segments, 3 stories.
And not aimed just at children, but aimed at families.
Yeah.
That's the end of Ion Springfield. Yes. Only 2 in this one.
Yeah.
I kept waiting for Kent Brockman to show up when they were doing the news footage.
Right, yeah. But nothing.
He's not there.
He's not there.
Let me just... We're out of the Ion Springfield segment officially.
Yeah.
It is closed. What did you think of the episode?
I thought it was... I liked the fact that it was different from, in style, the way it was.
Right. Yeah.
Different from the other ones. I liked the whole going back to nature kind of thing. And other than a couple of the newspaper gags, I thought it was kind of, which were quite funny.
Yeah.
I thought the mistaken for Bigfoot was funny at the start. But otherwise, it was just a bit. I love
that rabbit joke. Homer sets a trap for the rabbit.
Oh yes,
that might be the best joke in season 1.
Yeah.
But other than that, in the newspaper gags,
the newspaper
some of the Bob
gags
stuff is quite funny as well.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Like I said, I liked the RV segment quite a bit because I liked spotting
you've bought a lot of cars in your time. You've bought about 7 used cars in your time. If that more. 17.
Many more.
27?
Not 27.
Okay.
Below 27.
More than 20.
No, not yet. There's time.
Oh, there's always time.
There's time.
You've had your experience with used car salesmen.
Yes, I have. So I like that because I could spot. I've been given some of those lines.
Someone's told you look like Zeus.
Once. No, never actually. Never. But I've had similar. It's not that particular line, but some of the other lines very similar or almost exactly that line.
Yeah.
Which made it more fun for me, I guess. I thought that was a good segment, and I enjoyed the bit where they're all lost in the woods quite considerably. Like I said, other than the initial, the nature guy mistaking him for Bigfoot. Mm-hmm. And I liked the newspaper gags, but everything else about it.
How fast the news moves in Springfield. Mark gives one interview and they get 3 or 4 newspapers out.
Yes, yeah. So I liked that. And overall, I just felt like that was a bit of a...
wasted opportunity.
Yeah, it was some of it was just weirdly unnecessary.
I kept waiting for him to do something with the Patterson, like a parody of the Patterson Gimlin famous.
Yeah.
Most famous footage of Bigfoot.
Yeah.
Most
sort
compelling piece of evidence that Bigfoot has ever existed.
Yes, well, that we're aware of.
Aye.
Yeah. Just in case.
So you can never be proven wrong.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
yes.
You kind of missed that opportunity.
Yeah.
I do kind of a National Enquirer joke about that those kind of newspapers that do
just
stories like
stupid things. Like I married Bigfoot. Yeah.
My son is the Chupacabra.
Yeah.
My sister-in-law is the Loch Ness Monster. It's stuff like that, you know?
Yeah. But I don't know why. I guess out of the 3 segments of that episode, I preferred the first 2.
Yeah.
Over the Bigfoot segment.
And I would say I preferred the first one over the second one.
Definitely, yeah. The RV buying in the first place with Bob is definitely the best.
And I like the idea of going out into the wilderness.
Although the best joke is definitely the rabbit.
That's the best joke in the season so far.
Yes, yeah.
Maybe the best joke in the season, full stop.
I think it probably is.
We'll see.
When
we do our end of season recap,
we'll decide
confirm
on that.
or deny.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I definitely did like the first segment more than the other 2 for sure. I liked them. That was good.
Yeah. Let's move on to 3 blind mice trivia.
Yes.
There's no theme for 3 blind mice trivia.
Not yet. You haven't made one up.
I keep forgetting how the nursery rhyme goes.
3
I keep
blind
thinking
mice.
hickety dickety dog. 3 blind mice run up the clock.
That's definitely not
the
it.
3 blind mice run into the clock.
No.
Because they're blind.
Mate. Yeah, well, they would, but that's not how their nursery rhyme goes. They're in a fucking kitchen. They get their tails cut off by a carving knife.
The rabbit that Homer's trap slings away is designed to look like Blinky from the Life in Hell comics. Sorry, Binky from the Life in Hell comics. The rabbit from Matt Groening's Life in Hell comics.
Yeah.
Same kind of ears and the far apart eyes. And same kind of design.
It'd definitely be having like really fucking spaced out eyes after getting launched like 3 miles across the woods.
In the autumn of 1990, Fox decided to move the show. This was after season 1 had finished airing. This was for season 2. They decided to move the show to the Thursday at 8 p.m. time slot to take on The Cosby Show. In the ad announcing the move, the clip of Bart saying, "I hate this, I don't want to go," was used.
All right.
From this episode.
Yeah.
So there we go.
Yeah. Fair enough.
James L. Brooks suggested a plot twist that involved Homer being carried away to an eagle's nest and being raised as a baby eagle.
Fair enough.
With Maggie being raised by bears instead.
Yeah, that's fair.
It makes more sense.
It definitely makes more sense.
How big is the eagle that's carrying Homer and mistaking it as its baby?
Huge.
Yeah.
Maybe a seagull.
Maybe.
It's still 2. I mean, it could probably maybe not Homer. He's quite fat. They could probably carry a human, just.
Yeah, it could definitely carry Bart or Lisa.
Oh, yeah, and...
But maybe Marge? But Homer's
maybe.
Like, how big is that bird?
Yeah.
That's...
Yeah, I know, like, birds have, like, the chicks of a bird are usually larger than the adult bird.
Yeah.
But that's saying something else. That's quite a bit bigger.
In the original script, the scene where Homer and Bart conceal their privates to make those little skirts of mud and moss, it was dialogue free, but Sam Simon decided that the scene was too funny to not include dialogue, so they added all that.
All right, nice.
That was originally just stage directions, basically.
Huh. Better with dialogue, for sure.
Yeah.
Definitely.
There was a scene cut of Lisa and Marge talking about boys by the bonfire.
Fair enough.
Why would you need that? Doesn't sound very funny.
No,
and I think it detracts from the idea that they're totally fine, and the joke that they're totally fine, and Marge makes an amazing shelter, and Lisa,
and they've got the roaring fire, and
they're sweeping leaves.
Yeah,
Marge is tidying up
the squirrels. Which are staying put.
Yeah.
So they're like at one with nature, pretty much, to the point where like the animals are doing what they say.
Yeah.
At this point,
I think it's funnier if you don't see as much of them, because you get the idea that they're at one with nature and they're totally fine.
I think it's
having...
good the way it is. I think in the episode, in the fact that they just sort of pop in on them every so often, and there's like drastic changes every time you pop in.
They only pop in on them twice, I think, as well.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, after Homer leaves, that is.
Yeah, but I like the fact that it's massive changes in the camp.
Yeah,
between them, you know what I mean? Like, you pop in, they see the roaring fire, and then you cut to Bart and Homer, and Homer shivering and crying practically in the cold.
Yeah. Albert Brooks improvised so much good material that the scene of Homer buying the RV could have been the whole episode. Only a bit of the ad-libbing was used. Yeah, make an entire episode of that.
Make an entire episode of that.
I suppose, yeah, you have to explain what happens to the RV, so that it's not in every subsequent episode for 33 seasons.
True, but it could have just died, to be fair.
They could have extended that to take up the first 2 acts.
And then the third act being...
the nature stuff, and you just cut the Bigfoot stuff out altogether.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Apparently the Bigfoot stuff was a parody of Bigfoot documentary specials that were airing on Fox when they were producing the episode.
All right, fair enough.
So that was the inspiration behind that.
Yeah.
Not good.
No. Definitely would have been better with the RV taking up like 2/3 of that.
Here's some information that's going to frighten you. The episode did so well at the table read that there was talk of stretching the episode into a 2-parter.
What?
Yeah.
How? Unless you make the one episode, unless you make episode 1 the RV and episode 2 halfway or 2/3 of that.
I have a feeling the episode 1 would have ended with the RV going off the cliff.
Right,
That's the cliffhanger.
Yeah. Literally.
Literally. And then episode 2 would have been the nature stuff and the Bigfoot stuff. It's half an episode.
Yeah. You'd have had to really stretch out that nature stuff.
Yeah.
You know what? You could maybe have done it by stretching out the nature stuff if you just, like, Bart and Homer just kept getting into worse and worse trouble. And you know when they fell in the river?
Yeah.
Put that slightly later in the episode and have a bit more crap going on in between. Yeah. And every time they just kept popping back in on Lisa and Marge, and it's just like more and more improvements to the camp every time.
Yeah.
It's the only way you could really, well, that I can think of it, you could have probably put that in.
Yeah. Burger King figures were made of the Simpsons camping designs from the episode.
All right.
I have some photos of them here that I'm going to show you. You could give me your audio reactions.
Okay.
I will include these images in any kind of video element that we have.
Yeah. Holy shit in hell. What the fuck is that? When?
When the episode aired.
No, but I mean, why in the hell? When were any of them looking like that? In the episode?
When they're in the camper, before Homer and Bart lose their clothes.
No, but Bart at no point has got any of this on his back.
Oh, his big backpack?
Yeah, the backpack the size of Bart. And what is that smile about? He didn't want to go. Oh, fucking Jesus Christ, that's creepy.
I don't know what Marge is doing there, squatting.
What? Is that birds nesting in her hair?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, so it is.
Is she squatting in a bush? Is she going for a shit?
She appears to be.
Also,
Maggie is riding a tortoise.
When's she on a bear, maybe?
There's no tortoises in the episode, or turtles, perhaps.
Yeah, whatever it is.
I don't know what.
Is Lisa?
Lisa seems to be...
She's playing a saxophone with a rabbit out of it.
Rabbit in the saxophone.
Yeah, that...
Homer is looking at one of his socks with a skunk in his shoe.
Right.
Because he's taken his shoe off.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. But yeah, that's... Yeah, no. That's really strange.
There you go. That's the end of 3 Blind Mice trivia.
There we go.
Very strange designs for those, some of the first figurines of The Simpsons.
Probably some of the worst. That's really strange. Don't get me wrong, I mean, all things considered, considering this is like cheap toys, that's probably fairly good designs in the fact that if any of the stuff they're doing in any of those toy designs was actually in the episode, it would be good. But not a single bit of that is in any of the episode.
I think they were either free with a meal, or it was like $1 extra.
Right.
You also got a little like pop-up bit of cardboard camping scene. I don't know if you noticed that.
Yeah, I saw the camping scene.
Well, the figures actually make more sense with the backgrounds, with when they have the pop-up backgrounds around them. There's a bird's nest and what's that? A vulture coming towards Marge, which is why she's making that face, and she has birds in her hair because they've hatched out of the nest. Right.
So Maggie it's maybe like baby vultures or something.
Maggie is underwater.
So Maggie's just drowning. Okay. Perfect.
Homer is in a back alley.
When?
Not in the episode, in the... you can see the RV.
I think they designed these before they cut down the episode. Because there's no way. They didn't even get to an alley. They left the street they lived on. They were on the interstate straight after that, and then they left the interstate and were straight into a wood. There was no back alley anywhere.
There's a bear in the background of Lisa's diorama.
So Lisa got a bear.
Yes. There's a 3-eyed catfish in Maggie's diorama. I'm calling them a diorama very generously.
It's very. But that would allude that they're close by. There's a 3-eyed catfish. That would allude they're close by, but they're miles away from Springfield.
I don't know, man. What do you want from me?
Yes, nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Good. I've got nothing more
Better
to give.
edit.
That's the end.
No.
That's the end of my trivia segment. I edit with all my might.
I know. You've done a grand job with the other ones, trust me.
Maybe if this segment is good, at some point we'll do an entire show where we go year by year and we go, let's look at all the Simpsons merch from 1989. And then we'll do another episode where we cover 1990 and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Until we hit whenever the era where they started doing like 7 different types of toasters every year.
Oh, fucking hell.
And then we'll stop.
Yes, because I can't be bothered with that.
Aye. Looking at images of them online, by the way. Not
of course, we're not buying. We're not.
I'm not spending £50 per Burger King 1990 camping Simpsons figurine with cardboard diorama background.
And then probably like £700 for the last one because no one's got it.
Yeah.
Other than a collector somewhere.
Probably Maggie or something.
Probably. Yeah. Anyway, yes.
One last segment.
Yeah, what's up?
Boy, I sure hope someone got fired for that blunder. a rare occurring segment where we highlight potential errors in the show.
Yeah.
Specifically animation errors or factually incorrect information. You had something for this.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I would have to go back and check all the other episodes. But in the starting, I noticed in this particular episode at least, Lisa's bike rolls in when she jumps off the bike and it rolls into the garage. You see the back tire, and then when Homer pulls up, it disappears. While still in the frame, it just vanishes from the frame. So I don't know. They obviously never continued drawing it in the next cell.
That as well. It just kind of
like the back tire just
vanishes.
It doesn't continue rolling. It's stopped. It's come to a standstill, and there's the bike on the right and the back tire on the left, and there's nothing there.
Aye.
Just vanishes. And then obviously when you go in, there's no bike on the left either.
Yeah, when Homer runs in to go through the door so he doesn't get hit by the car.
Yeah.
It's not there.
Yeah.
Aye.
I mean, that's not been there the entire time, but I wasn't sure about the back tire vanishing. I didn't notice that in other ones anyway.
I didn't either. But we'll check next episode.
Yes.
And if it does the same, then you can say the same thing again.
Exactly.
In every episode of season 1.
But it's like that.
I have a little something here for you.
Okay, yeah.
But brace yourself.
Oh, I'm braced.
Lisa says that the handle of the Big Dipper points to the North Star. In fact, tracing along the handle gives an arc which leads to Arcturus. From there, you can follow a spike to Spica in Virgo. To find the North Star, which is Polaris, follow the 2 bowl stars furthest from the handle in the direction from bottom to top of the bowl. Following them the other way will bring you to the constellation Leo, which you can recognise by the sickle asterism.
Wow.
Let us know if that is correct and or makes any sense.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. All I got from that mostly was that's not how you follow the North Star or get to the North Star.
All I got from that was a sickle asterism.
Lisa's definitely not as smart as she sounded.
Also, the lawnmower that Bart parks in front of the window isn't there in the next shot. It disappears.
Oh, right. Nice.
That's the end of
It's not like you can wheel itself away. It's fucking manual.
That is the end of the segment. Boy, I sure hope someone got fired for that blunder.
There we go.
Done.
Yeah. Wrap up thoughts? You got anything else?
No, I'm spent.
Yeah, perfect. Me too.
A very unique episode compared to the 6 we've talked about so far.
Yeah. And pretty much all the other ones we've already watched years ago and more recently as well. But very strangely different episode the way it was structured. I'm glad Fox didn't have
low lows, as I would describe this episode if I had to.
Yeah.
High highs, low lows.
Yes.
Well, I'm ready to wrap it up. Are you ready to wrap up? Are you happy to wrap up?
Yeah. All right.
We have been Insert Brain here, a Simpsons podcast. I've been Connor.
I've been David.
Have a good night. This is a T for 22 production.
That's the one.
Hi, Diddly-ho, neighbourino. Have a good night.
Have a good night. Welcome back to Insert Brain here, a Simpsons podcast. I'm your host, David, and with me, as always, is my co-host, Connor.
That's the one. I am Connor.
Today we're talking about Season 1, Episode 8, The Telltale Head. The first air date was 25th of February, 1990. Okay, so it's your turn for the synopsis this time.
For the first time in the entire show, well, we open up with Bart and Homer running through Springfield being chased by an angry mob, carrying the head of Jebediah Springfield from the statue in the centre of town, not his actual head.
Yeah.
At which point they are cornered by the statue, the headless statue, and we cut to flashback of the previous Sunday where Bart is getting frisked down by Marge before going to Sunday school.
Yeah.
And on the drive home from Sunday school, obviously, Sunday school / church, I guess.
Yeah.
Bart sees that the local cinema is showing Space Mutants 4 the rest of the trilogy, the end of the trilogy. I can't remember what it's called.
The trilogy continues.
The trilogy continues. That's it. The Space Mutants 4.
The rest of the trilogy
continues. And when he gets home, he's like, "Hey Homer, can I have $5?"
Mm-hmm.
Like, I hope you're not going to see Space Mutants 4. The trilogy continues because Marge said, "No, you can't see that movie."
Mm-hmm.
He's like, "Of course I'm not," but he is. So he strips naked, he puts his clothes on, he gets on his skateboard, he rides down to the cinema where he meets for the first time Jimbo, Dolph, and Kearney.
Alright, sons.
Springfield's resident bullies. They're like, "Come and get in the cinema, Simpson." They sneak inside of the cinema away from the long queue, and they go in and they watch Space Mutants 4, at which point they're apprehended, kicked out the cinema. They go and watch they go rob the Quickie Mart, and then they go and look at some clouds. And he's like, "Hey, that cloud looks like Jebediah Springfield's statue. You know, if it had its head cut off."
Yeah.
And the boys are like, "Yeah,
Aye.
I wish someone would do that for real. I wish someone would actually cut off that statue's head."
Mm-hmm.
And Bart's like, "Well, I want to fit in. I want to be a cool kid. I want to be seen as being cool." So he sneaks out as a ninja in the night and he cuts off the statue's head. At which point the town goes into an uproar and he realises the error of his ways.
Yeah.
He's got the statue's head talking to him from his backpack.
Yeah.
An ode to the Edgar Allan Poe story, The Telltale Heart, where this episode also gets its name. Yeah. And the rest of the story is about Bart deciding that he's going to come clean.
And putting the head back.
And then they get caught up where we were before, where they get chased by the mob, and then the statue's head gets put back on. Bart apologises, and that's the end of the episode.
Pretty much, aye. While the rest of the mob are sitting there just
look at the statue.
Looking at the head on the statue.
That slips back on.
Which just
fucking
sits back on and then stays on.
Which is why in the Simpsons Hit and Run,
mm-hmm.
if you, as Bart, jump up the statue, you can kick the head and it'll fall off because it's not held on.
Oh yeah, of course, aye.
Phenomenal stuff.
We'll talk a little bit more about that when we get to the episode, when we're dealing with the Simpsons Hit and Run and stuff.
That's enough. Do you want to cut to a little segment I like to call Eye on Springfield?
I'm not doing the tune, you do
it. That's the Eye on Springfield theme. This is a segment where we talk about characters who made their first appearance in this episode.
Alright, cool.
Brace yourself.
I'm braced.
This is the first appearance of Krusty the Clown.
So it is.
First real appearance. He's in Stuff in Bart's room. He's on Frosty Flakes.
Yeah.
He's on the TV in the opening credits.
I think that's everything.
Mm-hmm. What did you think of Krusty in his first appearance?
His voice isn't particularly consistent.
Yeah.
He sounds kind of like Krusty in one moment, and then, like in another moment, he sounds nothing like Krusty.
Mm-hmm. They hadn't quite figured out how to nail drawing the bags under his eyes either.
Yeah, of course. It was weird.
They look very... I don't know what it is about that's different between how they're portrayed in this appearance and how they're portrayed later on. I think they're maybe not as distinctly drawn or maybe as bold.
There's a lot of stuff when they're drawing The Simpsons. I think they've got like a black outline around it. I think they take that out later on.
Yeah, aye.
I think it's been done as like a whole separate piece. So I think they just obviously obviously just take the black outline out and stop drawing it like that.
Yeah.
For later episodes.
There's a similar. We'll get to it when we get to it. When we get to it in this episode. First appearance of Apu and the Hasapima Petalon.
Yep.
Did you forget who Apu was for a second?
I knew who Apu was.
Right. Appears briefly as I think he's only in the Quickie Mart scene. He doesn't show up later on in the...
No, I don't think he does turn up in the crowd. He can't have been that pissed.
Well, I guess he wouldn't really care. He's not originally from Springfield, I don't think. So he's not that bothered.
No, he's not. No.
First appearance of Sideshow Bob.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Pretty much, aye. He was in the crowd. Yeah.
He's in the crowd and he's in Krusty's show.
Aye.
But yeah, he obviously doesn't have the voice He doesn't have any voice at all. He just speaks with his slide whistle.
No, of course. It's just a...
His design is a very off model.
Yeah, it is weird.
First appearance of Jimbo.
Mm-hmm.
Jimbo Jones. You know who Jimbo Jones is?
Jimbo Jones? Is he the Billy?
Yeah. You know which Billy it is?
It's me shrugging there.
I'm glad you shrugged on this audio-only podcast. Jimbo Jones is the one that has the black t-shirt with the skull on it and the...
right. With the long hair, but not the one covering the eyes.
Yeah. Also first appearance of Dolph Starbeam.
Is that the one with no hair?
That's the one with the hair covering his eye.
Right. Oh, the one with...
And the first appearance...
It's 50-50 chance.
First appearance of Kearney, who's the other Billy.
Right, okay.
First appearance of Reverend Lovejoy.
Okay, yeah. His weird Technicolor, like, freaking stained glass windows.
Yeah, they ditched that in later seasons, but I like it. I like the inclusion of having stained glass windows in this fictional cartoon church.
I like the inclusion of the stained glass windows, but I think it's just weird that it was just like a...
Yeah, there's no... I think that's what they change about it in the future. I think they're still there, but they have...
A Simpson Jesus or something. That would be like a nice design, you know?
First appearance of Mr. Dandy.
Mr. Dandy. From
Candy Most Dandy. Not a character that really took off.
No, clearly.
We'll pick up on Mr. Dandy in at least one other future episode. I think.
Okay, right.
I think he's not...
Surprising that he's not more in it, considering it's his candy shop.
Well, you can just have the characters get their candy from the Quickie Mart.
Which is what they usually do.
Yeah, and Mr. Dandy doesn't really have much of a personality.
No.
I think the idea was to have him be designed to look like the Candyman not from the movie The Candyman with Tony Todd, but from Willy Wonka.
Right.
Right. The Candyman can.
Yeah.
Sprinkle it with cheer. The Candyman.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that was what his design was meant to be, but the joke is that he's horrible.
Right.
But that's a very one-note joke.
Yeah, I can see why he isn't continued, really.
Yeah. First appearance of the Space Mutants.
Right, yes.
In the movie The Space Mutants 4. The trilogy continues.
Yeah.
I think they show up in one of the NES games.
I think so.
They're kind of like the Happy Little Elves.
Yeah.
And Smiling Joe Fission, where they don't really make so much of a continued appearance animated as characters like they are in the film in this.
Yeah.
But they appear. There's like a toy in Bart's room of the Space Mutant.
And there's posters and stuff
like that in the background. And I think there's maybe one in. Usually, there's one in Android's dungeon. The comic book guy's shop. Yeah. First appearance of Miss Albright.
Oh, right, yeah. The Sunday school teacher.
Yeah, I was about to throw it to you and try and catch you off guard and be like, who's Miss Albright? David, who's Miss Albright?
There you go. The one who's getting more and more fed up with Bart and Lisa and everyone else.
Did you find it weird that she was like, no, your cats and dogs and chimps won't be in heaven?
Yeah,
I'd never heard that before.
Neither have I. To be fair, I never went to Sunday school, so...
I don't think I ever went to Sunday school, but I went to a Catholic primary school.
Right. I did not do that either, so I have no idea about most of that.
Technically, the first appearance of Kent Brockman.
Right, okay.
But it's just his voice on the TV.
Yeah.
Or the radio or whatever.
Yeah, it was the radio, wasn't it?
I think that's his scene, yeah.
Yeah, it was the radio because then it announced it goes to Chief Wiggum and then we cut to the actual crowd where he's talking.
Yes.
Yeah.
But he doesn't appear physically.
No.
In the episode at all.
Yeah, they cut to the crowd of Chief Wiggum talking.
Right, yes.
Yeah, and then it cuts back to the radio when they're in the living room or wherever they are, kitchen.
Yes.
In the kitchen, and the radio host is crying about the fact that the head's missing.
I guess before Kent Brockman made it in TV, he was a radio journalist.
I guess so.
I'm sure they've contradicted that in
Many
recent
a time,
seasons,
I'm sure.
but we'll go for it. We'll go with it for now.
Yeah.
So what were your thoughts on this episode?
I quite liked this episode. I thought it was a good introduction to the bullies and Space Mutants as well. But I thought it was quite a pretty decent episode. It felt, despite the fact that we paused it and rewound it like 7 times.
To catch little different bits that we'd missed.
To catch bits, just to double check them and stuff as we were watching it. But despite that, it felt like quite a short episode.
Yeah, which is interesting because it's the regular length of a Simpsons episode.
Yeah, and Bart actually says exactly how long the
22
story...
minutes and
23 minutes and 5 seconds, I think it is.
Which is, I think, how long is left from that point onwards.
Yeah.
Till the end of the episode.
Yeah. Because they were asking how long, the mob was asking how long it would take to retell this story.
I wonder if the thing where they complain about that, where they're like, that's way too long, I wonder if that was reminiscent of what Fox were saying at the time.
Maybe.
About The Simpsons.
Maybe. Maybe it's a direct voice message.
Cut it into 3 smaller stories.
Exactly.
Yeah, for some reason I always think of Bart chopping off the head of the statue as being like a season 4 episode.
Yeah, much later episode in the Simpsons.
But no, all the animation. I mean, it doesn't look as bad as some of the other episodes, but it does definitely look like a season 1 episode.
Yeah, it does. There's a lot of things that are not quite the right color, and the car door changes color because it's moving. Yeah,
when Barney's talking, the lower half of his face is cut off in a different color to the rest of his face.
Yeah, and it's still like it's yellow, but it's like one's like lemon and the other one's like
rotten lemon.
Rotten lemon. It's just a very blatantly obvious different color.
Yeah, aye.
And you can see the outline, the weird sort of like dark grey or black outline of across his face practically.
When Smithers talks at the end of the episode to Mr. Burns, I think he says the feeling is more than mutual, sir.
Yeah.
Which is the first hint that Smithers might be gay.
Yeah.
You can kind of see that same outline.
Yeah.
Like
they're only animating the bottom half of the face, so that's the only bit they're going to move.
Yeah.
So
weird that only really shows up in this episode.
Barney actually in one of the earlier episodes that we've already watched, I think it was maybe like 2 or 3.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember exactly.
Homer's Odyssey or Bart the Genius?
Probably Homer's Odyssey, I would say.
Yeah, I don't think Barney shows up in Bart the Genius.
I think it must be in about... This is vague memories going on here.
Does Barney show up in... He shows up in Homer's Odyssey, but he doesn't have any lines.
I think it was when he was either smiling or something. I don't know if it was exactly when he was talking, but I know in a previous episode...
Maybe it was episode 1, Simpsons Roasting on an Open Fire.
Could have been at this point.
Carry on.
Yeah. When he was talking at that point, it had the same sort of thing across underneath his nose, all the way across his cheek, kind of thing.
I think it was episode 1.
Yeah, it probably would have been.
Because Barney's in that episode a lot.
Yeah, because he's in the pub a lot, isn't he? So
he also he's
betting.
And he gets Homer the job as Santa.
So he does.
He's also a Santa.
Yeah. So he is.
Barney's a big role in episode 1.
Yeah.
But we're here to talk about episode 8.
Yeah.
Did you see that in the opening? This was episode 8.
I did, yeah. I said episode 8. I think. Episode 8.
There we go. Now we've got the audio.
You can just cut
and splice and move and shift all of that. Cut this entire fucking episode. Cut my life into pieces. But yeah, I kind of feel like the talking head stuff is kind of... Talking head as in Jebediah's head.
Yeah.
It's kind of a much smaller part of the episode and not really well utilised.
Yeah. It's
Talks to him
only a couple of scenes.
Twice.
Yeah.
Once when he's in front of the bullies just after he's cut the head off, where he's about to show it to them.
Yeah.
And in classic like teenager, high schooler kind of fashion, they've completely changed their tone from the previous day.
Yeah.
They're like, the previous day they're like, I wish someone would cut that statue's head off. And the next day after he's done it, he's like, man,
I want to break every bone.
We'll break every bone in that guy's body if we ever find him.
Yeah, that was just talk, apparently.
Aye, sounds about right.
Yeah.
But yeah, I felt like that was kind of a wasted opportunity.
Yeah.
There's no... I think Harry Shearer does the voice of Jebediah Springfield's statue's head.
Right.
Jebediah Springfield, whose full name is obviously David.
Is it David? No. Jebediah... What was it?
Jebediah, Obadiah, Zebediah, Jedediah Springfield.
Zachariah.
What did I say?
Zebediah.
Oh. Jebediah, Obadiah, Zachariah, Jedediah
Springfield. Yeah, that's it.
Mentioned in this episode, I think never again.
Probably.
But that's his full name.
Yeah. Which is one of the reasons why I had to rewind it like 7 times.
That was 6 of the 7 rewinds.
Exactly.
Catch that name and commit to memory.
And I forgot it. To be fair, I forgot it 4 seconds after I fucking remembered.
I was like, remember that? I'm going to throw it to you in the episode and I'm going to be like, what's that name?
Yep.
What's the name?
Nothing.
That's the one
But yeah.
What did you think of the structure of this episode? Starting at the end and then flashing back to the beginning and then...
I quite liked it. But I do like a story episode.
Yeah.
I do like a story episode. So I'm quite partial to that sort of structure.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I appreciated that. It was pretty good.
Yeah, I think it would have, had they not done that, the pacing of the episode would have felt a bit off, because the first, if you structured it normally without the flashback,
starting in the previous Sunday already.
The first 2 acts, or the first act and a half, kind of, are quite leisurely in their pacing.
Yeah.
All the stuff that Bart does with the bullies, as great as it is, is very leisurely. It's very... He goes to the cinema and he gets chucked out, and they go to the Quickie Mart and they get...
It's almost like there's, without the ending shown at the start to set up what's happening or what's going to happen, it's almost like there's no point to the episode until you get to that. But because they've set it up like that, you're actually wanting to know when it becomes relevant.
Yeah. And don't get me wrong, I actually really like a leisurely Simpsons episode.
Yeah.
I like the kind of...
I enjoyed this episode very, very much.
I loved all the stuff with the bullies. I like those 3 characters a lot, because those are the kind of people that I used to spend time with in high school. Just fucking morons. Just idiots. I was basically Jimbo in high school. That's essentially what I looked like.
I have seen.
The hat, the skull t-shirt, the whole thing.
Yep.
And at one point I had Dolph's hair with the hair covering the eye as well.
Right.
Some things never go out of fashion.
No. Some things never come in.
I'll fucking come in you in a second.
After the episode.
A reminder to cut that out.
Yeah, please.
What did you think of Bart's ninja costume?
I liked it. I thought it was pretty cool.
I'm surprised that hasn't made like more of a resurgence in later episodes. I know it's in the Simpsons Hit and Run.
Yeah.
It might be in the Simpsons game as well, and I think one of the NES games. It's quite a popular video game.
Is it in wrestling? Can you change character costumes?
I don't think you can change character costumes in wrestling.
Yeah, I know you can change at least one character costume in wrestling.
What's that?
I think there's alternatives. There's one and then there's another one, because Groundkeeper Wally, he can be clothed or he can be topless.
Really?
I might have been fucking dreaming this.
Your dreams are PS1 graphics of Groundskeeper Willie shirtless.
Yes.
Okay.
But as far as I remember from when I was playing it anyway, this is a very long time ago.
Yeah.
Like this is when it was not quite but nearly first out. We're talking here. Actually, there we go. We'll pull out the Simpsons wrestling game and have a look at what year it might have potentially been.
Yes. Yeah, I have it just here.
I knew you owned it. I was just wondering if you had it in your hand yet.
Okay, I'm looking at the back of the box. I don't want to get too sidetracked with this game that we're not going to cover for a few years.
Yeah.
I'm going to read off to you the little bullet points of things you can expect to see in the show. In the game, rather.
In the game, yeah.
Actual voices from the TV show, hidden characters, exclusive character moves, popular Springfield venues, and numerous power-ups. No mention of any alternate costumes.
Clothes. Okay. But he is topless, fuck it.
Whatever. He's topless on the box cover. He has his overalls on, but they're ripped and his muscles are out. I'm now opening the box. This is riveting.
Riveting stuff to listen to, I'm sure.
I'm flipping through the manual.
Yeah.
I'm flipping through it some more. Taunt, pinning, power-ups, pause, starting a new tournament, character bios. That's fun. No, there's no alternate costumes in there either.
Fair enough. Well then, I fucking dreamed alternate costumes into that.
Good stuff.
But whatever. I'm sure it's an alternate costume in one of the games at least.
It's definitely in Simpsons Hit and Run. And I think it features in a level of the Simpsons game.
Probably, yeah.
But it never took off the way that Bartman did. You know the thing where Bart's dressed like Batman?
Yeah. You've got the
little Lego thing,
the little Lego guy up there.
Dressed as Batman, yeah.
Yeah.
It never took off in the way that did.
No, but which is a shame. I quite like the costume. I like the whole scene that he's doing that with the cat and everything. Yeah, I like that.
We talk a little bit about how easy Bart finds it to cut off the head of a bronze statue with one hacksaw in about 3 seconds. A solid bronze statue.
Yeah, you see the neck and you see the head.
Aye.
The bottom of the head, you see it at one point in the show. It is solid. And you see the neck without the head on it, which also shows that it is solid and not a hollow statue. And we're presuming, based on its coloration and its age, it's probably a bronze statue.
I think it's been confirmed to be solid bronze.
So, even if that wasn't the case, as you pointed out, even if it was a bloody wooden statue, which it's not, but even if it was, it would still take a lot longer than that to cut through with anything.
Yeah, aye.
Short of a power saw or something. But you still wouldn't be able to cut through it that fast, surely. Not in about 4 seconds flat without massive industrial machinery.
I don't want to dox us, but there is a statue in the centre of our town.
Right, yeah.
Actually quite similar to the one at Jebediah Springfield, except it's made out of stone, I think.
Yes, it's a marble statue, I believe.
Marble, that's it, marble statue.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how hard it would be to cut the head off that with a hacksaw? We're not going to...
You even use a hacksaw, but yeah.
We're not going to factor cap it and try and do that for this episode of the podcast. Especially considering it's an audible medium. No.
You're not going to see anything.
We're not going to dress up like ninjas and go and cut that statue's head off in the night. But if we did, we would need something more powerful than a
manual saw.
Yeah.
For sure. A lot more powerful. Or a lot more time.
I suppose with it being
you could use a hacksaw, because it is bronze. Bronze is fairly soft metal. But you could use a hacksaw, but it's still metal. It's still got a moderately high melting point, so it's not like it's just going to fucking liquefy.
Is that a hacksaw or is that a band?
No,
it is a hacksaw.
That one's a hacksaw. Yeah,
because I've done.
It's also, you never get all the way through it because the arch around the back of the hacksaw is too close to the blade to get all the way through the neck.
Yeah, because I was just about to say that I've used hacksaws when I've been doing like woodworking.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't cut through wood like it's butter.
Yeah.
So it's not going to cut through. It's not even the preferred saw for cutting through wood when I was doing woodworking.
Yeah.
I didn't enjoy using them because I found them to be very flimsy.
But the blade is really easy to sort of like twist and turn.
Yeah.
So it's very difficult to get a straight line out of it.
Aye.
But even if that was the case, even if you wanted to use a hacksaw, let's say the arch is actually big enough, maybe it's like a really spacious one, which is not drawn as.
No, but let's
just assume and pretend, this is a cartoon, let's just pretend that is the case. He is going to go through so many blades going through that really thick neck that is about the size of his chest, practically. The head is the width of the chest, so very thick neck.
Also seemingly weighs nothing.
But yeah, it clunks when it hits the ground.
But Bart's walking around with it in his bag.
When he puts the bag down, but he just sort of like hops up the bag, like it's nothing.
We've carried bags that are filled with books before. And they were
Yes,
too
they are.
heavy to do that with. Like just paperback and hardback books.
Yeah.
And they were too heavy to just pop around like that head, which is carrying that bag, which is carrying the head of a statue.
Yeah. That's quite a big bronze chunk.
It's a big noggin.
Yeah. Also, somehow never damaged in the time that it's sort of just fallen onto the ground and stuff. Bronze is quite a soft metal, like I said. I'm pretty sure you might remember this better than I can, but it's on a concrete plinth or a brick plinth or something.
It is, yeah. Aye.
Which means that's what it landed on when it hit the ground. It never broke any of that, and it never
Bart
got
didn't catch
dented or
it or
scratched.
anything. Yeah, you hear it thunk.
Yeah. You see it in you see the shadow of it
Right,
hit the
yeah.
ground. Like none of the head or none of the tiles, and none of that was damaged as well. But hey, whatever. Obviously, they needed a concise 23 minutes and 5 seconds in total. So
How else is a 10-year-old boy going to get the head of a statue that's made out of bronze? You know?
Yeah, yeah.
Would it have been more effective to use a blowtorch? Do you think?
You wouldn't really blowtorch it, I don't think, because it's not. It's too thick. If it was flat, you could probably blowtorch through it. And I think that's similar. I've never used a plasma cutter in my life, but I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, plasma cutters can only go through a certain thickness of metal as well.
Yeah.
So again, that would have an issue with it, which could go through it pretty quickly. Like plasma cutters and blowtorches would go through metal very quickly.
It would also melt the metal at the base of the neck and at the head of the shoulders of the joint.
Where you're cutting it, it would do that, yeah. Well, I'm glad
we got through.
Finished our DIY.
When we do our other podcasts, beheaded statues. Is there a better name for that?
Don't know. Our Henry VIII fucking podcast.
Our other podcast, French Revolution La Concreta. What's the French for concrete?
I don't know, man.
Bronze or stone or whatever.
I've no idea.
Our podcast where we go around French revolutioning statues and seeing how easy that is.
With different types of
various
cutting
methods.
implements.
Aye. Fuck
Aye.
it.
Let's move on.
Three blind mice trivia.
3 mice blind. Perfect.
It's time for 3 blind mice trivia.
Yes.
We already spoke briefly about Sideshow Bob and how he has a different design in this episode.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, it isn't voiced by Kelsey Grammer.
Yeah.
Who would go on to voice him in the future.
Right, yep.
The original idea for Sideshow Bob was that he would speak only with a slide whistle.
Right, yeah.
And I believe they tried to get the proper Sideshow Bob design into this episode.
Mm-hmm.
They decided on it after, and then were like, there wasn't enough time to get it reanimated back into the episode before the episode had to be sent out.
Right, okay.
They missed that.
Fair enough.
This is one of only 4 episodes of the show which credits Matt Groening as a writer.
Wow.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
This is the first episode to ever mention Jebediah Springfield.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Did you notice when Bart does his chalkboard gag at the beginning of the episode?
Oh, right, yeah.
He writes down, I did not see Elvis.
Yeah.
If you look closely, one of the lines actually says, I did see Elvis.
All right, does it?
Bart says Cowabunga in the episode.
Wait, what?
That's part of my trivia.
Did I miss that?
I must have missed it as well. I have it in my trivia notes that he says, I think he does say Cowabunga at some point. Cowabunga. But like one of the few times he says Cowabunga. Because we talked about this in a previous episode where he's accredited with saying Cowabunga, but he doesn't actually say it that much in the show. It was more of a t-shirt slogan from the early 90s.
Yeah. He says it a lot in like games and stuff as well.
Yeah.
I'm sure he says
Simpsons
that a lot
skateboarding.
Yeah, there you go.
Did you catch that the Godfather reference?
Been a while.
In this episode.
No, I mean it's been a while since I've seen the Godfather, so
it's the most famous scene in the Godfather.
No.
It's the Bart wakes up with the bronze statue's head in his bed and he screams.
Oh, right. Okay, fair enough.
A reference to the scene in The Godfather where the guy wakes up with the horse's head in the bed and he screams.
Right.
Reverend Lovejoy's sermon is about gambling being the 8th deadly sin.
Yeah.
But as congregation members compliment him on his sermon, you can see a sign in the church promoting bingo on Tuesday night, Wednesday is Monte Carlo night, and arena retreat on Saturdays.
I saw the retreat. I saw
I
that
think,
sign.
yeah.
I didn't see the other ones. I was too busy reading the retreat bit. But yeah.
Jimbo and Dolph's voice actors are swapped in this episode.
All right.
Pamela Hayden voices Dolph and Tress MacNeil voices Jimbo.
Mm-hmm.
In future episodes, their voices are swapped around.
Right.
I didn't really notice with Dolph.
Mm-hmm.
I guess he doesn't do as much talking, but Jimbo sounded definitely off his usual voice.
Yeah.
I think Kearney had the same voice actor.
He sounded right anyway. But could be he didn't sound that wrong, you know?
Yeah, it was Nancy Cartwright. Who does the voice of Nelson and Bart and Ralph.
Yeah.
She is also the voice of Kearney.
All right, cool.
Here's a big one for you. You hyped?
I'm sitting down.
You excited?
Yep.
The televised version of this episode had an extra scene where Bart explains to the mob that they've lost their way as Springfieldianites by being so quick to lynch a 10-year-old boy who feels remorse for his actions.
Right.
The scene doesn't appear in the DVD or in many reruns, and was shoehorned in by Fox, who wanted a message about people losing their town pride. The scene does, however, appear in the Disney Plus version of the episode. We'll need to go and check that out right now.
Yeah.
I'll finish this segment and then we'll go and watch that. My God.
Yeah.
I wrote these trivia points and even I didn't know that. The flashback structure was added because at table reads the episode started really funny and then kind of petered out joke-wise. Jimbo is named after Jim Brooks.
Right.
The girl in the movie Space Mutants 4 is also voiced by Nancy Cartwright.
All right, wow.
Here's one for you.
Mm-hmm.
Apu wasn't intended to be of any specific nationality, as the writers were worried it would offend someone. However, Hank Azaria improvised the voice at the table read and got a huge reaction. See, I didn't know that until I did the trivia research for this episode. Obviously now Apu isn't in the show anymore.
Yeah, which is a shame.
Definitely understand Hank Azaria not wanting to do the voice, more so now knowing that that voice wasn't in the show until he improvised it at the table and put it in basically himself. Yeah.
I get why they removed Apu, but I liked Apu as a character.
I think that eventually they should bring him back with a...
He was one of my favourite people in Hit and Run as well.
He's the only playable character outside of the family.
Yeah.
I have a theory that the reason that game hasn't had a remaster or a re-release on PlayStation Store or the Xbox Marketplace or anything like that is because of Apu's role in it.
Yeah, probably. He's got a big role in it, so yeah, probably.
I hope at some point they bring him back into the show with an Indian American voice actor.
Yeah. Bring it. I don't mind change up the voice to an actual legitimately the correct nationality actor.
Aye,
fine. But I liked Apu in there. He was a good character.
Yeah. Bring him back.
Yeah.
Bring him home.
Yeah.
Apu's first name is taken from the Sajit Ray Bollywood film trilogy, and his surname was taken from a high school friend of one of the writers.
All right.
There we
Fair
go.
enough.
Did you notice the the shot of Homer and Bart walking past the mob at the end of the episode?
Right.
Looked very weird.
Yeah. It looks really like
the perspective is totally off.
Yeah.
And
aye.
That wasn't included in the original edit. That was added in later on.
All right. Okay, so in the original edit, that would have taken up that time that they're walking past the mob would have been taken up by the Fox's thing about Bart talking to the mob about.
Well, there was the line that was in that scene where they're going home was originally different. That line was originally Homer says, "Well done, son. I can't wait to get home and start punishing you."
All right.
I think after the initial edit, they decided to change it and Make it a bit more of a happy father-son ending rather than Homer being like, I can't wait to get home and start punishing you. Which is definitely more in character.
Yeah, I was going to say much more like properly in character for Homer. Which, you know what, the Homer-Bart character interaction in this episode was also a little bit strange. I get why Homer didn't start trying to kill Bart, but he has gotten to Bart's neck so much faster than that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, usually
like Bart says something wrong and he's instantly got his hand around his throat choking
usually
him.
It's like lightning fast.
Yeah.
How fast you can just snatch into that neck and wring it for all it's worth.
Surely at that point, what he would have been doing is already choking him, whilst Bart's still clinging onto the head of the statue, or even it's on the floor at this point.
Aye. Or drop it on Homer's foot or something.
Yeah. And then realizes that, it was me that kind of accidentally put him up to this.
Aye.
So, Marge, lay off the boy. That would have been more funny, I think.
Yeah.
So, but hey, whatever. It's like a little bit of an odd thing, that, and then I know they've got a mob with the entire town, but the fact that Homer didn't just bolt and leave the mob to kill Bart.
I'm glad he didn't. I think that's something that maybe later seasons jerk-ass Homer would have done.
Yeah.
But I like this version of Homer more.
Oh, don't get me wrong. He's a much better person.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's definitely a much better person.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just a bit... It doesn't seem to... The level of willingness to stay, as opposed to...
you think he should have maybe wavered more?
Yeah. Before actually deciding, you know what, I'm going to stay with my boy, kind of thing.
Aye.
We're going to either die together or whatever that he says.
Let's quickly cut it there.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go and see this scene.
Yes.
And we'll be back in a minute.
Yeah.
And we're back after sitting in the ending of the version of the episode that's on Disney Plus.
Yeah.
So completely different bit of audio.
Yeah.
Over what looks like recycled animation mostly.
It does, yeah.
Where Bart talks about
taking advantage of their heritage and stuff.
Not properly appreciating their heritage.
Which also looks like it's over recycled mob animation as well, because when they focus on the mob, when he's saying about the, abusing their heritage or that kind of thing.
Yeah.
The mob still look pissed.
Yeah.
They don't go, oh, yeah, I never really thought about it like that, until afterwards when he goes, I feel like more shame and whatnot for doing that than you can ever make me feel. And then they go, oh.
Yeah, and then the footage of Bart and Homer walking past the mob.
At a really odd sort of
a nonsensical perspective that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
That's not there.
Yeah. So like I was badly saying before, earlier on, I'm pretty sure I said something about the time, which makes no real sense whatsoever. But what I was meaning by that earlier on was the fact that the time slot they used in talking about the heritage is either that or the time slot they've put in the extra to make up the full episode time.
Right, yeah.
They've put in the extra of them walking past the screen talking.
Yeah, aye.
So that would be that. So it's one or the other.
Strange
it's really strange why they even did any of that.
Mm. In the original edit, does the statue
I don't
remember
him saying, sorry, sir.
And then the statue being like, don't worry about it, Bart.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember that either.
I don't think that was in the other edit.
Interesting stuff.
Yeah, it's weird.
Anyway, let's speedily move on to our final segment of the show.
The one.
Boy, I sure hope someone got fired for that blunder. David, you had some car complaints.
I did, yes. So when they're approaching the church, driving.
Yes. When they're coming home from the church. Because they drive past Space Mutants 4.
No, when they're going first.
Oh, is this first bit when they're on their way? When they arrive at the...
When they're on their way, you see the dent in the front driver's side, I think, of the car.
Yeah.
You see the dent in the crumple zone where it's gone up in the front wheel arch or the front headlight fender, whatever you want to call that bit.
Sure.
That bit. And
the front.
The front of it. And then when they park at the church, which somehow they've got a space right outside the church, despite the entire church community being in there, never going to happen.
The most optimum space to park in.
Exactly. But yeah, so they're parked there, and the camera shows from up in the air down towards the car and along to the church on that path. There is no crumple on that car. It is perfectly smooth and flat on both sides. So there's no accident that's been there since forever.
Yeah.
But yeah, so just a bit of continuity issues in that bit.
You had another bit of trivia.
I did,
another bit of a car complaint.
That one was on the way back that you were thinking.
Other podcast, Alice's Adventures Through the Windshield Glass, where we talk about car safety.
Yes.
What is your car safety complaint?
My car safety complaint is that so Homer, as always, is not wearing a seatbelt. Marge is wearing a seatbelt. This is the bit that you were probably talking about on the way back.
Yeah, that's what I thought you were going to talk about. Yeah.
Right. So that on the way back is they've got their usual. Marge is always wearing a seatbelt for some reason. Homer's never wearing a seatbelt. He doesn't even
for
have
some
one.
reason. I like that. Marge is wearing a seatbelt for some reason.
I mean, if you're going to animate everyone else with or without a seatbelt,
I know that it was intentional to have Homer never wear it. Initially, they were going to have Homer never wear it.
He also doesn't have one.
Yeah,
like to wear. There's not one there
hanging
waiting
down.
Waiting to be put on in most of the scenes, at least in this season. So far,
I'm sure they fix that in future seasons, but so far
there isn't.
Yeah.
But the main sort of issue that I had is when you're looking from the front, when the cameras say on the dashboard of the car, looking back through, you cannot see the seatbelts that Lisa and Bart are wearing.
Yeah.
And you can see Maggie's car seat, which is a sort of magenta colour.
Yes, aye.
And you can see the very top of Maggie's head. But you can't see Lisa's especially. So Bart's is it might be considered hidden behind Homer's head at occasion. But you should be able to see the anchor point for it, if nothing else. But Lisa's is coming from the side where Maggie is, not coming from the side where the wall of the car is, which means you would be able to see the seatbelt from this scene. It's not hidden behind Margie's head, which that one would be if it was coming from that side. You wouldn't be able to see it. So when the camera then goes to the just focusing on the back seats, they're all wearing a seatbelt, and that's where you see the Lisa's seatbelt pointing that way.
Yes.
And then but Homer's talking, and Bart just leans forward in less than half of a second. You don't hear the seatbelt click. You don't hear him move it. You don't hear any grunt of effort getting out from under a seatbelt, which has also got the lap belt part as well. It's a 3-point seatbelt.
Yeah.
He's just right up against the back of Homer's seat without any belt over his shoulder, nothing.
Yeah.
So he's fucking slippery bastard. He can slide out from underneath the seatbelt in no time. The point about the magenta car seat as well is when they zoom in on the back, it's brown, the same colour. Maggie's car seat's brown. It's the same colour as the bench seat. So they've forgotten to recolour that properly.
Aye.
But yeah, it's just a whole...
Is that the end of your complaints about the...
Pretty much, right now, yeah. It was a fairly long and unnecessary ramble about car seatbelts.
The proper anchoring point for a car seat. For a seatbelt, sorry.
The seatbelt, the middle seatbelt should be coming from either side in the middle, but that should be there, or only a lap belt. But
there may be a lap belt over Meg.
I think there is.
I think she's
got the car seat belt, which is actually drawn in there as only a lap belt, but it would actually be a cross harness. But whatever, doesn't matter. It might not have been at the time. Maybe that wasn't the case on car seats
in 1989. Bear in mind it's an older car as well.
Well, yeah, the car seats had an additional thing. You buy one and put it in the car. So it's from whatever.
I meant like the seatbelt anchoring points.
Oh well, it's a different seatbelt that's anchored in the car seat, and then you anchor the car seat with the seatbelt.
Right.
So you would, even if it was an older seatbelt, it would just anchor the car seat differently. That's all. But Lisa's one would definitely be coming from the wall or from the car door side. But anyway, whatever. We're here. We're here now.
Wow, what a fascinating glimpse
into the useless
Mind of
shit
David.
that's in my head.
Oh, what a fun segment of our Simpsons podcast.
Yes.
Barney and Moe's hair is actually the right colour in this episode for the most
in the
part.
tavern, yes.
There is one shot of Barney in the crowd where not only is his hair now blonde, his shirt is white instead of that kind of orangey red.
Yes, yeah. What else did we think?
I think that was it.
The continuity of the bicycle disappearing.
Yeah, we saw that again in the opening credits.
Again in the opening credits. I can't remember anything else that was a blunder other than everyone's faces having a weird sort of joint thing going on.
So let's get to final thoughts and wrap it up. There's a shot I really like in this episode where they're in the church and Homer's got his headphones in.
Yeah.
We haven't really talked about that section at all, I guess.
What about I loved the voice matching with the broadcaster sort of.
Here's an additional bit of trivia for you.
Yeah.
Originally, the writers wanted to make sure that the voice that Homer was listening to and Reverend Lovejoy's voices didn't sync up at all, so that it was clear
right
that what he's listening to isn't what Reverend Lovejoy is saying.
Right. But I think that's clear anyway.
I think it's much funnier that it.
Yeah,
it's
I
meant
like
to
the fact
look
that
like,
it links up.
Yeah,
that it looks like he's doing a sermon about football.
It sets up the punchline of Homer standing up in church and being like, "Yes, yes, oh God, yes."
Yeah.
Or
it's good.
It's good. It's
that's
good.
It.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. But yeah, that shot of it zooms, the camera kind of pans in, and Marge slides back in frame to reveal that Homer is wearing the headphones.
Yeah,
that's a
really good shot. Yeah,
lovely little scene.
It's a lovely bit of animation, though. It's very, very well done. At no point it looks like it's they're sliding her towards you. It looks like they're moving a camera past Marge.
Right, yeah, it looks like something from like a Brian De Palma film.
Yeah. But that looks really good.
Yeah.
So there's some really good animation in this, and then there's some weird animation in this, which really isn't all that weird. It's mostly just the coloration of the moving parts. A lot of it's really just the crowd shots, which were hard to do at the time. Yeah.
Edna Krabappel looks bizarre in that wide shot of the crowd.
Yeah. Aye, because she's got, like, her eyes don't meet up like circles.
It looks like it's Edna Krabappel, but with someone else's face.
Yeah, it's strange.
What else? Oh, yeah, Mr. Burns and Moe meet and have a conversation in this episode, which is not two characters that I ever imagined being in the same place at the same time.
Blunder.
Sorry?
There's a blunder.
Right. What's your blunder?
Is it... This is the episode where Bart's eyes and mouth are facing on opposite directions.
You pointed that out in the Sunday school. He does Twisterhead.
Yeah.
That's like a famous bit of early Bart animation.
Yeah.
When they used to animate these characters kind of liquidy, kind of rubbery.
Yeah.
They used to do that all the time. They've done it in previous episodes that we've watched.
Right, I just didn't really pick up on it as much.
It's sometimes hard to clock unless you're looking for it. But yeah, Bart does that weird thing where his head kind of turns so that his mouth is on one side and his eyes and his nose are on the other side.
Yeah.
And then they snap back.
It's really strange.
They call that Twisterhead.
Right.
Twisterhead. Yeah.
That's weird. But yeah.
Mr. Burns and Moe meet in this episode and have a brief conversation.
Yeah.
Two characters that I imagine having never met.
Yes.
I'm trying to think if they meet in... I'm sure there's subsequent episodes where Homer is friends with Mr. Burns and they go to Moe's Tavern or something.
Probably.
But this is, I think, it's just a weird character pairing that you don't ever think about.
Yeah.
I would like to see a spotlight episode where those two become friends in like a current season.
Yeah.
Because I feel like they would, for all they're obviously from different backgrounds, I feel like they're equally seedy and sinister. I could definitely see... I feel like
they're definitely both equally hating of children in general.
Yeah, and people in general.
And people in general too, but
I could see Mr. Burns doing some shady dealings through Moe.
Yes. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
A couple of shady business opportunities there.
Yeah. Anyway, anything else you want to touch on?
Not that I can think of.
Yeah.
They've got some really high ceilings Because the start of that, where fucking Bart flies up and then 4 minutes later lands in front of the TV.
The couch gag where Bart... I think we've seen that in one of their episodes so far.
Was it Bart that flew?
Yes, it was.
Was it? Okay.
I think it was one of the earliest ones we recorded.
Right.
Weeks ago.
Yeah.
Was it episode 2 or 3?
Yeah, in episode 2 or 3 or something.
Yeah, but they jump on the couch and Bart is squeezed out in the couch gag and he shoots up into the air. And we assumed he was just gone.
Yeah.
And then when it comes up, created by Matt Groening. Groening. He drops down again.
Yeah.
Anything else?
I think that's it. I think that's it. I liked it. Overall.
Great episode.
It was a good episode.
One of the best of the season so far.
Yeah, definitely. But still no better joke than that bunny joke, though.
In the previous episode where the bunny gets chucked through the... Right. In Call of the Simpsons where Homer sets a trap for a rabbit and then chucks it.
Watches it like
70
3
feet in the air. Yeah, aye. 18 miles away. Anyway. Do you want to do the wrap up?
Yeah, this has been Insert Brain here, a Simpsons podcast. Have a good evening.
Fucking hell, speedrunning it right to the end. This has been Insert Brain here, a Simpsons podcast. Try again. This has been Insert Brain here. Turn it off. Turn it off. Press the button.
This has been Insert Brain here, a Simpsons podcast. This was season 1, episode 8.
Yeah.
The Telltale Head.
Yes.
And it's been David. As always with me was Connor.
Hello, I've been Connor.
Right. And have a good evening.
This has been a T for 22 production.
That's fucking everything. Always.
This has been a T for 22 production, yeah.
I need a script, mate.
I'll get you a script, don't worry.
Just for the start and the end. I just need a script.
We'll be on season 20 and you'll be like, line? Insert what here? What podcast?
What was that again? 3 blind mice.
Insert 3 blind mice in my ass. An enema podcast. Anyway, have a good night.
Have a good night.
Welcome back to Insert Brain here, a Simpsons podcast. I'm your host, Connor, and with me as always is my co-host, David.
Yes, hey.
They were talking about Season 1, Episode 9, Life on the Fast Lane. First aired March 18th, 1990. What was this sensual Simpsons episode about, David? Regale me.
Right.
The plot.
Yes, the plot of this episode that we watched about 10 whole minutes ago.
Aye.
Well, finished.
Marge. It's a Marge-centric episode.
It's a Marge-centric episode.
The first?
Yes, and it kind of centered largely on their marriage as well.
Yeah.
Or lack thereof of a decent one.
Mm-hmm.
So it opens up with Bart and Lisa and Maggie.
Yes.
Sort of there for the crack, I guess. Helping make a really stereotypically absolute bombshell of a mess.
Yeah, for breakfast.
For her birthday.
Yeah.
And they're discussing the presents they got her, like French perfume.
A large gallon jug with the words French perfume printed on it.
Yes. And then a spaghetti card from Lisa, which is like it's like
a work of art.
It is a work of art. It is. But yeah, so they're discussing that, and then they go up yelling happy birthday. Homer wakes up thinking it's his birthday for some reason.
Aye, God knows why.
Obviously forgot, and then pretends not to forget him, whilst also shimmying out the room, sprinting to the car. Then it cuts to Marge on the phone to her sisters.
Yeah, Patty and Selma.
Yeah. Talking about the fact that, he's definitely getting her out buying a present now.
Buying a nice, thoughtful gift. Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, it doesn't cut to that. I forgot. It's him at the mall first.
Yeah, he's looking at the beef jerky store.
Yeah. Too salty, yeah. One like a corner.
Yeah, and then there's like a sexy lingerie store.
Yeah.
Too steamy, I think.
Too steamy or too risky or something. Yeah. But yeah, he's continuing through a whole bunch of stores in the mall and parking in a seriously no parking area.
Yeah, so he does.
Right, outside the mall entrance. But yeah, then it cuts to Marge talking to her sisters about the fact that he's definitely buying her a present. and that's when they remind Marge about previous presents that he's won as like a
secret.
Things Homer would want, but Marge would not.
Essentially gifts for himself. He disguises as gifts for Marge.
Yeah, no. So the last sort of thing you see of him is him looking at a bowling ball, a nice shiny bowling ball.
Yeah, yeah.
Then it cuts to him back in the house with a present.
A very heavy
present, yeah. Yeah, bowling ball shaped box. Size box, yeah. Yeah, it's square.
Aye.
But anyway, yeah. So they go to dinner with the family.
The singing sirloin.
The singing sirloin, yes, that's it. Yes. Home of ballads and salads.
Ballads and salads, that's it. Home of ballads and salads.
Yeah. Awesome. So yeah, they go there and there's pan through, there's a whole bunch of funny shit before we get to the Simpsons table where they end up it's pretty much time for Homer's present.
Yeah, yeah.
He signals over the singing waiters who come over singing Happy Birthday, Mrs. Homer Simpson.
Really drive home that Homer's making her birthday all about him.
Yeah, fully drive home that. Yeah. And it's at that point that he's lifting the box over the cake and the bowling ball falls out, landing in the cake.
Yeah.
Homer's signed side up. And that's...
Destroys the cake.
Destroying the cake, yeah.
Takes out all but one of the candles.
Yeah. Which Marge blows out in fury. Then it's the cut to the end of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is where they have the whole Homer is trying to pretend that he got it for her while they're talking. Obviously Marge is seeing right through it.
Yeah.
No, this is for you.
He even slips up at one point.
Oh yeah, he does. Aye.
She says she's going to use it to bowl, and he goes, "But you don't know how to bowl."
Yeah, you don't know how to bowl. And then she says, obviously, she's going to go and like use the ball because it's her present. And I forgot what the place is.
Barney's Bowlerama.
Yeah, aye. She goes there and find out where do I throw this.
I've never met someone who has so little understanding of bowling that they would walk in, see people bowling in the lanes and go, "Where do I throw this?" To a bowling ball.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so she points out the fact that, there's the lane, you roll it down there. You find out she's a 13.5 and all they've got.
Yeah, and all they've got is what is it, a 9 and a 15.
So she goes and starts tossing the ball and very precariously kind of...
Basically overarming it.
Overarming it and sort of like swinging sideways at it.
Just knocking down the one pin.
Yeah, that's where we see Jacques.
Yeah, Jacques, yeah.
Jacques, whatever. What's his last name?
It's printed on the bowling ball.
It's on the bowling ball, yeah.
Brunswick.
Jacques Brunswick.
Brunswick is... I don't know if that's his surname or if it's just the name of his bowling ball.
Right.
But it's definitely Brunswick.
She calls him Mr. Brunswick.
Does she?
Right. So the first time she sort of shoves that ball in her face and then she looks and goes, Mr. Brunswick. Yeah, because she raised the ball.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, anyway. It's after that she ends up doing bowling lessons and stuff because she's fairly useless at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Jack is clearly trying to seduce Marge, I would say.
Aye. At this point, he definitely wants in, let's be fair.
Yeah.
Aye, he's not doing it out of the goodness of his heart. He's being paid too.
$25 an hour.
$25.
Per lesson, sorry.
Per lesson, that's it, yeah.
But the quality is worth $40.
The quality is worth $40. Yeah. $40. They end up, the sort of standard story. Trainer, trainee getting close, and then there's times where he's trying to get her to meet outside of the training.
Yeah, to go for brunch or to go to his apartment, yeah.
Or over to his house, yeah. His apartment, that's it, yeah. So they end up meeting up at a few different bits, and Homer's kind of getting a bit depressed because he's been looking after the kids, and
Lisa's noticing that.
Yeah, Lisa's been noticing that there's
divorce afoot potentially.
Aye, yeah, potentially, aye. Is it the 8 stages of
I thought it was 12.
It could be any number of stages of freaking.
Maybe in the 69 stages for all I know, mate.
I think it may have been. I think you were right. I think it might have been because I think she was in the 8th stage at one point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was 12 stages.
Stages.
She was in 8th at some point.
Which is self-pity. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. I've gone completely off track of this plot.
Why? What threw you off track?
It's so fucking all over the place at this point.
You're so close to the end.
I know.
There's one more scene to talk about, basically.
Right, aye. So basically, Marge, Homer's all depressed. He's at work. And for some reason ever, we've seen a juncture.
The first and last time that we see... Yeah. I can't remember the name of the apartments he lives in. They've totally gone out of my... I can't remember the name of the apartments he lives in. They've totally gone out of my... Siesta Vistas?
Maybe. I feel like it was something tropical-ish. Oh, man. Here.
I was right. The Fiesta Terraces.
Did you say Fiesta or Siesta there?
I think I said Fiesta at one point.
Said Siesta Vistas?
Siesta Vistas. Fiesta Terraces. Fucking closer than the Flamingo.
Yes, it definitely was. I'm not saying it wasn't close. I'm just saying it wasn't quite right either.
It was on the...
It was on the ballpark area. It was close. Yeah, definitely related. But anyway, so yeah, the juncture between the split to the
you take a left and you go to the Springfield nuclear power plant. You take a right and you go to
the Fiesta Terraces.
Fiesta Terraces.
Yes. Where Jacques, whatever his fucking name, Brunswick.
Jack Brunswick.
That's the one.
Jock Brunswick, not Jack. We keep saying Jack.
I keep saying Jacques because that's what he was saying, wasn't it? Because that's the way he's pronouncing it. And
we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Yeah, the ending of the episode. Wrap it up, man.
She can't decide for a while and then fucks off down to the nuclear power plant.
Fucks over in the back of the car.
Yeah, pretty much.
10 minutes.
For 10 whole minutes.
And then the episode ends.
10 minutes, probably not a fucking, because he's back into the building by 10 minutes, apparently. Back at work in 10 minutes.
5 minutes of sexcapades.
Yeah. By the time they get to the car, get the keys out, he'll run back in for the keys and all because he forgot them.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah. All 4 minutes of love.
Aye. We say fuck a lot on this podcast.
We do.
Still editing that out.
You still editing that out?
I still need to start editing that
out. Start. I was wondering why you were even editing that out.
I even edit the podcast at all. Leave it all in, that's what I say.
Not all of it.
All of it, man.
All of it?
I'm a one-man editing team here. I'm a one-man research team.
Can't leave all of it in.
Well, I'll leave some of it in.
There's got to be something. There's got to be some fucking condensed out brain here. A Simpsons podcast.
It may be better than the alternative, which is what we're recording right now.
Yeah, it's true.
What's the next segment? Is this the part where we talk about
this
what we thought of the episode? Or is that after I do?
No, yeah, we do first appearances.
Fuck my life. Cut that out.
Leave it in.
This is Eye on Springfield. I
always forget about this bit.
First appearance of Helen Lovejoy.
It was so serious I couldn't keep a straight face.
I was like, I'll do the song and I'll take it down and be like as low key as I can. First appearance of Helen Lovejoy.
Perfect.
Do you think of Helen Lovejoy in the first appearance? I like that she introduces herself,
right,
by saying who she is, what her who she's related to in the town that we already met, Reverend Lovejoy, and her role in the story, which is the gossipy.
Yeah, the gossipy wife.
Yeah.
I thought that she frequently had pupils pointing in different directions.
Well, her movement was very sharp.
Yeah, it's
very sharp and very sudden.
She seems like a very odd character overall.
They've kind of dropped that movement in the wall-eyed aspect.
Right.
I think every appearance after this one.
Right.
But I noticed that design-wise, she looks basically the same.
Mm.
And she does even now in season 33, 34-ish.
All right.
First appearance of Lenny.
Right.
You're looking at me blank like you don't know who Lenny is.
I've forgotten. I forget everyone's name.
Cancelled the podcast.
Yeah. I know.
Lenny's not up on the wall.
All right. Well, why is he not there?
He's friends with Carl. He works at the Springfield nuclear power plant. He's the guy with the braces on his arm and his torso, trouser braces.
Yeah. Aye.
There's one line in this episode. He gives Homer the thumbs up and goes, "Way to go, Homer!" as he's walking out the building at the end.
Oh, right, when he's carrying Marge.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
I didn't even spot that he'd said that. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't.
Sleeping through the episodes.
No, I was just too busy on Marge's ass. she looks good in that dress.
My God, man.
I forgot the dream sequence.
Oh, it's too late now.
Fuck it, whatever, we're here. We'll talk about it afterwards.
First appearance of Charlie.
Right.
Looking at me like you don't know famous Simpsons character Charlie.
I didn't know Lenny.
Charlie is a character who works at Springfield nuclear power plant.
Right.
Who wears glasses. If I showed you a photo of Charlie, you'd go, I've seen this person millions of times before, but few people know that his name is Charlie. I'll bring up an image to show you.
Yeah,
right now.
For the best. Because I couldn't tell you right now from the top of my head. I would imagine I am one of those many people that didn't know his name was Charlie.
Turns out there's a musician who was in Busted called Charlie Simpson. Because that's what came up when I googled Charlie the Simpsons.
All right. Oh, him. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you were right.
There you go.
Fair enough. Got that sort of odd drawing design, at least in that picture there, where it's the glasses and then a pupil. Not even bother to draw the eye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
First appearance of Jock.
Yep. Brunswick.
First appearance of Jock Brunswick.
Mm-hmm. Not looking at you blankly for that one.
No.
Oh, fucking up that.
First appearance of Bart, and you're like,
who?
Run that one by me again.
Try that again? Sorry, I think I had something in my ear. What?
Bart, that's the baby.
Right, yeah, that's the one with the dummy. That's it.
Yeah, that's the one.
That's it. Yeah. I definitely know who that was.
Yeah. First and almost, Jack does appear in future episodes, but not in the capacity that he does here.
I don't even remember him from any other episode other than this one.
He's in the opening credits of every episode from this point on. Well, until the show goes HD. He's the last person that Bart skateboards past.
Was he waiting for a bus?
No, that's season 1. We got rid of that.
Right, okay. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, they did. They did get rid of that. We don't have a fucking opening credit in this.
Oh, sorry. Jack isn't in the opening credits.
No, I know.
Yeah,
but I mean,
season
we don't
2
actually.
Onwards.
Right, okay. Well, I was going to say we don't even have an opening credit on this one.
On the Disney Plus version, we didn't check the DVD.
We need to check the DVD. We'll get to that before we do. Boy, I hope we don't get something.
I hope we don't get something. That is the end of my famous segment, our famous segment, Eye on Springfield. It's better when you laugh out loud, by the way, because it's an audio medium.
I know, but so I'm laughing. It's just how it is. Oh man,
what did you think of this episode?
I liked it. I thought it's definitely not the best episode in this season.
Yeah.
By a long way. But it's not the worst episode either, I don't think. I just think let's face it, we're going to do a story similar to this at some point.
Yeah.
You kind of have to. It's part and parcel of having a married couple on a screen anywhere.
Well, they've probably done over 200 marriage crisis episodes by this point.
I would imagine so, yeah.
But this is, I think, the first one. Is there one before this that we've covered?
No. Not one that's a marriage crisis.
Not specifically. There's Homer and Marge not getting on in the Mr. Burns picnic episodes.
Yes.
But that wasn't quite a marriage. That was more of a family crisis.
Yeah.
I'd say this is the first official.
I might have watched this at another point. You tell me. We're only 9 episodes in.
Yeah.
So at this point, so many times other episodes just jump into my head.
I know. I think there's a previous episode of this podcast where you mention Maggie trying to kill Homer.
Yeah, that was
like a season 2, season 3 episode.
Yeah. We were discussing that before we started. Well, I'm about to probably pop up another one from about season 2, 3 era, and that might be. Is that the one where they do shock therapy?
No, that we watched that one. That was one I was just
actually
talking
one
about.
Of the ones that we were talking about.
So when I just mentioned the
right.
Burns picnic episode.
Right. Okay. That's fine. I couldn't remember if that was from there or from somewhere else.
I thought we have had a marriage comes out.
I think that's it. That's family counselling, that one. But that would be it. And I think this is probably the first.
There's not been another marriage counselling episode? Or marriage crisis, sorry.
Not so far, no.
I thought it was kind of started out very cartoony and typical Simpsons. Lots of animation stuff that felt like it was Tracy Ullman Show-esque.
Right.
Especially that scene where they put Maggie to bed.
Yeah.
And it cuts to like a close-up shot on Maggie in the bed and then like slowly pulls out.
Right.
And the family are singing to her.
Yeah.
That's very similar to the first ever short.
Right.
Which is about Homer and Marge putting the 3 kids to bed.
All right. Okay. Fair enough.
And then the second half is almost the opposite of that, where it's very, very realistic.
Yeah.
Kind of very sad and depressing.
Yeah. I think that's probably why they did the ending they did, the way they did it.
Yeah,
with a sort of like
parody
movie theme tune
of it. What's that movie? Three Men and a Baby. An Officer and a Gentleman, that's it.
Yes.
An Officer and a Gentleman.
3 Men and a Baby.
I knew it was a something and a something.
Yeah. Well, you got there eventually. Faster than I'd ever have gotten there. I was going to be there for weeks.
Abbott and Costello meet the Wolfman.
Aye.
That's the one.
Yeah. Wolfman with Anthony Hopkins. That's the one.
Oh, yeah, 2010's The Wolfman.
Yeah.
You can listen to more of us talking about the Wolfman on our episode. Furry Arse Crack. our podcast. Our Wolfman podcast, where we talk about werewolves, lycanthropy, and both men and women across the globe.
Oh,
I felt like it was weird that let's go back into the podcast.
Yeah.
I felt like it was odd that Jacques had no comeuppance.
Yeah, nothing.
You don't even see him.
You don't even see Marge saying anything about him.
Yeah.
The only thing there's only alluded to Homer knowing anything is the fact that he's noticed there's something off.
And he finds that
bowling glove for Marge.
Yeah, for Marge engraved into it. Not engraved. Embroidered.
Yeah, it would probably be embroidered into it, yeah. No. Well, I mean, it wouldn't be engraved anyway, but it could be like etched into it if it was, say, leather or whatever it could be. Right. Yes. More thoughts on the episode.
Yeah, it was strange that Jacques, there isn't like a scene at the end where Jacques gets his comeuppance, where he ends up on a date with Patty or Selma or anything like that. I feel like that's something they would do now.
Yeah.
They would kind of focus more on Jacques getting some sort of a comeuppance for trying to lure a married woman away from her husband.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, nothing for some reason.
No.
But I don't know. Did it run as a long episode to you?
It must have done because they cut out the opening credits, which they only do for longer episodes.
Yeah. We barely even got through the clouds and it was just like straight down the street.
Straight into an angle of the house that we've never really seen before or since.
From down the T junction of the street.
Yeah, straight ahead.
Mm-hmm.
No, usually it does that kind of a top left-hand side angle.
Yeah. But no. Straight down the street like someone was driving. Well, like a Google Maps car was rocking down the road with it.
Decades before that was a thing.
Yes, of course. Another prediction.
What did you think about the dream sequence?
I liked that. I thought it was quite good.
Highlight of the episode, perhaps.
I would say definitely because there were.
Is that your highlight of the? That's a new segment. Highlight of the episode.
Yes.
I'll coin them as fast as I can.
I know you will.
Get these slapped on some t-shirts, man. He doesn't want to wear a t-shirt that says "Airy ass cracker, lycanthropy," whatever I said before both podcasts.
You know what? We could do once we get to like season 10 or 12 or something.
I'll be dead by then.
I know.
I'll be in the cold, hard ground.
I'll be continuing. But in the meantime,
you can probably do an AI clone of my voice.
By then I probably could.
Mm-hmm.
But
AI clone your voice as well, and just sit back and watch the views dwindle away.
That's the one. But yeah, by the time we get to like much later on, we could have a thing to see if you can get all of the other podcasts that we do.
So your highlight of the episode.
So my highlight is the dream sequence.
Okay, my highlight is the bit where he shouts 4 onion rings,
right,
and his French accent disappears.
Yes.
Actually, my highlight might be the bit where Homer gets hit in the head with a baseball.
Yeah,
and it just thunks off of him and he slowly falls backwards.
Yeah, that is pretty good.
There we go.
Yeah, the dream sequence, I quite liked it. I liked the sort of the noir style to it. Obviously, because she's knocked out and it's supposed to be really romantic. But everything, literally everything was bowling related. And
bowling balls or bowling pins.
Yeah.
The globe is a bowling ball. The moon's a bowling ball.
The drinks that came out of the thing, it was the pins being reset for the drinks, and then
the fireplace is designed to look like a set of pins.
Yeah.
The couch that they sit on is meant to look like pins.
Yeah, it's good.
The bit where they're dancing and he sends her away and pulls her back with a bit of her dress. That actually reminded me of the things that you use to polish bowling balls. A bit of fabric. I don't know if that might not be intentional.
Maybe not, but
definitely reminiscent of it.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's good.
I like that color palette for the dream sequence as well. It's all kind of pinks and purples and indigos and violets and very romantic. Yeah.
I liked it. It was very well done. I liked it. I liked the animation. I liked the way it was all done. Was
that the best animation so far, would you say, of season 1?
Some of the smoothest.
Yeah.
We had another dream sequence we really liked as well.
Bart the General.
That might be smoother.
It's definitely funnier.
It's definitely funnier.
I would say this looks better though.
This. There's
no real interesting color palette for
it's true.
Bart the Genius's one.
That's true. Yeah,
I guess it's a different style though.
It is a different style, but I have to say that one's definitely funnier, but this one looks better, I guess.
Yeah.
Because of the color palette and the way that it was all very well done.
I think if you showed someone this out of context, they might not realise that it's a season 1 episode.
I don't think they would.
Which is the highest compliment I can give the animation of season 1.
Definitely.
They might not instantly clock it as looking like shit.
Exactly. Perfect. There we go. High-end compliment off Connor there. Can't get much better than that.
What else is there to say?
If he ever calls you a season 1 fucking Simpsons character, a crowd character from season 1.
Backgrounds, crowd,
you are
season
the
1
elephant
character.
Because those were some funny shaped people.
You're Eric Stoltz from the movie Mask.
Yes. Yeah.
What else is there to say, really?
I'm
glad we got a Marge centric episode.
Yes, we've
had one Lisa episode so far, and then the rest have all been Homer and Bart.
Homer and Bart, yeah.
So it's nice to see Marge get her
sort of highlight
in the
spotlight. Yeah. I feel like it's one of those. I think I said it before, but I feel like it's one of those things that you've got a couple on the screen. You've got to do an episode similar to this, the Temptation episode.
Yeah.
And the Almost Cheat episode, or some shows it's the cheat episode, but usually the Almost Cheat episode. And when you want a reliable couple, at least. But I'm a little bit disappointed that this was Margie's first main focus episode.
I feel like they should have saved this concept for
another time.
Further down the line.
Yeah. I feel like Marge kind of deserved a different episode. Yeah. It wasn't her potentially ruining our marriage.
Marge has always been...
I mean, don't get me wrong, the marriage is not great. It's like every birthday.
Homer is straight up vitriolic in this episode at the beginning.
Yeah. Well, he wakes up thinking it's his birthday despite everyone telling him it's not his birthday, and he knows it's not his birthday.
He gets the bowling ball for her.
Yeah. and then gets Homer put on the bowling ball.
It's not like a mistake that he makes because he's dumb. He's doing it intentionally.
Fucks up later on when they're talking about it, and he says that you don't know how to bowl. So he knows that. And
then he tries to correct her when she talks about bowling being a hobby.
Yes, it's
kind of misogynistic too.
Yeah.
Cancelled.
Yeah, no doubt.
But I thought Marge always kind of gets the short end of the stick when it comes to these spotlight episodes on family characters. She has done for basically 33 seasons.
Right, yeah.
Which is it comes through in the merchandising as well.
Yeah.
There is so much Homer and Bart, and then so often Lisa, and even more so Marge are just kind of chucked aside.
Yeah. I've seen a few things where I think it was probably just illustrations or posters or something, where it was a single poster for Homer, a single poster for Bart, I'm just using that as an example as posters because I can't remember exactly what it was.
Yeah.
Whatever paraphernalia it was. So Homer had his own, Bart had his own, Lisa had her own, and then it was Marge and Maggie.
Yeah, Marge, Maggie, and sometimes the fucking cat and dog.
Cat and the dog, yeah. So it's just a bit strange.
I would probably imagine that characters like Moe and Krusty might have more merchandise and paraphernalia than Marge does.
Probably, yeah.
And not including shots that have the entire family on them.
Yeah. Single
solo Marge merch.
Yeah. Bit of a shame, but
it's time for 3 Blind Mice trivia. Are you excited for 3 Blind Mice trivia?
I'm always excited. That's why I'm sweating.
Why
absolutely
fucking why wouldn't you be excited for 3 Blind Mice trivia?
Exactly.
This episode ran long due to Al Brooks, who played Jacques, is ad-libbing, hence the lack of a full title sequence. Brooks actually improvised almost all of his dialogue, producing over 3 hours of material.
Fucking hell.
Yeah,
3 hours of material for a 24-minute episode?
24-minute-ish, yeah.
Yeah.
So that when he shouts 4 onion rings...
Right, that's all.
And he drops the accent, that was an improvisation.
Nice. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool.
Marge's laugh during her bowling lesson was also ad-libbed. It was a natural laugh by Julie Kavner, who voices Marge. She was laughing at something Albert Brooks had just said.
All right. Nice.
There you go.
That's cool.
Great stuff.
Good to see that they had fun.
Yeah, also good to see that this is at the era where they were still recording every episode with the actors together in the room.
Right, yeah.
Like the same room bouncing off.
Yeah.
Before it was retitled Life in the Fast Lane, this episode was called Jacques to be Wild. Although this title doesn't seem to make any sense, it was a revised title based on the very first iteration of the story. In the original story, Marge didn't take bowling lessons, she took tennis lessons from a handsome tennis pro named Bjorn. The title was Bjorn to be Wild.
Oh, well, that makes sense.
Albert Brooks.
Wouldn't that be, isn't the name
Bjorn?
Is Bjorn, isn't it?
I'm saying Bjorn to emphasize how it's spelled.
How it's spelled, yeah, but it'd be Bjorn, isn't it?
Bjorn to be Wild, yeah.
It's one of the names of the dude that's in ABBA, isn't it?
Yeah,
Bjorn.
It is Bjorn.
Yeah. Anyway.
Albert Brooks just thought it would be funnier if the guy was French.
Fair enough.
So he was like, change it to Jack. Or Jock or whatever.
Aye, Jacques, Jock.
We already mentioned at the conclusion of the episode references the movie An Officer and a Gentleman.
Yeah.
The restaurant that Jock and Marge attend is called Shorty's.
Yeah.
It was originally intended that a chef's hat would be shown moving around in the background, implying that the owner was short. But the concept was dropped if it seemed too much of a silly idea and would be too distracting.
No.
You want to see Shorty's return?
I want to see
Shorty's
return. Yeah, I want to see Shorty's return. Yeah.
Throw that into a season 34 episode.
Yes.
The line 4 onion rings was one of the many lines that Albert Brooks ad-libbed. I've already said that. I'll cut this part out. When Jacques drops Marge home, the moon is designed to look like a bowling ball, which you picked up on when we watched the episode.
Yep.
This episode won an Emmy for Outstanding Animated Program.
Wow.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I think it's the first episode of The Simpsons to ever win an Emmy.
Yeah. It's definitely the first one that's been in three.
Three Blind Mice
Trivia.
Trivia. Maybe it's the 9th episode to win an Emmy, but it's the first one we're talking about.
It's the first one we've picked up on.
This episode features
Which means it's the first that ever got a name.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Mm-hmm.
This episode features the first appearance of the bowling alley Barney's Bowlerama.
Mm-hmm.
The original backstory for Barney's Bowlerama was that it was owned by Barney Gumble.
Right.
Homer's friend Barney.
Yeah.
Over time, it changed to Barney just being an employee, as the writers could not imagine Barney ever owning anything.
That makes sense.
It was later revealed that Barney's uncle was the owner.
Right.
The exterior of Barney's Bowlerama was designed by Eric Stefani.
All right. Cool.
Who was working on the show as an animator at the time.
Yeah.
Obviously, No Doubt and the brother of Gwen Stefani.
Right. Yeah.
The episode title is based on the Eagles song Life in the Fast Lane.
Yeah.
I don't like the Eagles as a band.
Neither do I.
The 15th of March 2004 edition of the Dear Abby column was pulled as it had emerged that one of the letters was a fake. A newspaper editor noticed that the problem cited in the letter was identical to the plot of this episode. Kathy Kerr, a spokeswoman for the Universal Press Syndicate, stated that it did sound too similar not to be a hoax.
Huh, yeah.
In some early episodes like this one, Maggie sucks her pacifier for the entire time, including over dialogue.
Yeah.
I think I mentioned that in a previous episode.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Constantly.
Yeah.
I forgot to get a glass of water.
Same here. I'm glad it's the hottest time that we've... It's like 23 degrees Celsius, by the way, for those Americans that may or may not ever listen to this.
I wrote down that it won an Emmy twice.
Yeah.
It didn't win 2 Emmys, I just wrote the trivia down.
You just wrote it down.
It was for Outstanding Animated Program for programming less than 1 hour.
Cool.
There we go.
There you go.
Oh, here we go. Helen Lovejoy was animated... Helen Lovejoy was animated in a snappy, bird-like manner.
Right.
I mentioned earlier on.
Yeah.
The apartment in the dream sequence features sitting bowling balls and pins in its design.
Yeah.
That is the end of 3 Blind Mice Trivia.
Very good. Very good. I was very excited for that.
So was I.
Amazing.
It wasn't the best 3 Blind Mice Trivia I've ever done.
It wasn't the most cleanly delivered.
We could wrap it up now. Is there anything else you need to add?
Are
we good to wrap it up there? I think that's everything covered.
There was an issue. The bowling ball that Jacques, whatever his name was holding, it was his bowling ball. It said Brunswick on it, nothing else. Then Marge picks up another bowling ball that then says Jack or Jock on it.
Yes, aye.
And it's the exact same bowling ball. So either it says Jacques Brunswick in the 2 words are in the exact same position on the bowling ball, or that was an error.
Or this bowling instructor owns 2 bowling balls.
Yes, although he only had 1 bowling ball bag.
True. Also, it was a big bowling ball bag, so he pulls something else out of it.
Yeah, it's true. But also, what he does is he's holding his bowling ball. She declines to use that bowling ball. And then, even though you don't see it, it just changes angles.
Yeah.
It could have time to put it down, but there was no movement of his shoulders or arms or anything like that.
It looked like his bowling ball changed colour.
It looked like it changed colour to then Marge's bowling ball, which obviously has Homer on it.
This segment, by the way, that we've just finished is called Boy, I Sure Hope Someone Got Fired for That Blunder.
That's the one.
Marge's pearl necklace is also white at one point.
Yes.
And Lenny is off model.
Yeah.
Is his beard, he usually has stubble like Homer.
Mm-hmm.
But here it's like an additional cheek part of his face that juts out.
Yeah. It's
like a Woody Woodpecker type character.
Yeah.
I'm happy to leave it there.
I reckon that might be everything.
This has been Insert Brain here, a Simpsons podcast.
Yep. This was episode 9.
Season 1. I've been Connor.
I've been David.
This is a T for 22 production.
Yes. Have a good night.
Smell you later.
Fucking hell. Welcome back to Insert Brain here, a Simpsons podcast. I'm your host, David, and with me, as always, is my co-host, Connor.
Hello.
Today, we're going to be talking about Season 1, Episode 10, Homer's Night Out. And the original air date for that was 25th of March, 1990.
That's correct.
So, Connor, what was the plot of this episode?
I'll run through the plot for you, of course.
Yeah.
Homer's night out focuses on Homer, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Homer goes out for a work outing with the boys from work to celebrate his former assistant.
It's warm.
You hooking up your trousers for like you're ready to get on a pirate ship. 3/4 lengths.
It's because it's hot.
His former assistant turned supervisor is now getting married.
Yep.
So he goes to the bachelor party.
Yeah, like a stag do bachelor party.
And ends up dancing with Princess Cashmere by happenstance in the same restaurant, the Rusty Clam. What's it called?
Yeah. I want it to be called the Rusty Clam. I don't even know what it's called.
It's called the Frying Dutchman. I think I was thinking of the bar from Family Guy.
Oh yeah, that's the clam.
Barnacle.
No, it's the clam.
So I wasn't thinking of that at all. I was making something up.
You said the Rusty Clam before.
Oh, did I? I thought I said the Krusty Barnacle.
Yeah, you said that afterwards.
That might be a SpongeBob thing.
Yeah, probably. But anyway, back to The Simpsons.
You'll find out about this on our SpongeBob podcast. Too Many Holes.
Why not?
Our SpongeBob SquarePants podcast.
All wrung out.
All wrung out with too many holes. We found out how thick SpongeBob is. Talk about SpongeBob's thick little yellow spongy ass cheeks.
What about Patrick and those cheeks?
Sandy, her name is literally Sandy Cheeks because I'd fuck that squirrel. Anyway, Homer happens to be at this bachelor party at the Frying Dutchman, and it just so happens by happenstance that Marge, Bart, Lisa, and Maggie are at the same restaurant the same night, having a little dinner to themselves.
Yeah.
Bart excuses himself from his disgusting squid meal.
Yeah. That he ordered. And he sees Homer dancing on the table with belly dancer Princess Cashmere. Mm.
And he pulls out his little spy camera that he ordered at the beginning of the episode.
Mm-hmm.
He snaps a photo of Homer, and through Bart passing it on to Milhouse and other school children and them getting it to their parents, and it spreads throughout the town and becomes the talk of the town. Eventually Marge finds out and she's furious at Homer, not just because he would dance with a belly dancer at a bachelor party, which he says was going to be not a bachelor party, but that he would do it in front of Bart.
Mm-hmm.
So Marge kicks Homer out for a period of time. He goes to live with Barney. And then, in order to get back into Marge's good graces, she says he should take young Bart to meet Princess Cashmere and show him that she is a real person.
Not an object.
Not an object.
Yeah.
She has thoughts and feelings, because apparently women do have those.
Some of them.
I was not aware of this prior to the recording of this episode.
It was an enlightening episode.
Women not being objects, that was news to me.
It was indeed.
That's about the plot of the episode. And then Homer...
Cancelled, mate. Cancelled.
Homer goes up on stage.
Yeah.
And he gives a big speech about women aren't just objects. They're your sisters and your nieces and your mothers.
And your nephews.
And then Marge forgives him.
Yeah.
And that is the general gist of the episode.
A lot more concise than I usually am with my fucking rantings.
I think I got through that in less than 5 minutes.
Yeah. Which is shorter than it took me for the intro. Yeah. Yeah, it was like the 7th take.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ion Springfield.
That's the one.
First appearance of the aforementioned Princess Cashmere.
I know who that is.
The belly dancer in the episode. She's become kind of a famous Simpsons character since then. You see her in the early days, kind of 90s Simpsons, whenever they would do a big collage of all the Simpsons characters, everyone in Springfield, the entire town, they always included Princess Cashmere.
Right.
She doesn't really have any major appearances that I can recall after this episode.
Huh.
She does show up periodically.
Yeah.
Throughout the show, but it's also strange because she's not voiced by someone who is no longer on the show.
Yes.
He's not voiced by a special guest star. Because that sometimes happens if you get a big name actor in to voice a character. They can't show up every single episode.
Yes, exactly.
A lot to get the actors back. So it's a bit of a mystery as to why Princess Cashmere never really took off. Or did take off, but didn't really get used frequently in the show.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of odd, that one.
I guess what stories can you do with a belly dancer character?
Other than the one they've just done, not very much, to be fair.
Aye.
But yeah, another first appearance.
Yeah. The first appearance of Carl.
Right, yes.
You noticed that Carl was in the episode?
Yeah, I noticed he was in the episode.
He's with Lenny as well, as not with Lenny as such as he is in future episodes where they get kind of bound together.
Best pals, yeah.
Yeah, in the future of the show, they become kind of best friends. Carl's voice is wrong here. He's speaking essentially with Lenny's voice.
Yeah, I think so. I didn't quite notice until you pointed it out. I was more looking at like other things in the scene, but after you pointed it out, I did really notice it wasn't quite right. It's very similar to Lenny's voice, if it isn't the exact same, though.
It was maybe a different voice actor in this episode to who it usually is. I feel like Carl is usually Harry Shearer.
Right, yeah.
Hank Azaria, is usually the voice of Carl.
Right.
And I feel like in this episode it might have been someone else.
Right. Although, again, it is season 1, so it could just be the sort of teething of the voices. You know,
Harry Shearer voices Lenny.
Right.
So there is a chance that Harry Shearer voiced Carl in this episode.
Maybe.
But it's usually Hank Azaria going forward.
Right.
Until recently, obviously.
Yes, aye.
First appearance of female mail carrier.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
The female
parcel
woman that Bart badgers constantly for six months
straight
to get his spy camera.
Yeah.
Where's my spy camera? Where's my spy camera?
Yeah.
I'm sure she does show up again, but
she looks like she would snap him.
Yeah, like she would kill him.
Yeah. I don't think she'd. By the look of her character, I do not think she would have lasted 6 months without snapping his neck. I really don't think so. 6 months day in, day out, you've got that going on.
Did they deliver mail on Sundays in America?
In the 90s? I don't think so. I'm not sure.
Is that only 6 days a week for 6 months, right?
Still, 6 days a week for 6 months. I think you've got... I might be wrong. I don't really know much about American postal services other than... I think it's called The Postman? With
Kevin Costner.
Kevin Costner, yeah.
I haven't seen that movie.
That's the only sort of postal references I've got, and that is like Civil War, I think.
Yeah, I'm drawing on the famous postal service-based movie.
Waiting. I'm fucking waiting.
Jingle All the Way.
Right. Jingle All the Way. I'm not even going to lie. I thought you were going to go with something like...
Postal.
Yeah.
That would have been a funnier joke, but no, I'm really drawing on Jingle All the Way.
Right.
Because one of this character that Sinbad plays in that movie is a postal worker. And Newman from Seinfeld is a postal worker.
Yeah.
There's a character in this episode who is drawn Wayne Knight.
Yes, yeah.
He speaks to, I want to say Lenny at the bachelor party.
Yes, that's when Bart... No.
It's just before Princess Cashmere gets brought in.
Yeah, because that's...
Because they're all milling around.
The guy comes in to tell them to quieten down after Marge asks them to do that.
Yes, the waiter.
That's it, yes. Yeah. There we go.
First appearance of Gulliver Dark.
You're sitting back in that chair, waiting for me to tell you who the fuck this guy is. Gulliver Dark.
Take a stab in the Gulliver Dark.
Is he the singer?
Yes, he is the singer.
Nice.
He's the lounge singer.
Fucking finally. One out
Previous
of
episode I've been like, who's Maggie? And you're like, don't know, mate. Couldn't tell you for the love of
Could be the one with the saxophone.
Gulliver Dark is the lounge singer who is voiced by Samuel McMurray.
All right.
He's a 90s TV American actor, best known for roles in Freaks and Geeks, Dinosaurs.
Right.
The TV show. Yeah. King of Queens, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
There you go.
Fair enough. Pretty cool. I like his little line in the end after the speech.
Where he talks about his mother being sad.
Yeah.
I need to go call my mother. Thus concludes our famous segment, Eye on Springfield.
Yay.
That's really good padding for the episode. It's doing that theme song twice.
Yeah.
And drawing it out as much as you can.
Perfect.
Or as much as I can, because I'm playing it from my phone.
Yeah.
Because I'm editing it in after the fact, because it's a professionally recorded song.
Of course. It'll be released on iTunes.
It's on Spotify right now. If you want to find that song, go on your parents' computer and Google gay porn.
Or blue waffle. It comes up either way.
Google Lemon Party and hit the I'm Feeling Lucky button, which I don't think exists anymore. For very good reason. I don't think has existed for more than a decade.
Probably.
Oh, so what did you think of this episode?
I quite liked it. I thought it was pretty good. I preferred this sort of marital spat, I guess.
Yeah.
Marital spat episode. Because obviously the last one, it was focused on Marge being in the wrong. But there was no comeuppance.
Yeah.
For Marge or the guy.
I guess Homer was in the wrong in the previous one as well.
True, yes. Yeah. We talked about that in the last episode as well.
Yeah.
But largely the story-centric, other than like the main part of the story was that Marge was kind of in the wrongish for allowing this to continue. And so was Jack and so was Homer. But still, Jock, Jack, whatever. In
case the audience are confused about the character name of Jack that they've never seen or heard of before. Whatever his fucking name is. But I preferred this one because of the fact that it wasn't just because it was Homer in the wrong. Although he kind of was and wasn't. He should have told Marge that it was a bachelor party that he was going to. Yeah.
It's not like he was getting a lap dance.
Yeah.
Or anything like that. You know, he was just dancing on a table next to her. Yeah, he shoved a dollar bill or whatever it was in her.
That also wasn't captured in the photograph.
Exactly. It was not. But the fucking poshest way you've ever said photograph in my life.
That coffee's hit me like a ton of bricks.
I can tell.
I'm hyped up and ready to record an episode of Insert Brain here, a Simpsons podcast.
Perfect. But I like the fact that there was actually consequences for it, though.
I wonder if the plan was originally to have Kashmir be a stripper.
Maybe.
The switch to belly dancer feels very censor enforced.
It does, actually. It's a good point, because I don't think I've ever thought of any belly dancer turning up at
it's usually
a bachelor
like
party. It's
something you would have on stage.
Although, to be fair, getting a stripper into like a restaurant.
It is in their private room, though.
Even in a private room at a restaurant.
And it's the Flying Dutchman. It's not exactly a 5-star joint.
True. It's also America in the 90s, so you never know what could be possible.
Yeah, late 80s, early 90s as well.
That's true, yeah. So, yeah, that could have been a possibility there. But largely speaking, when I'm thinking about a bachelor party or a stag do or whatever you want to call it, yeah, you stereotypically sort of think of strippers more often than...
Yeah, there's the iconic kind of imagery of the stripper hiding in the cake.
Yeah.
I wonder how many strippers have been cooked alive by doing that.
I'm sure I've heard of a stripper dying. Not by being cooked.
Suffocation.
But suffocation.
Anyway, yeah, I feel like it might have been...
fucking depressing.
Yeah, let's bring them.
We've got another podcast about that too. Connor will tell you the title.
Delicious Disasters. Asphyxiation.
I couldn't hope for better, mate. I couldn't hope for better.
Delicious Disasters, Asphyxiation, and Americana. a podcast where we talk about delicious cakes,
Oh,
dead strippers, and prostitutes, and the times when the two meet.
Perfect. Oh, fucking hell. This is why I'm here.
Flying by the seat of my fucking pants for that one.
This is why I'm here. Clearly, anyone listening to this knows I know nothing about The Simpsons. So this is why I'm here.
I love The Simpsons.
I love The Simpsons too, but fucking hell, this is the real reason I'm here. All our other podcasts, that's why.
Yeah.
It's a job lot for this one.
I would say that I preferred the previous episode. Might as well compare them of in this segment because they're both marital crisis episodes.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like this episode feels a lot less reasonable. The falling out between Homer and Marge feels a lot more forced.
It does, yeah.
And a bit more contrived. I get why she would be angry at him.
I feel like you're definitely right in that. And I think that could be down to the fact that it might have been a stripper at one point.
Yeah, maybe.
And I feel like they might have censored / changed that into a belly dancer and him with a picture near the belly dancer. And also, you're right, because the dancing next to a belly dancer or a stripper, right next to them, not even right next to them, near them on the table.
Maybe even if you had Marge be kind of annoyed, but not really, just kind of unsure of how she feels about it. And then when she finds out that Bart took the photo, that's when she becomes irate. Yeah. But she's upset from the get-go.
Yeah, he walks into a fucking picture slapped into his face when he opens the door.
I do love all the stuff about the image circulating around.
That's great.
That's maybe the best part of the episode.
Yeah.
I love the gag where Homer's depressed at the bar because he's been kicked out, and he's like, because of some stupid photo, and Mo goes, you mean this picture? And he has it framed.
Yeah. Doesn't he have it signed? Did I see his signature?
I want to say that he does. I want to believe he got it signed by, I assume, Princess Cashmere.
Must be.
Because Homer didn't know about it.
That's true.
I really wish that was something that they'd carried over. Every time you're in Moe's Tavern.
Yeah, you see that
signed photo at the back.
Yeah.
That would have been
pretty
a
good
running joke.
Yeah.
That's a callback.
Exactly.
I think I preferred how reasonable the previous episode was, and I also found Jacques is a much more interesting and funny character than Princess Cashmere.
Oh, without a doubt. Yeah.
Princess Cashmere essentially disappears from the episode entirely.
Until the very end.
She shows up at the very end, and even then she's got like 2 lines.
Yeah, aye. Most of those lines are, get out of my cage, my boss will be angry.
Yeah. What does she say? Homer asks her to tell Bart about herself, and she says her turn-ons, silk sheets and a warm fireplace.
Yeah, she says my turn-offs are aggressive people or something like that, or aggressive customers or something. And her turn-ons are... This sounds really like she was a stripper.
Or a call girl.
Or like an escort, yeah.
She
really didn't sound like it was... Or a
kissogram, maybe?
Maybe.
Anything sounds more realistic than a belly dancer.
Yeah, that definitely seems like it was changed. Because that would make more sense for her to be pissed. Like Marge to be pissed off.
Yeah.
If you're up there flirting, finagling with a stripper, that's a whole nother...
Or an escort.
Especially.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot more concerning
Can
marriage-wise.
we talk a bit about Homer's assistant turned supervisor?
I love that.
Him and his dad. And was it the story the dad tells where his son got him a present for his birthday when he was 7 years old?
Yeah.
And it was the son's baseball mitt, and it was the most important thing in him. The most important thing in the world to the boy.
Yeah.
And when he gives his son away to be married to this woman, you'll know how his son felt in that moment. And we're like, what a fucking loser.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think he says, what am I on, planet
something
Coochie
or other? Yeah, I don't remember what the fuck. Planet Coochie, did he say?
I meant Planet Cooties.
Right, yeah. I think that is actually what he said.
I think it's something else. Planet something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I just love the gag at the start. The 6 months later, he's now his assistant.
He's talking about he spiked the punch and got his assistant drunk, and his assistant embarrassed himself by talking to the new girl who's in
Valve maintenance.
Valve maintenance.
Yeah.
And he jokes to Marge that she's actually interested in him being Homer.
Yeah.
Which is a nice setup for later on in the episode.
6 months later, 6 months later, they're getting married.
They're getting married, and that guy has been promoted to supervisor, to Homer's supervisor.
Yep. Oh man. To be fair, that wouldn't take long, would it? Working with Homer.
No, it would not.
Well, if we're still comparing between that and the last episode, I think.
And usually we don't really like to do that.
Yeah.
But I feel like this is a fair comparison to make.
Yeah. I still feel like overall the last episode might actually be a better episode now that I properly think about it, because I loved that dream sequence.
Yeah, that was too good. There's nothing that stands out in this episode like that dream sequence.
No. Although, what I would say is this entire episode, the way it is and the way it kind of feels, maybe not the way it's animated, it's not bad, but it's one of the better ones overall, I think. But
yeah, I'd say so.
Like, it's not got amazing pieces or segments in it, but I think the animation is overall one of the better ones in season 1.
Yeah, I'd say so, yeah. It's definitely an improvement.
Yeah, definitely over a few. But I think this might have been one of the ones that wasn't rehashed, other than maybe the story at the start with her being a stripper / whatever else.
Yeah, that might have been caught at the writing phase, though.
Maybe.
I think I might have something about that in trivia.
Maybe. Well, we'll find out soon enough.
Yeah.
But I think that I think the other one was just so good with that dream sequence. Where was I going with the episode on this one, the animation? Oh yes, the story itself. I think sort of the way it felt. That episode felt a little bit like season 2 or 3.
The previous episode,
the one we've just watched.
Yeah, this one just now, Princess Cashmere one. Homer's
Yeah. I felt like that one. So when I'm thinking about it, I never think of season 1 when I think of this episode.
Really?
Yeah. And it's not really because of the animation. Like I said, it's one of the better ones, but it's not
still
like
not
amazing.
Quite as good as the rest.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But I never really, I think my memory of it just sort of glosses over some of the other parts, like say the bar.
I felt the same way about the Telltale Head.
Yes,
we
discussed that, I think, in that one. But I think I never really remember that as season 1 when I think about it. I would say that overall, definitely the previous episode was better, and like you said, more reasonable.
I think maybe this episode suffers because it's a marriage crisis episode that comes directly after a marriage crisis episode.
Yes.
Watching the two back to back, you have a story where Marge almost cheats on Homer.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next week or the next episode, Marge becomes irate with Homer because he's dancing with a belly dancer.
Maybe because he's dancing with a belly dancer. She starts thinking about what she almost did with Jack, whatever his name is. Mr. Brunswick.
Yes. Which is not a French last name. I meant to mention that last week.
What?
That is not a French last name.
No, it's not. Brunswick is not.
Carry on.
But there's a little tidbit from last week that no one got then. But yeah, I mean it's not something they'll have written in intentionally. I don't think that could explain it though. When you think about it chronologically,
maybe there's a chance that this episode and the previous episode originally, had they had the original release schedule, wouldn't have fallen right next to each other.
I don't think they probably would have. No,
I don't know that for certain, but that's kind of a guess.
I would guess that it would be a bad idea to do 2 marriage episodes, one after the other.
Yeah.
Because it seems like a really silly way of organising the thing. But hey, it is what it is. The previous episode got an Emmy, didn't it?
Yes, and this episode did not.
So
I like
obviously,
your theory though that this is like Marge's jealousy is almost subconsciously because she knows that she was so close to betraying Homer that she feels a sense of guilt.
Yeah. Usually, I mean, not always the case, but a lot of times the first person to point the finger is because they're the one in the wrong. Yeah, so it could be the sort of playing our conscience that she was thinking that she was so close that maybe he's doing something
Also, there could be the embarrassment of it as well.
It was her Marge's affair, aside from the Helen Lovejoy spotting them, was very private.
Yeah.
Whereas Homer's photo went the 1990 equivalent of viral.
Yeah, exactly. And she got it in her yoga dance class, whatever
Zumba type class, whatever it is.
Yeah, whatever it would have been. Aerobics, probably.
Yeah.
Class pinned up on the wall as an advertisement saying about summer bodies coming.
Yeah, get your summer body ready. Don't be fat like Homer.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. 3 fat ladies are laughing at it.
Yes, yeah, exactly, yeah.
Speaking of the number 3, I think we should jump into 3 Blind Mice trivia.
Perfect. Very good. We should.
Excited for 3 Blind Mice trivia?
I am always excited for 3 Blind Mice trivia.
Let's do 3 Blind Mice.
That is the first time I've said that without tripping up.
Hell yeah, 3 Blind Mice. 3 Blind Mice.
Yes.
See their trivia.
Watch how we dribble. I don't know. I don't know. This is why you make up shit and I don't.
The Fox censors at the time didn't want Princess Cashmere to be a straight-up bachelor party stripper.
And here we fucking have it.
As the show was courting controversy for being subversive, and due to Bart being a protagonist, a lot of people thought that it was exclusively a kids' show. So they made Princess Cashmere a professional belly dancer who performed at bachelor parties. Though she does tell Bart that she works at strip clubs under the name April Flowers.
Right. When did she tell him that?
When Homer asks her to...
Oh, yeah, when you ask her a little bit about herself.
Yeah.
Right.
And multiple of the places that they look for, it's like Foxy Boxing, female mud
like
wrestling.
Mud, whatever it was.
One of them is like a strip club, so it's...
Yeah, and it's to the point where Homer yells at Bart, telling him, I told you to look at the ground.
Yeah.
So whatever that mud one was, it was probably naked mud wrestling, I would imagine. So, yeah, it's not something that... that definitely feels like it would have been a much more believable episode.
Yeah.
For the way that things like escalated. But you could still, as we just have, you can explain it away with the embarrassment and Marge's sort of guilt from the previous episode.
Also, animated show in 1990. This was considered pushing the envelope.
Yeah.
Very far.
Yeah, at the time,
you
very
look at
much so.
10, 20, 30 years later, and shows like Rick and Morty and Family Guy and American Dad and Bob's Burgers that are
much worse.
Much worse. And Archer as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Bloody hell.
Bart's piggy bank is glued together because Homer smashed it in episode 3.
Yes.
Yeah. I noticed
that too. I thought it was great.
And then Bart smashes it again.
Yes, he does.
The staff of the show went around Hollywood taking photos of strip clubs so they could get inspiration for the design of the interiors of the strip club buildings in Springfield.
Sure, they did. Just take some photos of the strip club.
They didn't.
They didn't sit there for a while.
They didn't need any inspiration for the interior of the church, interior of Moe's Tavern,
or the interior of an average house in the 80s.
No,
none of that.
They needed inspiration just for the strip clubs that appear on screen for about 5 seconds apiece.
That's the one. Most of them don't even appear in the interior.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In this episode, Lenny's voice is provided by Hank Azaria and Carl's voice is provided by Harry Shearer. For the rest of the series, it would be the other way around.
Right.
I fucking called it.
You did.
Maybe subconsciously I knew because I wrote this trivia.
Maybe. That might have something to do with it.
The photo lab scene was animated in real colour with a red gel placed over it afterwards.
That's cool.
I loved that scene. I like that.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah. I like that. I like the fact that it was... I didn't see him dip it a second or third time.
What?
With the photo, when he was processing the photo.
Yes.
But I did like the fact that they had the trays there, and it seemed like it was like a fairly knowledgeable setup for it. So
it seemed like a real photo clip.
Yeah, it did. And I quite liked that.
Quite a big deal at the time to animate a scene that looked like a darkroom, you know?
One of the things that I kind of liked was the fact that in that darkroom,
yes,
they all had their cameras. And I think 2 of those cameras might have been digital.
Mate, it's 1990.
They had fucking big digital looking bodies on them.
There are no digital cameras. It's 1989.
Seriously? None.
Not in an elementary school. And even then, digital cameras didn't start coming in until like for filming things until the
No, not for filming.
for taking. No, I don't think they would have had digital cameras. Not in 1989.
You sure? I might be wrong on this. I'm probably wrong on this. This guy's a photographer.
Not anymore, baby. I'm a podcaster now.
Aye.
The world's very first digital camera was in 1988. Let me show you what it looked like, mate.
What the fucking hell? Aye, you're right enough. That's quite the bulk. So okay, fair enough.
Don't worry, they have smartphones in The Simpsons in the current season.
Oh my ass.
You say, "Oh my ass"?
Yeah, I'm sitting on a flat metal chair.
There is some padding.
It's a small, thin bit of pretend leather.
The town's reaction to Homer's scandalous photo was partially inspired by the reactions to Rob Lowe's sex tape.
Wait, repeat that. What?
The reactions that the townspeople have to Homer's scandalous photo was partially inspired by Rob Lowe's sex tape.
Huh. Awesome.
Do you not know about Rob Lowe's sex tape?
I've probably noticed it in the past.
Man, I'm going to tell you something about Rob Lowe's sex tape. Let me make sure I'm right about this before I tell you.
Okay.
You will not have seen Rob Lowe's sex tape.
Okay.
Because Rob Lowe videotaped himself having sex with a 16-year-old girl.
Okay,
he was 24 at the time.
No, I will not. I did not know that.
There you go.
Fucking hell.
It was a big deal in 1988.
Aye.
Crazy stuff.
Although, not legal to record here in the UK, just to point out, but it is legal for consensual sex at 16 in the UK.
Aye.
I can't remember. I'm pretty sure it's not legal for consensual sex in America or most of America. At
no,
16.
It is not. No,
it's 18.
Definitely not.
It's
18, I think, in some parts, maybe even 21.
I'm not sure. Probably is, but I'm not sure about that. I couldn't say for certain. I know 21's the drinking age for most states, if not all, in America. But yeah, it's still, either way, it's a crime because of the recording in the UK.
Anyway.
Yeah.
The song sung during the production number at the end, I Could Love a Million Girls, is the same song that was performed on the 25th of June 1906 when Harry Thaw shot and killed Stanford White on the rooftop restaurant of the old Madison Square Garden in New York City.
Huh. Fair enough.
Barney's apartment, which we didn't talk about. We'll talk about it after trivia.
Yeah, I've lived there.
Barney's apartment is based on an apartment a few of the animators shared when they were in college.
Wow.
Yeah.
I like those cinder blocks. That cinder block shelf, that's good.
I'll tell the children there will be no hospital. That's a Simpsons reference.
Yeah. There were cinder blocks missing in me.
Yeah. If you listen closely, you can hear a guy yell, "Bless the wives," in the background during Homer's speech at the end of the show.
All right. Cool.
I didn't hear that.
I did not hear that.
It's a 3 Blind Mice trivia fact if ever I've heard one.
That's the one. Questionable. Probably not true.
I believe Matt Groening once said in an interview that Bart Simpson was inspired by the Diane Arbus photograph of the young boy holding a toy grenade in Central Park. Despite this not being true,
right.
The boy in the photograph, having since grown up, wrote a letter to the show saying how much he appreciated it and also letting them know that he grew up to be a very well-adjusted person.
Fair enough.
There was a scene cut from the episode where Homer's picture makes it all the way to Japan.
All right.
Barney has a Humphrey Bogart poster in his apartment.
Right, yeah.
Over 50 international showgirls were designed for the episode and only 4 appear.
Fucking hell. There's more than 4 in there. So it's just rinse and repeat.
Yeah.
Admittedly, I did not actually notice that there was only 4 styles of showgirl. But I wasn't looking at all of their faces. I was watching The Simpsons scene. You know, I was watching Homer falling down the stairs or whatever.
I think they mean they designed 50 different country versions.
Oh, right, yes, of course.
Because they only did. He starts the song
thing.
And then he starts it again.
Yeah, because it's Chinese,
Swede, Eskimo, Norwegian or a Swede or something.
I don't know if we saw that one.
Finland, that's it.
Yeah, there was I don't know if we saw that one though. And there was a brown curly-haired girl. Or something like that, or brown-haired curly. Something.
God only knows.
Something like that. It was like brown curly hair, and she was in the scene for all of about half of a fucking second.
That is the end.
Yes,
of 3 Blind Mice trivia.
That's the one.
For which there is no theme.
Not yet.
What?
Yet.
All right, yet. I thought you were going to lean in and invent a theme on the spot.
No, not a chance. Not a chance.
Anyway, any goofs you noticed?
Goofs, I
noticed. Anything for our famous segment? Boy, I sure hope someone got fired for that blunder, where we look at the errors and goofs in the episode. I'm sure you did at least.
I'm sure I did at least one.
I have one.
Okay, you run.
The printer says 5 cents to print.
I did point
on the
that
side.
One. Yeah.
And then at the little coin slot it says
10 cents.
10 cents.
Yeah, you can only put that.
A note here.
All right, cool. But yeah, that it's 5 cents a print, but 10 cents every time you want to print one thing.
The photograph that Marge gets from her Zumba class has writing on it about the summer body.
She rips it down, yeah.
And then when she shows it to Homer, that writing is gone.
Yes. Yeah. And there's a big circle on it, circling Homer's stomach.
Yeah, there is.
Maybe that's not there when Homer gets it slapped in his face.
No, it is not.
I don't think there was anything else that I can think of.
Then that's enough of that.
Yeah, that's enough of that.
2 things in that segment that sometimes doesn't exist. My God.
Perfect.
Anything else you need to add?
I can't. Well, Barney's apartment.
Right, we were talking about Barney's lovely apartment.
Yes, a beautiful piece of artwork.
You've lived in that more than once.
I have lived in essentially that exact apartment.
And I've been in
multiple houses.
In multiple different locations.
Yes. And you had the unfortunate experience of being there too.
Aye. Spending many a night sleeping among the fast food wrappers and stray ping pong balls on the floor and the mold and the dirt and the rats.
Perfect. That's the one.
Wonderful stuff.
It's good times. Good times.
Aye.
Hey, it is what it is. It's not that bad an apartment.
El Dorado.
I think mine might have been dirtier at one point. At one point, it might have been.
You at least didn't have a pull-out couch. You just had a.
No, I did not.
You just had a chair.
I had a chair. It was like a lounger,
a lazy boy kind of recliner.
Yeah. And I just reclined it fully and slept on that. And you had the love seat,
the love
sofa.
Seat with the high ends. So
it had high, and it was right angle, rectangular ends.
Curl up in a ball.
And you're not short.
No.
So that is not fun.
All right, I think we can wrap things up.
Awesome. All right, well, thanks for being here. This has been Insert Brain here, a Simpsons podcast, a T for 22 production.
Yes, a T for 22 production.
And
I've been David. I've been Connor.
Yeah. And have a good one.
Smell you later.
That's the one. Scratch and sniff. Is it?
Welcome back to Insert Brain here, a Simpsons podcast. I'm your host, Connor, and with me, as always, is my co-host, David.
Hello.
Today we're talking about Season 1, Episode 11, The Crepes of Wrath. Original air date, April 15th, 1990. David, what did you think this episode of The Simpsons was about. Every episode that I do the intro, I throw
know.
it to you, and every time you're shocked,
I forget.
bewildered and surprised.
I know. Every damn one. Right. Yeah. So it was the general plot.
Just a quick summary.
Quick summary of the plot.
Not too quick.
Bart,
We've got to stretch this out to 45 minutes.
Bart finds a cherry bomb and then he comes back from France. It's fucking amazing.
That's
Real
about
appreciative.
as brief a summary as you could have. Yeah,
Yep.
That's the one.
No, he's leaves everything in an absolute sty when he comes back in the door.
Mhm.
Namely his skateboard at the top of the stairs,
Aye.
as well as his room being just generally a tip. Homer then falls down the stairs on the skate by slipping or tripping on the skateboard.
Yeah, he slips on the skateboard and tumbles all the way down the stairs.
Obviously then lying on his back, just immobile for hours on end.
Aye.
Marge comes in, finds him. Marge and Lisa, I think, come in.
I think it is Marge and Lisa.
Yeah, I think it is. Bart gets told to clean up his room. That's when he finds in an old box a cherry bomb that's still there. He thought he used them all up.
Yeah.
At school, showing off that he's got a cherry bomb, then decides to do like a good old prank, which is light it and flush it down a toilet. Do that in the boys' toilet. Principal Skinner's mother is there. She's using the girls' toilet at the time. The cherry bomb goes off and floods, which lifts her off the fucking seat.
Shoots her into the sky, never to be seen again in this episode.
Briefly heard. That's it. Very, very weak voice as well.
On a different floor.
Oh, yes. From the science room upstairs. But yeah, so he gets in trouble. Skinner turns up to the house and they're all... He puts forward the idea of an exchange program. Basically to, in his words, deport Bart for 3 months at least. Get a bit of respite.
Aye.
They eventually discuss it, ask Bart what he thinks about going to France. Bart's all for it because he thinks he's going to a big castle in the middle of wine country of France.
Yeah.
The alternative exchange student isn't from France, it's from Albania.
Yes,
yeah.
Aye. Adil from Albania.
Adil from Albania, yes. Yeah, so Bart's buggers off to France and Adil rocks up to Springfield. Adil's sort of very nice. He's a nice boy who seems like a nice boy who is very pleasant to talk to and be around, essentially. Seems interested in everyone and everything.
Yeah. Almost perhaps too polite.
Oh,
too
yes.
Nice.
Oh, I would imagine he is, very much so. But Bart's experience somewhat different. Rocks up to Chateau Maison, which turns out to be a crumbling ruin of a house. And apparently the donkey has been promised that the American boy will be doing all the work instead. All the back-breaking work.
Is it Maurice the donkey?
Maurice, yeah, I think it is, yeah.
Not only does he get Bart to take over his workload, he also gets Bart's famous red hat.
Yes, he does. So, a grueling few months there. Pretty much the whole time Bart's just doing back-breaking labour and getting nothing from it, being fed antifreeze.
And a turnip.
And a turnip,
One singular turnip.
One singular turnip on a meal, probably for the day.
Yeah.
Picking millions of grapes as well and making it all into wine.
Yeah.
But yeah, he eventually realises that he's learned French when he tries to talk to the police officer in France. Realises halfway through the sort of exchange that he actually can speak French and explains the situation. They all get bussed and he ends up sort of praised, at least in French magazines and articles and whatnot.
Yeah.
So that's sort of Bart's line. This is all interchanged, but whatever. Adil's sort of deal is he's very nice, very accommodating. Maybe he's a little bit too polite. But yeah, so he also seems to put a large amount of interest into Homer's work at the power plant.
Yes.
And manages to convince Homer to take him there. And starts taking a bunch of pictures.
Not that there's much convincing goes into
No,
that.
not even slightly. Just asks, basically.
Yeah, Homer oblivious the entire time, obviously.
Yeah, not even at the end.
Even after Adil has been caught by, is it the FBI, the CIA?
Basically the FBI or something, yeah.
and deported for stealing classified documents, selling them to another country, to his home country.
Yes.
Homer's still like, I'll keep sending them those documents that you asked for.
Yeah, I'll send you those blueprints you asked for.
I think that's about it, though. I think
pretty much, yeah. Adele gets found out as Sparrow the spy, and gets deported, like you said. Bart rocks back up, and everyone's happy to see him. He's happy to see them, and that's pretty much the episode right there.
That was a great recap of this episode. I think it's time to go into our world famous segment.
It was not a great recap. Let's admit it.
It made us. The recap hit the 45-minute mark, and that's what's important.
That's an important thing. I could go at some of the early episodes, mate. I'm certain it's me just droning on for 40 minutes, and then I was talking about Springfield and other stuff.
I edited those episodes back to life, like Dr. Frankenstein.
Oh yes, yep.
Anyway, it's time for our famous segment. Eye on Springfield. Da 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 da. Da 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 da.
Yes.
Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da.
Eye on Springfield.
First appearance. Eye on Springfield is a segment where we talk about characters who've made their first appearance in this episode.
Yeah.
First appearance of Agnes Skinner.
That'd be Skinner's mother.
That's the one, yes.
I'd be really, really dire if I didn't know her. But there was a brief moment. You'd have seen it in my eyes.
I saw it right in your face. There was a previous podcast episode I was looking at. I was editing the other day where I asked, I'm like, who's Jacqueline Bouvier? And you're like, no idea.
Yeah.
Do you remember now who Jacqueline Bouvier? It's Marge's mother.
Yeah, I know.
I've been fucking Tom
as soon
Fiddle.
As you said Marge, I remembered. As soon as you said Marge,
fucking
you didn't even have to get through to the mother part. I knew.
Well, it's not going to be her father, Jacqueline.
Yeah, I know, but could have been a fucking step cousin.
Agnes Skinner, very different here to how she appears in later episodes. She's very kind, very affectionate with Skinner.
Yeah.
Just a sweet old lady.
Yeah, she does seem to be that way in this. I don't think they finished fleshing out the backstory for Skinner.
No, but we'll get to that in 10 years' time.
Probably, yeah.
We'll get to that at some point. When we get to the principal and the pauper, we'll talk in depth about his
I don't think they really thought about that part yet. So they were just like, what would be funnier? I guess
if she called him Spanky.
Yeah,
he never calls him Spanky again in another episode. This is that's a one-off.
Yep, and also I guess maybe it's to seem a little bit more like he was deserving of a punishment. Like Bart was deserving of a punishment after blowing up an old lady.
Classic Agnes Skinner. Maybe he wouldn't.
I don't think. I think Skinner might have secretly given him a high five for that one.
maybe the cherry bomb is what changed her.
Maybe that's it. Maybe that's
destroyed her outlook on life.
Horrible after that. Hated everything about people.
If a blast of water shot up an old woman's vagina hard enough to rock her into and potentially through the ceiling of a public school bathroom.
You know for a fact that those tiles are those tiles that lift up with no effort whatsoever as well. So she's in there somewhere, hanging from the ventilation.
Oh Jesus. First appearance of Caesar. I'm
blinking.
You're blank, man.
I'm going, mate.
He's one of the French guys.
Oh, I would have guessed as much, but
they're one of the two French. I can't remember. I think he's the tall, thin one.
Yeah.
And Ugolin. First appearance of Ugolin.
Right.
Is the other one.
Okay, I didn't even get that at all. Yeah. I would never have guessed that, mate.
They kind of remind me of, and they do show up again. At some point, but they remind me of Harry and Marv from Home Alone.
Yeah, they do.
Especially in their design. Obviously, those characters aren't French, but this
the sort of like
tall,
the way they
thin
look
one
and stuff,
with the kind of fuzzy hair.
Yeah,
and the bigger nose, and then the short, fatter guy with the kind of thin hair on top.
Yeah.
And the little hat as well.
Yeah, aye.
I don't know if that's intentional. That's not part of my notes.
I don't know.
I couldn't even tell you. You would know better than I would which one came first.
This came first, this episode. But only by a few months.
Right.
Home Alone came out in 1990.
Right.
I'll double check. I think it's 1990.
Why are we fact checking anything on this? We've never done it before. Why start?
So that when we do our other podcast, Home Sweet Home Away from Home Alone, we can be correct in everything we say. Home Sweet Home Away from Home Alone.
Perfect.
1990.
Right.
So it was the same year, but obviously it came out December because it's a Christmas movie.
Yeah.
This predates it by 8 months.
So yeah,
the film would already have been in production.
Yeah.
Probably, but
don't know if they'd have fully cast it though. Surely at that point,
I think they would have done. By the time you factor in the editing,
I suppose they will have, because then you've got the editing and everything.
They probably have been.
They only needed to have a moderately large amount of that, and yeah, they would have already been casting it. So maybe
they would, at the very least, they would have already filmed some of it. I think.
Yeah.
So just a coincidence. It's just a classic bit of a comedy casting to have a tall, thin one
with a shorter, fatter. Well, it doesn't necessarily need to be fat, but really shorter,
rounder,
stockier.
Yeah,
dude.
Mm.
Yeah.
First appearance of Adil Hoxha.
Oh yes, yeah. Hey, wait, I know. I've been talking about him already. The last name just threw me right off.
Hoxha.
Yeah.
First, I think Adil does show up at some point in the future, but couldn't say for certain.
I can't remember him at all other than this episode, so
I think it would be in a limited appearance, like a little cameo.
Right. Yeah, I'd never have noticed him then.
First appearance. This is a big one. Can you remember what I'm going to say before I say it? Big character made their first appearance in this episode. Big, important Simpsons character.
I'm thinking, who the fuck did I see in this episode?
It's when you hear it, you'll go, "Oh, of course."
Oh man, just lay it on me. I've not had enough caffeine.
American Spy Child.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
He shows up at the end of the episode and he has one line.
Yes, yeah. I forgot completely.
American Spy Child.
Yeah.
If anyone is ripe for a spin-off,
yes,
it's American Spy Child and Adil Hoxha.
Yeah,
I would watch that, like a Mission Impossible style.
Yeah.
Espionage Spy Kids. Series.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Get on it, Disney.
Not gonna happen.
No,
not gonna happen. Doesn't matter how much you ask for something for Disney, it's not happening.
That is the end of our famous segment.
Yes.
Eye on Springfield. You look dead
in the eyes, mate.
I'm a corporate whore. Singing my little song.
So that explains the get-up, the mini skirt and
the gimp mask?
Yeah. I was wondering.
That's why my audio sounds a little bit unclear. It's the gimp mask and the ball gag.
Yeah.
The fact that I'm making words at all is actually quite impressive.
You are very articulate around that ball gag. Talent.
Good with my tongue.
That's what it is.
What did you think about the episode, David?
I thought it was. I liked it. I thought it was a different sort of style of episode.
Yeah.
It didn't feel like any of the others. I guess it's probably because you're kind of feeling bad for Bart.
Yeah, it's a bit of a sad episode in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Sadder even than whatever the episode was where Lisa was sad. Episode 6.
Oh, yeah, her depression one with the jazz.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is, I think, sad for different reasons, though.
Yeah.
It's
child labour sad.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good old brand of sadness.
Yeah, that's the one.
Child labour sadness.
But
child enslavement.
Yeah.
In slavery?
I would say that.
Yeah.
Child slavery or enslavement, I think.
Right. Child enslavement. Sadness.
Yes, exactly.
And in France.
The worst. No. We've just lost our own listener.
to be a slave in America, I'm sure it would be much preferable to being a slave in France. Current day.
Probably would be, actually.
Yeah. You have to suck a frog off. Suck the legs off of his body, I mean. Not his little frog knob. Unsalvageable. This episode is unsalvageable.
We're fucking gone.
No,
You're
like
the one that's going to have to try and salvage this as well.
Subscribe to our Patreon so that I can hire an editor.
Please.
And gain back my fucking sanity.
Yes.
No, I liked this episode a lot.
Yeah, I liked it. I thought it was, like I said, I thought it was a different sort of style of episode, and I liked it. I thought it was good. I like the sort of the whole spy thing. I mean, they didn't have much time to play with that.
Yeah.
But I quite liked that aspect of Adil's character.
A little bit of espionage, which isn't something that we'd really had in the show until this point.
No, we hadn't. No.
It's a good B plot and a good. I think just having Adil be a nice, kind person to the family would have been boring.
Yeah.
It works well as a contrast to Bart's situation.
But it's also a good way of getting him out of the country. Kind of early, because Bart probably comes back early. I can't imagine he was there the entire 3 months.
It's a good point. It's interesting that they leave and arrive at the same time.
Yeah.
No, Bart was there for the full 3 months because he.
Where was he staying afterwards?
I don't know, but he went on a press tour and he got gifts.
So he did.
He met the president, prime minister, king, whatever of France, emperor, the general leader of France. Whatever the leader of France was in 1990.
Yes, they met them. President, prime minister.
He met the whoever
king.
of France.
Queen.
Dictator. It was definitely a man.
Yeah.
And then the man's wife or daughter gave him a little kiss on the hair.
Oh, yeah. And
she
left
kisses
a love
him
heart
on the part of his head that would be his hair.
Yeah. Leaving a love heart in place as well.
Yes.
Fair enough. Yeah, so he did end up in a press tour, but also remember he made the wine in 3 days. Okay, yeah, they grew the grapes and everything like that. And he harvested the grapes.
Yeah. Do you think then they put that whole 3-day thing in because it would take more than 3 months to make a bottle of wine?
Easily, yeah.
I wonder if that's why they wrote that into the story.
Probably. They also needed to do something to make it, like, illegal. Other than child enslavement. Because you notice that when Bart does speak French to the police officer, he says that
he lists
been worked day and
off
night.
that he's been worked
and
day
all
and
that kind of
night.
stuff. And
His
he gets
hat's
fed
been given to the
nothing.
donkey. He's been starved. He's a child slave taken from America. And also they're poisoning the wine. And the cop goes, they're poisoning the wine? That's a serious crime.
Yeah, exactly. Which is probably a double-handed joke. Like an underhanded joke, sorry, to the fact that obviously at the time, I don't think it's a thing now.
Yeah.
But at the time, I think it was not a great situation for child labour and the like.
In France?
I think so.
Wow. I'm not aware of the...
It's not like... It wasn't particularly massively prevalent, but if you were in like the vineyards and stuff and you were a relative, for example, you'd dawn till dusk.
Oh, wow.
Pretty much, yeah. That is not, by the way, from articles. That is from a French person that I know.
Oh, right.
Who lived in those times in rural wine country in France.
Wow.
So, yeah. I get it. That's probably, maybe that was just their perspective, but it was theirs and everyone they knew's perspective of it, at least. So my guess is that's probably a thing.
It must have been. Maybe that was where they got the idea for the episode from.
Maybe.
Or maybe it was just a coincidence.
Maybe. It could have been.
Did you notice the subtle foreshadowing where Bart says, before being told that he's going to France, he says, the life of a frog, that's the life for me.
Yes, yeah. Yep. Yeah.
A frog being a derogatory term for a French person.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
I always
get slapped in the cock by a coaster?
Sometimes, but I always imagine this episode to be later in the run.
Same here.
I think just based on the concept, because the animation looks like season 1 animation.
Yeah. It's not any better than average.
The characters are still kind of a soft and off model. Yeah.
They're weirdly washed out sometimes, like when they're all saying goodbye to Bart, for example.
Yes.
They're like pale yellow all at the left of the screen. And that wasn't this is a very new TV, and we're watching it on Disney Plus.
Yes, we watched this one on Disney Plus.
So it wasn't just the coloration of that, and it wasn't the entire episode. They were like very pale yellow.
Yeah.
But Homer was the standard full yellow.
I didn't notice that. And
everyone else was a very pale yellow.
Huh.
But Homer was just a background character at that point. He wasn't actually talking at that point. When he started talking, him and Bart were both bright yellow.
Right.
And everyone else was still pale yellow.
Huh.
So yeah, it definitely feels like overall, looking at it, it looks like a season 1 episode.
Yeah.
But
it's not as bad as some of the previous episodes we touched on.
Nowhere near it. It's not like it doesn't break the story.
Yes.
How bad someone looks or how bad it is. Like we were sort of discussing earlier, was the fact that we couldn't really see any issues, like any big blunders or anything in the episode.
Yeah, we were discussing if our segment, boy, I sure hope someone got fired for that blunder, was going to make an appearance this episode. And it doesn't. I don't think it will.
No.
The only one that I noticed was Bart is wearing, obviously, not his classic outfit. It's like a ripped brown shirt.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not what he normally wears when he speaks to the cop.
Yes,
But then when they go to arrest Caesar and Ugolin, he's wearing his classic Bart outfit.
Right, okay, yeah.
Of blue shorts and a red t-shirt.
Yeah.
That's
so
just more of a continuity error.
20 minutes, yeah. So, yeah, but I think overall the episode does definitely feel like a much later one. I think it's got that in common. There's a few episodes that we've seen in series 1.
Yeah.
And that was a series and season in one go. Season 1 that feel like they're like at least season 2 or later.
Yeah.
But this one's definitely not because of the animation, but because of the story, I think. And the way it feels in general.
The way I remember this episode isn't with the animation it actually has.
No, I feel like I remember it being a lot more polished.
Yes.
But that's obviously just like the nostalgia haze, I guess. I mean, it's not terrible. Like we said, it's not terrible.
Yeah, it's not an ugly episode by any means. It's actually probably one of the best looking that we've had so far.
The entire episode, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. There's obviously other ones that have got much better looking segments in it, but the whole episode as a whole.
There's a very beautiful segment in this where they drive from the motorcycle drive from the airport to the Chateau.
Yeah, Chateau de Maison or whatever it is. Aye. Yeah, that's a very interesting segment.
I'll touch on that more in trivia.
Right. Very good.
Yes.
Overall, good episode.
Very good episode, a real classic.
It feels a little bit short. I don't think it was.
I think it's because...
but I think there's so much going on.
Yeah, it's very off-kilter in regards to the 3-act structure.
Yeah.
That third act is about 5 minutes.
Yes.
The final act is very, very short.
Yeah.
If you think about the final act being from when Bart is freed from enslavement onwards, which I think makes sense.
Yeah, I would say so.
And the first act is just the cherry bomb prank and Homer falling down the stairs.
Yes, aye.
We forgot to mention that Homer pulls a Grandpa Joe in this episode.
Oh, yeah.
He's lying on the couch with his back thrown out.
Yeah.
Ringing a bell for Marge to come and see to him on hand and foot. And then they find out that he's going to France. Bart is going to France. And Homer
springs up off the couch
to high five Skinner.
Yeah. But yeah, I'd say that it probably felt short as well because we were kind of like invested in the B plot quite heavily.
Yeah.
So
I wouldn't mind seeing a sequel to the B plot.
Oh yeah, that'd be good. Unlikely by now.
If there hasn't been one already.
But however, yeah, if it's not already been, I don't think it will be by now, surely.
Interesting.
You never know.
You never know.
We'll find out when we get there, or don't.
We do trivia?
Yeah, let's do trivia.
Are you excited for 3 blind mice trivia?
Very excited.
My God, my heart is palpitating. Unrelated to the trivia.
Oh, of course. It's the Gimp mask, I'm sure.
It's the Gimp mask in the coffee enema.
Perfect. Where was my coffee enema?
I drank it.
That was that weird feeling then.
Cut that out.
Yeah, please.
Agnes Skinner appears to be a nice... We've already covered this, but I'll fucking do it again.
Yeah, go for it.
Agnes Skinner appears to be a nice old lady in this episode. The writers have since justified this by saying that Bart's cherry bomb is what changed her into the cruel and bitter woman she is in later episodes.
So it was that. It's actually been confirmed. It was
confirmed.
It was our speculation prior to this. Now it's confirmed with these unreliable facts.
90% bullshit trivia is what this should be called.
Yeah, yeah.
The 2 evil French winemakers are named after the villains of the classic French novels Jean de Florette and Manon of the Spring by Marcel Pagnol.
Fair enough. I did not know of either.
I think I'd heard of them before.
I think I recognized the author's name.
Bear in mind, I probably pronounced his first and last name wrong.
Very wrong. And as well as the titles, I'm sure.
Marcel Pagnol, whatever. Who gives a shit?
Yeah. We're not going to be liked in France.
Yeah, who cares?
Yeah, I know.
The episode title is obviously a parody of the novel The Grapes of Wrath.
Yeah.
Maybe I should make episode title, explaining the episode title, a totally different segment.
Depends on how much detail you want to go into.
No more than a sentence.
Then probably not a segment.
We've got worse segments.
We do.
This was originally intended to be the season finale.
Alright, okay.
You'll notice that Santa's Little Helper appears in this episode.
Oh, right, yes.
I remember we mentioned before that he isn't in some previous episodes because...
They were supposed to be before the Christmas episode, but...
but this was meant to be the finale, which means it was after.
It was after it.
So Santa's Little Helper does show up. Maybe his second appearance in the entire show.
I think it might be. I don't recollect him being in any of the other ones. I'm sure we'd have mentioned it or spotted it.
I feel like we would have done, but maybe we didn't.
Maybe I was busy getting an enema.
Maybe I was busy sucking it out.
Fucking Jesus.
When Ugolin drives Bart to the Chateau Maison, the scenery they pass by are actually famous French paintings.
Right.
Specifically, they are Bassine aux Nymphes by Monet, Champ de Bleu au Corbeau by Van Gogh, and Le Rêve by
someone.
Rousseau? Rotisserie chicken? Sorry, and the last one is Déjeuner c'est l'herbe by Monet.
I can only apologise for the pronunciation of that French. Fucking hell. I am not French, but I can definitely
My frog needs a
slightly
baguette.
better than that. Fucking hell.
Ratatouille, make me a garlic baguette. My frog, she is hungry. At Sam Simon's behest, real Albanian and French was used in this episode.
Right. So it does actually make sense, not that we knew it.
Rather than just
random
gibberish. That
gibberish.
sounds like French or Albanian.
That's probably for the best. I'd say that's a good shout all round.
Yeah, I think it's helped this episode age well.
Yes. Yeah, because you can't have a lot of just blah, 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 do blah, blah, going on in the background and it's still
Monsieur, where is mine rat?
Exactly. All that kind of crap going on and it actually age even remotely well.
This episode's going to age really well.
Oh, this episode's going to be
when we go to war with France.
It's going to be dreadful.
Caesar and Ugolin speak in French that is perfectly grammatical but poorly pronounced.
Mm-hmm.
The translation appears to have been professionally done, but the actors playing them, Dan Castellaneta and Harry Shearer, seem to have only a moderate grasp of spoken French. On the other hand, the police officer is played by a French actor, and his lines actually sound like intelligible French. I did notice a difference when the when the police officer spoke French and sounded French.
French, yeah, as opposed to
Americans doing French.
Frenchish. But yeah,
about as French as French and Saunders.
Yeah, yeah. You can definitely tell. It's pretty obvious, but still, it didn't break the episode or anything. It didn't like properly jump out.
No, it's passable. It's fine.
Yeah.
In the Quebec, which is French Canadian dubbing, Bart is unable to communicate with the French police officer because of his heavy Quebecese accent. The language barrier of the original is replaced by an accent barrier. Then Bart suddenly realizes that he is able to speak like a Frenchman and returns to speak to the officer in European French. Ugolin and César both speak with a Marseillais accent.
All right, fair enough.
Fascinating.
Yeah. That would be Marseille, but yeah.
What did I say?
Marseillais.
Oh, whatever.
It would be Marseille. But sure.
Same shit, man. Is what I said also a location?
No.
Is what I said anything?
What?
Is what I said, is that anything?
No, it's a bad pronunciation of the wrong location.
I thought I was saying a different word.
No. Because it's Marseille is the location.
This is the first foreign voyage episode of the show.
Yeah.
First time they go out of America.
Yes.
In the sofa gag, Marge's dress is the wrong colour.
We found a blunder.
There's something for... This is at the beginning of our famous segment. Boy, I sure hope someone was fired for that blunder. Marge's dress was the wrong colour in the opening credits.
The end.
In the sofa gag. Or maybe it wasn't. The end. Back
the
to
end
3 Blind Mice trivia.
Yeah. That episode.
The code name of Adil Hoxha is Sparrow. This is most likely a reference to the code name of Joseph Baresh from Mission Impossible 1966, who's a spy in a fictional Eastern European country.
That's pretty cool.
Yes. At the time this episode aired, Albania was a communist dictatorship.
Didn't know that.
After the revolution of 1989, reforms were made by the communist government in 1990. Subsequently, the People's Republic was dissolved and the Fourth Albanian Republic was founded on the 29th of April 1991.
So it's only been a republic as long as I've been alive?
Yeah. Aye.
The fuck?
You can find out more about that in our Albanian podcast. David, what's that one called?
I don't know any Albanian. No, that's the name of it, mate.
Oh, I forgot. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know any Albanian. Is that a country? The answer is yes.
Yes, it is.
And you can find out more on our Albanian podcast.
Yeah, you can find out a more in-depth answer on why we don't know Albanian.
We point blank refuse to have any Albanians on. It's not because of a xenophobia. We just don't want to be showing up. I will not be proven to be wrong.
Rudimentary Albanian that we're speaking on the podcast.
We don't know Albanian though. We're just saying facts about Albania in English.
In an Albanian accent or something. In a terrible one.
I would never do a racist accent. Oui, oui.
It's not a race. So it's fine.
Fucking animal. A French person. Fucking filthy animal.
I really hope you're cutting most of this.
Like a pig that needs to be put down.
Please tell me you're cutting this.
No.
Fucking cut this, man.
The finger tensing and saying excellent was taken from Jim Downey, who was friends with George Meyer, who was one of the writers on the show at this point. Jim Brooks encouraged the pillow talk scenes where Marge and Homer would talk at bedtime, which features heavily in this episode. Cesar and Ugolin's plan to pour antifreeze into their wine was inspired by a real-life scandal in which small amounts of antifreeze were found in wine.
I knew about that one.
Yeah, I remember. I've heard about that.
Yeah.
Yep, awesome. That is the end of 3 Blind Mice trivia.
Very good. That was
A lot more racist than I expected.
I think it would be xenophobic. I don't think it's.
Yeah, I don't think it's racism because they're not a different race as far as I'm aware.
No, some French people are black.
Yes,
but we're not signaling. We're not singling them.
We're not going for the minorities.
We're
of
attacking
the
entire
the white nation
of
European
country.
European country
is France. Ratatouille. Yeah.
We're going to be very popular in America.
I was about to say spaghetti, pasta, but that's
wrong country. It is really hot.
The coffee's gone.
Yeah.
It's really hot. I'm hotboxing. My water's ran out.
I never had any to start with. You did offer, but I declined.
I'm dying.
I am not far away.
Is that everything? Is that all the segments?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
Probably. Jesus fucking Christ. What happened there?
The Avril Lavigne that lives in my heart tried to break free. I'm sorry. There was a come kitty kitty pushing out my throat. I've swallowed it back down.
It sounds way worse than it should as well.
It's time for final thoughts. What are your final thoughts on this episode?
Hell. The podcast episode? Or?
Both.
Yeah, shit.
You didn't like the episode? You've pulled a 180?
No. On the podcast, mate.
Maybe our worst episode so far.
Oh, fuck. It's the sweatiest so far.
Balls are sticking to my thighs right now.
I'm unpeeling them every 2 minutes, mate. Why do I think I keep adjusting my seat?
Are we good to wrap it up? Is that enough?
We need final thoughts on the episode.
Final thoughts. Again, it's a really great episode. It's a bit sad.
Yeah.
I feel like this is when, like we said with Lisa's sadness, or whatever that episode was called, episode 6.
Yes.
I feel like the show is grappling more with real stakes, high stakes, and with drama. And it makes sense that this was intended to be the last episode of the season.
Yeah.
Because it's the one with like I said, the highest stakes and the most drama.
Yeah, yeah.
So more I remember watching it as a kid and being genuinely worried for Bart.
Yeah.
And obviously, you watch it as an adult and it's
obvious.
An episode of a syndicated show, so obviously everything has to return back to the status quo by the end.
Mm-hmm. Or nearly to the status quo by the end, because Bart is still happy to see the family and everyone's happy to see him.
Yeah.
And even Lisa's like, I missed you, sort of thing.
And Bart does speak French now?
Yes, yeah.
Did the family ever find out about what he went through?
I don't know.
It just occurred to me that they don't actually... He doesn't tell them about being a wine slave.
Yeah, because they're happy to see him because the other kid made them miss him.
Mm-hmm.
Because they were just not used to someone being that nice.
Aye.
And that kind of made them feel guilty about the fact that they liked that aspect, not Bart's natural aspect.
Huh.
But that was part of it. And also the fact that Bart's one act of kindness, as Lisa pointed out, is getting them gifts.
Which he drops on the tarmac.
Yes, which he launches onto the tarmac to give his mum a hug.
Was this when people got on planes in 1990? Did they just walk onto the plane? What the fuck is that all about, man?
Yeah, I
Surely
know that
you would be in the airport and you would walk through the little tunnel that extends.
It might have been because
it's a chartered flight.
I know that there were a lot of like when he got launched on yeeted off the tarmac when he was saying goodbye and then launched into the plane. There was obviously all those other passengers that had obviously been walked onto the plane. But what I was getting at there is there are a lot of countries, a couple that I've been to, that still do that.
Really?
But you don't necessarily walk from the airport, depending on where the plane is taxied at or sitting at. You walk out the airport into a bus, and then it takes you to there, and it takes you to next to it, and they've got like a little coned off taped area that you just walk up to the plane.
Huh.
But yeah, you're wandering on the tarmac like if you just legged it from security and into the general direction of the runway, they'd have to stop all traffic.
Wow.
Because you're legging it down the runway. Probably being chased very fast by some security at this point.
Not if it's in America. Because big fat people.
They'd have already shot you, mate.
Yeah, I forgot all security guards have machine guns.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was thinking.
You were thinking of the UK, but American build.
This is this is pre 9/11.
Well, they'd still have shot you, I'm sure.
I don't know that plane security guards had guns before 9/11. They definitely all do now.
I don't think the standard security would have, but if they were,
I think they have rocket launchers now.
One guy does something wrong and they just fuck it. That whole area of the airport's gone, mate.
One of the guys on that plane didn't turn his phone off.
Well,
that's okay. I've got my anti-tank, anti-aircraft missile here. I'll take it down.
Let's get out my pocket AA gun and fucking get it going.
Before 9/11, they just had flaming crossbows.
If even so much.
I think that's it. I think we can wrap it up there. It's not going to get any better than that.
Yeah.
Let's go get another coffee.
Aye, fucking Jesus.
This has been Insert Brain here, a Simpsons podcast.
Yes.
I've been your host, Connor, and with me has been...
David, as always. This
has been a T422 production, and we will catch you
on the
same day, same time next week, talking about season 1, episode 12 of The Simpsons, whatever the fuck it's called.
I not even got a
Krusty
clue.
Gets Busted.
Oh, there you go.
I got it. It popped into my brain.
Busting Krusty.
Busted in Krusty's crusty cheeks.
That's... No.
Smell you later.
Welcome back to Insert Brain here, a Simpsons podcast. I'm your host, David, and with me, as always, is my co-host, Connor.
Hello.
And today we're going to be doing Season 1, Episode 12, Krusty Gets Busted, which the original air date was April 29th, 1990.
That's the one, aye.
Perfect. So, Connor, what did you think? What's the plot of this Krusty Gets Busted?
Well, the plot of Krusty Gets Busted is actually quite simple.
Pretty much, yeah.
It's
Krusty
the Clown robs the Quickie. Yeah, he gets busted. That's pretty much all I'm going to say about that.
Yeah, sounds great.
It would appear as though Homer is going to buy ice cream.
Yeah.
At the Quickie Mart from Apu.
Yep.
And Krusty the Clown is there, and he appears to rob the Quickie Mart.
Mm-hmm.
He pulls out a big handgun. He points it at Apu, and he empties the register. He's dressed as Krusty the Clown, but with the bandana type thing on his eyes.
Yeah, a little patch over his eyes, kind of thing.
Like
superhero mask.
A Zorro kind of mask.
Yes, yeah.
And then Krusty gets arrested and dragged through the court system and in the media for being a criminal, a former children's entertainer, and his trusty sidekick Sideshow Bob takes over the Krusty the Clown show, makes it his show. But Bart believes in Krusty's innocence, and he, with the help of Lisa, does some investigating and comes to the conclusion that Krusty was framed by Sideshow Bob.
Very good.
And he is correct, and Sideshow Bob is arrested and thrown away, and Krusty is set free. All is well.
Your plot ones are so much more concise.
About 30 seconds of plot.
I'm scatterbrained to all shit, and it's like 8 minutes of me talking nonsense.
8 minutes on a fast one,
every time you lift something up, that coaster goes with it.
8 minutes on a fast one.
Yeah.
I think we've hit the 5 minute mark. This is quite a simple episode plot wise.
It is, and you seem to get the simple episodes, I think. You just fucking simplify it like you're supposed to do when you do a fucking plot analysis. We're not doing a full breakdown, it's just a fucking summary.
Right.
And I do a scene by scene almost every time, and several scenes are in the wrong order.
There's not even really a B plot.
No, there's really not. It's just a single plot, and there's barely 3 acts in this one. I think you could probably split it up if you really wanted to.
Yeah, but let's save these kind of thoughts for our segment when we talk about what we thought about the episode.
That's a good point. We're about to go into it. So, first appearances. So
you mean?
I mean
Ion Springfield.
Ion Springfield.
This is our world famous segment, Alan Springfield, where we talk about the first appearance, characters who have made their first appearance in this very episode.
Yes.
Kicking us off is a big one. First appearance of Kent Brockman.
Oh yes, the news anchor.
Yes, he's mentioned initially as being the news anchor for that station, but he's got the day off.
Yes.
So someone else fills in for him, and he appears later on in the episode.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Kent Brockman. I feel like he's one of those characters that easily could have fallen to the wayside.
Mm-hmm.
But he
hasn't.
Yeah, he's still in modern episodes, and he's still funny and relevant as well.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on Kent Brockman?
I like him. I think it's he ends up kind of like the kind of like a lot of news anchors do end up.
Yeah.
They end up becoming like a kind of an icon of their own.
Yes.
Like you spend like 20 years or something watching or seeing someone on the news.
Less like, so now.
Yeah, a lot less now, I would imagine. Or
again, there's that guy on Fox News that everyone knows, the guy that sucks, who got fired recently.
Yeah,
Tucker Carlson.
Yeah,
we're in the UK, and even we know that guy is a dickhead.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's something.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it's a reputation, I guess.
It's a bad one, but what can you do?
It's there.
First appearance of Judge Snyder,
who does not look remotely like it
or sound like he usually does.
Yes,
Judge Snyder, I believe, is usually black.
Yes,
and he has a completely different voice,
and also a completely different looking face from what I saw in that.
He looks vaguely similar. He has kind of the same head shape and
he has the same head shape in that, but he's these wrinkle marks and all this other stuff. He looks like a.
He's usually wearing glasses in future appearances as well.
Right.
Little kind of half moon, crescent moon.
Right. Yeah.
Not here.
No.
Not here. He's still got his little chin beard.
Oh yeah.
He has in future appearances.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a few characters, as we've sort of noted along the way, that just aren't quite right.
Yeah, they're a little off model, or maybe haven't evolved fully into their final look.
Yeah.
First appearance of Scott Christian. Now, David. Who is Scott Christian? They introduce him in the episode by his name. I'll tell you that for free. You're having an aneurysm over there.
I am. Scott Christian. Who the fuck? Is he the replacement anchor?
Yes.
Right, there we go.
Yes.
Got there eventually.
That we did. I cut out 3 hours of humming and hawing.
Yes, yeah, you did. Easily. 3 hours of hours and hours of fucking wrong guesses.
There we go.
Yeah.
Scott, he's the TV news anchor who fills in for Kent Brockman at the beginning to report on Krusty being arrested.
Right.
There we go. He appears on and off in the future.
Right.
This isn't an only appearance.
Mm-hmm.
And last up in Iron Springfield, District Attorney.
Is that it? Just District Attorney?
Yeah, his real name is not officially known. He's never been named, but he does show up in a few episodes.
Is that the guy that was defending Krusty, or the other dude with the jowls?
That's the guy with the jowls.
Right. Fair enough.
That's the District Attorney.
That's the guy that I said he's going to show up in this segment, and I'm going to have no fucking clue who he is.
And I had to quickly Google what his name was, and his name is District Attorney.
Very good.
While we were getting set up, I Googled that character to add him in.
Explicitly because I asked.
Yeah, because you went, I'm not going to guess who that guy is, and I was like, perfect.
Yeah, and then you find that his name is District Attorney.
And I was like, shit, he's probably going to get that.
Yeah.
If he doesn't, we're going to need to stop making a podcast because something's not right.
At the very least, we're going to need to stop our law podcast, which is called what, Connor?
Breaking and Making. Breaking laws and making laws. That's what I do. I'm a white man and I'm making laws to oppress you.
Fucking hell.
And then I'm breaking laws and I'm getting away with no consequences.
Aye. That's one hell of a stereotype.
It's a fucking podcast.
It really is. It really is.
Breaking and making
we
a
need to
law
make these.
podcast.
We need to get around to continuing the episodes. I mean,
yeah. When we finish The Simpsons, we can get back to our other 600 podcasts. That is the end of our famous segment, Eye on Springfield.
Yep.
I
reckon you're going to regret this. We're on what? Episode fucking 12?
Yes, episode 12.
Episode 12. Did I even mention that at the start? I think I did.
No.
Season 1, episode 12. Yeah, I'm sure I said that.
You read it off the screen, that's why you don't remember.
That is exactly why.
You read it off your prompter.
Yeah, I need a teleprompter, mate.
Aye.
I really do. Just for the intros that I'm doing. It's worth the money. What is it, like 80 quid or something?
It's like 600.
Oh, fucking hell. Well worth it.
Can't record a thing without it.
No, not the damn thing. If you want me to talk shit, I'll do that all day.
We're sitting here in the studio with our suits on.
Yeah. Fucking sweating, which is why.
Suits with Simpsons inlay.
Yeah, of course. Looks beautiful.
It sure does.
If only you could see it.
I'll get those cameras one day. We blew all our budget on the set and on the suits and on your teleprompter.
The tailor-made suits, and on the fucking teleprompter.
And getting the rights to The Simpsons.
Oh, fucking hell.
That was a big one.
I bet.
Aye.
Why the hell were we asking Disney to do something for The Simpsons last episode then?
It was a one-time. It's a one-way deal that we pay Disney money and get nothing in return.
That sounds more feasible.
We get our cheeks clapped by Disney on the deal.
Perfect.
I'm editing all this out because one day we might become an official Disney podcast.
If we can't do
Suck that mouse cock.
Fucking Jesus.
What did you think of this episode, David?
Oh shit! I thought it was good. I liked it. I thought the we'll come into a bit more depth about the animation and the color grading and everything that was going on.
To our other segment, yes.
Yeah, but overall, I liked the episode. I liked the way it was laid out, the plot, and the fact that it all seemed to run in one. There was no B plot as well. I still quite liked that. I do like a bit of a B plot going on, something interesting or whatever. I quite liked it.
I liked how focused it was.
Yes, yeah, that's what I mean. It's like it's different from pretty much all of the other ones.
Yeah,
so far.
For all it's a crusty, I guess you could consider this a crusty spotlight episode. He's barely in it.
Yeah.
He shows up in the opening, obviously.
Yeah.
He gets arrested, and then he's out of the show. He shows up in the courtroom briefly, but it feels like he's peppered throughout. He's not. It's really still focusing on. It's still a Bart.
Yeah.
An episode where Bart is the protagonist.
Yes. It's titled after Krusty, and it's about Krusty, but it's really, really about Bart. It's
really a Bart episode.
Yeah.
I like the mob mentality, the Reverend Lovejoy going on like a religious tirade and burning all the Krusty imagery and merchandising.
Yeah, there's a lot of similes going on with like some of what was going on in the episode and
what was going on at the time in
what
America.
Was going on in real life and what was going on at the time and what was going on in history as well.
Aye, there was a lot of
there was a couple of underhanded jokes in there that weren't said,
Christian
but were really
Panic was quite big in America in the late 80s, early 90s. Mortal Kombat and metal music and D&D were all being targeted by these Christian groups.
Yeah, exactly.
Having been sent by the devil.
Yeah.
Beavis and Butthead.
Yeah, exactly.
A few years Beavis and Butthead were like 2 years after this, but close enough.
Yeah, aye. But it's the same sort of time.
Aye.
And there was a few underhanded sort of jokes and things like that about that weren't really said but were heavily implied.
Yeah.
It's
interesting seeing Reverend Lovejoy take on this role. I feel like if this episode was made now, and we say that quite a lot, but that would be Ned Flanders. Because Reverend Lovejoy doesn't care.
yeah, exactly.
He's evolved as a character into someone who is completely disinterested in everything besides his having sex with his wife.
Yeah.
And his train collection in his basement, his little toy railway set.
Yeah.
Even he's not even interested in his daughter, Jessica Lovejoy.
Yeah. Yeah, I forgot about that.
I think shows up maybe in a season or two.
Right.
Maybe 3 or 4 seasons. But yeah, it's an interesting take on Reverend Lovejoy in a role that I don't think we would ever see him in now.
I don't think so, no. No, I reckon it might be, maybe he hadn't actually gotten married yet.
Huh?
Maybe he hadn't gotten married yet.
No, we've met Helen Lovejoy. We met her in Life in the Fast Lane.
Oh, yeah. No,
she mentions that she's the gossipy wife of Reverend Lovejoy. Yeah, they're married.
Okay, well, maybe they're just not having sex.
They're not into the kinky shit yet.
Aye, that'll be it.
He's not got those trains in his basement yet.
He's not got the chains in the basement and the other door that goes past that segment of the basement.
Into a red room.
Yeah, aye.
Let's get back to the episode.
Aye, sure.
Speaking of busting, Krusty gets busted in this episode.
Krusty gets busted, yes.
I think the mystery element of the episode works really well.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, if you...
Oh, smack that down on the floor.
If you're familiar with the show, you know that Krusty doesn't spend the rest of the series in jail.
Yeah, aye.
He's the host of and Sideshow Mel gets introduced, and Sideshow Bob is obviously a recurring villain.
Mm-hmm.
But I think in terms of this, when it first aired, it gives you the clues to figure out who committed the crime as an audience member.
Yes.
So you can figure it out.
Yeah, because it's not until the very last minute that they figure it out. Yeah. So it gives you every opportunity to figure it out in advance.
Like the anti-pacemaker sign is on the microwave in the first scene.
Yes, it is.
Not something that they
added later. Yeah. Like we said, I like it. I like the episode. I would say, I said this pretty much when we were watching it.
Yeah.
Or just after we were watching it. I think, I know it's the timing's off, so it wouldn't have been a parody of it.
Yeah.
Because they didn't exist yet. But I still think Krusty Gets Busted should have been Krusty Got Fingered.
As a parody of the movie, the title of the movie, Freddy Got Fingered.
That's the one, which came out like 10 years after.
2001, so actually 11 years.
11 years after this came out. But it still would have been, I know it's not going to have worked, obviously, because of the timing, but it still would have been a
Freddy
much
Got
better
Fingered
title.
also isn't about someone being framed for a crime. Really.
I know, but it just, the pun would have been great. And later on in that episode,
Homer says he's sorry for fingering him in court.
Yeah.
Well, you can find out more about that in our Freddy Got Fingered podcast. He's a child molester. He says he's a molester. He's a child molester. Or Daddy, would you like some sausage? Daddy, would you like some sausage? A Tom Green podcast. We talk about the movie Freddy Got Fingered with Tom Green.
Yes. Ah, fucking hell.
That's the one.
Yes, that is the title of it.
Of our other podcast. That we do with Tom Green.
Yeah. Yes, we do. Perfect.
Are you excited?
I am always excited.
So am I. It's time for 3 Blind Mice trivia.
Woo!
Krusty's onstage heart attack
looked fucking horrifying.
It was an incredible bit of animation. Which
it was
the
really
animation later inspires the episode where Homer has a heart attack.
Yeah.
And they do that similar over animated style.
Yeah.
But it was inspired by British comedian Tommy Cooper.
Oh, right, yeah.
He actually did have a heart attack on stage and died.
Yeah. Bloody hell.
In the middle of his set.
Yeah. I'm maybe thinking of the wrong person, but was he the guy that always wore the sort of like red Turkish hat thing?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm sure that was him. Because I didn't see that when he died, obviously.
I think it was in the 80s.
But I did actually, I used to watch some of his, like, reruns of his stuff.
Yes, he did have a red fez.
Yeah,
1984 is when he died.
Nice.
Nice?
Not nice. I mean, nice that I got the guy right and I was thinking of the right guy.
Right.
Not that he died. I really liked his comedy shows and stuff. It was really good.
I think I've seen clips of it, but never. Oh, you can actually watch the video on YouTube of him having a heart attack and dying.
Of course you fucking can. Jesus Christ.
That was sad. Anyway.
There'll be a clip of it here.
Oh,
No, there's not. No, because that'd be not very nice.
Moving on.
Yeah.
James Earl Jones was considered for the role of Sideshow Bob.
Really?
Yeah.
Mufasa?
Yeah, Darth Vader, yes. Darth Vader was considered for the role of
aye.
Sideshow Bob. Eddie Murphy's dad in Coming to America.
Yeah.
Man, I love James Earl Jones.
He's so good.
He does voice.
He's really funny as well.
Yeah, he's surprisingly
If you've done some like interviews and stuff, and he's really funny.
My favourite character in Coming to America. A film which has like a lot of really comedic actors in it.
Yeah.
Eddie Murphy, obviously.
Yeah.
But he's probably the funniest character in the entire film.
Definitely. It's been too long since I've actually watched that. I need to watch that again. Or you can listen to it on our
on our other podcast. Fuck You Too, a Coming to America podcast.
Oh man.
He does show up in The Simpsons.
We've got zero time in our lives, by the way.
And podcasting is taking over
everything.
It's all the production company TR22 Productions makes. It's just podcasts. It's our podcasts.
That's it.
That one that we do with Tom Green.
Yeah. At least he picks up a little bit of the slack on the editing.
You think he edits the podcast himself?
Yeah, why not? He's fucking doing a podcast with us. He might as well.
The star has fallen if he's doing a podcast with us.
That's true. That is true.
James Earl Jones obviously does show up in future Simpsons episodes as other characters. He does not play Sideshow Bob. Kelsey Grammer from Frasier. And you don't know that?
No. I just clicked. I never really put those two together.
Kelsey Grammer from Cheers and Frasier.
Yeah.
And he was Stinky Pete in Toy Story 2.
Yeah.
He's the voice of Sideshow Bob.
All right. Well, never really actually put that together.
What? There you go. I assumed you knew that.
No, I like now that you said it, I can see him doing it.
Yeah.
But never clicked that one.
There was a never animated scene that would have featured Patty and Selma talking about being arrested on their way back into the USA because they were smuggling heroin.
I really wish that was animated.
Me too. Even if it was a deleted scene.
Oh, I really wish that was done.
Man.
Yeah, that would have been good.
Brad Bird, who was a producer who was working on the show at the time.
Yeah.
We've spoken about this before. Director of The Incredibles and The Iron Giant and Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol.
Yeah.
He took care to stage all the actions of the robbery so they could be captured from one angle at a spot where a security camera would realistically be.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And it does look like very realistic convenience store security footage.
Yes, it is. Considering it's an animated cartoon, it looks really, really realistically shitty CCTV.
Some live action shows get that wrong.
So many. You're just like, mate, that's not a security camera. That is obviously someone just standing there.
I love when they do that in shows like CSI and they're like, zoom.
Yeah.
Pan left 23 pixels.
Yeah.
Enhance, and it becomes clear like it's a separate fucking photograph.
Infuriates me. It infuriates me when they just go enhance.
And it just
they just enhance it into a fucking macro image of whatever the hell it was before. I mean, you can't generate those fucking pixels from nowhere.
The one time it's been done that I will accept is in Blade Runner.
Right. Well,
fancy sci-fi camera.
Exactly.
Sure, it can. Why not?
Sure. Exactly. Maybe it's not even needing to be enhanced technically. It's probably just a saying, because what would probably have been happening there is it would have a couple of million pixels in the actual image to start with, and all you're really doing is just zooming in on it properly. That's realistically what would have happened or something.
Yeah. Aye.
Whereas all these other ones, all like modern day or 20 years ago films.
Yeah, set in 2001.
Exactly.
And they're like, enhance, clarify.
Enhance my ass. That is not happening.
Sideshow Bob was originally intended to be a non-speaking character who would communicate only through his slide whistle.
I think you said that last time
we saw him. This is not Sideshow Bob's first appearance, obviously.
No, it's not, yeah.
He appeared in the Telltale Head.
Yes, that's it.
The episode where Bart steals the head of the statue.
Because that was mentioned on with Krusty, and Krusty and Sideshow Bob were in the mob.
Yeah, they were. Aye.
Yeah. In the mob with all those fucking weirdos that
Speaking of
random...
weirdos, the kids that go to see Sideshow Bob and Krusty's shows in this.
It's not quite as bad.
No. There's been improvements, but they're still
a bit janky.
Ghoulish.
And several have got the exact same spectacles as well. They're all like big, thick-rimmed, blatantly obvious glasses.
Like something from the Beano.
Yeah.
Or the Dandy or whatever, yeah.
For Americans, that's a British comic.
Fuck 'em.
Yeah, why not?
They know who Dennis the Menace is, because they have a version of Dennis the Menace in America.
Oh, yeah. Dennis the Menace movie.
Yes.
Fucking blonde Dennis.
I saw that as a kid and I was so
fuming.
Angry.
I was fuming.
Why doesn't he have his black hair and his striped jumper? And we've never had a live action version of that Dennis the Menace.
No. I'm pretty sure Gnasher wasn't even the right type of dog either.
I don't think Gnasher was in it.
Was he not even in it?
No. He maybe has a dog, but it's not Gnasher, I don't think.
Oh my god.
Anyway, when Krusty is wearing his orange prison jumpsuit, his prison number on the front of the uniform is A113.
All right.
A113 appears in many Disney Pixar movies and other projects. It's everywhere now. It refers to Room 113 at CalArts College, famous for its alumni, including many Pixar animators, such as Brad Bird, who produced this episode.
That'll be why.
It's like it's in Toy Story. It's in Monsters Inc.
Right. Fair enough.
Here's a list.
Isn't it like wasn't it Door like 113 or something in Monsters Inc?
It was one of the the yellow jumpsuit guys that come down at the end.
Right.
It's the license plate on a car in one of the Toy Story movies.
Hold on a minute, Connor.
Aye.
What room was the animation room in the college? In our college.
Did that room have a number on it?
They all had numbers. I think.
We were not in 113, surely.
You weren't. But remember when we were doing the course before, and then I went into animation and graphic design.
Yeah.
And animation.
Was that 113?
I think that was 113. That's a weird fucking coincidence.
That is a weird coincidence. Yeah, anyway. Krusty the Clown is based on a Portland children's radio and TV clown called Rusty Nails.
Fucking hell.
Little known.
That is dire.
I think Matt Groening watched Rusty Nails or knew of Rusty Nails because he was from that area, and one other person who worked on the show knew Rusty Nails.
Right.
And that was it.
Bloody hell.
Yeah, little known.
Yeah.
Aye.
He must have been a pretty terrible clown to be fair if Krusty is based on.
Rusty Nails.
It sounds not great.
Kent Brockman mentions Tupelo as being where Krusty made his start as a mime. This is the hometown of Elvis. Elvis Presley.
Nice. Did not know that either.
There we go.
I know very little about Elvis.
Me too.
But we're learning more on our podcast about Elvis.
Called Marrying 14-Year-Olds, an Elvis Presley podcast. Fuck that guy. Brad Bird animated the heart attack scene himself. He also directed this episode.
Fucking hell. He did the animation, or some of the animation at least, for the heart attack scene, did you say?
He animated the entire heart attack scene himself.
Alright, awesome. Very good.
As Krusty is entering the court, Bart says to him, "Say it ain't so, Krusty."
Mm-hmm.
According to legend, a small boy said to baseball player Shoeless Joe Jackson, "Say it ain't so, Joe," as Jackson left the courthouse following the Chicago White Sox World Series fixing scandal in 1919.
I heard about that.
Did you?
Yeah. I heard about that Say It Ain't So thing. I think it might have been a sports thing that I was watching at one point that might have said that.
I think it's referenced in a few, like an old Western movie as well.
Could be.
There's a character who says something like, "Say it ain't so."
I feel like that is right. Hey, take it as fact. Why not?
That's why it's called Three Blind Mice Trivia.
You're fucking right. Wait, I got no idea.
I'm blind like Mr. Magoo here. You can find out more on our Mr. Magoo podcast. Leslie Nielsen, R.I.P.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
He played Mr. Magoo in the live action movie.
He did.
The episode opens with Krusty's face on his show.
Leslie Nielsen, he was awesome.
Yeah, I fucking love Leslie Nielsen as well. Let's do a Leslie Nielsen podcast.
We're doing a Leslie Nielsen podcast.
I'm pulling the plug on the Simpsons podcast
Fuck
right
it.
now.
It's gone. Scrapped. You're never hearing it. Never making it there.
The episode opens with Krusty's face on his show. The second act opens with Krusty's face behind bars.
Mm-hmm.
And the third act opens with Sideshow Bob's face.
Oh yeah, okay, I see you can split it quite nicely in that. That's good.
Sam Simon,
Mm-hmm.
one of the producers on the show, wrote the
Yeah.
theme song to Itchy and Scratchy.
Awesome.
Triple chocolate being a flavour, this is going to kill you, was an outlandish joke in 1990. It is now a very real and common flavour. Back in 1990, they only had chocolate and double chocolate. The idea of doing triple chocolate was like, wow, can you imagine if there was a company that did triple chocolate?
Now, this might be bullshit,
Aye.
but was white chocolate even a thing?
Yeah, because the Milky Bar Kid is a...
Yeah, but was it even still called white chocolate at that point? Because I think it was just Milky Bar. I don't think there was, other than the Milky Bar Kid and Milky Bar chocolate, I don't really think there was very much white chocolate at all. I don't even think it would have been called white chocolate either.
White chocolate was first commercially available in 1936.
Well, there you go.
Get fucked.
Bullshit.
Fucking ruined.
Yeah. Well, I was just going to say, because let's face it, triple chocolate, you've got dark chocolate, milk chocolate, and white chocolate.
It was because of World War One. It was utilising excess milk powder during World War One. Also, obviously, a shortage of cocoa powder.
Yeah.
Yes, there you go.
Fair enough.
Ruined, mate. Absolutely destroyed.
Perfect.
I think it existed in Switzerland or somewhere, some country like that before.
Probably. I don't doubt that. I'm just thinking more along the lines of America here.
It may not have been in America in 1936, but there's no way to know for certain. It definitely
Probably didn't take that long to get into 1990. I'm just thinking more along the lines of, was it known commercially as white chocolate?
Yes.
Because then, like at that point, surely the natural thing would be to see the progression from double chocolate to white chocolate as triple chocolate. You know what I mean? You cannot be heard. You are not next to a mic.
So yeah, you were saying about white chocolate and dark chocolate and double chocolate and triple chocolate and chocolate.
Exactly. So double chocolate would have been, unless maybe the whole point of it was the original sort of double chocolate wasn't actually, it was like chocolate flavored with chocolate chips and some other stuff.
Maybe.
And it wasn't actually milk chocolate and dark chocolate combined in the same product.
Could have been. Look, man, I'm not Willy Wonka.
We're on a Willy Wonka podcast, aren't we?
Called Wonkin' My Willy.
That's the one.
That one's getting cut out. That's not funny.
No.
I've improvised 6 podcast titles this episode. I'm fried.
I know. We're
no
also
more.
fucking frying.
No more.
Right.
There's no glass in the windows of Krusty's apartment when the SWAT team comes in. Just sound effects.
Yeah, they don't actually break through anything. Also, how the fuck does Chief Wiggum actually fit through a window? Because he comes through he's the first person through the window.
He comes through the door.
I thought he was the first person through the window.
He comes through the door.
You sure?
It's just the SWAT team that comes in through the window, and he's in his.
I could have sworn
uniform.
that he popped in the first window from the left. So another random SWAT guy rocks in the door, and then other SWAT guys come in the other 2 windows.
No, I think he comes in through the door.
Fair enough. I might have just imagined that.
I think he did it.
Because I was wondering how the fuck he fit through a window. I must have looked away and just looked back up and went, how the fuck?
The feet flying into Sideshow Bob's mouth meant to represent how he's put his foot in his mouth.
Right, yeah. That's
the end of 3 Blind Mice Trivia.
Perfect. That was very derailed, but perfect.
What a lovely segment. I love that segment.
Yes.
But you had a few things to talk about in this segment. Boy, I sure hope someone got fired for that blunder where we talk about errors in the show.
Basically. Yeah, errors in the
Mistakes
animation and
have
stuff.
been made.
Or
errors in the
serious
writing.
continuity issues and all that nonsense. Right. Well, there was I did tell you to remind me of a few of these, but fuck it, we're here now.
That was me reminding you, throwing to you and being like,
I'm aware of that.
Was my equivalent.
You should know it needs to be on the teleprompter.
Bullet points at least. I don't need word for word, just bullet points.
The entire script for this episode.
Yes.
We've already touched on Judge Roy Snyder being the wrong colour.
Yes. Chief Wiggum is also an off colour.
He's slightly darker than normal, and he has black hair and not blue hair
sort of
or grey
blue or grey, which he's sort of been a bit of both so far, I think.
Blue.
I think he's supposed to have blue hair, but it's like a bluish grey, isn't it? It's like a pale blue. Like he's gone grey, but he had blue hair.
It's a lighter blue than like a Millhouse blue.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's generally to sort of represent that he's getting older, getting on in years. But yeah, so he's got black hair and he's like it's like he's seen some sun, some serious sun.
Yeah, you'd almost think that they were trying to make him like Italian or something.
Yeah, Italian or like sort of like
Mexican?
Mixed or Mexican or something.
Yeah, something like that. But no, he's...
But yeah, no, he's supposed to be yellow.
Meaning Caucasian.
Yeah.
In the Simpsons universe.
Yep. We've also got, you said about the judge, we've got weird colorations going on when...
Lou, the cop,
goes up
Lou, again in this episode,
and
it's once again coloured white.
Yeah, that could be, again, the sort of weird layout of the episodes again.
Maybe.
Might have muddled with that. Maybe they made the decision afterwards, but by that point they hadn't actually switched around the episodes.
I feel like he's meant to be black.
I reckon overall he's supposed to be, but this could be one of those ones that got screwed up and they had to recolor it, which is probably...
It was being animated in South Korea.
Right, well...
Not known for its large black population.
No, especially not in 1990.
No. You were saying.
But yes, there's other weird colorations going on as well. So there's like certain points in certain scenes where Homer's head is a different color from everything else and everyone else in the.
Marge has that as well.
And Marge has that when she's talking
everything
early
above
on.
The
necklace
is like a lighter color.
Is it like a pale color, and the rest of her body and everyone else in shot is the standard yellow.
Yeah.
There's a few sequences where that's the case.
Krusty, it's implied that Krusty's heart attack is caused by him overindulging in pork products. And he has a famous line of pork products.
Yeah.
Krusty's Jewish.
Oh, yeah, so he is.
His father is a rabbi. His birth name is Herschel Krustowski.
So he is.
So I don't think it could have been his indulging in pork products.
He also never ate any when he had a heart attack.
He's never seen eating pork. But
no.
Maybe that's just Kent Brockman or Scott Christensen or whoever is reporting at that time.
Yeah.
Misreporting the news.
Probably. I mean, it's about as reliable as the channels that it's pretending to be.
Also, they mention that Krusty is on a rival network in this episode.
Yeah.
And the network that Kent Brockman is on has its own clown called like Hobo the Clown or whatever.
Yeah.
However, in every future appearance, they're on the same network.
Right.
Channel 5, I think it is.
So one of them gets bought over.
Yeah.
Basically.
One of them purchases the other.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Also
very similar to real life then. They're all owned by the one.
That's all I had to say.
I honestly cannot remember the other ones that I was going to say. That's
the end of the segment, I guess.
Fuck it, I guess. Why not? I swear so much in this podcast.
Yeah, I'll need to edit some of those out.
Yeah, sorry.
We're trying to make this a family-friendly podcast.
Sorry, fuck. This is not a family-friendly podcast.
It should be.
It should be. You had a GIMP mask on last time.
I forgot about last week's episode.
Yeah. Less family-friendly and...
more kink-friendly.
Yeah, I guess.
It's a brave new world. We're not kink-shaming
anyone.
People on Simpsons podcasts.
Exactly.
Final thoughts.
Let's
see how we wrap up. Yeah, Krusty's apartment is very basic. It looks like an old person's retirement apartment.
It does.
But Krusty is a millionaire.
Yeah.
It's just an apartment. It's not a house.
Yeah. He's
shown to live in like a much fancier location in some later episodes. Now, sometimes he's homeless and blah, 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes he loses his house. Sometimes... But in future episodes, he's not shown to live in this shitty little apartment. He lives in a worse location than Homer does.
Yeah.
Not worse than Barney.
No.
No one lives worse than Barney, except maybe Lenny.
Yeah.
But it's a strange design choice for Krusty's apartment.
Yeah. I guess maybe it was just one of those things they didn't really have the time or...
Yeah, they were just like, throw an apartment.
Anything. Yeah.
Also in this episode, Krusty's makeup comes off.
Yeah, that's pretty horrifying, the first couple of shots.
In future episodes, his skin is like dyed white.
So he's got it tattooed white?
Like the Joker, I guess.
Friggin' hell.
Something that a good point of continuity error.
What?
Boy, I sure hope someone got a raise for that, I guess, or whatever.
Yeah.
In all future Krusty appearances, he has a scar on his chest from his triple bypass surgery.
Nice.
Which he receives prior to this episode in 1986. That's something.
Yeah.
Got any final thoughts? Anything you want to touch on?
I liked the episode overall. There was a couple of bits, like we were saying before, that kind of like broke you out of the story because it was like a weird animation coloration or weird animation in general.
I think it's...
But I think overall, yeah, aye. But I reckon that, I mean, we were looking at it fairly critically.
Yeah, I've seen this episode quite a few times.
Same here.
I want to just... we haven't really touched on it. I love Sideshow Bob.
Yeah.
It's a really great first appearance.
Mm-hmm.
I love how the kids really enjoy his pretentious show.
Yeah.
In real life, that show would be off the air after one episode because no child would want to sit and watch
so much. Yeah.
Yeah, his show where he sits and reads, what is it, The Man in the Iron Mask?
Yeah, The Man in the Iron Mask, yeah.
He reads a chapter of The Man in the Iron Mask. in a smoking jacket.
Yeah.
In a red leather chair. Is a hit with children.
I know. But yeah, no, I like Sideshow Bob as well. He's awesome. Mm-hmm. One thing we haven't really touched on is the title sequence with Bart's chalkboard messages.
Yeah, we don't really make a note of that every time, and that we always forget to bring it up in the episode.
What was this one again? It was just a standard teacher phrase.
I know last week's episode it was something about garlic.
Yeah,
which is funny because that's the French episode.
Garlic chewing gum is not funny or something.
Yeah.
This one is they're not laughing with you; they're laughing at you.
No, it's the opposite. They're not laughing at you; they're laughing with you.
Is that what it was?
It's like a famous anti-bullying. It's not really anti-bullying. It's ignoring it. They're not very interesting. We couldn't.
No,
I'm not going to dedicate a segment to Bart's Chalkboard Minute. They probably get more interesting as the show goes on. But right now,
so when
really
they start making it a bit funnier,
establish his bad boy image.
Yeah. We don't really bring them up because they're not really interesting at the moment.
We'll try and bring them up in future episodes.
Yeah, we'll try and keep up with that one at least.
Aye.
Even if it's not interesting, we can at least mention it.
I think I've mentioned it in at least one previous episode.
We've done it a couple because it's like, there was one of them was in trivia. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think we're good to wrap it. Really.
Perfect.
Don't think we have anything else that we need to say.
No, I think that's everything. We can pretty much call it there.
Awesome. This was a Simpsons podcast.
Insert brain here.
I'm gonna get it. This was Insert Brain here.
This has been
fucking Jesus. This has been Insert Brain here, a Simpsons podcast. I've been your host, David. Mm-hmm. My co-host with me, as always, was Connor.
That's the one.
I normally say my name at the end.
Do you?
Yeah.
I'm not sure you do.
At the last episode, I definitely did.
Okay. With me, as always, is my co-host, David.
Sure. This is a T for 22 production.
Yes, it is.
And have a good night.
Smell you later.
Right.
Okay, David, take us there. Take us to Springfield.
The Promised Land. Okay.
As Marvin Home Alone would say, Americans don't fly to the Promised Land, little buddy.
Exactly.
Actually, Home Alone 2, Lost in New York.
Is it?
Yeah, it's an actual quote. I think it's very apt to mention that now. So close to Christmas.
We're recording, but this is not even part of the actual episode yet.
Whatever. Take us to Springfield, David. Take us to the promised land.
Welcome back to Insert Brain here, a Simpsons podcast. I'm your host, David, and with me, as always, is my co-host, Connor.
Aloha.
Yeah, right. So today we're going to be talking about Season 1, Episode 13, Some Enchanted Evening. Original air date, May 13th, 1990.
That's the very ticket right there, David.
So this is the last episode of the
Season 1 season. I mean, it's the season finale for The Simpsons. We've got one more episode to go.
Yes, we do.
Next Wednesday, you can join us for our Season 1 recap, where we'll talk about the entire season in its whole.
In a sort of a nutshell, we'll wrap it all up, and we'll
put a bow on it just in time for Christmas almost. Because that episode comes out on the 27th of December.
It does.
Just in time for New Year. Everyone's favourite gift giving season.
Yeah, that's the one.
Just in time for Valentine's Day. Just in time for Abraham Lincoln's birthday.
Oh, fucking hell. Right, first bleep, I'm sure.
And then after next week, we'll do the recap episode, and then we'll take a week off.
Yes.
There's no episode the first Wednesday of the year.
Yep.
And then we're back at it. It's Season 2, Episode 1, Bart gets an F.
Yes.
And then every Wednesday after that, until my balls are down by my ankles.
Even then, tuck in your sock.
Aye, and keep going. Aren't you going to ask me about what the plot is? I am.
David? I'm just taking a drink of mine.
On your soy boy pussy latte.
That is exactly right. What I'm sipping
liberals
on.
Ruining the Simpsons with their fucking vegan lattes.
So, Connor.
Yes, David.
What is the synopsis?
My God, you've dropped it on me.
Oh,
I'm aghast. I'm taken aback. I'm shocked.
3 times in a row, you're shocked.
Well, you see, Marge wakes up and she's making breakfast for the family, and Bart and Lisa and Homer, they just don't appreciate her. Homer takes his coffee and he drinks it and he fucks off. She's like, I made you lunches, kids. And Bart and Lisa are like, no thanks, we've taken money from your purse. Like the bastard children we are. And now we're going to school with money and we're going to buy
unhealthy lunches,
Chinese food. If you're anything like the high school that I went to.
Fair enough.
Those kids would buy Chinese food from the Chinese restaurant that was open at lunchtime.
I'm not going to say what school you went to. I was like, did you go to
that one?
Yeah.
I only went there once when I was in like second year and I hated it.
Fair. Yeah.
It's one of those awful places.
Yeah. We used to go to the chip shop.
Oh, right. Yeah. Because you were...
The other one. Yeah, one of the other ones. But yeah.
That other high school that isn't the one that I went to. That's correct.
Yeah.
But Marge, she phones up Dr. Marvin Monroe's radio show.
Mm-hmm.
She says, Dr. Marvin Monroe, I feel unappreciated by my children and, most egregiously, unappreciated by my husband, Homer Simpson. And he's like, please don't use your husband Homer Simpson's real name on the show.
Would she come up with Pedro or something?
Pedro, that's it, yes. And Homer's listening at the Springfield nuclear power plant and he's like, oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
I've really fucked my marriage again. 5th time this season I've done it. And so he's sulking and he's trying to figure out what he's going to do, and he goes to Moe's tavern.
Yeah.
And he gets some advice from Moe, and Moe's like, listen, you got to give her flowers and chocolates and take her to a nice motel and have her dinner with her at a fancy restaurant. Go into that motel and fuck her like a rabbit until the morning comes. And he's like, okay, I'll do that, Moe. Or until the Homer comes.
Basically.
Hold on. Now I'm sipping my latte.
Yes.
No, I am become death. The destroyer of Simpsons podcasts. So Homer, he goes to Howard's Flowers and he gets him one flower because he's cheap.
Yeah.
And he makes reservations with...
I did some sort of calculation with that, by the way. It was like $4.60 something.
Did you?
For that one rose.
Wow.
Yeah, because it's 55 a dozen.
So it is.
So I'm sure it's like 460 something. I did the maths like a week and a bit ago, so I'm remembering.
Why would you do the maths a week and a bit before we're recording the episode? That's rather odd.
Preparation for the episode.
Wow, that's dedication. You've really shown me. Well, if you can do that mathematics sum again and send me the number, I will edit it in.
Sound.
I will say it now.
Just do it now.
No, too much time. I'm in my flow.
Okay.
So Homer apologizes to Marge. Dear sir, you seem to still have your phone in your hand typing in a mathematical equation regarding...
Is that what she says?
She says, Homer, you appear to have your phone in your hand using it as a calculator to type in a mathematical equation to find out the cost of one rose if a dozen roses was $55, is what you seem to be doing, sir.
Well, I do know it now.
What is the answer?
$4.58.
Oh, very good. I won't have to do any more editing.
You were going to have to anyway.
And she says, Homer, I forgive you again.
After stewing for ages and hours on end, she was stewing because he's fucking really late.
Yeah, he's really late. He misses dinner.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, got you a box of flowers. No.
A box of chocolates.
I got you a box of flowers and one chocolate at the cost of $4.58.
Yeah, that's so.
I got you a box of chocolates and I got you a single flower at the cost of $4.58.
Mm.
And also, I have booked dinner reservations and a hotel room for us.
Mm.
Oh ho ho!
And dinner reservations. Where were they again? Yeah, I don't know. I can't remember the name of the restaurant.
I don't think they show us the right name of the restaurant in the episode.
It doesn't show it, but I think he says it.
Well,
yeah.
I don't give a shit. And he's like, oh, what I forgot to do though was book a babysitter to look after our 3 delinquent children.
Yeah.
Bart, Lisa, and the baby.
Why is Maggie a delinquent?
Well, there's that episode in a few seasons where she hits Homer in the head with a hammer.
Oh, right, yeah. I
and
brought
also,
that one up about 4 episodes ago.
Yeah, I've brought that up before on this show.
Yeah.
And also there's the episode where her father isn't Homer. Her father is Kang or Kodos, one of the aliens.
Oh, right, yeah.
However, that's a Treehouse of Horror episode and as a result is not considered canon.
Yeah.
But Homer says, I have not booked a babysitter for her 3 children. She's like, that's fine. I'll call the Rubber Babies Buggy Bumper Babysitting Service. The rubber Buggy Bumper Bastard Babysitter. Son of a bitch.
We've got it somewhere.
I'll call the Rubber Baby Buggy Bumpers Babysitting Service. I got it right the first time.
You did, actually.
I thought Rubber Babies, that can't be right. And the woman answers the phone. She's like, hello?
Mm-hmm.
And Marge says, I would like a babysitter for my 3 children. I am Marge Simpson.
Mm.
She says, you cannot get a babysitter, Marge Simpson, because you're on our banned list because your children are so vile, so sinister. You cannot get a babysitter. And she hangs up on them and she gets another phone call. It's from a Simpsons character who makes his first appearance in this episode. It's Mr. Sampson. It definitely isn't Homer Simpson, but he does know Homer Simpson. He knows that their children are just lovely.
Neighbours. They're neighbours. That's what it is. Yeah,
the other side of it's Millhouse across the road. To the right is Ned Flanders, and to the left is Mr. Simpson.
Yep. So he gets a babysitter then.
Yes, he successfully books a rather odd-looking babysitter.
Yes.
Homer and Marge go out to their date and leave the babysitter with the 3 children.
Mm-hmm.
Homer and Marge have a lovely dance, and then a lovely shag, and then a lovely lie in bed. And during this time, Bart and Lisa see on the TV, they swap over from the Happy Little Elves cartoon that they're watching. I wonder if that's meant to be a cartoon in universe, like Itchy and Scratchy. It must be.
I think so. I think it is.
I'll go with that. And they swap over and they see this. What's that show in real life? Was it Dog Whistle? Bark Wave? Hound Puppy? What was the name of that show that Anne Robinson did?
Oh, shit.
Where she would look at real crimes. It's not Hound Puppy.
No.
Pounder Hounder. What's the name of that show?
I don't know. I have no idea. I'd have to look it up.
Hounder and Pounder is a very different show.
That's
only available on X Hamster.
And I really hope Anne Robinson's not in it.
Oh, she just hosts it.
I still don't want her to be in it.
I think she's retired now, Anne Robinson.
I think she is.
I
think she is.
Yeah, must be. But they see that their babysitter, Ms. Botts, is actually Miss Botowski, something like that.
Yeah, something.
She's the babysitter bandit, and she's going to tie up the kids and rob the place blind, and hilarity ensues. The kids outwit the babysitter bandit.
Yep. And hog tie her,
gag her, and put her in front of the happy little elves. Homer and Marge come home early. Jiminy Christmas. And Homer...
Because they couldn't get the kids on the phone.
Yes.
Because the babysitter bandit ripped the
phone lines out. Yeah. Aye. And then Homer lets her go. And the news teams arrive, and Homer is publicly humiliated. And all's well that ends well.
Pretty much.
The end. The babysitter bandit gets away with it.
Homer goes for round 2 with Marge in their own bed. That's about it.
That was about as fast a summary as I could manage.
While I was the entire time distracting and derailing like
even though this feels like it's the 3rd time we've done this.
It really...
it feels as though we recorded this episode twice before, and both times had tech fuck-ups that made us have to do it again.
It feels like it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. Yes, it does.
Oh, shit.
David, what were your thoughts on this episode? On season 1's season finale?
Yeah. I feel like there was a good few animation things that we will go on to talk about. Sure, when someone gets fired for this blunder or that blunder, whatever it's called.
Close enough.
That's good enough. So they really sort of like detract from the actual watching of the episode, but the story is good. I like the story. I like the way it's laid out. I like the episode in general.
It's a very unique episode.
It is a very
outside
unique,
of the marriage
in many
crisis
ways,
stuff,
but
the babysitter bandit stuff. I guess the closest comparison you could make would be Sideshow Bob episodes in the future.
Right. Okay.
But I feel like the interactions that Bob has with the kids is more cartoony. He's stealing a blimp and he's putting a bomb in it, or he's going to blow up a dam or something. Or he's framed Krusty, which he did in this episode. And not this season. Yeah. This feels a lot more grounded in reality.
Yes.
As a criminal which could actually exist.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, but speaking of the animation...
Yeah, there's so much.
I actually have something to show you later on in the episode.
All right. Nice.
For the first time. Some original animation from the first version of this episode that didn't air, which I will cover more in depth in 3 Blind Mice Trivia.
Very good.
Oh, wow.
So excited.
Me too. What else is there to say about this episode? What is there to say that hasn't been said already in 2 other recordings?
2 other corrupted recordings. First appearances.
You want to just jump into Iron Springfield?
Iron Springfield. Let's go.
Da 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 da. Ion Springfield. This is the segment of the show where I talk to David about characters who've made their first appearances.
We're not even pretending there's going to be other people listening.
I explained to David and David alone, and no one else. This is characters who made their first appearance in this episode.
Yep.
First appearance of Lucille Botzkowski.
That's the babysitter bandit.
Very good, yeah. Otherwise known as Ms. Botts.
That's the one.
Yeah. A very interesting character design on Ms. Botts.
Yes. Very much.
She has a real curvature to her character, like her back and her neck are really arched over.
She's definitely a unique design. I think probably for the best that she stayed a unique design.
I don't think anyone else in the history of the show has that hair colour. A very unique kind of teal.
Yeah. Very odd one.
First appearance by Howard.
Howard's Flowers.
That's
the florist.
Very good. Aye.
Look at that. It's almost like I've done it twice before.
He kind of looks like Dan Castellaneta in real life.
Yeah.
Who voices Homer.
Yeah.
Probably not at the time when they recorded this, but...
No, but more recently now.
Yeah. That is the end of Eye on Springfield. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Oh, it's finished.
Oh, fucking hell.
Are you ready to jump into 3 Blind Mice trivia?
I'm always ready for some trivia.
3 Blind Mice trivia. Lucille Botzkowski was voiced by Penny Marshall.
Yeah.
Who was in the show Laverne and Shirley.
Oh, yeah.
The sitcom. And she was also the show Laverne and Shirley, which later inspired Sam and Cat with Jeanette McCurdy and Ariana Grande.
Yeah.
And you can find out more about that in our other podcast, A Grande Latte, where we drink lattes that are grande and we talk about the career of Ariana Grande. Half-heartedly, because our hearts aren't really in that one, I'll be honest with you.
No.
It's just an excuse to drink more lattes and write them off on our taxes.
That's all it is. That's the whole purpose.
I would rather do a Jeanette McCurdy podcast.
Me too.
I like Jeanette McCurdy.
Same here.
Did you read her book?
I haven't read her book, no.
I didn't read it, I listened to the audiobook version, but it's incredible.
Really?
Yeah, well worth picking up.
Nice. I saw her talking about her book in an interview.
Yeah.
It was like a 12 or 13-minute interview or something like that. Watched that. That was pretty interesting. And I was like, I'll need to have a look at that book at some point. But
check that out. Aye.
Need to do that still.
You can probably find it on Audible or something.
On unnamed.
I don't think there's an alternative to Audible. I think it's just Audible. I think it might be that the audio version of her book is an Audible exclusive. But don't quote me on that.
Who knows?
Don't quote me on anything.
Ever.
Aside from this, Free Palestine. Penny Marshall, who also directed the movie Big with Tom Hanks.
Yeah.
And you can find out more about that on our other podcast, T. Hanks for the Memories. What a podcast where we go through the memories of Tom Hanks. I have him hooked up to this machine and I read his memories. And I describe them to you and then we talk about them. T. Hanks for the Memories. This was the first episode produced. We already knew that.
Yeah.
KBBL traffic reporter is named Bill Pye in this episode.
Mm-hmm.
His name would later be changed to Arnie Pye, as in Arnie Pye in the sky.
Yeah.
Miss Botts was the name of a real person who actually once babysat Matt Groening, series creator.
Yeah.
Or co-creator, I guess.
Yeah.
The original plan for the opening credits was to use live-action clouds before the Simpsons appears.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like you're going from the real world into the Simpsons world, which is a cartoon.
Mm-hmm.
The babysitting service receptionist is voiced by June Foray.
Yeah.
Who famously voiced Granny.
Yeah.
And Witch Hazel in the Looney Tunes cartoons.
Yeah.
She was also the flying squirrel for the Rocky and Bullwinkle show.
Yeah. Nice.
Her
awesome.
Granny voice is incredible.
Yeah, yes, it is. It is.
Do you remember, David, in a previous episode where you talked about how Sherry and Terry were really big in the opening credits?
Yeah.
Well, in the commentary track for this episode, Matt Groening actually points that out.
All right, does he?
He's like, why are Sherry and Terry so big?
Yeah.
Why are they giant compared to Lisa in the opening credits alone?
Fair enough.
I have lots of just general season trivia mixed in with the episode trivia for this episode. Don't know why I did that.
Not really sure.
I wrote these ages ago, so who knows? There was a toy of Maggie produced around about this time by Mattel, and the packaging on the figure said "suck, suck, suck."
Yeah.
Mattel refused and forced it to be changed. Can you guess what they changed it to, David? What do you think they changed it to? What would be better than "suck, suck, suck"?
Leaving it blank. But that's not what they changed it to.
No, they changed it to "gluck, gluck, gluck." Maybe it didn't have the connotations it has now, but "gluck, gluck, gluck."
Maybe it's the reason there's a connotation now. I don't know. I don't. 1990. I don't actually know. I think it's something that's just like
the gluck noise being we should mention being affiliated with deep throating a cock.
Yeah,
rough blowjob kind of sound effect. Yeah. I don't feel like that was a public thing until like recently. The last 10 years, that's when that came into being like people would say like Gluck 9000 or whatever in Instagram comments and other places where IQs are plummeting. Not that IQs mean anything.
No, they don't.
Every establishing shot in the entire show of the nuclear power plant features the sound of a crow cawing.
Fair enough.
Yep. Springfield Hospital has a Marvin Monroe Memorial Wing in the future.
All right.
Because his character disappears.
Oh, right, of course.
Was I drunk when I wrote these trivia points? Because none of them have to do fuck all with this episode.
I think you may have been drunk or half asleep.
At one point, it was originally going to be revealed that Marvin Monroe's real name was Marilyn Monroe, and that's why he became a psychiatrist.
Glad that didn't become a thing.
This episode is considered the show that almost killed The Simpsons.
Yes.
I'm going to put out a YouTube video about that on our YouTube channel where the podcast goes out.
Okay.
In the near future.
Yeah.
So keep an eye out for that. The pickle beats in the episode, back on track.
Yeah.
Have no actual beats in the jar. They're just empty red jars. I mean, it could be like even that the glass is red and not necessarily that the
liquid is even in there.
In the original version of this episode, something rips the head off one of the elves and drinks blood out of its neck. I think this was done as like a joke by one of the animators.
All right.
So that's very strange.
Yeah. I'm kind of glad that the happy little elves are just
the happy little elves.
Yeah.
Aye.
Otherwise, I mean, what would Bart have against them?
At that point,
if that was what happened in the Happy Little Elves show that they're watching, what would Bart have against them? Because he hates the show.
Yes.
So he wouldn't. He would really enjoy it because he absolutely loves Itchy and Scratchy.
Yes.
So if it's that level of violence in it, then he would have really enjoyed it and not want it off, which kind of like defeats the purpose of the entire them finding out just before they end up getting, tied up.
If Mrs. Butzkowski had put on Itchy and Scratchy instead of the Happy Little Elves, she would have got away with it scot-free.
Yeah, they'd never really have noticed anything.
No.
So probably wouldn't even need to have tied the kids up. Just robbed everything else in every other room while they were watching the show.
Aye. That is the end of 3 Blind Mice trivia.
Yeah.
Done.
Very good.
David.
Good. Yes.
Did you notice anything strange in this episode? Anything perhaps worthy of someone being fired, perhaps?
I may have noticed.
Oh boy, I sure hope someone got fired for that blunder. This is the segment in the show where we highlight goofs and gaffes and errors and
other shit.
Oh, whatever.
Yeah.
Other shit.
Yeah.
Got any goofs for me, mate?
Yeah.
That was got any goofs for me, mate? Any goofs for me, mate? I have one.
Okay. You shoot. What's your...
In this episode, the doors slam like they're made out of rubber. It's a very Dexter's Laboratory, Johnny Bravo, Ed, Ed and Eddie, Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends, Coding Kids
Cartoon
Next
Network
Door,
sort of stuff.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Cow and Chicken, Courage the Cowardly Dog, not South Park.
No, not really.
You get the idea. It's a very cartoony, fairly odd parents. Like Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy.
There you go.
My gym partner's a monkey.
It's like they're just occurring to you right now.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to think of more, but I can't. Ben 10. No, Ben 10 doesn't really have it.
No.
It's different animation style.
Yeah.
But you get the idea. Wacky, curvy, inflatable, wacky, nonsense animation that cartoons have.
Yeah.
But shows like The Simpsons don't usually have.
Yeah.
That happens in this episode. Whatever I said at the start of the sentence.
The door is slamming. They do that sort of like weird banana effect.
Where it's like the middle slams, but the top and the bottom come out, and then they kind of like rubber.
Yeah.
They don't do that for the rest of the run of the show.
Yeah. Hell, even the episodes prior to this one, they don't do that.
Not that I noticed.
I don't think they did. We'll find out.
When we watch season 1 again.
When we watch season 1 again.
What did you think of goofs? What do you have? Spit them out.
Oh, Christ. So there's one frame in this in particular where it is quite obviously from the footage that you said you'll show me later on.
After we do goofs and gaps, I'll show you in a minute.
Where Bart and Lisa and the house actually are all in really odd style.
Oh yeah,
of drawing, and I believe it's just after
Marge and Homer
left, and they're about to go. The babysitter sort of starts walking off the screen, saying about the fact that she's going to go put on the Happy Little Elves for them.
Yes,
and I believe Bart or Lisa, one of them's talking, and the mouth doesn't correlate really to what they're saying.
Yeah.
And the other one has their mouth open as if they're screaming while waving their hands around over their head.
Lisa's got her mouth open, she's running and screaming.
Yeah, but also making no noise, of course. So
and
the sound
doesn't match.
And
in the very next shot, she's not
doing that. She's just walking normally. And also like the really weird, long, elongated, sort of like Grinch-like feet.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. It's a very interesting design, but not something that really should have been for The Simpsons. Obviously, the producers thought so too.
Yes. Well, we've already talked about we already covered this.
We've covered this so many times.
I can't wait to move past season 1. Fuck me. I've told this story so many times about James L. Brooks saw it and he was like, that looks like shit. And someone said, what do you mean? And he said, foul substance causing disease. I know it off by heart because I've said it so many times, and then I've edited that audio and then I've put it in the captions and shit. I'm done. Let me move on to season 2, please.
Yeah, that's what we're trying.
Is that everything? There was a bunch of animation errors.
There was a lot of forward-facing Simpson characters, which we've already discussed before.
In this episode especially.
Yeah, Moe's got a couple of really odd ones that he has here, which is just not the way The Simpsons should ever be looking. No. Sort of camera, I suppose.
I would say not.
We've got an oddly drawn Marge when she's getting ready.
Oh yeah, and she turns around and her face is curved in a really weird way and her eyes are like, strange.
Just sort of like her eyes all of a sudden just start sort of like rotating on their axis a little bit.
Yeah,
it's a weird one. Can't remember anything else about that. Can you remember anything?
No. Why don't I? Oh, there was the lipstick on the back of the door.
Oh, the lipstick on the back of the door.
Which is a remnant from the original animation.
Yeah. Which doesn't need to be there in the final edit.
True. Yeah. Why don't I show you the original animation right now?
Very good.
We'll get your reaction to it.
Okay, sounds good. I'm excited to listen and watch.
Good. Those are the two components of viewing something.
You don't have a scratch and sniff for it?
I do not have a smell-o-vision set. I couldn't afford one.
Very good.
I wasted my money on all this podcasting equipment.
It's occasionally working.
So I could upload 800 different podcasts every day.
Which is why this one's so far behind.
Yes.
Yeah. Right.
Very primitive animations, huh?
Very. Oh, I forgot how terrible this is. I mean, I've never seen how terrible this is. Oh, wow. Oh, that is dreadful.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. What is that?
Uh-huh.
What is that
frog.
face?
She looks like a frog.
Yes. What? Oh, what the... Also, the silence is...
I think there might have been...
There would have been sound effects and stuff added, but... Oh my Christ. Oh my God. Where'd that go?
Yeah.
Oh, what the hell is up with his face?
He looks like Howard from Howard's Flowers.
He does. He does.
I like Bart's cardigan.
I like Bart's cardigan. I'm glad you saw the cat in that, but that was about it. What the...
There's the
yes! What the hell is up with the house? Look at the picture frames and the color gradient
It's like
and the
something from
weird hall.
Beetlejuice.
Yeah. What's with the eyes? Oh my God. There was a bit of weird freezing going on there.
That's my computer.
Yeah. What in the hell is up with those wheels?
That's actually in the final episode.
I didn't even notice that before.
Yeah. Hey, that's that shot of the house.
Ah, that'll be why it was.
Oh, this is different. It's just 2D.
Yeah. Because we never talked about that scene, did we? Yeah. Look how big the phone is. I recognize her voice now.
Yeah,
I noticed that more.
That's the babysitter.
Yeah. No,
Jim
the
Furry.
yes, aye.
There's Marge's thick ass.
That is Marge's thick ass, yep.
Oh, damn.
They kept some of this and just recolored some of it, didn't they?
Yeah, you can really tell.
Yes, you can.
Oh.
What?
Look at her, Andy, her lips.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
Jesus. What is up with his face?
There's the kiss. This is the shot.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
There's the infamous original version of that shot.
Oh, Jesus. They recolored a little bit.
Look
and
at her
these,
legs.
yeah. What the hell? It's an odd angle as well.
Yeah. Fascinating listening, I'm sure, as we describe nothing that's happening.
Yeah. Sorry about that, but maybe we'll put it up in the YouTube version, some of the footage.
Maybe.
Probably not.
No.
What is with his eyebrows? A lot of this is kept, this bit.
Yeah. See, I think that guy hosting the show about the Babysitter Bandit looks better in the original animation.
Yeah, I think he does.
You can really see the sweat on his forehead, and you get that sense that he's like a catfish. What's that show in the UK? Well, you could see Lisa's underwear there.
What?
My God, she had like a nappy on. Look.
Oh,
So bizarre.
it's like a... Wait, was this the bit that was drawn and animated in Korea?
I mean, the whole thing is animated or colored in Korea, I think.
Because
That's how they draw like Kiki's
Like-
delivery service.
yeah, things like that. That was very much Kiki's delivery service sort of thing,
Yeah.
where the skirt or dress or whatever is too short for no reason all of a sudden, and then there's like some nappy looking underwear.
Very creepy.
Very odd. Don't get me wrong, a nappy looking thing is probably better than some ass cheeks.
Well, that was some clip I just showed you, huh?
That was unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Truly.
that someone somewhere thought that was ready to go out.
Aye, wild
and
stuff.
Sent it off.
Can you imagine
Fucking
if the
hell.
show had looked like that as well?
No, because I'd never have watched it.
It wouldn't have. It would have been like one season.
If even so
This
much.
attempt of a show that they made that failed.
Yeah.
And that's what The Simpsons would be remembered as. It would that one time that, I mean, the entire landscape of television would be totally different because you'd have no Futurama, no South Park, no Family Guy, no Archer, no Rick and Morty, no BoJack Horseman,
Yeah.
no adult animation at all,
Yeah.
no Cleveland Show. Can you imagine living in a world without the Cleveland Show?
No.
I wish I could.
Me too.
You can find out more about our hatred for the Cleveland Show on our other podcast, and even a bear.
All right.
Would you shit on the Cleveland Show for It's like this show, except if it was just, I sure hope someone got fired for that blunder, and the blunder is greenlighting the Cleveland Show.
Yeah. Okay.
Good. Any final thoughts you want to give this episode, David?
How long have we been recording for?
40 minutes.
It's going to be a short episode.
That's
There's
fine.
about 10 minutes of nonsense here.
It's fine. We talk about this episode again next week when we do the recap. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Are you telling me that all 12 of these episodes didn't matter then?
No. Because it's like a weekly thing.
Yeah. So we could theoretically just do the recap for every season.
Can you imagine if we sat down and watched if we watched 22 episodes for season 2 and then I asked you to rank them and talk about them in depth, but without us doing these episodes?
No, I couldn't really
You'd be
do
fucked.
That. Yeah, I'd be ruined.
I'd do it.
Yeah, no,
I'd be fine.
You'd be able to do it right now.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
I'd have to rewatch season 2. I haven't seen it in a long time.
Yeah.
I've been holding off because I knew we were going to cover it for this podcast, so I didn't want to colour my opinions.
Yeah.
Or wear myself out.
Exactly.
Any final thoughts, David? Or
I am all out.
If you feel like this episode wasn't very good, you're right.
Yeah.
But it was the third time we recorded it.
Yeah.
And I am all out with things I can say about Some Enchanted Evening.
There might be other things in here from a couple of snippets of the previous.
Here they are now.
Yeah.
It's a medley of our thoughts from the first 2 episodes. Everything I could salvage. Yeah, I think this is the episode with the most prank phone calls to Mo.
Yeah.
I
Definitely.
did consider actually, it's something that we could have done for this podcast was to prank call a pub in the UK. And then I
fucking killed.
Well, it occurred to me that no pubs have fucking landlines.
Oh,
anymore.
yeah.
Because why would they?
Yeah, good
Why
point.
would you need to be able to phone a bar? I mean, in
the only thing you would ever really need to phone a bar about now is my passport on the ground there. Did you find my passport when you were cleaning last night?
We found your wallet, but the money was already gone.
Aye.
And the cards as well. And your ID.
Yeah.
And your wallet. It's all gone.
There was a shite in the fucking coin bit.
It was in the urinal. It's been there for 3 weeks.
Yeah. Perfect.
You don't want your wallet back.
We weren't cleaning in there either. We just happened to be going for a piss ourselves. And I spotted it.
No, what's that strange
I spotted
sound?
it as in I pissed on it for like 7 weeks straight before I realised that wallet's been there for a while. It's actually been there so long, it's now discoloured. It's no longer black.
It's got a hole in it.
Actually, it's got a fucking acid hole in it from all
like
that
when
fucking piss.
When the xenomorph bleeds an alien and it starts dissolving through the ship, right through your wallet.
Yeah.
I had a wallet that caught on fire once.
I remember. It wasn't not sitting on a lamp when that happened. Was
It
it the
was
lamp that set fire to it?
It was a paper wallet.
Yeah.
Not because I'm poor.
Yeah. No, it wasn't just fucking origamied for no reason.
Outside of the fact that I am poor, it was a wallet that's eco-friendly, sustainable.
Yeah.
And it had Batman v Superman.
Yeah.
2016 superhero movie on it.
Yeah.
It was sitting on my bedside cabinet and I had my lamp pulled down.
Obviously, this is, in the future. We nicked it from the future, predicting roughly 2016 because we're in 1990, remember?
Yes,
this is a live reaction to that fucking Simpsons.
I forgot all about that running joke that I regret implementing into the episode.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had the lamp down on the bedside cabinet and didn't think of my wallet being there, and it caught on fire.
Yeah. Wasn't your debit card that was like fucking warped, or was that something else?
It was all of my cards.
All of your cards.
My debit card I managed to keep for a while.
Yeah, but I do remember, didn't it snap at one point?
That was a different debit card.
Different debit card
for unrelated reasons. It was my game reward card that I still have.
Yeah,
it's the same card I have
still
now.
Doing a fucking squiggle.
Still more
still Mexican waving it. It kind of scans sometimes.
Not really. They just read the numbers off the back.
I can imagine they would do if after looking at the fucking bubble that's in the middle of that thing.
What are we talking about? How did we get
I don't know.
We were going to prank call bars in pubs rather in the UK and use lines from the show.
Yeah.
See
what happened.
Record that and make it an episode. And I was like, what pub has a landline in 2023 that they would bother to answer?
Yeah. Some might actually have a landline, but I don't think anyone's going to answer it though.
The reason you had landlines in pubs back in the day was because nobody had a mobile.
Yeah.
Why are we talking about this?
I don't know.
What did you think about the episode Sunny Chant of the Evening? That's it. I couldn't salvage fucking anything. Now I'll put something there.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're ready to call it quits there and wrap it all up in a nice little bow.
So. Yeah.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas. This has been...
What day is it? It's the 20th, is it not? It's the 20th of December. It's Christmas, and not like actually today when this episode goes out. It's Christmas in 5 days.
Yes, it is.
We'll see you next week on the 27th.
Yes.
For the season 1 recap.
That's the very one. Amazing.
You can check out our website, insertbrainhere.podcastpage.io, where you can see photographs of me and David. See what we look like. Oh my God. Read the little bios I wrote. You can listen to the episodes. There's a link.
Did you actually write out some bios on there?
Yeah.
Oh, right, nice.
There's a link.
Mine's is just going to be slander, isn't it?
No, yeah, it's all your crimes. It's all the reasons you should be in prison. There's a link to a newsletter which doesn't exist. I haven't done it yet. Keep saying I'm gonna. Might not happen.
Probably not.
You can follow us on Instagram at InsertBrainHerePod or at T422.
Mm-hmm.
You can also follow us on Twitter at T422.
Mm-hmm.
And you can find the show on YouTube.
Yeah.
That's about the lot of it.
Pretty much every other podcast
Every
platform.
Major podcasting platform.
Every major and minor.
Unless there's one that I haven't put the podcast out on. If there's a podcast platform that you want us to upload to, let us know and I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, why not? If I can, there's contact. You can send us a message. You can spam our inboxes.
You can leave us a review on the website. You can even leave us a voice recording on our website. And if you do, and I remember to check and see that it's there, I'll play it on the show.
Yes.
Without vetting it. Send me something racist and I'll play it on the show.
Fucking hell.
I won't agree with it, but I will play it on the show.
Jesus Christ.
Maybe I'll censor it before it goes out.
Maybe we'll...
I'm not vetting a goddamn thing.
We'll at least have a listen.
We'll definitely listen to it. It's a direct line of contract. Contract? It's a direct contract I have to sign.
Yeah, that's
saying that I'm not racist.
We'll have to.
Well, we've done it. I did it no problem because I'm not a racist.
You've got a contract?
Yeah.
All right, fair enough.
I signed it. It was just me and the devil. You can have an unsuccessful podcast if you sell your soul to me. And I said it's a done deal.
But I'm not racist.
I never will be. I'm Connor fucking Walls and I always fucking will be. You... That's what I said. What am I doing? You can leave us a...
Insert rain here.
You can leave us a review and I'll read it out on the show is what I'm saying. Rate us on Spotify and on Apple and on whatever. Send me an email.
Yeah.
Send me a fax.
Yeah. Wait, I've got a fax machine somewhere.
Do you?
I really
Send
do.
David a fax.
I will need to plug it in.
You could actually have a fax machine set up.
We genuinely could.
This has been Insert Brain here, a Simpsons podcast. I've been your host, Connor, and with me as always is my co-host, David.
That's me.
We'll smell you later. We'll be back next Friday, the 27th, just after Christmas, to do our big recap episode where we talk about all of season 1.
Yeah.
And we each present our own rankings for the 13 episodes that we've talked about these past 2 months.
Yeah.
And then nothing the week after that. And then second Wednesday in the new year, we'll be back to talk season 2, episode 1, Bart Gets an F.
Yeah, that's the one.
And every Wednesday after that until we finish season 2.
Yes.
22 Wednesdays that'll be for season 2.
23 because we've got the recap plus
we've got two special episodes. At least 2 special episodes. I'll drop those in the middle. We'll take a little break from doing the normal episodes.
And fire in some special ones.
After we do the first 11 of 22 episodes.
Yeah.
Smell you later.
Smell you later.
Yeesh. Welcome back to Insert Brain.
Insert Brain here.
Microphone sitting on the desk. Going professional.
I know. Professional outfit here.
Don't even have a glass of water.
No. Coffee's long finished. If not, long cold. Yeah.
Welcome back to Insert Brain here, a Simpsons podcast. I'm your host, Connor, and with me, as always, and for the last time this season, is my co-host, David.
That's me.
That's right, it's the end of season 1. We've finished it up. We finally got here. It's been a crawl across jagged glass. We finally made it. In this episode, we're going to sit and rank every episode in the first season. My ranking and your ranking from 13th place at the bottom, our least favourite, our respective least favourite.
Yeah.
All the way up to our respective favourite.
First. Yeah.
Very good.
Awesome.
Oh, I think we've described that rather aptly. We can jump
Jump in, aye.
David, what's your 13th spot? What's your 13th reason for committing suicide? Like the hit Netflix series 13 Reasons Why. What's your 13th reason?
Well, let me just get my piece of paper out.
Oh, you've written a physical list.
I've got it on paper. I think
Mine's
you've got
a
yours.
digital list contained within a computer.
I didn't think much about how I was laying it out and how I was going to write it out. I did actually do it on a PowerPoint for a podcast.
Well, one day there will be a video element to this podcast.
One day.
For future
it's
recaps.
A terrible PowerPoint because it was made like
we won't use that PowerPoint. But if you'd wanted to do one, season 3 I think is hopefully when we're going to start doing a video element
at some point. Yes. Hopefully season 3. That's our aim.
That's the goal.
Our aim. Yeah.
What's your 13th
so my
reason?
13th episode in my choice is Homer's Night Out.
Homer's Night Out. It's the episode where Homer goes to a bachelor party.
Yeah.
And there's the belly dancer, and Homer gets snapped dancing with the belly dancer by Bart, and the picture gets circulated around town. And Marge is very upset about this because she finds out about it, and I think she kicks him out. Yes,
she does. Yes. So my reasoning for it being 13. Right at the bottom there. It was quite a difficult decision, actually, I found, because there was a lot of episodes I was like, I didn't particularly enjoy that aspect of it.
You looked at 13 episodes and went, any of these could be in last place. These all suck.
No.
I hate The Simpsons.
No.
What am I doing here? It's a bad season when it's hotly contended who's going to be in last place.
I was meaning about the bottom 4, I'd say.
Right, okay. That's fair.
I would say they were about as good and about as bad as each other. So the bad points, I felt like, for me, were about as bad as each other, and the good points of them were about as good as each other,
when I did my 13th spot, which we'll get to in a moment, I'll let you carry on.
Yeah.
I knew immediately what my least favourite episode was.
Really?
If I remember correctly.
Yeah. Yes, you did.
Yes, I did. Good. Glad to hear it.
It's there.
All right. Yeah, why did you particularly like this episode? Because I thought it was fine.
What I liked about it was the whole spy camera sort of stuff with Bart. I really quite enjoyed that.
We talked in the episode about how much we loved the dark room.
Yes, yeah, the dark room. Because we
pestering the postwoman. Where's my spy camera? Where's my spy? That's a classic.
Yeah. But we've both studied photography, so we really appreciated the dark room.
Yes, we both have. Yes.
Well,
we've both been in a dark room together. I mean, one of us was working on photographs. One of us was
sitting on top of the
strumming away on a bass guitar. Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Aye. One of us was playing
a bass guitar I found in the dark room.
Was it?
It was. Yeah.
I always thought that was your guitar. I always wondered why I've never seen you play.
I have a bass guitar, but it wasn't that guy. It wasn't that guitar.
Oh.
That was just one that was sitting in the dark room in a corner, and I just picked it up, climbed atop a
revolving door
to get into the dark room, and I just sat there. Aye. Yeah, and I just sat there and played the guitar
whilst I was developing photographs.
Yes. Was that while I was on the course doing photography, or was that when I was doing physical?
That was after you had left the college altogether, I believe.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yes. That was after you had left the college and I was still there, and you came back to pay me a visit.
Yeah, that's probably about right. And the lecturer came in and saw me and went, "You're right."
I believe his exact words were "health and safety, boys." Right?
That was him on the way out. Health and safety, boys.
Health and safety.
Yeah. But I was like, "Yeah, all right." I just stayed with him.
He looked up at you between your legs because you had one leg on either side of the revolving door. Yeah.
But anyway, so we both really appreciated the dark room scene, which was really quite well done.
Mm.
But what I really didn't sort of like was the story. Didn't really make much sense, because we talked in the episode when we were actually reviewing this episode in our podcast.
Insert brain here.
Yeah. Plug it, I suppose.
If you've somehow got this far without hearing of the podcast that you're listening to. Yeah.
Well, when we were talking about this episode, we did go through the fact that the belly dancer wasn't supposed to be a belly dancer in the original sort of writing of the script.
It was meant to be a stripper.
It was supposed to be a stripper, which would have made sense.
Yeah,
with
dancing
Marge
on stage
reacting
with a
the
stripper,
way that definitely, and getting caught with like photograph dancing around with a stripper.
By your son, by your 10-year-old son.
Definitely a problem. But a belly dancer, come on, a belly dancer.
Mm-hmm.
Belly dancing.
When I was in
just
primary
happens
school,
to look moderately erotic. It's not actually remotely erotic.
Yeah, when I was in primary school, there were classmates I had who would do belly dancing.
Yeah,
and I was
same here. Actually.
Yeah, like little children.
Yeah,
it's not an inherently erotic thing.
Exactly, it's just a form of dance, and it's not even remotely close to stripping. To stripping or to that sort of.
It's not even close to burlesque.
No, it's not. But anyway. So I just didn't. I thought it was like a major overreaction, and especially considering it's fairly early. Homer hadn't done all that much.
Yeah,
at least in that episode so far.
I think there was at least one other fuck up that you had.
There definitely was one other problem. What was that? The one with Homer gets the bowling ball called Homer.
Yeah, that was
I think that's after that, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
So at this point, so far, it seems a bit more of an overreaction.
Yeah, because this was only
what's this, like 6?
10.
10?
It's season 1, episode 10. Holy shit.
Oh,
yeah, because it went up recently, that episode.
Oh, yes, I did. Well, okay, whatever. It's probably
so it was definitely
less of an overreaction, but it felt like, when I was remembering it anyway, it felt like it was an earlier episode. So
this was after the call of the Simpsons and Life on the Fast Lane.
Okay.
Wow.
Fair enough. Well, anyway,
Why is Marge in the club at the end?
Yeah, why is Marge just randomly in that club?
She didn't know where they were, and there's no reason for her to go there. She just shows up because the story needs her to be there.
Yeah, needs her to see it. So it just doesn't make much sense. It's kind of all over the place, and I didn't really like it.
Yeah, that's fair.
But yeah, so that's why that one's 13 on my list. And I am going to write numbers next to these fuckers as I go. Hey, that's the first time I swore this episode.
No, it's the 5th time you swore this episode. Multiple times.
Right, okay, well, it's the first time I noticed swearing.
I clock them every time because I'm like, should I edit that out?
right.
I sometimes...
Is that necessary?
I try to minimise it as much as I can.
So there's times that you've literally edited out.
Yeah.
Me swearing.
Where I'm like,
It doesn't really need to be there.
And sometimes I physically can't. Because it just ruins the flow of the audio, and I'm like, great, good.
Good, that's definitely in there.
My number 13
is
Call of the Simpsons.
Really?
Yeah. Okay. Gee whiz, man. I was not a fan of this episode. In the episode that we recorded talking about it, I think I voiced that I wasn't a huge fan.
Yeah.
Just the way that it's structured, I wasn't a huge fan of. I like the concept of the Simpsons getting lost in the wilderness, but that's only one of the 3 acts.
Yeah.
The second act, I think, is kind of pretty strong.
Yeah.
It doesn't take full advantage of the setting, but I like the subplot with Maggie and the bears. I like the way that Homer and Bart are separated from Marge and Lisa, and that Marge and Lisa get on fine in the wilderness.
Yeah.
First act's fine. I like
Big Bob.
I like Big Bob and his Van Seal stuff. Yeah. Feels like a character out of True Romance, which wasn't out at this point, but that's very... I'm a big fan of Big Bob. Big fan of Big Bob.
Yes.
And then the third act, where Homer gets mistaken for a Sasquatch, is, I think, one of the, in terms of the first 10 seasons, which people usually refer to as the golden age of the show. Thereabouts, anyway.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the points where a joke has fallen flat the hardest.
Yeah, it's pointless and dreadful.
Yeah,
really.
It's a really bad way to end that episode.
Yeah.
I like the National Explorer kind of fake newspaper headline joke. Yeah. And that is the only thing in the third act that works.
Realistically, they should have just stopped. Just put that in if they're going to put anything in, and then that's it. That should have been the end.
I think a funnier joke would have been if they were really struggling being out in the wilderness, is revealing that they were actually very close to civilization the entire time.
Yeah, just out the back of the Quickie Mart or something.
They fall out of the bramble, the weeds, the trees, and find themselves in a familiar location just outside of Springfield.
Yeah. That would have definitely been much better.
But this episode really didn't do it for me.
Right.
No, there's another really funny joke. The best joke in the season, I think we called it in this episode, but I don't know if that's really true. When Homer's trying to trap the rabbit and he launches it into the air.
Yeah.
But I just felt structure-wise it was very weak.
Yeah. Fair enough.
So that's my bottom spot.
Fair enough. Okay, yeah.
There we go. Moving on to, what's your number 12?
Some Enchanted Evening.
Oh, that's the one with the babysitter. Some Enchanted Evening is the episode where Homer and Marge have a falling out because Homer doesn't appreciate Marge.
Yeah.
She phones Dr. Marvin Monroe's radio station and Homer hears the radio broadcast at work.
Yeah.
In order to make it up to Marge, he treats her to a nice night out in the town, an enchanted evening, you could even call it.
Yep.
And when doing so, has to hire a babysitter to look after Bart, Lisa, and Maggie. But the babysitter that they hire is actually a criminal who robs the house.
Yep. Gets tied up by the kids.
That is the episode.
And then Homer sets her free.
Yeah. Wow. What did you not like about this episode?
Well, I thought it had a couple of strong points. Some of the story I quite liked. I liked the theory behind it. I liked the fact that Marge finally got a half-decent husband for an evening.
For one evening.
Yeah, for one evening and one evening only. The fact that Maggie breaks out and frees the kids, that's awesome. But, and the bit Marge is drawn thick as fuck.
Marge is very sexy in this episode.
Yes.
We try not to make this a podcast that objectifies women. You're not supposed to laugh at that. That's not a joke.
No, that sounds stuck in my throat.
I said try.
Yeah.
I would plough the shit out of Marge.
Oh, yeah.
In this episode. The way that she's drawn in this episode especially. Maybe not that scene where she's putting her makeup on. She turns around to Bart or Lisa.
Weird. Yeah, Lisa I think,
and her face is all drawn
weird. Yeah,
like a Dr. Seuss character.
Yeah,
maybe not then.
No,
but when she's wearing the blue thing with the things.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Mm-hmm. So what I really didn't like about the episode.
Not enough of that.
Not enough of that. Not enough of that. They could have. They clearly had the capability to draw it.
Whole episode of that, please.
A lot of the animation. I think we spoke about this when we were covering this episode.
I have more notes on it in trivia as well. There is a trivia segment this episode.
Yes, there is. We'll get there one day, probably.
3 blind mice trivia.
So what I really didn't like is a lot of the animation. A lot of the animation was really sort of detracted from the actual episode. And you spend so much time just squinting at the animation more than actually paying attention to the evening that they're supposed to be having. Some of it's really strange, like the wide mouths with the rows of teeth that they somehow develop.
Yeah, lots of twister head Bart.
Yeah.
And in the episode when we covered last week, when we covered this episode,
because this is the
most recent one.
Yeah.
We looked at the original animation versus the new animation.
We did, yeah. And a lot of the original animation was kept in, and I think that's why it made it so weird.
Yeah.
You're
not going to believe this, mate.
What?
Do you want to know what my number 12 ranking is?
What?
It's Some Enchanted Evening.
Really?
Yeah,
nice.
It's the same episode.
Awesome.
There we go. So we've come to an agreement on this episode being the second worst.
Yeah.
Out of this season, obviously.
Yeah, out of the season. Yeah. Perfect.
Yeah, I think one of the things that really holds the episode back is that there's no one joke that stands out in my mind. We're sitting talking about this episode right now, and there's, even when I was talking about Call of the Simpsons, which I think is fundamentally a much worse episode.
Yeah.
There were about 3 or 4
really good moments.
Really good jokes
popped into my head.
Where it was like, there's the rabbit, there's the thing, there's that.
Yeah.
Whereas with this episode,
I'm really trying to rack my brains to remember what it's about.
I can remember the plot.
It's also the most recent we actually recorded.
I can't think of a single joke in the episode.
Yeah.
I think the babysitter's a good character, and I wish they'd brought her back for another episode.
Yeah. I wish it was drawn a bit more stereotypically Simpson, though.
It would be interesting to see her come back with modern Simpsons art style.
Yeah.
Would they update her, or would
actually
she
be able to? If they updated her, you'd really not be able to recognise her.
The actress who portrayed her, I said her name in the last episode. Who also directed the movie Big.
Yeah.
Has since passed away.
Yes.
2 years ago, which is
a shame. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's also a kind of a cognitive dissonance between the beginning of the story and the entire babysitter plot, which is what people remember about the episode.
Yeah.
It's the episode with the evil criminal babysitter.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have a lot of relation to the A plot. I'd say that's probably the B plot, the babysitter bandit. Babysitter bandit, that's the phrase I've been looking for.
Babysitter bandit, that's it. Yes. And it is supposed to be the B plot, but it's what we remember more about the episode.
I think it's even the thumbnail. Unlike Disney Plus, it's the babysitter.
Mm-hmm. Or it was. When we're recording this.
Yes. Aye. Are you ready to move on to
number 11?
Yes.
Okay. That's just our studio
falling apart.
Studio falling apart.
And that's the ceiling coming in on my head.
Perfect.
What's your number 11 choice?
My number 11 is There's No Disgrace Like Home.
Interesting.
All right.
What were your thoughts on this?
My thoughts on it.
I'm trying not to say what did you dislike about this episode every time.
I thought the plot was like the overall arc and plot is relatable.
Yeah,
because a lot of people just think that their families are going to embarrass them at like at the company events and stuff like that.
Yes,
so that's definitely
when you and I go to the annual podcasters convention.
Yeah, I mean,
and host our panel. We talk about our 400 podcasts. Now we're the most prolific podcast creators of all time.
Yeah.
But you can find out more about on our podcast Too many pods, not enough cast.
That's
We
definitely
talk
right.
about the trials and tribulations of making more than 500 podcasts because we've just started 100 more.
Right this minute.
Between when this episode started and now.
Between when he said the last line and now.
Between when I said
That
400
was
and 500.
paused, and we've started 100 new fucking podcasts. And we've come back
That's the one.
to record this.
But yeah, there's always that worry that your family's going to embarrass you
Yeah.
in
Exactly.
some way.
So it's definitely relatable, and I do like the Dr. Marvin Monroe
Yes.
scenes. I like the electrocution sort of shock therapy thing. It's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
But overall, there's just too many background characters that are just fucking weird.
Yeah, this is a bad
That's
episode for animation.
Really terrible. And the people that they're not even background characters, they're kind of like tertiary on-screen characters.
The one that I remember freaking us out the most was the guy that works at the pawn shop.
Yeah.
All of his teeth are drawn separately from each other, and he's got these massive
really
drooping eyes. Really
strange.
freaky character.
Yeah. So I just think that sort of detracts from the actual story and the actual episode, like really, really quite heavily in this.
Yeah, aye.
So that's one of the reasons why I ended up shoving it down the list.
Nice. My number 11 spot is Homer's Night Out, which was obviously your number 13.
Yes. So definitely a
low
poor
episode for
rating
both of us.
Yeah.
I didn't hate the episode, but my issues were obviously kind of the same issues that you had. I do think this episode, comparing it to the previous one we talked about, Some Enchanted Evening, does have a few standout jokes. Also, I really love that darkroom sequence.
Yeah.
I think it's a shame they didn't. They've never brought that back. The idea that Springfield Elementary had
a darkroom
or had a darkroom
or had one. Yeah.
I don't think in 2023 they would have a darkroom.
No.
Or maybe they couldn't afford digital cameras. I don't think they have a photography department at all.
No, I don't think they do.
Sometimes they have
I think that was supposed to be like a photography club. That was going on at that point, and Bart just sort of crashed the club so he could get the pictures.
Maybe they bring it back. There's a few episodes where they mention the school having a newspaper later on, and there's a photography thing there. So maybe it makes a comeback then.
Yeah,
but it's not in the same degrees as here.
No.
Yeah, I had the same issues that we've already talked about.
Perfect.
That's all I have to say about this episode.
It was,
I think our enjoyment of it might be hampered by the fact that it comes directly after another Homer and Marge marriage crisis episode.
Yes, yeah.
They're all kind of bundled together in this season.
I think,
I think they make up about 25% of the season. I'm sure I saw that number somewhere.
Yeah.
Where a quarter or almost a quarter of the stories this season are Homer and Marge marriage crisis episodes.
Yeah, which is a bit.
What's your number 10 pick?
My number 10. So, my number 10 was The Crepes of Wrath.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
So,
you were going, because you can see your list and I can't see yours.
I know where Crepes of Wrath is in mine. I'm also thinking about eating a crepe, and that has me going,
Yeah, I am. I'm kind of hungry myself.
I haven't eaten today.
Me neither. Perfect. They do not know the time. It's like 7 o'clock almost. So that's PM, by the way, not AM.
Let's crack on. Yeah, so Crepes of Wrath. I thought that was quite a good episode. What did you not like about it?
I liked it. It was like all round. It was a pretty decent episode, but I just found that there were other episodes I preferred.
That's
kind of how it launched its way down to like 10th spot.
It's I understand that.
I didn't think that there's really not much in the way of sympathy for Bart. And it's not the fact that much sympathy for I don't have much sympathy for Bart, but I also don't think there's much sympathy for Bart by the way that it was written / structured in the episode.
That's interesting.
I just felt like it was one of those, we haven't covered them, but there are better sympathy episodes later that are done way better. Like there's, is it Camp Krusty?
Yeah, that's in like season 5 or something.
Yeah, that's a way, way better done. I know this is season 1, but
Mm-hmm.
Episodes like that stuck in my head.
That's
way
fair.
better than things like this.
Yeah.
So there wasn't really anything that really stood out as a great part of the episode for me. And there wasn't really anything that kind of stood out as horrible either.
You felt it was a kind of a mid episode. So the kids are saying these days, they're saying mid. It didn't rizz you up.
Yeah. Yeah, that's something. It didn't rizz me up.
No, I have similar episodes that are ranked lower because I didn't call The Simpsons, which I had in 13th place, as a good example of that. Where I'm like, I've seen The Simpsons do this better.
Right.
The one where they go to Africa.
Yeah.
Much better.
Yeah, way better outdoor sort of bugger off to the outdoors sort of thing.
Yeah, much better. What's the word I'm looking for here? Much better.
Execution.
That's the word, yeah. Much better execution of the same plot line, basically, the same concept.
Yeah.
Is that number 10?
That was number 10.
My number 10 is There's No Disgrace Like Home. I think my main issue with the episode is how out of character everyone is written. Homer is written like a completely different person.
Yeah.
Marge is getting drunk at the thing, at the Mr. Burns' party or whatever.
Yeah.
And then Lisa's also kind of misbehaving.
Yeah.
I think this episode is again dampened by our knowledge of future seasons and who these characters would become when they're more well established.
Yeah, hindsight is 20/20 with what we know about these characters now, so it kind of goes against the episode.
Yeah.
Even then, it'd still be probably pretty low in the list, to be fair.
Yeah. I'm also not a huge fan of Dr. Marvin Monroe as a character. I find him, his voice is grating.
Yeah, I can see that.
And I like the electrocution segment just fine.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's fine. I know a lot of people say this is their favourite episode of season 1 because of that segment, and I'm like, not that funny.
It's not that great.
It's good, but it's funny, but it's not. Yeah, no.
No, well, yes, of course, this is just our opinion.
They can like what they want.
Yeah.
And keep it away from me, that's what I say. You can live your life however you want as long as it doesn't get in my line of sight.
Yeah, that's something.
What's your number 9 slot? That was slot, by the way. I wasn't calling David a slut. What's your number 9 slot?
Oh, number 9 slot. I thought you meant like what was like if I had multiple slots and I had to.
Oh, right.
I had to rank out which ones.
If you had to rank them all.
The number 9 slot of that.
Oh, what's your number 9?
Yeah, my number 9 is Simpsons roasting over an open fire.
You
were reacting to that like you just found out which one was your number 9 slot.
That's interesting. Season 1, episode 1, Christmas special. Technically the pilot where Homer doesn't get his Christmas bonus and Bart gets a tattoo. I've described this episode so many fucking times.
Yeah.
Bart gets a tattoo and it has to be lasered off, so they lose all the Christmas fun, and Homer doesn't get a bonus, so he has to get a job working as a mall Santa to make ends meet, try and provide for Christmas, and then that pays him low, and then they go to the dog track and they get Santa's little helper, and that's the end of the episode.
Yeah. And what little money he did make on Santa's Little Helper.
Yeah, it's the movie Christmas Vacation.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, it's very similar.
Yeah. So one of the pros was I remember quite a lot prior to rewatching the first season.
Yeah.
But I remembered like some of them were not quite as bad as the other ones. I remember them like some of them as if they weren't season 1 episodes.
Yeah, we talked about this.
This isn't one like that. It's kind of the opposite.
It has the look and the feel.
But I actually quite like it because of that. Because of the fact that it was technically the first episode. Not many people could get away with a Christmas special being as their first episode.
Which we also talked about in
which we
episode
obviously
1.
talked about. I like it though because it's like a classic Christmas special that I've remembered like all these years. It's
I I think speaking of episodes that have been usurped by future episodes, though, there have been better Simpsons Christmas episodes.
Definitely, hands down.
One of my top 5 episodes of all time is a Christmas Simpsons episode, and it ain't this one.
No.
It's Marge Be Not Proud, which is the one where Bart steals Bone Storm.
Okay, yeah. That's
one of my favourite episodes of all time. And I can't wait for us to cover it here on Insert Brain Here, a Simpsons podcast.
Yeah.
What was that, number 9?
Yeah.
My number...
I never actually said why I didn't like it, though.
Oh, sorry, carry on. I'll wait.
Yeah, you will. Fucking hell. Only season 1 recap, and we're already at each other's throats.
We can't beat each other's throats until we're successful. And then we don't have to speak to
each 69 in.
What? Sorry, come again?
Or, at each other's throats.
Oh, Jiminy cricket.
Yeah.
We can't beat each other's throats, I was going to say, until the podcast is really successful. And then we can not speak to each other unless we're recording. And we can record in different rooms. Yeah.
Completely different locations while recording. Yeah.
Like the Beach Boys, Yeah. Where Mike Love and Brian Wilson hate each other.
Aye, exactly.
Or Simon and Garfunkel. Yeah. We really are the Simon and Garfunkel of podcasts. But you were saying what you didn't like about the episode. Running long, this one. We're at 40 minutes.
Perfect. It should be a long episode. We're talking about all 13 episodes, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, so why not?
Sit and listen.
Yeah, exactly. If you're enjoying this so far, then...
tell your friends. Share it on your Instagram story.
Put it on Threads.
Threads? I heard about this.
That's still relevant.
Not when this episode goes out.
No, it won't be. It'll be fucking gone again.
Remember the Titanic submarine?
Yeah.
Let's date this episode as much as we can.
Anyway.
What do you dislike about Simpsons Roasting on an Open Fire?
So what I liked about it is also what I disliked about it. It is dated. There are better Christmas episodes out there.
Yes.
And that's, again, looking at hindsight, but it's also an odd way to start a season, which we've already discussed about why they started the season that way. However, it's still odd, and it leads into like some serious continuity issues, like getting Santa's Little Helper, for example.
Yeah, who barely appears in the rest of this season.
Yeah. So you're number 9, finally.
Yes, my number 9 spot is Homer's Odyssey.
Ah, well, that's interesting. Yeah.
This is the ugliest episode I've ever seen.
Yes.
Of a 2D animated show.
It is.
This looks worse than the what's that? Who's the guy who animated the Lord of the Rings movies that everyone dislikes?
Oh.
Howard Baskin? Baskin Robbins? Barnes and Noble.
Yeah.
That's it. Barnes and Noble's The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings movies.
Marks and Spencer's, why not?
Yeah, Marks and Spencer's.
Yeah.
You know the ones that I mean. The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings movies that were animated in the 70s and 80s, I want to say.
Yeah.
Late 70s, early 80s, before Peter Jackson did his live action trilogy. Yeah. Not great animation. I think it was rotoscoped.
I think it was.
This is the ugliest 2D animation I've ever seen. It is shockingly bad.
It is.
To the point where it actively detracts from the episode.
It really does.
I don't think there's another episode where the animation is that bad.
I don't think so, no. No, I don't think so.
And also the plot's a little bit paper thin.
Is pretty shit.
I like the ending that this is the episode where Homer gets his safety inspector job at the nuclear power plant.
Yeah.
Even though that has since been retconned.
Right, okay.
I think in future episodes he just gets that job outright.
Right.
He's not he's not a technician or something, whatever he is at the start of the episode.
Yeah.
I like the thing with the boulder at the bridge, the suicide bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. It's pretty...
Black Smithers as well. How could I possibly forget this is the Black Smithers episode?
Oh.
Maybe this should have been in bottom spot.
It
it's definitely. Now that we're talking about it, I feel like it should have been a lower ranking than it.
Well,
than it
we're
is.
locked in.
We're here now.
And you haven't talked about it yet, have you?
No, I have
Oh,
not.
man, is it your number one?
No, it's not.
That would be phenomenal.
Shitting on it, and I'm going, no, it should definitely have been lower.
That it should.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, what's your number 8?
Homer's Odyssey.
Oh my. we're ships passing in the night.
We really are.
We're cocks passing at the cockfight.
That's something.
What did you dislike about Homer's Odyssey that we haven't already dunked on it for?
Basically the exact same shit. It didn't really feel like it felt for a Homer centric episode. It felt
yeah.
What I did like about it was the scene when he's going to the bridge, the carrying the boulder, the fact that he stops to oil the gate.
When he writes his suicide note on the dumb things I got to do today. I
think there's a couple of good points to the episode.
Yeah.
But I like the news articles for the signs later on, the safety signage. Yes. I like the way they did that. But
which reminds me, when we covered Moaning Lisa, and they go back to the suicide bridge, and we said in that episode, the stop sign that Homer gets erected, you actually don't see it in the episode.
Yep.
And we were wrong, because when I rewatched this episode, when they showed the newspaper headline, you see Homer standing with the stop sign at Suicide Bridge.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Fair enough. Well, there we go.
Very good. Aye.
What about your number 8? I guess we've basically already covered Homer's Odyssey.
Bart the Genius.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
We're at the point now, we're getting in the middle of the list. I didn't think Bart the Genius was necessarily a bad episode.
No.
I like a lot of the stuff with his relationship with Homer.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's interesting to see Bart put in a situation where he's the one that's
like the favourite, I guess, of the kids.
No, where he's at the school and he's being picked on.
Oh, right, that, yeah.
Because usually Bart's the cool kid, he's the bad boy.
Yeah.
Outside of that, he gets bullied by like the bigger kids like Nelson and Jimbo.
Yeah.
In his grade, he's the hot shit about town.
Yeah, basically, aye.
Once he goes to the smart class, he's getting bullied. It's an interesting
because he's intellectually the
dumbest by far.
By a long way, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting story to do with Bart, and I'm surprised that they did it in season 1.
Yeah, same here.
That thing where he gets dyed green is stupid.
Yes.
Yep. That's dumb.
Yep.
No, we mentioned in the episode that it would have made salt.
Yeah.
We've talked about all of this.
Yeah.
But I thought it was a fine episode.
But again, we're in the middle
of the list.
Mm-hmm. So there's a few that are just going to be splattered in here because they're not great, but they're not shit.
Yeah, I think if they'd done this episode later on, they would have had something with Lisa.
Yeah.
Lisa should be in the class that Bart gets put into.
They also don't they don't ever actually like reoffer that position
to Lisa.
To Lisa or to
Martin.
To Martin.
Yeah. He mentioned this.
It was his fucking paper that he copied, and he's apparently the smartest. Like
he would have been the smartest kid in
the genius school.
Aye.
And Martin's just left.
Stuck in Mrs. Krabappel's class with Bart for 35 years.
Yeah, exactly. So
I think there needs to be a sequel episode to this.
Where
Martin finds out about that.
Oh, I think that might be the last episode because Bart's dead.
Maybe Bart dies in a different episode that we haven't covered yet. Bart dies at one point in the show that we haven't covered yet in a much later season. Season 30 something.
All right, well, I probably haven't watched it yet.
Never get to it.
Yeah, we'll get there. We will one day, maybe. Probably. Anyway,
what's your number 7 spot? We're flying through this list.
We are.
We've just got over
Not to the people
halfway.
listening, probably.
No, it's a true slog of an episode.
Oh, perfect.
What's your number 7 spot?
Bart the Genius.
Really? The episode we just talked about?
Yeah.
Tell me your thoughts on
That's the
Bart the
one.
Genius.
So, I really like the fantasy sequence, which is why I kept it there as opposed to lower.
Oh, the train sequence.
No, yeah, the train sequence with all the numbers. I like that.
I noticed that there were more numbers than we originally picked up on as well when I rewatched it. The cactuses are numbers in the background.
It's quite good. It's similar to most of the fantasy sequences, to be fair, in this season.
Yeah.
They are definitely much better animated than everything else in this season.
Yeah.
So, but what kept it down here as opposed to further up the list? Because it's a pretty good episode. There's nothing terrible about it, but nothing great about it. But what kept it here in number 7 for me is the fact that there's a lot of front-facing shots in this, and I just didn't like it.
There's a lot of front-facing Simpsons in the entire first season.
Yeah. But this had a lot of front-facing shots in it, and I just didn't like that. I really didn't like it.
Didn't shy away from it.
No, they really did not. But otherwise, I thought it was just a pretty decent episode all around. Quite liked it, but just wasn't one of my favourites. So
yeah,
that's why it's here.
That's fair enough.
What about you?
My
7?
number 7 spot is Simpsons roasting on an open fire.
Ah, right. Well, yours definitely got a bit higher than mine.
It did indeed.
Although, to be fair, with my tier system, they're all 3 of those: Homer's Odyssey, Bart the Genius, and Simpsons roasting on an open fire are all in the 9, 8, 7 slots.
On the same slot?
Yeah.
Hey, there we go.
It's still in the same area.
Yeah, the same ballpark.
Yeah.
I love this episode. I think it's a lovely, cozy, schmaltzy, outdated animation type of episode. It reminds me kind of of Peanuts, like Charlie Brown's Big Fat Christmas or whatever the fuck that's called. What's it called? Charlie Brown goes to Hawaii. Charlie Brown's Adventures Down Under. What's the Charlie Brown Christmas special called? You know the one I mean, though, right?
I barely know the names of the Simpsons episodes.
You know what I mean, though. The Peanuts.
You know what we can do? We can just refer to our Charlie Brown podcast, which is called what?
Charles M. Schmaltz Nullabout. That's what it's called. Because his name is Charles M. Schultz, I want to say.
Yeah.
Schmaltz is like a... You get it.
Yeah, I get the reference.
I'm just making sure everyone gets the joke.
I know. It's fine.
I don't know enough about Peanuts to do a Peanuts podcast. But when we do our Peanuts podcast, we'll learn.
We'll figure it out. We'll know what it's called.
What was I talking about?
You were talking about
Simpsons roasting on an open fire.
Yeah.
It's like The Snowman is another good example of this.
Yeah.
The Snowman is a British animated short film.
Yeah.
About a snowman who comes to life.
Yeah.
It's shown on TV every Christmas.
Yeah.
Has been for years. And I love old-fashioned animation like that, especially at Christmas. It feels very warm and familiar.
Yeah. I reckon they definitely did something right with this episode with the old... They weren't obviously trying to make it old animation.
Yeah.
But obviously this episode's older animation seasoned well. Whereas some of the other episodes, like Homer's Odyssey, not seasoned at all. That shit was off when they put it out. It was fucking dire. But roasting over an open fire, that one definitely aged well.
Like a fine wine.
Yeah. So similarly, we've already said that there are better Christmas episodes.
Yeah, we already talked about that.
But it's still a good one.
What's your number?
6. What is with that fucking 6?
So, what's your number 6? We're almost at the top 5, which is the big dogs. What's your honourable mention for the top 5? And by that I mean number 6.
My number 6, it was... Now this is where things got really tough for me.
Yeah.
The top 5 is always a really difficult decision for me, at least. So... Even now, I've got it written down. It's physically on paper. There are numbers now next to everything.
and even now I'm still questioning it. But whatever, we're here now. It's fucking written. The Telltale Head, number 6.
Oh, really?
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 Yes.
You know what my number 6 is?
What?
The Telltale Head.
Really?
Yeah.
Fucking hell. I was like, with that reaction, it's either his number 6 or his number 1.
No, not quite. I think. Go ahead.
So, I love the way the story was told.
The flashback.
Yeah, I like the flashback whole thing. I don't think there are many other shows that certainly no animation shows that had really done much like that. It's quite a common thing now.
Yeah, not that I can recall.
No, not that I can recall that was at least of any decent note at that point.
Probably some anime that we haven't heard of.
More than likely, there's some shit we haven't heard of that some
What's
people
that anime? Evanescence? What's the one with the guy in the big neck suit and the redhead girl? Evanescence.
Probably. I don't remember.
Evangelion.
Yes. Yeah. I think
that was before this, but I couldn't say for certain.
Probably was. It looks like it's before this, to be fair.
Ooh.
It's not dreadful.
Throwing rocks at
It's not a dreadful animation or anything.
Evangelion.
Yeah. But it definitely looks, it's dated animation style, which has its perks.
You can find out more about that on our Evangelion podcast, which is called...
We obviously just shit on it.
What's it called, David?
Evanescence.
No, our Evangelion podcast.
I know.
All right.
I'm just making shit up based on what you're
What's
talking
that
about.
Evanescence song that everyone likes?
Bring Me to Life.
Bring Me to the Big Mech Suit, which is our Evanescence Evangelion crossover podcast. We talk about Evanescence and Evangelion.
We talk about Evangelion while we're yelling over the soundtrack that we're
to the
playing.
movie Daredevil in 2003.
Yeah.
And our special guest every episode is an evangelical preacher who does not know what he's in for.
It's just fucking preaching shit in the background.
It's Evanescence.
Even more noise that we have to yell over about the facts of this fucking episode.
Evanescence Evangelical Evangelism is the name of the podcast.
There we go. Perfect. I love it.
What were you saying?
Something about the Telltale Head. I was saying about...
Tell me more about the Telltale Head.
I love the Homer Church scene.
You were saying you like the story structure of the flashback.
I like that structure. I like the fact that, it's probably one of the first of its kind.
Yeah.
It's a very common way of telling stories now, in animation especially, and there's lots of Family Guy, lots of ways of this.
I'm sure Rick and Morty's done it a few times.
Loads.
Couldn't tell you.
But, I don't fucking know. It's one of the ones we haven't done a podcast on yet.
I never will.
Probably not. When we run out of everything else.
We cover every episode of...
Everything.
Everything
on this planet. That includes how many mites are on David Attenborough's balls.
I was going to say they're bringing back Futurama.
Yeah, that's one.
There's new Futurama coming out, so we can do a Futurama podcast at some point. When we run out of... There's 34 seasons of The Simpsons out right now, and we just finished season 1. And it took us 7 years to get to this point.
Perfect.
Fantastic.
So,
what do you like about the Telltale Head?
The Homer Church scene where he's got the football going on in his ear. Football, baseball?
Right, yeah, he's watching the sports.
Listening to, because it's the cassette player that...
Doesn't it have a little screen in it, like a tiny little screen?
I feel like I'm remembering that from something else.
That might be from an episode of Seinfeld.
Probably is. Yeah, but yeah, I feel, because I think it's Bart's cassette player that's taken off of him that has the radio setting on it.
Yeah, maybe.
And I feel like that's what he pockets and listening to. I just love the fact that they synced up the words. I know we've already discussed that was an afterthought kind of thing, but I love the fact that it's synced up to the preacher. That's awesome. The talking head.
The head of Jebediah Springfield.
Yes, once he's cut it off, and I can graze the mic with my hand there.
Nice.
Perfect. So the talking head was great. I liked the sort of the way they played out the guilt.
Yes.
I didn't like, as we have discussed, when we were talking about this episode, a lot of the crowd characters were weird. Really,
they're not anywhere near as bad as Homer's Odyssey. They are established Simpsons characters, but they're just drawn very strange.
Yeah, they're all like off character.
Yeah,
they're either visually or otherwise off character.
Barney's weird half face.
Yeah. There's a lot of odd stuff, but then again, that's pretty much the entire fucking season. To be fair.
Yeah.
What about yourself? What?
Yeah, I think this might be the most iconic episode of season 1.
Yeah.
I remember playing Simpsons Hit and Run.
Yeah.
And being able to jump up Jebediah Springfield's statue as Bart and kick the head and it falls off.
Yeah, I remember that.
I think that kind of lodged in my brain that this episode happened.
Yeah.
I love the first half of the episode, which has a kind of a more casual, laid-back approach, where Bart is just hanging out with Jimbo, Dolph, and Kearney. Yeah. They sneak into a movie, they get kicked out, they go cloud gazing.
Yeah,
they got the Quickie Mart. It kind of feels like a Richard Linklater movie.
Yeah,
like Slackers or Dazed and Confused or Before Sunrise or Sunset.
Yeah.
Those types of movies where a bit more laid back, a bit more of a dilly-dally approach, which I appreciate. And I wish there was more of that in future episodes. And I wish this episode had more of that.
Yeah. I think it should have sort of...
I get you have to have a plot.
You have to have something happen. Plot, but it's still... it would have been nicer.
Yeah.
More of a pleasant episode. Maybe a bit forgettable.
I would love to hang about in Springfield.
Yeah, just chill.
Chill with some... Look at some clouds.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be good.
Lovely time.
Aye.
Not a care in the world.
Yeah.
This is a relaxing episode until it isn't.
Exactly. Until there's a mob.
Aye.
Yeah.
Let's go into the top 5.
Top 5.
Like a ball bearing being shot out of a gun. Rocketing straight forward into the top 5. What's your number 5 spot?
My number 5 spot is Krusty Gets Busted.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's also in my top 5, obviously, because I haven't mentioned it.
Yeah, you haven't mentioned it yet. So it's obviously there.
What were your thoughts? What made you choose Krusty Got Busted for the 5 spot?
I don't know.
Good. My number 5 was...
no, I mean... fucking move straight on. No, I don't know what put it down to the top 5. I just liked aspects, I think, of other ones that put the other ones higher.
Yes.
I just really intensely liked aspects about them that put them higher up in the tier listing, which is the only reason. It was always going to be top 5 because I really like Krusty Gets Busted.
It is a really good episode.
So it was always going to be top 5, but I think that's just how it ended up on the number 5 spot. Because it's got really good animation overall. It's pretty clean animation all round. I don't think there was really any problems that we spotted in that one.
No, I don't recall spotting anything.
The mystery plot is just really great, and the way that it's all discovered, and also the continuity of that episode is better than any of the other episodes, basically, because it actually has continuity. All of the clues they're looking for, they're not just popping them in afterwards. They're already there. You can see them from the start. They're nicely and subtly put so that you don't really spot them, most of them, before you actually get to the point where the characters spot them. So it's naturally progressed properly. And Sideshow Bob, he's awesome.
Yeah.
It's not really much more I can say about that. It's awesome. So it's a really good episode. But yeah, that's just where it is on my list.
Nice.
So, what about you? What's your number 5?
My number 5 is The Crepes of Wrath.
All right.
Which was right down at the bottom of your...
Yeah, where was mine? 10. Halfway down.
It's the number 5 spot for me. I had a lot of empathy for Bart in this episode. I know you said you didn't give a fuck about what happened to him.
Yeah, pretty much.
But I really empathised with the situation, being a little child slave in France. And I loved the B plot of Abdil Hoxha.
Right, yeah.
Spy kid's child.
Yeah.
Infiltrating America via Homer and trying to get information about their nuclear power plants.
I did enjoy Homer's completing our...
even after he gets caught.
Yeah, even after he gets caught.
I'll keep sending you that
stuff.
To him. The idea that there is in the world of The Simpsons.
Hmm.
Child spies. Because there's an American one that gets sent back.
Yeah.
In exchange for a Dale Hoxa. Is hilarious and fascinating.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised when Spy Kids, the movie, came out in 2002, that they didn't try and do something with that.
Right, yeah.
They didn't bring this back and have Bart and Lisa become Spy Kids.
Right.
I think nowadays, if Spy Kids came out now, modern Simpsons would take that opportunity.
Oh, they jump on that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's just a really charming episode. One half of it's very charming and very lighthearted and fun. And the other half is very depressing. And I like that.
Yeah.
I like a Simpsons episode that has a bit of a misery to it.
Well,
the characters are really in dire situations where you really feel for them because it wasn't something that was done in animation in 1990, especially not to a child character.
Right, yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
I love Ugolin and Caesar. Horrible French bastards.
Yeah. With horrible French accents.
Yeah, as we learned. It's always stuck in my mind as a good episode.
Right.
And now that I'm talking about it, I actually kind of wish that I had ranked it higher.
Fair enough. I kind of wish I'd ranked it higher than 10. But
yeah,
still,
you shat all over this one. Huh?
I did shit all over this one. Well.
And I love the opening prank is really good as well. Agnes kind of getting shot up in the air.
Mythbusters did that prank.
Did they?
Yeah, they tried to recreate that prank and they blew the toilets apart instead.
Did the guy with the walrus mustache get sent to France?
I don't know.
To work as a slave?
I didn't see all of that. But what I did see is I didn't watch the entire episode. It was just in passing. But I did see that they did that prank and the toilets blew up. Which is also sort of bust the mystery of the fact that those fuses do stay alight or lit, whatever. Underwater, submerged underwater.
Really?
So yeah, that cherry bomb would have been able to actually blow up underwater.
Huh.
It just would have exploded the toilet instead of flushed and launched the water.
Launched Agnes.
Yeah, through the ceiling basically.
What's your number 4 spot?
So my number 4 spot, again, this was kind of torn between one and the other, but mostly because of one character is why I chose this as the 4th spot, and that is Life in the Fast Lane.
My number 4 spot is also Life in the Fast Lane.
Really?
Yeah.
Right, fair enough.
The second you said one particular character, I was like, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Because it's also here for me because of that particular character.
Yeah, Jacques.
Jacques.
Everything
matters because he's not actually French.
That prick.
4 onion rings or 5 onion rings or whatever it was.
Yeah. There's some really, there's why it's top 5s. There's some really good gags. I really do like the fantasy scene was absolutely beautiful. In this. Yes, the bowling fantasy scene, that was really, really well done because it's black and white except it's got pops of pink.
Yeah, it's pink and blue.
Yeah, pink and blue. That's it.
It's maybe the best animation of the entire season.
It is. Hands down, very well done. Very, very nice.
Yeah.
And it's got some really good funny moments, some really good gags in it.
Yeah.
Jacques just the worst. He's fucking dick.
I hate that guy.
I'd shank him.
It's his only episode. It's one of his only appearances as well. Yeah. Despite the fact that I think he's in the opening credits from season 2 onwards.
All right.
Which obviously we haven't started to cover yet.
We haven't done that yet. All right, well. So, anything else you would like to shit on about it or rave about?
I think it's got the most detail of one of the, well, maybe not the most detail, but one of the most detailed in terms of animation. The way that they sneak little bowling references into the backgrounds, the fact that the moon is a bowling ball.
Yeah.
At one point, unlike with the episode we talked about before, Homer's Night Out. I fully agree with Marge being furious at Homer here.
Definitely. This one actually makes sense.
A bowling ball with his name on it.
Yeah.
For her birthday, even though she doesn't bowl it, and then drops it into her cake.
Yeah.
In front of her face.
Yeah.
That's divorceable.
Yeah.
That's divorceable.
Yeah.
I don't have anything else to really say about this episode.
It's a pretty good episode.
Yeah. Oh, we're into the top 3.
We are.
What's your number 3 pick?
This was, as always, difficult.
Yes.
Morning, Lisa.
My number 3 pick is also Morning Lisa.
We're getting there.
Oh, they're starting to become the same list.
Almost. Mm-hmm. Not yet, though.
No.
So, yeah, Morning Lisa, Pudding Gums Murphy,
awesome character.
Yeah.
Absolutely love the jazz in this, despite the fact that I still like it because of that. The plot with Lisa is just a whole bunch of white kid problems. Really, it's just
Lisa really does embody
white girl
that
problems. It's great.
Not even white savior, because she's not saving him from anything. No. Just injecting herself into his culture and his life.
Yeah.
When rewatching the episode yesterday, I did notice that Pudding Gums does mention to Lisa on the bridge that her problems aren't real problems.
Yeah, he does. Yeah,
which we didn't pick up on when we first watched the episode.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I love this episode.
It's such a good episode. We talked, I think, possibly at that point or another point, at some point when we were covering one of the episodes, I believe we talked about the Simpsons released the album.
we mentioned that in almost every episode. Simpsons Sing the Blues.
Yes. But every single time I think about Moaning Lisa episode, I think it really should have been a jazz album.
Yeah.
Or it really ought to have a jazz album because it was just...
It's not too late.
It's not.
Do a Simpsons Lisa jazz album.
Please.
You can't have Pudding Gums Murphy on it because he's dead.
Yeah.
But there might be a future episode which introduces his ghost or son or something.
Yeah.
Don't quote me on that.
Nope.
I think there is. You could definitely still do a Simpsons jazz album, and
easily.
I would buy it. We would review it here.
Yeah,
we would talk about it. Just like we are eventually going to talk about Simpsons Sing the Blues at some point.
Yes, we are. Whenever it is canonically in the series.
That may be during season 2. It may be a Patreon only episode.
Maybe.
I think I might do that. Give me some fucking money.
Yeah, we're going to need something.
Line my wallet, please.
Yeah, please.
Streaming that album through Spotify ain't cheap.
No, it is not. So, yeah, what about yourself? Why is it in number 3?
I fully agree. I love jazz.
Yes.
I like Pudding Gums Murphy. I think he's a great character. I like the way that it approaches the character of Lisa. This is the first episode where she feels like a real character.
Yeah.
They're really giving her that spotlight and making her more complicated than
just
how Homer and Bart and Marge have been presented up until this point.
Yeah.
Especially the way that Marge overcomes the way that her mother, Jacqueline Bouvier, parented her in order to be a better mother for Lisa.
Yeah.
And to fix those generational issues.
Yeah.
That was really interesting.
Yeah, it was good. A really good episode. There's nothing really to complain about it, as far as I can remember.
I have no complaints about this episode, besides the one that we already mentioned about Lisa and her white girl problems.
Yes. But I still like the fact that, that's what she was complaining about, because she doesn't, they're poor, but they're not that poor. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they get by.
They still get by. They still eat on a regular basis. It's not like they're starving.
Look at Homer, mate. They eat on a more than regular basis.
They've got enough money to do whatever they manage to go on vacation. Kind of.
They get that camper van. It's a piece of shit.
That's an absolute piece of shit. But he pays to the nose for it. If he actually had any brains, he'd be able to probably go to vacation in Spain or something instead.
Yeah.
Even then, it's not like they don't have that many problems. I kind of like the fact that they don't try and pretend that there's some really big problem that Lisa has.
Yeah.
She's just generally depressed just because.
I think that's depicted really well.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's just a really, really good episode. And so that's why it's both of our number 3.
What's your number 2, though?
My number 2. Now, this is where the list really diverge. Because you've already given this one.
The Call of the Simpsons?
Yeah.
My God, that was my number 13.
I know.
That was my... What did you like about this episode? Try and get it across to me.
What really, really shined this episode was the 3 separate stages that were completely and utterly unrelated, really.
Yeah.
There was one tiny little thread hanging them together.
They're tangentially related.
Exactly.
But not only are they different in their story, but they're also different in terms of tone. And humour.
And humour. Everything. It's really disjointed. But that aside, and in the ending, I didn't like the Sasquatch ending. Right. So those 2 things aside, I really, really liked the characters, the gags. I just really enjoyed Big Bob.
He was awesome. I love his sales pitch. I love it so much. It's just amazing.
Yeah.
And it is exactly what you would get if you rocked up to that kind of place, that kind of establishment.
I think I've rocked up to that kind of place with you before when you've been looking to buy a car.
I have definitely bought cars from idiots like that. I've been the idiot. I've been Homer buying absolute piles of crap from people like that, and it's spot on. The animation was pretty okay. There was no real massive problems.
I think it's very clearly a season 1 episode, but it's not as bad as some of the other ones.
Yeah, it's definitely not got the problems that a lot of the other ones have. The bears and Maggie are just adorable. That's brilliant.
Yeah.
You've talked to Lisa and Marge just getting along fine while the entire time going, I'm sure the boys are much better at this, and they're absolutely suffering in a bush,
Not catching anything, not doing anything, totally failing.
And the trap joke is still one of the, I don't think it's the top, but I think it's definitely one of the top 3 gags of the season.
Yeah.
Definitely. So that's why I ended up so high, is because the high points sort of glazed over the terrible story making.
Yeah.
For me, so I just sort of ran with the gags on that one, which is why I ended up so high on my list. It's just because of the good points kept jumping out at me when I was doing the ranking. So yeah, that's why it's number 2.
Nice.
What about yourself?
My number 2 is Krusty Gets Busted.
Really? All right.
Which
well,
I think means 5. Yeah. I think means that we both have the same number 1 as well, which is interesting.
I think it does.
Nice. How can you not love Kelsey Grammer as Sideshow Bob?
Yeah,
I think this episode also features some of the best animation.
Possibly.
I love Sideshow Bob's over-animated meltdown at the end of the episode when he's getting arrested.
Yeah.
I think this has Krusty's heart attack as well.
Yes, it does. It's got some very, very clean animation. It definitely is one of the ones as well that doesn't really feel much like a season 1 episode either. Yeah,
the idea that a character like Sideshow Bob, voiced by Kelsey Grammer, was introduced in the first season.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think has appeared in every season since, in some form or another.
Yeah, I think so.
I believe so. As everything that you mentioned as well, the foreshadowing with the microwave and the size of the feet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I love Sideshow Bob's children's show that should never exist, where he's like reading Moby Dick and he's in a smoking jacket and like the kind of show that
and they all enjoyed it.
Yeah, they love it.
The fact that the kids are actually into this show and
then Krusty comes back and they just go back to loving Krusty's show.
Yeah, which is probably closer to what a kid show would actually be successful as.
Yeah,
that is just the leather in this chair pointing that out in case it's audible.
I'll edit it out.
Good.
I'll replace it with a big fart sound.
That's fine by me.
Big comical sound effect of a fart.
Perfect.
There we go. Yeah, I love Krusty's. I almost called it Krusty's Night Out. I love Krusty Gets Busted.
Yeah.
It's usurped. I would actually say this might be my number 1 spot. Krusty Gets Busted. I ranked it number 2, but it could easily be number 1.
Yeah, well,
these two are really interchangeable for me.
Right. I had a hard set on number 1 and number 2 in this. This is not a difficult decision between this one and that one, which I think you would be able to agree with, considering my number 2 is your number 13.
Yes.
So definitely, obviously, the number 1 should be number 1, and this one should definitely, for me at least, be number 2.
Yeah.
So yeah, there was no real issue with that one.
Yeah. Will we say our number 1 spot at the same time?
Sure. Go for it.
Bart the General. There we go. The best episode of season 1.
Yes.
What a phenomenal bit of television.
It's brilliant.
Bart's dream sequence.
Yeah, the dream sequence is just... That's definitely... when we were talking about Life in the Fast Lane,
yes,
and we were talking about the fantasy sequence was really, really beautiful there.
Yeah.
I thought, wait a minute, I'm sure there was definitely one that I remembered that was better than this, and I couldn't remember what it was until we came on to... When I was looking at the Bart the General, I was like, that's what it is. That's this fantasy sequence that I prefer. It's not as clean. I think it's not as cleanly animated, but it is.
Nelson is definitely drawing
better
off model, but I think this is a really good introduction to his character.
Yes,
I like the camera angle, not camera angle, but you know what I mean, the shot where Bart gets thrown into the trash can.
Yeah.
And it's like a shot from underneath Bart, past Bart, where you can see him and you can see Nelson, his bullies.
Yeah. There's also the sort of like POV getting beaten up.
Yeah, when Bart gets beat up and you see it from Nelson's point of view.
Yeah.
Lots of really interesting choices in terms of the visuals with this episode.
Yeah, there's a lot of face elasticity sort of thing going on.
Yeah, it has that kind of rubbery feeling that season 1 has.
Which works well in some places and doesn't work very well in other places, I think. But definitely where he's getting beaten up, that works quite nicely.
Yeah, that's really good.
The war parody. The war movie parody thing that's going on.
Yeah, the parody pattern.
And the glassy shot with the reflection of the soldiers.
Full Metal Jacket, that's wonderful.
Beautiful, that is awesome. Very well done.
I love Herman as a character. It's a shame that he's kind of been brushed to the side.
Yeah.
Herman is just such a creepy weirdo.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, it's really good. I like it.
I don't think that the animation on the dream sequence is quite as beautiful.
No.
As Life in Fast Lane.
It's very... So it's supposed to be for the dream sequence. It's supposed to be a nightmare scene for him. So it's very psychedelically sort of...
It's funnier. It reminds me almost of a Warner Brothers cartoon or a Hanna-Barbera kind of...
Yeah.
The way that he's just pulling out like guns and throwing knives
and stuff. Yeah. It's good. And it's all just either stabbing into him and he's just not bothered.
Walking straight ahead. Unperturbed.
Yeah. No, it's good. There we go.
That's it.
Surprisingly large number of similarities, although we had a couple of like
some
really polar opposites.
Big differences. That Call of the Simpsons one is one for the history books.
Yeah, I know. Like I said, all the good points of that just sort of glazed over the terrible for me when I was watching it.
It's fair.
But yeah.
Just imagine when we do season 2 and we've got like 22 episodes to talk about in rank.
Christ. Good luck listening to that episode.
Yeah,
bloody long one.
Oh, that it will. Let's do 3 Blind Mice trivia on all season 1. Are you hyped? Are you ready? Are you excited?
My ass is numb. I am so excited.
Fantastic. Perfect for 3 Blind Mice trivia. This season, unlike all future seasons of the show, had no supervising director.
Oh, well, that may explain a lot. I can see why all the other future ones had a supervisor.
All the episode layouts were done in-house and then shipped off to Korea to be animated. 6 months later, the results were seen for the episode An Eventful Evening.
Yes.
An Enchanted Evening, sorry.
Aye, that's it.
70% of it had to be reanimated entirely. The other 30% had their backgrounds redrawn. The characters were considered rubbery and ugly, and extra jokes had been added that the writers hadn't approved of by the animators.
Right.
The crew who were present for the episode screening sat in the dark in silence for a few minutes after the episode had screened before slowly filtering out to leave just Jim Brooks, Matt Groening, and a couple others. Jim said, "This is shit." One of the animators responded, "What do you mean?" To which Jim said, "A foul substance causing disease." The animation company who did this season, Class B Supo, would later go on to create such shows as the Rugrats and the Wild Thornberrys for Nickelodeon.
I can kind of see that now that you said it.
Not only did they animate those shows, they created them. Unlike with The Simpsons, where they were just animators.
It was their whole thing then.
Yeah. I think they'll leave The Simpsons in around... I think season 4 is when they get a new animation team.
Right.
And my last point of trivia for the season.
Okay.
You buckled up?
I am
this is the big
strapped down to the bed. I mean, what?
It was originally planned that in the show's final episode, Marge would reveal that her tall blue hair was hiding a large pair of rabbit ears because she was part rabbit.
What?
It was originally planned that in the final episode, Marge would reveal that her tall blue hair was hiding a pair of rabbit ears because she was part rabbit.
What? Why did that either get put in or cut? One of the two. I don't know which. I prefer the idea of getting cut or put in the first place. The fuck?
And when we play the Simpsons arcade game, you'll notice that when Marge gets electrocuted and you see her skeleton, her skeleton has rabbit ears.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering about that.
What a bizarre choice.
It's weird.
Imagine if they'd gone through with that. We'd have to know now that Marge has rabbit ears in her hair.
That's weird.
I'm surprised they haven't revisited it for like a Trios of Horror, where she's half rabbit.
Yeah, it turns into like a were-rabbit or something.
Like Wallace and Gromit.
Yeah.
Well, they did the episode where they parody the Island of Mystery, where there's the doctor who's turning people into half animals.
Yeah.
Dr. Monroe? Monroe?
Is it Monroe?
It's not Dr. Monroe the character. I mean, it's...
Oh, right.
The story is called like Dr. Moreau's Fantastic Island or something.
Fair enough.
I can't remember, man. It's been... It's too late.
Yeah.
So there you go. There's all the trivia.
There we go.
But Marge is a panther in that episode is what I was getting at. She's not a rabbit woman.
Either way.
Yeah, I think in terms of this season overall, I like how experimental the animation is. They were still finding their footing, and that meant that they weren't afraid to take some massive risks.
Yeah, definitely.
In terms of the layouts and the way that the characters are presented and a lot of the animation.
And
the stories as well. I
did make a joke there about the fact that there's obviously a good reason why there's a supervising director. But it did mean that pretty much all the other seasons feel, well, from what I can remember, feel a lot more like The Simpsons, which is good.
Yeah, and they all feel unified because each season is almost a different version of The Simpsons. It's different showrunners and different writers come and go. But each season feels unified because of that supervising director.
Whereas this doesn't, and I kind of like the fact that it's all over the place. Like, we shit on it a lot. Right? The fact that animation is terrible in some places. The fact that there's some really awful characters.
Which there are.
Yeah, and there's almost no character that hasn't gone through some drastic changes at some point in it.
Maybe Bart.
Aye.
And Maggie is a baby.
Yeah, Maggie, just a baby. There we go. But everyone else has gone through some serious either developmental or drawing style changes or color changes through this season. But I kind of like that they were trying to figure out what they were going to do with the show, and it shows that that's what they were still doing.
Yeah.
So it kind of gives you a little glimpse into the fact that they're still finding their footing.
Yeah, it's an interesting time capsule, but I'm glad the show didn't continue like this.
Yeah. I'm glad it went the way it went.
A fun one-off.
For sure.
I'm ready to wrap it up, man.
That is good for me. My stomach's been rumbling for the last 20 minutes.
Me too. Let's go get some food.
Yeah.
This has been Insert Brain here, a Simpsons podcast. I've been your host, Connor. With me, as always, has been my co-host, David.
That's me.
This has been the Season 1 recap. It's been an hour and a half. Just about.
Christ.
A long-ass episode, but it's been an honour.
Yeah, it's been great.
We hope you enjoyed these 14 episodes, and we will be back.
It took us 14 weeks.
We'll be back next week with Season 2, Episode 1. Bart gets an F.
All right.
Fair
enough.
And we'll be here every single week until we finish The Simpsons.
and every single week until we finish all the other podcasts.
Oh, so many other podcasts.
So very many. Did we bite off much more than we could chew? Yes, we fucking did. And we're going to do it anyway.
I'm going to keep biting until I get to the centre of that Tootsie Pop roll. This has been a T for 22 production. Smell you later.
Yep. Have a good one.